Yeah. The capture card wasn't like registering. Like it was on, but it's like the OBS just like froze, and so I wasn't able to like activate it and deactivate it, which is going to be an issue because of like my sound issue, but it appears to be working fine now, so
More importantly, I implore the incoming Trump administration and the intermediaries to make sure that all phases of this deal are implemented. It is simply not going to be enough to have
and
the
I bet
first
I
phase
need
go
to reset
through and then
this. Of
allow
course I
the
do.
situation to deteriorate again. We need all 98 home, and the people of Gaza need peace.
How worried are you that over the next several weeks something could fall apart and the deal could fall through?
It's a constant worry. This is a very volatile situation in a very volatile part of the world in which we live, and therefore, it's premature to for me at least to be overly enthusiastic or optimistic, because as we have learned over the course of the last 15 months and for most of my lifetime in the Middle East, there's always a surprise and usually a bad surprise around the corner. So we need help here in the same way that we need help from the U.S. government and the intermediaries to get to this point. We will need their help to see it through. I have very little doubt. And keeping pressure, first and foremost, on Hamas to live up to its part of the agreement, and perhaps also the Israeli government, if in any way wavers in its commitment to getting this done.
You have been very pointed in your criticism before of the Netanyahu government. You've accused them of not meaningfully participating in the efforts to get the hostages released. On the flip side, as you mentioned, Hamas has not been a reliable partner in these talks. But in Israel, what do you think shifted that allowed things to get to at least this point today where there is a deal?
It seems to me that there's very little doubt that what put this into motion was President Trump's statement, I believe about 7 weeks ago, about hell to pay. And that rattled cages around the Middle East, Hamas, Egypt, Qatar, and also in the Israeli government. And while the plan that has been approved today, as so we learned a couple of hours ago, is pretty similar to the one that was first proposed by President Biden in late May of last year, it's clear that the urgency to get it done, no matter what, it came as a result of that statement 7 weeks ago from President Trump.
Jonathan, we've been so fortunate to have you join the show many times to share your efforts to get your son and the other hostages home. And I remember in a conversation with my colleague Nick Schifrin, you talked about the day that your son was kidnapped. You talked about how he was working to protect his wife and his children on Kibbutz Nir Oz in their home. Can you tell us how his wife is doing today and his children? Have you told them, your grandkids, that their dad could come home soon?
We have not yet shared the news about the impending agreement, or now the announced agreement, because we don't want these girls to be crushed again, a 3 and a 7-year-old. Thankfully, the 1-year-old doesn't ask a lot of questions, so there's no worries there. What we are doing will be attending the inauguration of President Trump, for them to see the power really of so America in its best light, getting something good done that has to happen, not just for the good of Sagi and Israel, but really, I think, for all well-meaning people in the world. So I hope that the reunion will be as fast as possible. But for now, we're keeping the news to ourselves.
Jonathan Dekelchen, thank you so much for joining us once again. We hope Sagi is home safe with you and his family very soon. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All around Los Angeles today, residents again held their breath while firefighters worked to prevent major fires from starting or spreading. At least 25 people are dead and more than 12,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. More than 80,000 people remain under evacuation orders. Stephanie Tsai has our report.
It was another tense 24 hours in Southern California as exhausted firefighters worked to contain flare-ups and protect hard-fought progress across the city.
The anticipated 70-mile-an-hour winds have yet to materialize. However,
Check.
this
Microphone
could
check.
change, and we are still at risk.
As of this evening, millions remained under red flag warnings, while crews continued to battle flames from the ground and the air. The good news for weary Angelenos, winds were mostly weaker than anticipated, and the forecast for the week was largely favorable, though there's still no sign of rain.
The danger has not yet passed, so please, please prioritize your safety.
This morning, LA City officials faced tough questions about their preparedness and firefighting strategy. The LA Times reported the Los Angeles Fire Department chose not to extend the shifts of roughly 1,000 firefighters and dozens of engines, even as the winds worsened in the hours before the Palisades fire.
Our firefighters on the truck.
LA Fire Chief Christian Crowley did not detail just how many extra firefighters were initially called in, but she defended the department's response.
We had the capability, and we did pull every resource in and around the area. We pre-deployed the resources in very, very calculated ways throughout the city, also not knowing where a fire might start and might not start. I think that's very, very important that everybody understands that.
More than 24 people are still missing. Dogs trained to locate human remains are now combing the debris in both major burn zones, helping hundreds of first responders complete a painstaking house-by-house search.
It's a considerable amount of structures to search, thousands, and it's going to be a long process.
Officials have charged at least 9 people for isolated incidents of looting. And LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath issued a stern warning to businesses that may try to profit from the crisis by price gouging.
We cannot raise the price of rent, goods, or services more than 10%. We are taking these instances seriously, and there will be consequences.
The cause of both places is still under investigation. But a new video appears to show the early moments of the Eaton fire at the base of power lines in Altadena. In the Palisades, residents said flames erupted in an area where a fire had previously burned on New Year's Day.
There's no lightning, there's no power lines up there, there's no reason. It's just a fire would just start. So, who knows?
As efforts turn toward recovery, residents are still struggling to make sense of a natural disaster that took so much so quickly.
You stand there staring at the camera and tell my kids that everything's gone. And why didn't God answer my prayers and do this to me?
And yet even those who've lost everything, like Altadena resident Aaron Lubley, are helping others. He's been handing out food, water, and other essentials from the charred remains of his front yard.
You can never plan for what you do in a situation like this. All you can do is step forward, have the strength to take a second step forward.
Spoken like a true survivor and a good neighbor. For the PBS News Hour, I'm Stephanie Summer.
We start the day's other news with 2 announcements from the Food and Drug Administration aimed at protecting Americans' health. First, officials are banning red dye number 3 from food for its potential cancer risk. It was banned from cosmetics nearly 35 years ago. The dye is now found in some sweets, flavored beverages, and oral medicines. Regulators gave food manufacturers until 2027 to remove it from their products. The FDA also proposed a rule today to make cigarettes less addictive by capping their nicotine levels. Officials say that smoking is still the leading cause of preventable disease and death in the U.S. They estimate the rule could help nearly 13 million Americans quit within a year if implemented.
Today's action is a pivotal step toward reducing these monumental adverse health effects and the more than $1 billion spent per day in this country on smoking-related healthcare costs and lost productivity.
The agency announced the plan in the final days of the Biden presidency. It's unclear if the incoming Trump administration will support the proposal. The Supreme Court signaled support today for a Texas law aimed at blocking children from seeing pornography online. Critics of the measure say it violates the First Amendment by requiring age verifications like photo ID. They say parents should filter what their kids see instead. But members of the court's conservative majority pushed back, with Justice Samuel Alito asking, quote, "Do you know a lot of parents who are more tech-savvy than their 15-year-old children?" Texas is among more than a dozen states with such laws on the books. The court is expected to rule on the case by July. In South Africa, police abruptly called off a rescue operation at an abandoned gold mine where hundreds of people have been trapped underground. A rescue operation began on Monday, with crews pulling more than 240 people out alive, along with dozens of dead bodies. Just yesterday, the police minister predicted the operation would last until at least next week. The miners have been working the site illegally. Authorities first tried to force them out in November by cutting off their supplies. Civic groups said that left the miners at risk of starvation and dehydration. Rescuers will try one final sweep tomorrow. In Ukraine, officials say a major Russian missile attack forced authorities to shut down parts of its power grid today. There were no reported casualties, but energy infrastructure is critical during Ukraine's frigid winter months. Residents in Kyiv huddled together as they took shelter in the city's metro stations. Today, President Volodymyr Zelensky met Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk in Warsaw. Poland is Ukraine's neighbor and a major European ally. Zelensky said all eyes will be on Washington next week when President-elect Trump takes office.
We are waiting. I think the whole world is waiting because the United States is a strategic partner of global stability. This is my opinion. They're the main donors supporting Ukraine in its war for survival against Russian aggression. We expect continued support for Ukraine.
In the meantime, the Biden administration is ramping up sanctions on entities connected to Russia's war effort. The Treasury Department said today it's reimposing sanctions on 100 companies and institutions that had already been targeted and adding sanctions on 15 new ones. To South Korea now, where the nation's impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol is now being held in detention. He was taken into custody early on Wednesday, becoming the country's first ever sitting president to be detained. Investigators are looking into whether Yoon's declaration of martial law last month amounted to rebellion. In a video message reported shortly before he was taken into custody, Yoon blasted his detention as unlawful.
I can't help but feel it is deplorable to witness the way these truly illegal proceedings are being forcibly carried out.
South Korea's anti-corruption agency must now decide whether to seek a court order for Yoon's formal arrest. By law, he could face the death penalty or life in prison if convicted of leading a rebellion. In space news, meanwhile, 2 lunar landers are now on their way to the moon. SpaceX launched the double moonshot from Florida in the middle of the night. The landers shared the first part of the ride, but peeled off on separate routes about an hour in. One belongs to the U.S. company Firefly Aerospace and is expected to arrive in March. The other belongs to the Japanese company iSpace and is supposed to get there by May or June. If all goes well, they'll gather samples and carry out tests to help with future moon exploration. On Wall Street today, stocks jumped after a reassuring report on monthly inflation. The Dow Jones Industrial Average spiked 700 points, or more than 1.5%. The Nasdaq added around 460 points on the day as tech stocks enjoyed a rebound. The S&P 500 also ended sharply higher. And a heartwarming note from the world of classical music. American pianist Ruth Slechinska turns 100 years old today. That is her playing Beethoven's Minuet in G major as a 5-year-old child prodigy back in 1930. She's believed to be the last living student of Russian pianist and composer Sergei Rachmaninoff. The two were known to drink tea together. Slechinska was still going strong well into her 90s. She recorded her final album in 2022 at the age of 97. Over a 9-decade career, she played for 5 U.S. presidents, including a duet with Harry Truman. We wish her a very happy birthday. Still to come on the NewsHour, President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees in the hot seat for their confirmation hearings.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
Tonight, President Biden plans to deliver a primetime farewell address to the nation. Earlier today, in a letter released by the White House, the president said that Americans emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure since he took office. For more, we're joined now by White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for having me. I appreciate the opportunity.
President Biden, as you well know, has dedicated 50 years to public service. As he prepares to exit the White House and conclude his career, what's the message that he hopes to leave with the American people tonight?
Well, I think what we said in that letter that the president wrote that came out this morning with a fact sheet of over 100 pages laying out what he has been able to deliver for the American people in just 4 years. He's done more in 4 years than any president have done in 2 terms. And I think what, obviously I'm going to let the president speak for himself, and he'll have an opportunity to do that when he addresses the American people later today in the Oval Address, his final farewell speech. This is a president who's been in public service for more than 50 years, senator, vice president, and now president. And he brought the experience with him to get things done for the American people. And so he's going to speak from his heart like he always does. He's going to talk about the possibilities of this country, meet the moment, talk about the future of this country, and also step a little bit backwards and say and lay out what he's done in the last 4 years. So I know he's very proud of what he's been able to accomplish and looks really very much forward to this moment tonight.
And yet, according to the latest PBS News NPR Marist poll, 50% of Americans disapprove of President Biden's job performance, 42% approve. How does he reconcile this gap between what he views as achievements, infrastructure investments, job growth, climate initiatives, and the perception that he's failed to deliver?
The American people have gone through a lot in these 4 years, and so we understand that it's going to take a little bit of time for them, for folks to see the impact that this administration has had. But there are facts, there's data out there to show that the work that this president has done, building the economy, bottom up, middle out, has mattered. Making sure no communities are left behind has mattered. More than 60 million jobs created. Let's not forget, when he stepped in, thousands of people, more than 3,000 people were dying a day from COVID. And he had to turn that around very, very quickly. And I'll say this one last thing. There's joint pieces of legislation that he was able to get through, whether it's CHIPS and Science Act, Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the PACT Act, the bipartisan, like I said, Infrastructure Act, Inflation Reduction Act. All of those things, when you look at the provision, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, they are popular. Insulin capped at $35, lowering prescription drugs, beating Big Pharma so that Medicare can really negotiate on lowering those prescription drug prices. All of those things are popular. And so we took actions that Americans really wanted, and we do believe it's going to take some time for Americans to see the full breadth of what this president has been able to do. But right now, our focus with 5 days left is to try and continue to run through the tape. What else can we do to make Americans' lives better?
I also want to ask you about the ceasefire deal that was announced today between Israel and Hamas. In the days that remain, what is the Biden administration doing to help ensure that this deal is sustainable?
So just to give you a 30,000-foot view for a second, this is the framework of this deal goes back to May of last year when this president put out the framework, had the endorsement of the world to move forward, and that is what we're seeing. That work from this administration, that work from members of his team working day and night to make sure that we get hostages home to their families, to make sure we get more aid into Gaza, and also to make sure we end this war. And so today is a great day. We are one step forward in getting that done because of this president's leadership. And so we have been, since the election, have been consulting with the transition team, the Trump transition team, trying to make sure that we are in line and making sure sure that there's not just a peaceful transfer of power, but also an efficient, effective transfer of power. The president has led by example, has kept his word, and that is exactly what we're seeing. So the president is confident. We're going into phase one of this deal, and the president's confident that it will continue because of the groundwork that we laid out over the past 8 months. Now, 15 months of this war, 15 months of this war, and now we're getting to a point where we can finally end this war.
Lastly, Karine, you held your final White House press briefing today. You made history when you assumed the role of White House press secretary. How are you reflecting on your time with the administration?
It has been an honor and a privilege to serve in this administration. You look behind me, and there is the White House. And I get to walk, for the past almost 4 years, I got to walk onto this campus, go into the West Wing, sit in my office, and do the work on behalf of this president, on behalf of the American people. And it has been the best job that I've ever had. And, you know, the next thing I'm going to do is spend time with my kid. I'll have a lot of time to reflect and look back on these last 4 years. But we're going to run through the tape in the next 5 days and do everything we can in our capacity and our power to make Americans' lives better. I know that's what the president wants us to do.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, thanks again for your time this evening.
Thanks, Jeff.
And you can watch our live coverage of the president's address right here on PBS at 8 p.m. Eastern. President-elect Donald Trump is still several days from re-entering the Oval Office, but some of his nominees for cabinet posts were in Senate committees for one of the busiest days of confirmation hearings in U.S. history. From the nation's top diplomatic post to a top spy to the country's top law enforcement officer, the hearings ran the gamut from cordial to confrontational.
We start with President-elect Trump's picks for Secretary of State and Director of the CIA. Florida Senator Marco Rubio would helm the State Department, and former Congressman John Ratcliffe would run the CIA. They went before senators on the Foreign Relations and Intelligence Committees this morning.
Pause. I get bilingual protesters, which I think is an entry cool.
As you know, that's a first here for us, at least in recent times.
President-elect Donald Trump's choice for U.S. Secretary of State, Senator Marco Rubio, sailed relatively smoothly through his nomination hearing before the Foreign Relations Committee, on which he served for 13 years.
Welcome to the other side of the dais.
May 27th, 1956, from Cuba.
Born to immigrant parents from Cuba, Rubio would be the first person of Hispanic origin to serve as the top U.S. diplomat.
I had the privilege to be born a citizen of the greatest nation in the history of mankind, to be raised in a safe and stable home.
And home, he promised, would be the focus, a robust, America-first foreign policy.
President Trump returns to office with an unmistakable mandate, a strong America engaged in the world, but guided by a clear objective, to promote peace abroad, security and prosperity here at home.
In the past, Trump and Rubio have clashed.
I call him Little Marco. That's what he is. He's Little Marco.
When Donald Trump is a con artist.
Over time, they found common ground. A past supporter of aid for Ukraine, Rubio voted against last year's supplemental, saying it didn't do enough on southern border security. Democrat and Ranking Committee member Senator Jeanne Shaheen asked him about that shift.
Can you talk about how your views on Ukraine have developed and where you are now?
Once this war became what we now know it is, and that is a war of attrition, a stalemate, a protracted conflict. The dynamic on that situation has changed.
23.
The Biden administration has sent Ukraine more than $60 billion in military aid, vowing to continue that support, quote, as long as it takes. Rubio said that has to change.
That is not a realistic or prudent position. I think it should be the official position of the United States that this war should be brought to an end.
Rubio also said sanctions on Russia could expand and that Ukraine could get a long-term security guarantee, but did not pledge continued weapon support from the U.S. under a new Trump administration. Mid-hearing, major news in the Middle East.
There's been a ceasefire announced in Gaza.
And Rubio reaffirmed that their top priority with this deal and going forward is bringing back hostages, when asked by Republican Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania.
Do you agree that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza absolutely must include the release of those hostages?
Hamas has been severely degraded, but these people, that include a number of American citizens, need to be home as soon as possible.
But it was China where Rubio has long pressed the U.S. to take a stronger stance that he insisted remains America's most potent adversary.
If we stay on the road we're on right now, in less than 10 years, virtually everything that matters to us in life will depend on whether China will allow us to have it or not.
Also today, Trump's pick for the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, John Ratcliffe, faced questions from the Senate Intelligence Committee. Democrat Mark Warner of Virginia asked about the potential for political retribution.
What assurances can you provide to this committee and to the CIA workforce that you will resist efforts to fire or force out career CIA employees because of their perceived political views or somehow their views of loyalty to the president?
Well, I think the best example of that, Mr. Vice Chairman, is if you look at my record and my record as DNI, that never took place. That is never something anyone has alleged, and it's something that I would never do.
Ratcliffe himself has been accused of releasing unverified Russian intelligence in a letter to a senator on the day of the 2020 presidential debate while he served as director of national intelligence. Democratic Senator John Alsop from Georgia.
My purpose here is not to suggest some kind of political intent, but you've made it very clear that avoiding the politicization of the intelligence community's activities is a high priority for you. Is that correct?
Correct.
It strikes me that releasing politically sensitive intelligence, that you'd think carefully about the timing of that.
You're correct. It was my decision, but it wasn't my process.
Both Ratcliffe and Rubio are expected to be confirmed and start in their roles next week, leading the next chapter of American intelligence and foreign policy.
Senators today also questioned nominees who will be powerful forces in energy and law enforcement.
Our Lisa Desjardins was on the Hill all day, and she was in the room for the hearing of Attorney General nominee Pam Bondi. Lisa, let's start right there with a reminder of who Pam Bondi is and why her nomination is so important to watch.
Well, Bondi is well known in political circles as a very close ally, longtime friend of President-elect Trump's, but in her own right, she has a lengthy legal resume. To talk about it, 18 years as a prosecutor. She's a former Florida Attorney General for 2 terms. Among her priorities then was the fight against the opioid epidemic, as well as some conservative culture war issues. Now, she served on the first impeachment defense team for President-elect Trump. Then she also more recently has done election-related legal work for pro-Trump groups, including filing lawsuits in the most recent election. She's now nominated, of course, to be the top prosecutor in the country and the top law enforcement agent. She would oversee the FBI itself. Most of all, this hearing was about the Republican concern and contention that the DOJ has become politically weaponized against the right. It's a powerful agency, but the thing is, Democrats fear that if she was in this office, that she could weaponize it the other way. So there's a question of how the politics work here. Bondi told senators what she sees as her priority.
My overriding objective will be to return the Department of Justice to its core mission of keeping Americans safe and vigorously prosecuting criminals.
Now, she declined to answer a question specifically about would she prosecute people like Jack Smith, the current special counsel who Donald Trump has spoken against. She said it's still hypothetical, but she did say she would follow the rule of law.
How did she answer questions about keeping herself independent from President-elect Trump, or also keeping her agency independent from him?
This was absolutely the focus for Democrats. They referenced the fact that Trump dismissed his first attorney general, who refused to go along with his request, his demand that he intervene in an investigation on his behalf. So Bondi was asked by Democratic Senator Chris Coons, who is your client?
The people of America would be my client. And it is also my job to advise the president. My client are the people of America.
Is President-elect Trump eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
No, Senator, not unless they change the Constitution.
That was really her primary area of disagreement with Trump. She didn't really talk about the independence of the agency very much. She kept saying she would follow the law. She would not answer a question over a hypothetical illegal order from Trump. She said she didn't expect one, again, that she would follow the rule of law.
What about specific issues that deal with that rule of law, things around January BO6, also this issue of potential targeting of Mr. Trump's political opponents.
Yeah, she was asked especially about Trump's nominee for the FBI director, Kash Patel, who has in a memoir listed people he says who are, what is his wording, deep state members of the government. Bondi did two things, notably. She defended Kash Patel, and she said she doesn't think that's an enemies list. And she did say there will be no enemies list at the DOJ if she is confirmed. Now, she, of course, has been herself involved in raising claims of election fraud, of course, unproven. She was an election denier about 2020. She was asked about the question, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? Here's her answer.
President Biden is the President of the United States. He was duly sworn in, and he is the President of the United States. There was a peaceful transition of power. President Trump left office and was overwhelmingly elected in 2024.
Okay, so notice that answer. I know we've been over this ground. A lot of Americans are tired of it, but it's important because of the job she is about to undertake if confirmed. Democrats pointed out she did not say that Biden won or that Trump lost. Instead, she said only that Trump won this time. So Democrats pushed back and they say this raises important questions about her independence and her own potential bias as we sit now.
You have to be able to say no to the President of the United States. You have to speak truth to power. You have to be able to say that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election.
Now, you'll notice she is actually on track. If you look at the hearing room, I took a couple of photos of it. It really was not as well attended as I expected. I think all of these nominees at once have taken some pressure after big nominations like this. Right now, she had a very good day all in all. She is on track to be confirmed.
We'll be keeping an eye on another hearing that unfolded today as well, that of her Energy Secretary nominee, Chris Wright. What did we learn?
All right, let's talk about him. He is an energy executive known especially for fracking and really pioneering that industry. In the past, he has said that there is no climate crisis, but today, Amna, he told senators that the climate change is real and he agreed that it is man-made. So there's a lot of question marks about where he really stands on that issue.
Lisa Desjardins, thank you so much. Meanwhile, President-elect Trump's nominee to lead the Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, also faced difficult questions on the Hill today. Appearing before the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, he was pressed about the administration's plans to shrink spending and exert greater power over government agencies.
Mr. Vought previously led the office for part of Mr. Trump's first term. He's also a co-author of Project 2025. That's the controversial Heritage Foundation blueprint for a second Trump administration. Our White House correspondent Laura Barone-Lopez joins us now for more on that hearing. So Laura, remind us of who Russell Vought is and what the OMB does across the federal government.
The head of the Office of Management and Budget, Jeff, is not usually a household name, but it is an incredibly important position in the White House. And the head of the OMB oversees spending and can review all regulations across agencies that agencies write, is in charge of the president's budget policy, and is often involved in Hill negotiations. Now, when it comes to Russell Vought, Vought served in this role, as you noted, Jeff, during the first Trump administration, and he wrote a Project 2025 chapter specifically on transforming the presidency and expanding its powers. And in the time between the first Trump administration and now this incoming one, he was head of a conservative think tank, Center for Renewing America, and at that think tank, he drafted hundreds of potential executive orders and memos in preparation for a second Trump administration.
And you were, of course, tracking his confirmation hearing today. What stood out to you?
Jeff, the Republican senators welcomed this nomination.
No.
War issues. Now, Democrats fear that reference the fact that Trump dismissed his first attorney general, who refused to go along with his request, his demand that he intervene in an investigation on his behalf.
And was overwhelmingly elected
in the White House. And the head of the OMB oversees spending and can review all regulations across agencies that agencies write, is in charge of the president's budget policy, and is often involved in Hill negotiations. Now, when it comes to Russell Vought, Vought served in this role, as you noted, Jeff, during the first Trump administration, and he wrote a Project 2025 chapter specifically on transforming the presidency and expanding its powers. And in the time between the first Trump administration and now this incoming one, he was head head of a conservative think tank, Center for Renewing America. And at that think tank, he drafted hundreds of potential executive orders and memos in preparation for a second Trump administration.
And you were, of course, tracking his confirmation hearing today. What stood out to you?
Jeff, the Republican senators welcomed this nomination, focusing more of their questions on how OMB and the Trump administration would slash what they consider wasteful spending. But Democrats pressed vote on his track record. When he was OMB director during the first administration, under his leadership, the budget office delayed disaster relief to Puerto Rico, and it also withheld funds appropriated by Congress for Ukraine. And so at the heart of those questions from Democrats is what's known as impoundment authority, Jeff. And Vaught said that he believes that impoundment authority is unconstitutional. Now, what is that? Under the law, the president is forbidden from clawing back from declining to spend funds that are appropriated by Congress for government agencies. But Vaught made clear he thinks it's unconstitutional, and that the incoming president thinks it's unconstitutional, and that could very well, they would test the limits of it and draw a court challenge. He was also repeatedly asked about his support of replacing career civil servants across agencies and firing them and replacing them with political appointees who would put President Trump first.
Do you believe that intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies need more political appointees to keep kind of management at those agencies?
Again, I'm not going to speak on behalf of a specific proposal that the president has not made.
But what's your view? Would you support a proposal? I'm just asking, you want the job, you want it back. Would you support a proposal to put more political appointees to oversee the activities of American law enforcement at the federal level and American intelligence community?
Again, the president hasn't spoken to that matter to my knowledge, and I'm not here on behalf of my own personal views.
Now, the facts are, Jeff, that both as well as Trump throughout the campaign cycle talked about reinstituting Schedule F, which is an executive order that would allow for the replacement of civil servants, essentially firing a number of civil servants, as many as 50,000, and replacing them with political appointees, and that's expected to be at the top of their agenda when they take the Oval Office. But ultimately, Jeff, Russell Vogt is expected to be confirmed, and he's unlikely to face any resistance from Republican senators.
And he stands to be highly influential in the second Trump administration. Has he said what he wants to do in this role?
Today, he tried to create some distance between his past comments, Jeff, and what his think tank proposed versus Donald Trump's agenda. But Vogt stands to be highly influential and expand the budget office. Specifically, he has talked about the fact that he believes the president can slash spending programs without Congress. He has drafted plans to use military during times of civil unrest. He believes that the president can assert more control over the Justice Department. And Vogt also supports stripping federal workers of protections. And as for agencies' abilities to remain independent, Vogt has previously said that he wants to destroy any notion of independence across agencies.
We have to solve the woke and the weaponized bureaucracy and have the president take control of the executive branch. So my belief, for anyone who wants to listen, is that the president has to move executively as fast and as aggressively as possible with a radical constitutional perspective to be able to dismantle that bureaucracy in their power centers.
Big picture, Jeff, Russell Vogt will be at the center of any of Donald Trump's plans to gut the federal workforce or to challenge Congress's power of the purse strings.
A jam-packed day of confirmation hearings. Laura Barone-Lopez, our thanks to you.
Thank you.
And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, thank you for joining us.
Major funding for the PBS.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago, and watch this. Ready? $97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now, I covered up my private information, guys. $39, $118. Check this out, ready? $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, $500 for comprehensive, $500 for collision, okay? The same make and model, Hyundai Ioniq, okay? Man, guys, it's the same policy.
Kind of like West Feminine.
I've always loved how the words coming out of another person's mouth can change how the mush in your brain processes or sees the world that it's seen a certain way for such a long time. It feels like these days, though, we might be losing that ability, or it's become a little bit harder. You know, a few days ago I was at an event, and people were having really interesting and dynamic conversations about really difficult topics, men, women, young and old alike. And every few minutes, somebody would start their opinion with the phrase, "Now, I would never say this in public, but," or "I would never say this if I was being recorded, but," and I found that fascinating. So many of us have opinions and ideas about the world that we live in that we are either unable, unwilling, or too scared to share. And I thought to myself, if we cannot have conversations about difficult things, if the conversations themselves are now the difficult things, then what hope do we have of fixing the difficult things? You know, I almost think of it like a minefield. One of the most dangerous places you can ever walk into is a minefield, because you do not know where they are, you do not know when your last step may be. All you know is, at any moment, something could blow up. But the danger comes when you step into the minefield. Imagine if discussing how to navigate the minefield was as dangerous as the minefield itself. That's what I feel like we're living in now. And so, in this podcast, on this episode, and with every single episode that follows, I hope to get into those conversations. Let's chat about the things that make us uncomfortable. Let's chat to the people who make us uncomfortable. Let's come to consensus. Let's walk away still fighting but understanding each other a little bit more. But most importantly, let's have the conversation. This is What Now with Trevor Noah. When talking about conversations, I can't help but think of all the people I have conversations with. You know, the team I'm working with on this podcast, the team I worked with at the Daily Show, you know, Cristiano when we were there. I remember, and I still have this with most of my friends, I remember a world where friends did not agree. I remember a world where married couples did not vote the same. Like now, it feels like people aren't allowed to be friends with somebody, or won't allow themselves to be friends with somebody who doesn't agree on even one topic, just one topic, literally one thing that you might disagree on, and that's the end now. It's like, nope, we cannot be friends. Whereas before, you would say, we are friends, but God, I hope they don't bring up that because they know we're gonna punch each other. Or I'd be like, I trust you and I love you, but your opinions on football, trash, absolute trash. You know nothing about the game, don't speak, I'm gonna fight with you. And we'd laugh about it, you know? Let me ask you this, and I mean, I know this because I argue with you and you're my friend, but in your just completely private, non-professional connected life, do you have friends that you don't agree with?
Oh, none of my friends agree with me. My husband doesn't even agree with me. But because I'm an extremist, so, but that's like the position I like to occupy. But the people in my circle, I know at their core they're good. And I think the issue that we have now is that people think a bad politic or a politic that is different from your own means that the other person is a bad person, which I don't think is true.
Say more about that. What do you mean by that? If you dig
because I know people who on paper have like great politics or what's considered acceptable progressive politics right now, but in practice, in real life, they're like shitty people. Like I speak all the time, I used to go to like these dinner parties in Brooklyn and all of these like progressive men voting right way and very feminine. And there'd be women in the kitchen doing all the cooking. These are white men, by the way. Bring out the wine. Then when the cheese was done, women bring out the cheese. The women would cook, and then when it was all done, it'd be women who would like clear up. And these men are like, we're feminine. Your choice.
One of my favorite interactions I ever had was when I first started on The Daily Show. I got, thousands and thousands of like hate tweets. Every single day. That's all Twitter was in my life, was just, you're trash, you're trash, you're trash, you shouldn't be on the show. And there was one guy in particular, like it was interesting. He was mean, but he was funny. And I always appreciate funny. I don't care how mean you are. If you can be funny, I will separate the two and I go, you know what? That was funny. I can appreciate that. And this guy said something, and I DM'd him, and I said, hey, I'm really intrigued about why you hate me so much. You don't know me. You don't seem to have ever watched anything I've created. Why do you hate me this much? And I will never forget, his next tweet to me was, oh, hey man. Oh, it's like literally, and he had exclamations, everything. He wrote, oh, dude, I don't even really hate you like that. I just thought it was funny to pile on, and then he said something along the lines of, he said, look, and to be honest, I don't think you're gonna make it. I think you're gonna crash the show. But good luck to you, man. I wish you the best, and I actually think you're pretty funny. And then I responded to him and I said, wait, so you think I'm gonna crash and burn? And he said, yes. And I said, okay, let's make a deal. I said, if I last 6 months, promise me you'll watch the show for as long as I'm there. And he was like, oh, yeah, you're gonna lose this deal, but it's a deal. And I promise you now, from that day, like every few months, we would tweet each other and would be like a random DM, we'd say what's up, we'd talk to each other. And I was fascinated by how different this person was when I had an actual direct connection with them versus when it was this theoretical throwing of a stone at like a moving vehicle, as opposed to that's what I always think of, is like I go, a lot of the time I think the reason we are the way we are in traffic is because we aren't like with each other. It's a lot harder to do that and to be that level of asshole when it's like your body. There's this cage that separates you from the other person. You're like, I will kill you. I will destroy you and your entire family. And I don't know if you've ever done this, like you'll pull up and somebody pulls up next to you and they're ready to kill you for everything you've done to them on the freeway. They're ready to murder you and your entire lineage. And you look them in the eye and you say sorry. And their whole face, and they're like, it doesn't matter. You see them, I wonder if that's what stops us from having these conversations, is that we're not actually having them with each other. We're having them with it's like a swarm of locusts, where I'm sure each individual grasshopper isn't that bad, but when it's a swarm, it's pretty difficult to get a word in, Which brings me to my first guest, The Rock, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Here you have a human being who has, across the globe, been widely regarded as the friendliest, finest, most loving people. He's always trying to make fans smile. He's always trying to, you've seen those videos of him. He'll pull up to like a Hollywood bus that's driving around the stars' homes, and he'll take selfies with everyone. He's that guy. He's that guy. And yet, even he put out a video recently talking about how negative the world has become in certain spaces. And I thought, man, if this is getting to The Rock's world, if even he's experiencing this, then surely there's something we need to figure out about what we're doing or how to have these conversations. Surely there's something we need to fix in a way, And I couldn't think of a better person to have that conversation with than an all-around nice guy who has only tried to make us smile.
As we age, we get lines. It's okay. We are making this change. Traditional powdery foundations are making the colors they sink into your lines and dry down your skin. We need a foundation that is equal parts skincare and makeup. That's why I created Rock Foundation. This is a great product for people with lines and face. Uplifting foundation actually softens the lines. It just makes everything look beautiful and fresh. It has such beautiful oils in it. You often don't need a moisturizer. The right amount of pigment. It's enough that gives you that even coverage without looking dry. It actually gives you a lift. I'm older now. I'm wrinkled. Start picking on foundation. It just makes you look older and more wrinkled. The last thing I want
the more that foundation actually works against me and makes me look older. This is beautiful. It makes my routine so fast. It makes me look like a natural, beautiful skin. Look at my skin. Do you see any powdery, cakey, old-looking foundation? It's been life-changing for me. I can't believe it's taken me so long to find this foundation.
It's youthful, it's growing, and it's moisturizing. You can go check it out and do a quiz and get your shade match right away. And you're going to get up every day, you're going to have a big smile on your face like me because you're going to be so happy that you're wearing this.
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach thousands of customers. It writes sweet social ads and email marketing. It even analyzes the results to boost business. I better start up in my game with some sweet new.
They took each other out. This is it. Gotta get saved. It gotta get saved.
He's walking in now, people. The man, the myth, the legend, Christiana. I will catch up with you after this, but say what's up to The Rock. Please take a seat. Take a seat. All right. Welcome.
Here we are. Congratulations, man. First show.
Thank
This is a big deal.
No,
Thank you.
congratulations on getting The Rock. That's what you should congratulate me for.
Congratulations on getting The Rock.
You are. Everyone says to people, "Oh, you're the hardest worker. You're the hard. You do so much." I will put money on it. You're the hardest working person that I know in the industry right now. You are doing everything. You are everywhere. You are. Like, where did you come from right now?
The gym.
You see. What time do you start? 5 a.m.? Are you one of those?
Am I one of those?
Yeah.
I like to get up early. I like to get up early, and that way, hopefully, I can get up before the babies get up.
Okay.
And then I can get the workout part out of the way.
I feel like I saw a video of you celebrating your mom's birthday.
75th.
Congratulations to your mom.
Thank you very much.
I feel like your mom has always been, like your hero in many ways. I've read many of the things you've talked about her, many of the things you've said about her. It's so beautiful to see how you celebrate her, and watching that video.
Nice.
There were two things I was particularly intrigued by. Number one, was there money flying from the sky? What was happening there?
We're making it rain.
Yeah, what was happening?
Okay, so in our culture, I'm half black and half Samoan.
Right.
And on the Samoan side, Polynesian culture, on the Samoan side in particular, there's a dance that we do at the end of events.
Okay.
And it's called the Tawaluna. And a woman will dance, and during this dance, people will come up and they will throw money, and they'll start to celebrate and dance around her. And the throwing of the money is a sign of reverence and respect. And that's what that was. So when I go up there to dance, I have a lot of money. I just throw it up in the air. I mean, maybe it was like 25 ones.
That is so. I always talk to my friends. I'm from South Africa.
Yes.
And I'll always talk to my friends about how wildly crazy cultural norms can be when you move from one space to another.
That's right.
When I travel the world, in some cultures, it is disrespectful to leave a plate empty after eating a meal. You leave a little bit to show that the person gave you enough.
That's right.
In some cultures, if you don't finish what's on the plate,
that's a problem.
You've disrespected them.
That's right.
I can tell you now, in many cultures, if you threw ones at your mom,
well, you contextually.
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a beautiful thing to see where you're like, wow, the world is really an interesting place. I also loved seeing you dancing there. So because I grew up in South Africa, I grew up watching rugby. Because I grew up watching rugby, I've always loved Samoans.
Yes.
I've always loved, just like everyone from that area. You was like, Samoans in particular were always what I consider the pinnacle of like the Superman.
Yes.
And it was men who were wearing these, sometimes it was like I don't know what it's made out of, but it looks like a reed dress sometimes.
It's
like
called a lava lava.
Lava lava,
Yes.
yeah. And you'd see, and forms of like the haka, or and I love seeing you doing that because I think of the history of how we have seen certain cultures and what we've defined as cool and what we've defined as acceptable. Have you always thought Samoan culture is cool? Or did you also have that period as a kid where you were like, ah, man, I can't believe I'm part of this, and then you found it again, as most people do?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to be honest with you, brother, at a very early age, from my mom and my dad, it was always, what you are is perfect. And what you are is cool. Black culture, Samoan culture. Yes, we come from a world of pro wrestling. And at that time, Trevor, if you think about it, pro wrestling was nowhere near the global juggernaut that it is today. And it was a very small subculture. So be proud of everything that you are. So out of the gates, it was always be proud.
Huh. I loved it, man. I loved watching it. I loved seeing you there. I loved you celebrating it. No, because also, you know, when I travel and I'll do shows in and around the islands, you know, all the Pacific Islands, it's so beautiful to see what you've inspired.
Sure.
You know, it's so beautiful to be the pinnacle, or in many ways, the icon that people look to. They go, where am I from? Oh, I'll tell you where I'm from. You know where The Rock is from? That's exactly where I'm from. That's what you do. That's
Dude,
what you do.
it's a cool thing, and I got to tell you, as you go down the road of life a little bit more, you start to realize just how special culture is, how special all of our culture is. I've been lucky enough, like you, to go around the world and see and visit all these people from different cultures. But that moment when we're able to celebrate, say, for example, my mom on her birthday, what's really cool about that is generally every year there are a handful of people who will come and who will visit and be part of her birthday who are new to the family or new to our circle. And when that moment happens, every single time you could turn around and the ones who are experiencing that for the first time, that tawalunga, where it's my mom, and she's beautiful. She's such a beautiful dancer, graceful.
You see it in the video,
You really see it. You look at these people who are experiencing that for the first time, and they're all crying because they're so moved by that. And I love that about our culture. I love that about our Polynesian culture, Hawaiian, Samoan, Tongan, Fijian, Maori. It's a very powerful, like I use the word mana all the time.
Yes, you do. You do.
And in that moment, you could feel that mana.
You really could. I feel like you carry that with you. You know, I think one of the first times I met you in person, spoke for a little bit, was at the Time 100 event. And
it was the first time in New York.
Yeah, and there was a picture of us standing together. And people asked me, they said, hey, what is The Rock like? You know, people always ask you when you meet someone, what is The Rock like? And I said, it is the craziest thing. That human being is exactly the way he is. He doesn't surprise you in how his smile, his voice, his charm, his vibe. You are exactly the way you are. What I wanted to find out.
I appreciate that.
No, for real.
Yeah,
for real.
Thank you, man.
What I wanted to find out about you is what has made you into this human, what guides you as this human, you know, living your daily life. And the reason I think you're a particularly interesting person to speak to about this is because you have come to embody so much of the goodness that people want in their worlds, you know, whether it's how they work out, whether it's how they see themselves with mixed identities, you know, as an American, but proudly as a Samoan, but proudly as a black person as well. You know, you're in this mixed world, and it's like, hey, you can celebrate all of this.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the formative years of The Rock. Before The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. You talk about being in this world of pro wrestling. It seems like it was far from pro back then.
Right.
Right. Your dad didn't want you to get into the sport. You had this yearning to become a part of this world. What do you think that was?
Are you a mental health professional who needs CE hours? Heisel & Associates offers high-quality and affordable continued education hours for a wide range of fields, such as social workers, counselors, psychologists, chemical dependency counselors, and marriage and family therapists. Now, do CE hours have to be in person? No, there are multiple ways to earn credits. We offer high-quality text online courses, video online courses, live webinars.
The yearning part of it?
Why did you want to be part of wrestling? What was it about wrestling in particular?
Well, a few things. I think because I grew up in it. And not only did I grow up in it, but, man, I loved it. I loved wrestling. I love the antics of it. I love the characters of it. And especially at that time, you know, when you grew up in the 80s, wrestling back then, late 70s, 80s, was a whole different, I think, unique experience in that a lot of people bought into it and they felt like it was real. And they'd have these local stars every week and they'd be on their television sets, just their local TVs, and they would talk down the lens about what they're going to do to their opponent this Saturday night at whatever little arena they're wrestling in. I loved all that. And I had a front row seat watching my dad and my grandfather and everybody in my family live their passions. And it's what I believe we're all born to do.
Wow.
And so I think the yearning of it, it started to happen for me when, to be honest, when we were evicted out of Hawaii. So we were living in a little apartment. We were evicted when I was 13 or 14 years old. And I remember in that moment, I never wanted to feel that again. I was with my mom and we came home and there was a padlock or there was a notice. So you have a week to get out.
And that was it.
And that was it. And I remember just her and I, and she was standing there. She was crying. She didn't know what to do. And my dad was wrestling in Tennessee at that time. And I remember then thinking, I never want to experience this again. And what can I do to change it? What can I do? Like, what can I do with my own two hands? Now I'm 14. So I can't do shit.
Right. That's a tough place to be in as a 14-year-old.
As a 14-year-old, right? So I remember at that time thinking, well, all the heroes in my life are these guys. They're these guys they're big, they're strong, they're pro wrestlers. I bet you if I built my body and if I went to the gym, then I could change this scenario. So from that moment, I think, that defining moment, now years later, I fell in love with the game of football.
Right.
I love playing football. My goals shifted to, well, maybe I got a shot to go to the NFL. I was at University of Miami. Great school. We were national champions, played for it on 2 other occasions. I mean, we were balling back then. Those Hurricanes back then, dude. I think you were in Johannesburg at that time.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
that's way back, yeah.
In the 90s, but we were really balling. So I shifted my goals, and then when that didn't happen with the NFL, I took it as a sign. And I remember thinking, I need to close this chapter in my life. Really listen to my gut, and I want to turn my attention to something I think I'm going to be so passionate about, and I think I was born to do.
One of the things I find fascinating about you as a person is how you engage, how you choose to engage with internal doubts and external doubts, which I think as humans we face. I saw a video of yours on Instagram. You're in the gym, and you were answering a question. And it was a great question, you know, someone saying to you, how do you deal with the criticism, you know, and how do you filter the criticism that you receive in your life?
That's right.
What I was intrigued by was who the criticism came to, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. You are somebody who has, for a very long time, created content that aims to entertain, uplift, you know, in some way inspire. You've done that. We've seen you, whether it's your music, whether it's, you know, it's like you like making people feel good. You like bringing that light into the world.
I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I, over the past few weeks, have been thinking to myself, man, we're living in a world where it's become harder and harder for anyone to exist or to do anything, even with a good intention, and not find some sort of criticism at the end of that. And I feel like you're the paragon of that. Here you have Dwayne Johnson. And it's funny, I was chatting to Oprah about this a few days ago. You know, the fires in Maui. Fires happen, some of the most devastating fires in American history. Immediately, Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, and Oprah come together and say, hey, we're gonna help. We're gonna put our money into a fund, and we're asking everyone to join us. Just do what we're doing in any way you can, and let's make a change.
The greatest sense of empowerment is being able to have some control when everything seems so out of control. And we're calling it the People's Fund of Maui because every dollar that you send is going to go into an account that goes directly to the people.
Oprah and The Rock are giving $10 million to get the fund started, and they're calling for others to make donations.
And I mean, you saw what happened overnight. I thought I'd missed something. I don't know if this. I don't know. What was it like from your perspective? Because I thought I'd missed something. I saw the initial call and I went, "Wow, okay, cool. We're all doing something. We're trying to do something." And then, when you feel like you've missed a news cycle?
Yeah.
Like, oh, The Rock and Oprah under fire. I was like, but for what?
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, you're the problem, and how dare you, and why would you? And I was like, man, our whole lives people have asked people to join into a worthy cause.
Sure.
When did this become a criticism or a fight? And I'd love to know how you processed that.
Sure. I woke up the next morning wondering the same thing, thinking, what happened? Did I miss something? Did I? Wait,
Yeah.
what? So it took me a couple of weeks to really process that, and I felt like that moment was a pivotal moment for me in my life for a few reasons. Number one, I want to go back to the brass tacks of it, and the whole idea of creating this fund, the People's Fund of Maui, is to help people and help survivors.
Yeah.
And Trev, these are my people.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can pick up the tab even when you forget your wallet. I got this.
Fargo, send cash $145 to Zelle.
Smooth. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
These are my Polynesian people, my Hawaiian, Kanaka, Ohana, Ainga. My grandparents, they're all buried in the islands, so it meant so much to me, and I know it meant so much to our people.
Right.
That we were able to come together and create this fund. Over 8,000 survivors, by the way.
Wow.
We're helping right now. It's really beautiful. But what's interesting is when all that started to happen and the backlash started to happen and it started to come our way. So I always feel like in moments like that, it's important not to get caught up in it. It's important just to pause. Let's be prudent. Let's pause. And let me just wait and see. And I felt like my gut said, it's going to take a couple of weeks, but let me really take a look at it. I don't want to respond to it right now.
Yeah.
Let's stay focused on the mission. And the mission is to help the survivors right now who have nothing, and they are devastated. And so let's continue to stand the fund up on its feet. But at the same time, I want to pay attention to this. And it really tested my ability to separate noise from criticism that was really worthy of my attention in this case. And this noise, and at first it was a wave of noise and the, how dare you ask us for money? And I thought the same thing you did. Well, we whatever you could give. If you want to give a prayer, great. $1, $7, 7 cents, or nothing. So there was the noise that started to feel like it was political noise. Then it started to feel like it was, it just started to feel really noisy, and I wanted to make sure that we just paused, and I was just waiting for, well, where's the criticism here that is worthy of my attention, that really makes sense, and then, that's it. This is what I feel like it took me weeks before I figured this out, and I just had a moment one night. I think I was, as I usually do, I was having a drink. Drink off and help clear my mind and clear all this shit up in my head. And once all that left, I thought, that's it. And I saw someone had posted something, and it was something to the effect of basically, Rock, don't pay attention to these guys and all this other bullshit that they're saying. However, you're one of us. And when I read "You're one of us" was the thing that made me go, got it. Went back to when I was in Hawaii, when I got evicted. We had nothing. I was a troubled kid. I got arrested like you. I mean, we're both we're troubled kids. Arrested multiple times. I was always pissed that we were broke. So there's a difference between being poor and then being broke.
Yep.
And I was pissed. I was always angry, getting in fights, getting in trouble. And the last thing I realized in that moment, the last thing that I wanted to hear was somebody ask me for money, especially if the dude who I like is asking me for money and he already has money. And I get it, and a lot of times when you're in that situation, I've been there, when you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're in it.
Yeah.
And you're not necessarily vibrating, at a certain level, and you're in it. So I came out of that and I went, that's right. I got it. Now I understand. And you know what? Last thing, wanted was to hear people ask for money, regardless of the situation.
I admire how you think. I admire how you move through the world on multiple levels, because you strike me as somebody who has witnessed and experienced a lot of conflict. You also strike me as somebody who doesn't wish to be a perpetuator of any conflict. You know, I see in you something, you know, as you say, we got into trouble when we were young. Both of us raised for a large part of our lives by our moms, you know, and you see in somebody, you go like, man, this guy is trying to move in a certain way. He's trying to do things in a different way. There was a moment when you talked about politics, and you've always stayed out of it, you know, which I appreciate for people who do. And literally before you came on, I was talking to, you know, my team, and I was saying, in South Africa when we grew up, we had a simple rule, and that rule was your vote is your secret. And the reason we believed in that was mostly for people's safety. We said no one should know how anybody votes, so that nobody gets intimidated to vote a certain way or not. And the other one was just for civil discourse. Vote, but let's talk as humans. Don't start the conversation with, I voted like this, now here's the conversation. Just have the conversation.
That's right.
You'll be shocked at how many times we're blocked because we start with the label as opposed to just the conversation.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
And so I look at your life, and here's a thing that always struck me was, you live in a country that is so divided. You live in a country where people fight about everything. And then this poll came out, and it said 43 or 46% of the country would love the idea of Dwayne Johnson running for president. And I remember seeing that, and I was like, damn.
Rooms loads a complete serving of fruits, veggies, adaptogens, vitamins, minerals, super mushrooms, prebiotics, and antioxidants like organic kale, spirulina, broccoli, beet, lemon, apple, tomato, blueberry, shiitake mushroom, strawberries, and more in every pack.
So I can snack on these instead of all of this?
Yep.
But how did Groom
Get everything you need in here.
I mean, it either means you are the paragon of what people would hope a leader would be, or it means things have gotten so bad that they like, we need somebody who's going to come in here and lay the smackdown on everybody.
Yes,
Do you know what I mean?
I do.
So let's talk through two things. The one is, your response was interesting. You said if that was something that people wanted me to do, I would consider it, or I would do it. Tell me why you said that, or what you would hope to achieve in that world, and then also tell me how you see politics. Because you have an interesting view, not political parties, but just like the way humans interact with each other.
Sure. Well, a few things. I just want to go back for a second, because you said something about, and at least this was my interpretation of what you said about, you know, we could screw up, we fuck up at a time, and that's just life. But we learn from it, and I try not to make those mistakes again.
Yeah.
But I also do my best these days, Trev, and this has taken years, by the way, to not let ego, judgment, or early anticipation shape my ability to receive what is happening.
It's not easy.
No, man. It's
not easy.
And so many times in the past, it has stifled either my growth or my ability to see something and go, you know what, I never looked at it like that. Thank you for bringing that up. It's going to help shape me as I walk forward. So, and I just want to touch on that because I think it's important. And I know the majority of people out there, we want to be better.
I do, yeah, I agree.
Right? We want to be better.
We want to be good.
We want to be good. We want to learn from our mistakes. So that was an interesting poll that happened, and I was really moved by that, and I was really blown away. And I was really honored. I was. I'll share this a little bit with you. At the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, rather, in 2022, I got a visit from the parties, asking me if I was going to run and if I could run.
Wow.
And it was a big deal, and it came out of the blue.
Wow.
And it was one after the other. And they brought up that poll. They also brought up their own deep dive research and data that would prove, should I ever decide to go down that road,
you would be a real contender.
Yeah, and it was all very surreal, because that's never been my goal. My goal has never been to be in politics. As a matter of fact, there's a lot about politics that I hate.
Yeah, I know this about you, yeah.
So I was moved by that, and the reason why I had given that response, if that's truly what the people want, then of course I will consider it. And after that response, that's when the parties came. But then I really had to double down on this idea, and this is the truth, which is, well, I got little ones. And so I have 3 daughters.
Right.
I have a lot of estrogen in my house, and I love it. But I have a 22-year-old daughter, and I have a 7, and I have a 5.
Yeah.
And the 22-year-old daughter, Simone, we essentially, I like to say, man, we grew up together. But I also know what it's like to be in a occupation that took me away. And I was, as a pro wrestler, full-time, wrestling 230 dates a year for years as she came into the world. So I know what it's like to have that separation and not be there for the birthdays, not be there for the pickups, the drop-offs, and everything else. And I didn't want that. I don't want that for my little ones now.
Right.
And so that was one of my primary discussions with the parties, who ultimately were like, yeah, but the other ones have done it like this. But so with the response, I responded in that way. I thought it was important, and I do feel that way, by the way. If that's ultimately what the people would want, then of course I would consider it.
Wow. The people's champ. I love the way your face lights up when you speak about your daughters. It happens every time. You can't control it. If I was playing a game of poker with you, I'd try and put a picture of your daughters on the card because I would know which card you have when. I think what I appreciate most about it is that I think you have, in many major ways, changed the way people perceive what it means to be a dad. And I think it's beautiful. You know, for so long, a dad was considered a strong man, didn't cry, and, you know, you stiff upper lip. Come on, shut up, kids. Come on, keep it moving. And then here comes what many would consider, you know, the definition of manhood. And you have your little girls painting your face, painting your nails. Yeah, you're wearing tutus, playing with them. You are fully in their world. You are a proud girl dad, and you are raising these girls into women, and you see it in your eyes. How do you think they've shaped your perception of masculinity? How do you think they've shaped how you want to be a man, and what are you consciously trying to think
Oh
of
my goodness.
for their perception of men as they grow up?
Well, you just said it. I mean, that's it. Let's start with the last thing you said because it's the anchoring thing, Trev. It is, I am their model of what a man will be. I'm their first man in their life. So I take that with all the DNA that I got in my body, and I take that not only so serious, but I want to be that example for them. Now, let me just take you back for a second. The man who raised me was my dad, Rocky Johnson.
Right.
His dad died when he was 13. The holidays that came up after his dad's death, a new boyfriend was in the picture. Boyfriend gets drunk, pisses on the turkey. My dad's 13. He grabbed a shovel, a big shovel, my dad did, and drew a line in the dirt and said, if you cross that line, I'm going to kill you. The drunk asshole crossed the line. He knocked him out, cold as a block of ice.
Your dad knocked him out?
My dad knocked him out with a shovel and tried to kill him.
Wow.
13. They're dirt poor. They live in Amherst, Nova Scotia. The cops come, and the cops say, well, he's still unconscious, but he's not dead. When he wakes up, one or two things is going to happen. He's going to kill your son, or your son is going to kill him. So the cop's recommendation to my dad's mom was, one of them has to go. You know where I'm going with this now.
Jeez.
She looked at her son, my dad, his name is Wade, and said, you have to go. So 13, he's out on the streets. Now, the reason why I tell you that story is that's my dad's capacity for love. 13. You're gone. So that's the man that raised me. So that's the stiff upper lip.
Right.
Come on, work through it. You'll be good.
Right.
Get up. I'm getting up, you're getting up. We're going to the gym. I'm 5. I can't go to the gym. You're going to the gym, you sit in the corner. You watch. And that was how I grew up. Coming with me to the wrestling matches. It was always rough. It was tough.
Hey, what's up,
so
Rezaket?
easy. AI built me a website in minutes. No hassle, no passive-aggressive opinions, no I'm a whip.
There we go.
But that's his version of love. Okay, so now years later, when I have the blessing of being a dad, and to these 3 beautiful daughters, man, I learned so much from my dad on work ethic, discipline. Respect is given when it's earned. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of your skin color, what makes you up, your DNA. But at the same time, I also know what it's like not to be hugged and not to be kissed on the cheek. And so in learning of that, now I turn to my daughters and it's, oh, you want to paint my face? Get the paint. How many colors do you want to put on? What do you want to paint my nails? You want this? You want to do that? You want to hit me in the balls? Okay, great. I'm going to close my eyes. I know it's coming. It's that game. Close your eyes, Daddy. Okay, here we go.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, man. I mean, I love and appreciate my old man. We had a complicated relationship, but my daughters helped shape me being a man. My dad helped shape me being a man, but also being a father. On what to do and, you know, the stuff that I missed and that I want to give to my little girls.
I feel like for many young men out there, you have become a guiding light that moves them in a certain direction. You know, there's no denying that many young men in the world right now feel lost.
Yes.
You know, and I think personally, I think it's because a lot of young men grew up in a world where they were just told the world would give them what it's supposed to give them and it would be the way it's supposed to be, and now that it isn't, they don't know how to exist within that. You know, they go, are women replacing us, or are we still allowed to be men? And it can be confusing with some of the messages that people get. It's noisy. It's noisy. And I think somebody like you exists in a space where you inspire these young men in a really powerful and particular way. You know, because it's not just with
the endurance.
With your daughters. You're so open about challenges. One of those is depression. There was a time in the industry, there was a time in the world, a man couldn't come out and say, hey man, I was struggling with depression here, and there's a moment in my life that was tough. You couldn't be an action star and say you had anything wrong in your world and still be the top grossing action star in the world. That I feel like is
and
one of
best looking too as well.
I mean, this is, of course. I forgive me. We'll edit that in, and of course, and the best looking. Let's make sure we throw that in, and the best looking. But like you, that's probably one of my favorite villains you fought against and beaten is the stigma against speaking about the struggle that you may have in your mind. When you spoke about that, when you revealed that, was there a part of you that was afraid of revealing this?
Didn't even think about it. Didn't even look at it that way. I didn't think, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe there's a reputation I should uphold. Big, strong men. It's that culture. How is it going to be received? I didn't really think about it. I just remember, I don't remember exactly when, but I remember being in an interview or something and then I started talking about it. And I realized as I was saying it, and I certainly realized it after the feedback I got, and this was probably years ago, of how much it helped. How much it helped guys, how much it helped men, how much it helped people. So, you know, but also, Trevor, I went through bouts of depression not knowing what I was going through.
Yeah.
I didn't know what depression was. 20 years ago, there wasn't, this is depression. Right. It's mental health.
Yeah. People back then just thought you were perpetually sad.
They thought you were sad. Yeah. They thought maybe you were hungover. They thought a lot of things. They thought maybe you need to get on medication or not. But you know what they also, a lot of people thought, and people still think this today, is, yeah, but it's a choice. You'll get through it. Wake up. It's a choice to be happy. It's a choice to be sad. So come on, like buck up.
Right.
You got this. Move on. When a lot of times you just wake up blue and you don't have that choice, and it's not that easy. You just don't turn it on or turn it off. And I also realized as I went down the road, once I started to realize what it was, why I felt I didn't want to do anything, why I was emotional about things. At first it happened at University of Miami when I was 18 years old. I came in, everything was great. I was on top. I get injured, complete reconstruction with my shoulder. I was done. I wasn't participating in team meetings, practice. I wasn't going to class. First time away from home.
You're
all
isolated.
Isolated,
Yeah.
brother, and it all converged. I went through my first bout of depression back then. Also, back when I had $7 in my pocket, and then when I got a divorce, and so on and so on and so on. And then once I started to realize what it was, I started to not only did it help me realize what it was, but then realize the power of talking about it and how important that is. And now I can tell young men, young women, kids, students, older people, doesn't matter. Hey, it's your superpower. It's okay. Talk about it.
Right.
Be open. If you're feeling blue, if you're feeling fucked up, if you don't have the answers, even if you don't know why, because a lot of times, sure, there's a thing that this thing happened, therefore I'm depressed. But a lot of times people just wake up and the skies are gray.
Yep.
And you don't know what to do. And one of the most powerful things you can do is, number one, know you're not alone. Know that if you're experiencing it, there's a lot of other people out there experiencing it too, and talk about it.
I appreciate that. I really do.
What do you do when that happens? I'm curious.
So what I try and do is I track I track the when and the why.
Are you open about talking about it?
Yeah. So for instance,
were you always that way though, or did it?
No, because I didn't understand.
Yeah.
You know, so before I was diagnosed with ADHD, I didn't even know what was happening. I thought I struggled with depression. I didn't know until I read about it and really, you know, spent some time with some great people, you know, therapists and just experts in the field. I didn't even know that depression was just a symptom. It was a byproduct of ADHD. I actually don't suffer from depression. I thought I did. So I speak about it all the time because one, you get rid of the stigma, but two, you start to understand. I think there's something cool about understanding things. You know, there's something really nice in knowing how it works. And so for myself, what I do now is I will just do a check-in of what's happening behind everything. If I wake up feeling blue, I just ask myself simple questions. How long did I sleep for? What did I eat last night? Do I have something big coming up? Did I not finish a conversation yesterday? I just try and check. I don't get the answer. I just ask questions.
Right.
And then I'll do it again. I'll be like, man, I don't feel like doing anything today. I'll be like, okay, well what are you doing? Do you even are there days when you want to do it? And if it's yes, what's different today? And I find if you just check in with yourself and almost, you like I know now as Trevor, if I haven't slept, then my motivation isn't where it needs to be. You know, if I eat late, my sleep isn't good, and that affects me as well. If I'm not around my people, my community, if I don't recharge, that's something that's always going to affect me. And so I try and check in. I want to go back to what you said though about, you know, divorce. Again.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dreams. So your dream car and vacation home may be closer than you think. Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
I'm a bad guy. Oh, is that your glass of water?
I would love to understand how you did this and what you can teach us about your experience. Many people will experience divorce. You know, again, it's something that's shrouded in shame. Nobody wants to happen. They stay in marriages forever, even when they can't or shouldn't. You got divorced, but your divorce is really unique in that your ex-wife is
my business partner.
Your business partner.
Yes.
Your ex-wife is the person who's helped you turn The Rock from an individual into an idea that spans the globe. Dwayne Johnson is everything from tequila to, you know, workout apparel with Under Armour to wrestling and movies and music and
Sexiest Man Alive. Oh.
Sexiest Man Alive, of course. We'll throw more of these in. I apologize. Sexiest Man Alive. But I'd love to know on a relationship level, how are you able to be in a divorce with somebody? And I ask this for everyone who's in any relationship, and then still find a way to love and respect them enough to move forward? Because I'm sure the divorce was hard.
Yes.
What did you learn that enabled you to work with your ex-wife to achieve everything that you've done and still do today?
I learned exactly that, what you just said, that we can still make it all happen. We just have to be unattached to how we get there And let's also be unattached to what the original goal was. Now, the original goal wasn't divorce, and divorce was fucking hard, man. And especially at that age for me, I was getting a divorce. I transitioned out of wrestling. And when I left wrestling, I was on top. I was very lucky and fortunate. I was on top main event, and I thought, but I want to expand, I want to grow, and I want to bring wrestling with me. And then I thought, God, is this the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life? And so there was that, and going through a divorce at the same time. Our daughter at that time maybe was 3-4 years old. Who's going to be raising her along with me? There's another man. Eventually, I'm sure she will meet another man. There was all that shit that was going on in my head. What I realized was, with Danny, my ex-wife, who is now my business partner, we're great friends, and is a force unto herself.
She really is.
She really is extremely proud of everything that she's accomplished. We realized early, once we kind of got through okay, we're going to get a divorce. This is real. This is happening. It's not what we signed up for. Is there a version of this as we move forward where we started to build this business together? Can we continue to build this business together? Is that possible? Are we fucking crazy? And the thought was, well, let's look at the dynamic here. We have a beautiful daughter. We have an opportunity now to show her a way, post something not working out, post a relationship and marriage not working out, but being an example for her of how you can work through something and resolve something. And on the other side of it, it may not be originally what you signed up for, but who knows? It could be better. And so we realized that, and then we went to work. And when I say we went to work, it is bringing in the experts who can help us. And I'm not talking about lawyers. We kept them off to the side. And we figured all that on our own.
That's beautiful, man.
We figured it all out on our own, and then we went to them. But we brought in the experts, the relationship experts, who are going to help us through this thing. And we wound up doing it. It took a lot of work and a lot of grinding, because you start to unpack a lot of stuff. And you start to realize a lot of stuff about yourself, about your partner, about the relationship, about how you see the world, how you see everything, how you see love. How you think you're pretty good at relationships, but actually you're not. You got a lot to learn. So that's what we did, and it wound up being a great decision.
I'm so happy for you.
I got a question for you though.
Yeah.
So there's a moment I feel like it happens in all of our lives where it's that seminal, defining moment where you go, "This is why I was born." This thing right now. Now I'm talking specifically about a passion and a thing. So tell me a little bit. I heard this story, but I want to confirm it with you because I think it's phenomenal, and I have something very similar. Which bonds us here is. So you went to a show, and I'm assuming you were in Joburg. And you were there. One of your buddies got up, and he started performing, and it might have been open mic or something like that. I don't know. And he didn't do that well. He might still be your buddy, so I don't want to say he sucks because he might be listening right now. But he didn't do that well. And another one of your buddies looked at you and was like, "Hey, man, you're funny. Why don't you get up there?" And you got up there.
So it was actually messier than that. But yeah, carry on.
Okay. And you got up there. I can't wait to hear the messy version then. But you got up there and you moved the crowd.
Yeah.
And there was something about that moment that made you go, there could be something here, right? Tapped into a light and a voice behind your ribcage.
Right.
Tell me about that.
So what actually happened was stand-up comedy wasn't a thing in South Africa before democracy because free speech was illegal. So you start with that. So the only people who could do stand-up comedy were people who didn't say anything about the government, and they were white. Anyone of any color couldn't do stand-up. So you have this burgeoning industry that pops off. This world that's never existed. In many ways, it was like the wrestling that your dad was a part of and what you started in.
That's right.
It's this ragtag affair of, where everyone knew everyone.
Yes.
You just find a space, you make it happen, you try to get the locals to pop in, and this is it. You don't know how it's going to go. You don't know what it's going to be. You're just begging anyone with a venue to allow you to put on this motley crew of ideas.
Yes.
But
it's going to be real.
Yeah, but I didn't know about stand-up comedy as a concept. That's how new it was in South Africa. I was living with my cousin and best friend at the time, and they said to me one day, "Hey, we're going to go to a stand-up comedy show." I was like, what is that even? They were like, "Oh, we're going to go to the show. Come join us." I was like, "All right, we roll. We go everywhere together."
Yeah.
I get to this place. It's actually a bar, little corner spot in the middle of downtown Johannesburg, a place called Newtown. And we're sitting there, and some guy climbs onto stage, and it was so ragtag that he had to climb through a window to get onto the stage. It's like a little window on the side. There's no it's not a real stage. Climbs onto this little platform, holds the mic, starts speaking. People start laughing. He does his thing. A comedian named Gidiboni Mlaudzi, great guy, and he's on stage. But the night was bad. Comedians have bad nights. You know what it's like as a performer.
Sure.
You know what it's like when there are people there. I mean, you were doing it to hundreds, then thousands, then, you know what I mean, tens of thousands of people. You know what it's like when a line doesn't land. You know what it's like when a moment doesn't connect.
But you also know the high. The moment that first line hits.
Yeah.
And you're off to the
So
races.
it wasn't working well for the comedians. My cousin gets drunk. He says from this, he starts heckling and he's like, boo, this is terrible. Because it's so small, everybody knows each other. The guy from stage goes, he's like, Mlu, shut up, man. What? You know how hard we're working. He's like, you guys suck. So he says, why don't you come on stage and try it? And my cousin goes, well, I don't know if I could do that, but Trevor can. I'm sober. Now I'm like, I've just been thrust into this mix. I go, hey, I know nothing about this. I have no beef with anybody. I don't want to. The comedian turns to me and he goes, oh, you think you're so big? Why don't you come on stage? I said, I've said nothing. And then he like coaxed me. Now it's pride. Now I'm like, all right, let's do it because of the friends. Yes. I get on stage, and I remember I literally didn't know what to do, and I turned to my friends. I'm like, what am I gonna say? And he said, just tell them that story about the Nigerian guy fixing your VCR machine. Just tell them that story. I was like, okay, and I got on stage, and I told that story, and people were howling. People were crying, laughing. And it connected me to something that has taken me more than a decade to understand. And it's that I grew up in a household and in a country and in a society with so much violence, so much pain.
As we age, we get lines, and that's okay, but our makeup needs change. Traditional powdery foundations can make you look worse. They sink into your lines and dry down your skin. We need a foundation that is equal parts skincare and makeup. That's why I created Wonder Foundation. This is a great product for people with lines and fits. An uplifting foundation actually softens the lines and just makes everything look beautiful and fresh on your face. It has such beautiful oils in it. You often don't need a moisturizer with it. The right amount of pigment. It's enough that gives you that even coverage without looking dry. It actually gives you lift.
I'm older now. I have wrinkles. Start taking on foundation. It just makes you look older and more wrinkly. The last thing I want is a cakey foundation that's just going to accentuate wrinkles.
The older I get, the more that foundation actually works against me and makes me look older. This is beautiful. It makes my routine in the morning so fast. It makes me...
That I have loved and yearned and enjoyed for nothing more than to make people feel good. Do you know what I'm saying?
Amen.
Like when people come to a show and you've seen what it's like, man, people will tell you stories. My dad had cancer and the only thing we connected around was this show. My family was going through this tough time and we loved this show. You know, there's a powerful thing that you can do in giving to another the joy that you may not even have in that moment. And so that's something that I've always found for myself. And that's what I mean, we were doing your moves in the gym at school. We had detention. And we had this like giant room where you would just get locked in and it was like, that's your detention. It was like a gym really, but it was a massive gym. And we would put out all these mats and we would be like, all right, we're practicing the Rock's moves, let's go. And everyone would get in there, and I'm talking like almost two stories high.
Oh, yeah.
And we'd climb up on the railing. This was our cage match, and you'd grab someone, you know what I mean? You get underneath them. You're right there, the rock bottom, baby. And you get in right underneath, and then you jump down, and we'd slam each other. But that's what I mean. Think about that connection. Think about how far that was. Think about how far you were from me in South Africa. Think about how far I was from you in the United States. And yet, in that moment, we were connected. And so I think that's what I love. That's why I'm having this conversation with you. That's why I want to talk about things in the world, is because we've forgotten that the same thing that connects us into the worst of each other can be used to connect us into the best of each other.
That's right.
We can reach consensus. We can discover new ideas. We can learn.
Yes.
You don't agree with your friends on everything, but they're still your friends. Your family, you fight with them, but you still love them.
Yes.
You know, and so that's literally like, you know.
We can learn. We can find resolve.
And I don't know anybody who does it better than you, genuinely. You have a way of stringing it all together. You never left the wrestling fans behind. They still love you, they still respect you. You've never turned your back on it. You know, you've always loved the fans of your movies and the things that you do. You sport, the same thing, the love that you show, you know, whether it's XFL, whether it's NFL, you show that love and that passion. You have that. And that's, you know.
Trev, I appreciate that. Look, I got to thank you for telling me that story, by the way. I love that
And
story.
you're the best looking man on the planet.
The sexiest man alive.
I mean, this
I've been
is come on, this is something we have to acknowledge.
we always have to acknowledge. I think my family acknowledges it. Every time everybody line up and tell me right now. But I gotta say that. Thank you for telling me that story. I heard that story. I heard a version of that story.
Yeah.
This version is even better. But it actually goes deeper than what I expected to hear, because this idea that we have this passion, and I always like to say, one of our anchoring tenets in just any business that I do or anything that I do, I want to send people home happy. I want to make them happy. And it's just that simple. And I feel like if we're lucky enough to be in this position where we can influence a person or two, like me and like you, with this idea that, hey, come to us and do all I can to make you feel good and send you home happy. What a blessing that is.
It truly is.
Yeah.
So before I let you go, I have one question that I'm going to ask all my guests. Because you meet people at a moment in time. You know, had I met you a few decades ago, you would be stepping into wrestling. Had I met you at another time, you'd be stepping into the world of Hollywood. A world people said you would never break into, because they're like, who would watch a guy named Dwayne? And yet here you are. You know, the most popular and sexiest Dwayne on the planet. You know?
You didn't have to put mustard on.
But it's true. It's true. No. What I'm saying is, I love it because it's part of your success. It's the hero's journey. It is the hero's journey.
Yes.
So, what now? You know, you are now in a place in your life where you are still able to be an athlete in wrestling, and you went back now with the strike. You also are somebody who is powerful in Hollywood and in the industry. You show that with donations to the to the Screen Actors Guild. You see your efforts in philanthropy. You're a powerhouse in making drinks. It's like, here you are. But what now? What is the thing that you are looking for? Not just on a professional level, but in your life. Like, where does Dwayne Johnson go? All right, this is the next step that I'm trying to get to. Oh, this is the next thing that I'm trying to achieve in myself as a human being.
Yes. The next thing is this. Let me preface with, man, I'm lucky. And I feel like along the way, I got lucky. And you hear, well, the harder you work, the luckier you get. And that could be true. But I do feel that by the grace of God, man, there's just these angels, I feel like, along the way.
Yeah.
Just help guide and shape and shift me. And take care of me at the darkest and lowest. And those angels, by the way, are still in my life. I can count them on one hand. Have fingers left over, I like to say. But so I want to preface it with how grateful I am. And I'm a lucky guy to be in this position. And I'm lucky to had climbed a mountain and breathing a certain air that I'm well aware that at times it's a rare air too as well. And the thing I want to do now is not stay here in this place on this mountain, but I want to build more mountain.
Cheater, bro.
I want to build more mountain professionally, but more importantly than professionally, I want to build more mountain spiritually, emotionally. Humanity is so important to me. And not only build more mountain, but then bring everyone with me so we can all build new mountain.
Right.
So it's all about building new mountain for me. And in that is the, and again, we could distill this down into a lot of different places.
But I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's build new mountain. It's growing. It's being open. And especially now when there is so much noise. There's so much toxicity.
Yeah.
There's so much bullshit that everybody is dealing with from the moment you wake up, the moment you go to bed, you open your phone, turn the TV on, listen to the radio. There's so much toxicity and noise. But man, there's also so much good stuff out there too as well. So build new mountain.
I love that. Build new mountain.
and bring everyone with you. So we're all building New Mountain together.
I love it. Well, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, sexiest man alive. I thank you for your time. Thank you. You know what's great? You will always have been my first guest. You know what I love about the full circle of things? I'll leave you with this.
Tell me.
The first guest I had on The Daily Show was Kevin Hart.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
And the reason I always appreciate the firsts is because the firsts have to do something that most people are afraid to do, and that is trust in what they don't know. You come here, you don't know how this could go, you don't know how this would, and I honestly appreciate that from you as a human being. I remember what happened with Kevin on The Daily Show. No one would be my first guest. People were terrified. They're like, who is this guy? We don't know what he is. We don't know what he stands for. South Africa, what is that even? Where is that? What part of Africa? The South, we put in the name for a reason, but people did not care. They were like, we can't come. And I said, let's ask Kevin Hart. And they're like, oh, but Kevin Hart's a superstar. I said, let's just ask him.
Yeah.
Kevin responded instantly, said, I'm in. He said, I'm in. And I remember asking him, I said, why? And Kevin said, because I remember what it was like to be the person that nobody wanted to give a shot. I remember what it was like to be at the bottom of this ladder. And he said, and if I can, it's funny you say that, and I see why you guys get along so much. He said, if I can be a part of building your ladder, sign me up. And so I'm glad that I now have what I consider one of the best pairings as both of my firsts. Thank you so much, brother.
Well, thank you, brother, for having me on, and congratulations on not only an incredible career, but also a groundbreaking one, too.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
All right, let's get you to the next $1 billion. I cost you some money here.
Oh, you 7.
Oh, no. Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds, and this year our holiday commercial is just stuff I picked up for $5 from a yard sale. Oh, good. You're still doing this. Doing what? Well, the holiday offer. All the big wireless companies stopped doing theirs in January, so I wanted to make sure that we don't stop loving our customers just because December's over. Is future me micromanaging me? Just cut to the offer. Well, it's your commercial now. I am insufferable. This is how...
We are nearing the end of the year, and January 2025 is coming up. And you know what that means. A whole bunch of brand new games to sink your teeth into. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the top 10 new games of January 2025. Starting off with number 10, it's Hyper Light Breaker, one I've been looking forward to since I found out it existed. Hyper Light Breaker is set decades before Hyper Light Drifter, the Heart Machine, to be frank, smash indie hit. This is obviously different. It is a 3D game. It is a prequel. It's co-op. And you and, other people can play together as mercenaries fighting the Abyss King, which I don't know anything about yet. Sounds bad. Also, we know that the world of Hyper Light Drifter is pretty post-apocalyptic and not happy. So I don't know how good this one's going to turn out in the end, but I think the game itself is probably going to turn out great. Now, if you played Solar Ash, which is their previous game, and also a game that takes place in the same universe, although it's less related to Hyper Light Drifter than Breaker is, they have built on the systems that they built for that game, which was something I was happy to hear, because I think Solar Ash is actually a pretty underrated game. I think the fact that they didn't put Hyper Light in the name made it a little tougher to sell, even though it takes place in the same universe. But also maybe they just weren't ready to actually touch Hyper Light blank. This game's a roguelike, takes place in a randomly generated world called The Overgrowth, and generally it looks like a pretty worthy follow-up to the series so far. Hyper Light Breaker's coming January 14th. It is currently launching only on PC and in early access on Steam. At number 9, it's Star Wars Hunters, a free-to-play squad-based arena combat game. This game actually came to Switch, iOS, and Android back in June, but it's proven to be popular enough that they actually want to launch it on PC, and are doing so with an upgrade to the graphics, which is obviously good. Not a major one, but better textures is usually a good thing. Basically, it's 4v4 battle stuff in like Star Wars places like Tatooine, Hoth, etc. It actually takes place after the fall of the Galactic Empire, so you're not going to be playing any of the iconic battles from the prequel or original trilogies. Don't know about the sequel trilogy, but I would guess the idea is just to kind of make it a little murky. You're not really supposed to think about the story here. I don't know, it looks pretty cool. I actually missed the first Steam playtest that they're doing. that was the 13th to the 16th, but they are doing another playtest before formally launching January 10th to 13th. You can sign up on the Steam page. It looks fun. I might download it on Switch and give it a whirl, but I also don't know if that's representative of exactly what we're going to get on Steam. These are apparently going to be cross-play, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the same thing. Obviously, keyboard and mouse is very different than some Joy-Cons. But yeah, Star Wars Hunters is launching in early access on PC on January 27th. At number 8 is Orcs Must Die Death Trap. If you're not familiar with the acclaimed action tower defense series by Robot Entertainment, well, you got two things that make it at least notable. The traditional tower defense stuff like placing traps, and the fact that you've got third-person action combat. This new one's introducing a 4-player co-op and roguelite progression, so I don't know, the series has always pulled from a couple of different things, but it sounds like they like the idea of continuing to add more ideas. And I know roguelite has become kind of a big old trend, but if I'm honest, it's a trend that I like. I like the elements that a lot of different genres have been cribbing from roguelikes and roguelites. I think that the structure of those games, I like that kind of a little bit better because I can just pick up and play it whenever. And I think that that's a good idea to incorporate here into this sort of action tower defense game, which is already, frankly, pretty unique. Orcs Must Die Death Trap is going to launch on January 28th on PC and Xbox Series. And number 7 is Arcane Age, a VR action adventure. Comes to us by Vitruvius VR, which I'm not sure if I'm saying completely correct, but anyway, Arcane Age is set in the Biochasm. It's a different looking game, honestly. It kind of looks like if you combine Skyrim with Horizon Zero Dawn, at least in terms of aesthetic. I mean, probably closer to Skyrim in terms of quality. It's definitely not quite on the level of Horizon in terms of fidelity. Looks a bit simpler, but also looks like an interesting game. The thing it's touting is physics-based combat, which is something, touted in a lot of VR games at this point. I'm not going to say that's like something that sets it apart, but it does look like good physics-based combat. On top of that, they're very quick to emphasize this is an exploration game with crafting and all that kind of stuff. The thing is, it's not just like a survival game or something like that. It's a 15-hour campaign, and I like that. There's also an endless combat mode, which, I mean, if the combat is as good as it looks, probably good replay value. Arcane Age is coming to PlayStation 2 VR and Steam VR January 16th. At number 6 is Dynasty Warriors Origins. I always have a soft spot for a Dynasty Warriors game. And it's been quite a while since we've actually had a real one that I can recall. It's an actual Dynasty Warriors game. Probably the most recent good ones were the Hyrule Warriors games, and those are obviously Dynasty Warriors, not set in the era of the Three Kingdoms or anything like that. This entry to the hack-and-slash legendary franchise has you as a nameless hero who's got amnesia. Not exactly like the most original thing, but who cares? It's Dynasty Warriors. And it's not just Dynasty Warriors, it's Dynasty Warriors on current hardware. And they're saying that they can display up to 10,000 soldiers on screen, which is absolutely nuts, and I think is enough of a reason to want a new Dynasty Warriors, besides the fact that, I'm a huge fan of the series and want more. I am glad they're bringing it back from the dead after that Dynasty Warriors 9. If you want to go back to the before you buy I did on that one, it's not kind. This looks like something I would be kind to. It seems to avoid the pitfalls that they fell for pretty hard in that game. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to land January 17th on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. At number 5 is Aloft, a co-op sandbox survival game built in a world of floating islands. Now, you would be very, very dumb if you didn't immediately make a Tears of the Kingdom comparison, but it looks like a pretty different game, aside from aesthetic. But I will also add it has a little bit of, kind of a Chrono Trigger look to it, as well as a Skies of Arcadia thing to it. Like, you essentially convert your island into a ship and sail it around. I don't know. Your combat is like none of those games. It looks more like Skyrim to me than any of that. I don't know. It's an interesting looking game. I kind of hope it delivers on what it's trying to do, because I could easily see myself wasting a lot of time. It tickles a few nostalgia buttons while also looking like a pretty kind of cozy looking game. I don't know if I want to full on throw it in the cozy pile, but it looks a little less stressful, maybe a little more contemplative. I like that, I'll definitely say. I'm looking forward to trying Aloft when it launches in early access on PC January 15th.
Not how you would have done it. You bundle things right, and that saves you up to 10% on your USAA home and auto insurance. Get a quote today.
Incoming dishes!
Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease in half the time.
The better grease getter.
And number 4 is Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, a remastered masterpiece that just, I mean, this is always should have been a high priority to get onto the Switch. Frankly, Switch 2 better be backwards compatible because there's no excuse for them waiting this long to put out Donkey Kong Country Returns in HD. This is a Wii game. It is an absolute classic. It is every bit as good as the old school Donkey Kong Country games, and there's a good reason why they made a sequel to it, Tropical Freeze. However, now we're playing this game, which is every bit a return to everything that you like about Donkey Kong Country on a regular-ass console. Like, well, I guess the Nintendo Switch has its own little quirks in terms of what it actually is, but you can play a regular game on a Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Wii was not quite that. And in every way, this is like a traditional 2D platformer on a system that was made to just like do motion control crap. This is why there's no excuse for it taking this long. It's, like I said, a traditional ass platformer with some of the best level design in the entire Donkey Kong Country series, which, by the way, stands well above many, many platforming series. Donkey Kong Country is just a phenomenal game, and its sequels were as well. And you bet your ass I'm going to be playing the hell out of this when it launches January 16th on Switch. And number 3 is Eternal Strands, a new action-adventure game coming to us by Yellow Brick Games. Sure, no doubt a reference to The Wizard of Oz, but it's founded by Mike Laidlaw, who you may know from Dragon Age. It's a third-person action-adventure game, very oriented towards vertical exploration, which I like. Obviously, the footage you're looking at shows terrain and places that encourage vertical exploration, and you got the whole Colossus-type enemy from time to time. But the more you look, the more you notice that the environmental stuff is very interactive. You can do a lot to change everything going on around you using your elemental abilities, and to me, that makes this stand out. Eternal Strands is a game that, by all accounts, looks like something from like the Nier era, not necessarily graphically speaking, but like it reminds me of that. And I don't mean Nier Automata, I mean Nier. Looks a lot better, of course, but I don't know, it's got that feeling to it. Even like the vibe is even different, but it's got the vertical exploration and the environmental interactivity. I think that puts it a cut above, and I'm pretty nostalgic for that era of games, so giving us some new stuff and something like that, I'm pretty interested. Eternal Strands is coming to PS5, Xbox Series, and PC January 28th. And number 2 is Sniper Elite Resistance, the latest installment in the World War II shooter series. This one plops you down in occupied France, and your mission is to thwart a Wunderwaffe Nazi project. I'm not going to make it a joke that makes that into the Oasis song. I'm not doing it. I'm mentioning it, but I'm not doing it. I'm doing everything I can not to do it. So it's a standalone narrative that runs parallel to the events of Sniper Elite 5. Of course, you got your tactical third-person combat, your sniping elements, your stealth. All that stuff is here, but they've added propaganda missions in which you're supposed to disrupt enemy communications and spread disinformation to weaken Nazi control, which no doubt is going to make people think a lot, I think. Sniper Elite Resistance is coming January 30th to the PlayStations, the Xboxes, and Steam, as well as Game Pass. And finally, at number 1, it's Assetto Corsa Evo, the sequel to the racing simulator that you may or may not have heard of. It is a series that it trends towards the more realistic stuff, and they're continuing that trek with a big open world that they've added. The previous games have not been open world. This one has a 600 square mile open world. Actually, I don't completely know if that represents the open world itself or the amount of square miles of roads, because that language has been used, and I don't know if that's how they're distinguishing it or not. Like I said, it is a realistic trending game. You've got advanced physics, you've got dynamic weather, you've got 24-hour day-night cycles, a lot of different vehicles. It's a cool looking game, but it's also got drift challenges and stuff like that. Not necessarily arcadey ones, more realistic ones, but still very cool. It's launching in early access January 16th on PC. There are going to be console versions, but they are planned later. We'll keep you updated on that. I do have a few bonus games for you. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is coming to PC. It's a bigger, better Spider-Man 1. It was really cool to have Spider-Man 1 come out on PC. Now, I'm just going to say the same thing. Very cool Spider-Man 2 is. That's going to land January 30th. The other title, very much along those lines, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Also very cool to have on PC. In fact, much cooler than on PS5 exclusively. To be frank, I enjoyed playing the first one on PC more so than I did on the PlayStation 4, actually is where I played it now that I think about it. And I'm definitely much more excited to play Rebirth on PC than I was on PS5. I didn't even finish it on PS5. I kind of played it enough to know what was going on, and I was like, yeah, I'm just going to wait for PC. I had more fun with the original on PC. I'm just going to wait for PC. I definitely did enough on the PlayStation 5 to know what the deal was, but frankly, I have to say I have more or less become a PC gamer in the last few years, and well, that's where I want to play it. I knew it then, I know it now. Excited for that to land on January 23rd. That's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. So click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter, Falcon Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Gaming News.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo. What else can Fargo do? Quickly tell you what you spend on things like food.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries this month?
Hey, Dad, can the guy stay for dinner?
No.
Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
The things you're into are always changing, but what you pay for internet shouldn't. Switch to Verizon Home Internet today and get a 5-year price guarantee on any internet plan. Plans start at just $35 a month with no unexpected price hikes or hidden fees. Only on Verizon.
皆さん、こんにちは。宮本です。では、次に行ってみましょうか。
Although many are labeled with the moniker legend, few deserve it more than Shigeru Miyamoto. His influence on video games is perhaps more far-reaching than any other individual. And in the 45-plus years he's been at Nintendo, he's been responsible for creating many of the world's most loved games. To many, he is Nintendo. But on the eve of Tokyo Game Show, he's talking about the most un-Nintendo-like thing the company has ever created. You could say that we're sort of doing something that we are not supposed to do. If ex-president of Nintendo Hiroshi Yamauchi would hear this, I think he would tell us to stop immediately. Surprisingly, he is talking about the newly opened Nintendo Museum, a 2-story interactive celebration of everything Nintendo, situated in Kyoto, Japan, where the company was founded. IGN visited the museum recently, and just like Nintendo, it's a place where fun is at the heart of everything. Miyamoto shares that they wanted to do something appropriate to its identity. Nintendo always has a certain way of doing things. Previously, the company always shied away from talking about its past. With the gaming landscape constantly changing though, it decided now was the time to celebrate all of its achievements, but only if it felt authentically Nintendo. Nintendo is a company that connects with its consumers through products. We do not promote the company itself, only the products. We might be talking about how old Mario has turned, but we don't talk about how many units a certain game has sold. That's what Nintendo has traditionally been doing. But the environment has changed, and we started to revisit that thought. That's not to say the Nintendo Museum is a mecca that only celebrates Nintendo's commercial success. In fact, it's nothing like that. But from the decades of history on display, it's clear to see that the one thing that really matters to Nintendo are the games.
やったー！いいダッシュです。やりました。
I feel that the only way to connect and communicate with the consumer is through the product, shares Miyamoto. It's a position that echoes the thoughts of the ex-Nintendo president, Hiroshi Yamauchi, who ran the company for over 50 years and was responsible for turning it into the global entertainment success it is today. Yamauchi used to say that a lot of companies put a lot of effort and resources into sales to make sure that the product is advertised well so that it reaches greater sales. However, Yamauchi's own philosophy was the opposite. He believed that if you need to over-advertise something to sell, not selling it at all is better. A museum that showcases the story of the company behind the games and consoles is almost antithetical to the philosophy of show not tell. So it's no wonder Miyamoto thinks his old boss might not be in favor of the project if he was still alive today. But since its founding in 1889, Nintendo's century-old history has begun to pile up. Perhaps sensing its own age, the idea came to turn an old Nintendo factory into its first ever.
Saving the world is a dangerous game.
Henry, look out!
Looks good. Feels good.
Henry Danger the Movie, January 17th on Nickelodeon and streaming on Paramount+.
The museum. Nintendo has a lot of material that we have accumulated over the years. Some of that is deteriorating, and some of it has been thrown away. Over the years, we started to realize the importance of preserving these materials. The preservation extends to the building itself too, and Miyamoto thought that it would be very Nintendo-like to not have a flashy museum, but to simply repurpose this building and this land that we had as an effort to store and preserve the products that we have made in the past. Rather than simply tell a straight historical story that stretches from 1889 to today, Nintendo enlisted the help of its various technicians and employees with various knowledge and interests that go beyond just video games, to create a museum that only Nintendo could imagine. The result is an experience unlike any other. During our tour, we saw exhibitions that tell the story of Nintendo through interactive experiences, like large-scale Nintendo game controllers that can be used to play games with a friend, or a station where guests can create their own Hanafuda cards, the Japanese playing cards etched into Nintendo lore. It has more in common with a theme park than a traditional museum. And just as interactivity is central to Nintendo's history as an entertainment company, it's also central to the Nintendo Museum. I had never created a museum, so it was quite a different experience for me. But from the midway point, we were constantly making iterations and fixes, which felt very similar to making video games. One of the takeaways we had following our visit to the museum is that, ironically, there's very little history in this celebration of the past. While the interactive exhibits highlight Nintendo's ability to inject fun and gameplay into anything, from amusement parks and movies to Lego toys, there were too few exhibits that peeled back the curtain on how Nintendo created some of our favorite games or consoles. Miyamoto says this is partly by design, but also something that will change in the future. Every year, we have about 100 or 200 new employees that join our company, and I have a talk of over 2 hours with them to explain what kind of company we are. However, after 20 years, I don't really look forward to doing that same talk again next year anymore. The museum, therefore, is meant to give employees and visitors a version of Miyamoto's talk, designed to be accessible by everyone. Explaining, if we were going to tell our employees what kind of company Nintendo is, we thought it might be good to share that with the public as well. Like Nintendo itself, the museum is something that will evolve over time. What it looks like next year might be very different from what it is today. We are currently in the process of planning next steps in what to include for the future. Initially, the museum was based on the fact that we were only going to exhibit products, but when I put myself in the customer's perspective, I do want to see at least a little bit of stuff from behind the curtains. Miyamoto points out that the Nintendo Museum currently has prototypes for controllers and consoles that have never been seen before, nor can they be seen anywhere else. There are also plans to exhibit artworks and rarities from its games, and Miyamoto suggests that, after making 10 movies or so, maybe Nintendo could even add a movie theater to the museum. Nintendo currently has no plans to set up other museums around the world, so if you want to experience the most un-Nintendo-like creation the company has ever made, you'll need to visit the Nintendo Museum in Kyoto.
そしてこの度長年任天堂製品に関わってきたこの場所をミュージアムとして再生しました。
When asked if he has a particular favorite exhibit, Miyamoto says it's the section dedicated to the Nintendo Wii, the company's 2006 motion control-based console. The Wii is special to me. At the time, I and former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata felt that games were becoming something specifically for gamers, and we wanted to change that by creating something that could be experienced by anybody. That was the driving force behind the Wii. and it was something that we were kind of able to actually accomplish. Looking at the photos of families playing together, it makes me happy to think that the population of people that play games increased because of the Wii.
さまざまな娯楽を作ってきました。時代によって作り出した製品は異なりますが、家族みんなで楽しんでいただきたいという思いは今も昔も変わりません。
If you like this video and want to know more about Nintendo history, why not check out our documentaries about the lie that built Nintendo and the best Nintendo game you've never heard of.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot, we charge you a little. They put their names on arenas, we put our...
But yeah, okay, so it's about appearing more modest. But I don't know why you'd want the women to appear not modest then, but yeah. But they can wear anything but gold.
Now here's the question. They've only got one race of people over there. We've got like 4.
I'm so tired of paying a ton for phone bills. There's no reason it needs to be so expensive. I finally discovered the ultimate game changer, my wireless plan with Mint Mobile. For the first 3 months...
What's going to happen is they're going to move to Austin. All those people are going to end up moving to Austin because they're going to go to Austin, or they're going to go to Nashville or Denver or whatever.
That's going to do so good for Kill Tony.
Okay, all right. Then you're going to have this thing where it's like, okay, I want to rebuild. I want to live again in the Palisades, or I want to live again in Malibu, beachfront Malibu stuff. And, you know, people are going, really? Yeah, I want to do it. So then what will happen is, first of all, I think the value of this actual property has to go down. It'll be like, you know, so you'll go, oh, I can get in for less. And then what's going to happen is they're going to go, okay, what are you going to spend on this house, right? And let's just say you're like, I'm willing to spend, you know, $5 million on a house to be there. They're going to be like, cool. So you're going to do about $3 million of what you thought you were going to spend on your home, and then $2 million are going to be in fire retardant products and builds. And so that industry will explode. You know, you're going to have, I think it'll be, first of all, I think they're going to pass laws where it'll be illegal to have bushes and trees, anything like that in these areas. It'll just be like, yeah, we don't do that anymore. There is no such thing as landscapes. It'll be like rocks. It's just going to be like rocks and things that look nice, but that aren't actually brush. And then I think homes there are going to be like concrete homes and stone homes. It's like, it's the logical thing. And they're going to, this industry of like there's that spray that some places have done before that I assume is very expensive. They'll be like, yeah, we're going to build your house, and we're going to do this spray. And the spray's fucking $300,000 or some crazy amount of money. And then people will have to make the decision of whether they want to do it or not. Because there's no way they're just going to be like, yeah, throw up your wood house again. It's not, they're just not going to do it. And of course, the insurance industry is going to be bent over sideways.
There's in Tampa after the hurricane. My dad's got a buddy whose son has a really nice house in a really nice area right on the water, and it's gone. It's totaled, and he wants to rebuild, but he can't. They're not letting him rebuild in that lot that he owns because it's got to be that you can't just do ground level anymore. You got to go up a story, so you got to put a house on stilts. It's crazy. Here's the thing that I've been wrestling with, and I don't know the right way to say this, and I want everyone to understand that these fires are happening last night, so like I'm still processing it, and everything I ever say is meant to be funny, or at least start comedy, or at least dive deeper into the thing, right? There is a thing that happens. There's a rubbernecking. Like when you see an accident on the freeway and you see everyone slowing down, You're like, what the fuck? Why are they slowing down? It's an accident. Someone's having the worst day of their life. Why the fuck do they need to slow down and look at it? But then when you get up to it, you're like, well, what did happen? And you look at it. Yeah. And despite everyone believing they're better than the person in front of them, you're just as bad.
Yeah.
Tom, I'm so glad you said that, because this is horrible. But I thought there is going to be beachfront property available in Malibu. Like, people will jump on this.
For sure.
It's the most coveted real estate and everywhere. And so what I did, and this is horrible, I'm admitting this, but like I looked on Zillow, everything south of Dukes was gone.
Yeah.
I went on Zillow and I started looking at what was already for sale. And there's a house for like 6.5 million, 3,000 square feet, beautiful, gorgeous. It's gone. It's gone. That person who owns that house still has to pay that $6 million mortgage on that house.
Yeah, they do.
And they're trying to unload it. And now they're not getting $6 million. They're upside down on it.
Yeah.
So now someone will swoop in.
You know, there'll be insurance stuff. There's going to be people who, like, in that area, of course, people can afford, because like you get, in most places where it's not like fire zone stuff, you have your fire insurance, which is kind of part of your protection of all your property. But in heavy fire zone places, what happens for people that don't know is they go, here's all your home protection insurance. We're not covering fire. That's a separate policy. And if you're talking about a home that's worth 6 or 10 or 20, dude, those insurance policies are insane. Now, I know people can afford to do it, but it's a crazy, crazy expense. So some of those people for sure had that great coverage, and they'll have the money to pay off that mortgage. But then they have to go like, well, what am I going to do? You know, like now I have to do something. I don't have a house anymore.
With weight loss by Hims, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just their first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. Through Hims, you can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan 100% online, prescribed by a licensed provider and delivered to your door for as little as $165 a month. Find the plan that's right for you and start seeing real results sooner. Get started today at hims.com.
What can she do next?
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
That's like a getaway.
Yeah, but it's also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family. Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah, let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
It's weird because I was trying to explain this to Leanne last night. We're watching it. I'm having a glass of wine. By the way, packed go bags. Packed go bags.
Yeah, smart.
All right, I'm going to tell you something. This is going to blow your mind, okay?
So did you send an offer yet on that property that burned down?
No. There is a part of me that goes, man, it would. There is a part of me, sadly, that says, wow, I do have a little money. I wonder if I want to move to the Palisades after this. You know, like there is a part of your brain that does do that. Yeah, I said, dude, it's.
Like,
well, then I was like, I'm gonna have to drive all the way to Culver City to get groceries because everything's fucking gone. It's
need going to change. Here's what's crazy. It really is, and you'll have a front row seat. It's going to change the landscape of Los Angeles for a while. 100%. Like that's.
We're not even talking like Pasadena, Altadena. Altadena is, for lack of better words, there is a celebration of rich people getting what they deserve, you know, in America.
It's insane. It's insane.
It's insane. It's insane to me that we all want and strive to have wealth and safety and security, and then we look at people that do have that, and when they lose it, you're like, good, that's what they get. It's disgusting to me.
Yeah, it's gross.
But having said that, people in Altadena are very modest lifestyles. Those are our grips, are the guys that built Hollywood, the guys that make the movie, that actually make the movie and dress you. My stylist, Jennifer May Nichols, lost everything. Lost her entire house, everything.
I have multiple friends who live in Altadena or Pasadena who lost their homes.
My agent lost his home. His family lost their home. And those are not Billy Crystal. You know, everyone's like, I wonder if he brought his Emmys with him and his Golden Globes. And you're like, no.
He lost his house too?
What? Billy Crystal lost everything.
Really?
Lost everything. And a lot of, I mean, and those are Palisades. Palisades is big money. That is where you make good money. You move to the Palisades, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's great.
Altadena, by the way, that's where regular people, like, that's where Leanne and I looked in Altadena when we were looking to buy a house. Steve Byrne lived in Altadena with his family. Steve Renazizi lived in Altadena with his family. Like, that's where, like, if you can afford a house for like $700,000, $1 million, that's where you'd move. And I know those are wild numbers, but this is LA. Things are different. Everything's expensive. But those all burned down. It's like 17,000 acres. And so, but I forget the point of what I was saying.
Every year we set all sorts of big goals, but only 8% of people will stick with their resolutions all year long. But with Acorns, you can lock in years and years of healthy money habits in just 5 minutes. That's all the time it takes to open your account and start automatically saving and investing your money. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 with just your spare change. There's nothing better to do than to prepare for your own future by taking your financial planning seriously. I've done it, and I highly recommend you do it. Head to acorns.com/bears or download the Acorns app to start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 3 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/bears.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. What do you want your 2025 story to be? Every January brings you 365 blank pages waiting to be filled. In 2025, maybe you're ready for a plot twist. Or maybe there's a part of your story you've been wanting to revise. Life isn't about resolutions that fade by February. It's about picking up a pen and becoming the author of your own life. Wow, that is powerful. That is really powerful. Think of therapy as your editorial partner, helping you write new chapters and create the meaningful stories you deserve to live. Listen, Leanne and I just started couples therapy, and I gotta say this right now. I'm only doing it because it's online. And that's what's amazing about BetterHelp. It's fully online. I would say this, I'm not even joking. I would assume roll the dice on my marriage and not go to therapy if I couldn't do it online. That's how much I believe in online therapy. Sitting in a car with my wife, in traffic, in LA, driving over the hill, and going to a therapist's office, waiting in the waiting room. The only reason I'm doing couples therapy is because it's online, and I'm willing and excited because, and BetterHelp is fully online. It makes therapy affordable and convenient, serving over 5 million people worldwide. You can access a diverse network of more than 30,000 credentialed therapists with a wide range of specialties. Easily switch therapists at any time for no extra cost. And that is so important because trust me, if I don't like this therapist we're about to meet today, I'm getting a brand new one. Write your story with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/bears to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/bears. Knobs is not your ordinary toothpaste. It is a standout product crafted with natural ingredients and safe nanohydroxyapatite in place of fluoride. They prioritize health and sustainability with plastic-free glass packaging. Knobs is awesome, and it's perfect for adults, kids, and pregnant women, as it does not contain fluoride, SLS, glycerin, gluten, or parabens, or all those other ingredients you see on the back of the thing of toothpaste. Instead, they use safe alternatives like nanohydroxyapatite, xylitol, and baking soda. When did health become separated from hygiene? In an effort to make a healthier toothpaste, everyone else compromises on that fresh taste they've come to love. Thanks to their unique blend of natural ingredients, Knobs will make your breath as fresh as you look. I have had what you would consider toothpaste phobia my entire life. There's something about the taste of those toothpastes that you see on the counters that as a kid, I always felt they were trying to trick me. I could taste that there was something in there to make me think I've always had it. At times, I've brushed my teeth with soap. These are little tablets you pop in your mouth, you chew up, and then you spread around and you brush your teeth. I'll do 2 at a time, and they are so enjoyable. If you are like me and you sometimes just do your toothbrush by yourself, you don't want the toothpaste on, dude, I'm telling you, I love this product. It is the best product to come across my table. As long as I've been podcasting, I am obsessed. Unlock 10% off your entire order this January. Visit betterbiome.com and use promo code 2bears at checkout. But anyway, we had to pack go bags because what happened last night is we're all at the office and Runyon Canyon caught on fire.
Yeah.
Now here's what I was trying to explain to you earlier. There's a thing about rubbernecking where you kind of, remember, I'm trying to talk candidly and openly about it, and I may say some wrong things.
You do.
But where you watch the news and you see Altadena and you see the Palisades and you know it's so far away from you that you're almost watching out of like curiosity, out of like whoa, that's wild. And then it doesn't register with you. It doesn't hit you.
Yeah.
And then Runyon Canyon caught on fire and I was like, whoa, that's close.
Yeah.
And then it becomes real. And then all of a sudden this thing you've been watching the whole time becomes very intimate to you.
Yeah.
It's like, and I was like, whoa. And then this side of the hill caught on fire, down by Whitsett and Ventura, that caught on fire. And by the way, I think they're starting the fucking fires because there's no way embers from Runyon could have gotten to there. That was a fire that had to be started.
You still think it's BLM?
That's when I think it's probably Antifa or BLM. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. Because I remember you were telling me that. You're like, don't say this on mic. But yeah. No, that's fucking nuts, man. No,
I think it's Anthony Jeselnik fans.
It is crazy that people would start, and people who are starting, they also feel like once this many fires are going, they're like, fuck it, start another one. If you're of that mindset, yeah, start another one.
Oh, there's a lot of kids that are like, fuck it, kill all CEOs.
Yeah.
There are idiots that work in this office that thought that was a great idea.
Really?
Yeah, Tom. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what they said to me, the CEO of this company?
What?
Yeah, kill all CEOs. And I went, huh? And they're like, fuck them. And I was like, that's the generation. You get a 28-year-old kid, and they're like, I think they just don't think making money is possible.
Right.
Like America is kind of
Well, that is a big thing. That is a big thing, a difference between now and like the 1950s, let's say. In the 1950s, the big thing that kind of everybody bought into was hope. You had hope that you could get a house, a nice house in a nice neighborhood, that you could get a good job, that you could work it, that you'd have a nice pension, and that you'd have a nice life. And one thing that's eroded over the last 70 years is the idea that everybody has hope. People just don't see that anymore. They just go, no, you just work to fucking catch up on some bills that you never catch up on. And so, yeah, fuck people who have found a way to have that, because I don't have it. And there's a lot of people that think that way. And I understand why you would think that way.
I remember, I'll be very candid. I remember going to parties when I was married with Georgia and Isla and going to parties of people my age, and they had like a $2 million house and being like hopeless and being like, how the fuck did they do this?
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
wait,
of course.
And I'm asking like questions like, so what does your dad do? Like, how did you get,
I remember too. I remember when we were renting a place in Silver Lake and seeing like an open house. And we're in Silver Lake. Silver Lake, for people that don't know, is the east side of Los Angeles. It's kind of a trendy, hipster neighborhood. It used to be like a dicier neighborhood that kind of became gentrified, but it's kind of like a cool, Williamsburg type of neighborhood in Los Angeles. And we're living there, you see like open house, and you pull over. And you just take like the flyer. And, we're renting a place and working the road 45 weeks a year. And you see the flyer, it's like $1.2 million. And you're like, what? Like, how the fuck would I ever buy a house? Like, that was just the thought. I guess maybe in a dreamland. Like, how is this possible? This isn't.
I'll be a renter for the rest of my life.
Yeah, of
By the
course.
way, I gotta say the funniest phone call I got last night.
Was it from
maybe like 10 o'clock at night? Maybe 10 o'clock. No, maybe no, it was probably like 7.
Was it Michael Winslow and he did a bunch of sounds and stuff?
You're in the right area.
Oh yeah?
Dice.
Oh, Dice. Dice is so great.
Dice, he's like, hey, where are these fires? You know, I'm about to doing a Dice impression.
Yeah.
Hey, Dice, yeah. Hey, Dice, you know what? Yeah.
It's uncanny. I feel like he's right in front of me. Go ahead.
But Dice is a dad, and his kids are here. And he knows I'm a dad, and he knows that, you know, we know each other, and he's like asking where the fire is, telling me where his sons are. And he's like, if you know, like in a real moment of passion, he goes, and Dice, I'm sorry if I'm oversharing. It made me laugh so hard. He goes, if my boys need some help, can you take care of them? And I said, of course, Dice. I go, yeah, you need me to go get them and pick them up or something? And he goes, Bert, they're 34 and 32. I go, these fucking idiots, they won't fucking leave the house. It just made me laugh so hard because I only remember them when they were kids.
Yeah.
So I just figured they're still kids.
Yeah, I'll go
and they're
pick up
in
their
a
kids.
house scared by themselves. They're grown men.
Yeah, they're
They have
30s.
children at that age.
Yeah.
But Dice is you never stop being a dad. And Dice, man, was all night texting me and calling me, checking on the fires. He was freaking out, man. I was freaking out too.
Well,
Isla was losing her mind.
Is she at college right now?
She's at college. So this is the thing that fascinated me. I'm curious to know, because I didn't see this out of me. So Runyon catches on fire. We send everyone home. We're like, everyone go home. Everyone get safe. By the way, Sarah's got to drive over the hill. She's got to drive over the hill on Laurel Canyon, Tom, by the fucking fire, and gets rear-ended on her way there. Because everyone's driving like it's Armageddon.
Yeah.
Fucking Hollywood Boulevard, bumper to bumper, people leave their cars. I mean, fucking chaos. It's chaos in Hollywood.
I can't
cancel my set at the store. And
that's a big deal.
they closed the store.
Is that on the news? Oh, they closed the store. Okay.
So we go home, and Leanne says, hey, are we going to pack go bags? Because, you know, you never know.
Yeah.
All these things that I thought were very valuable in my house, like the trees. I love the trees that are by my house. That's why I bought that house, is the trees. Yeah. It makes you feel like you're not in L.A. Now those are fucking tinder boxes waiting to go up. I'm like, looking at these trees going,
what's in the go bag? Did you put passports?
Okay. Passports, cash, guns, and that's all that's in the go bag right there.
Watches?
Hold on. So then Leanne says, what's valuable to you? And I said, I don't know. She goes, go room to room and see what's valuable to you. And so I'm like, I'm a really sentimental guy, and you know how sensitive I am. I'm like, I go, babe, I shouldn't even look in the rooms because I'm going to take everything. She was like, no, go room to room. I'm going to go room to room. She goes up to the girls' rooms. She texts the girls. Isla writes back, grab all my lamps. We're like, what?
Lamps?
She's like, I love my lamps. And make sure to get all my clothes, my shoes, and we're like, what the fuck? Isla wanted everything.
Yeah.
Isla wanted everything out of her room. And then I was like, what about your cat? She was like, Dad, of course bring my cat. And so I go room to room. Leanne gets gets all our pictures, gets our hard drives of all the childhood, videos we have. Leanne got all her jewelry, everything. I went room to room. Tom, I didn't want anything in that house. I didn't want anything in that house. I went room to room.
Because they don't mean anything to you.
Nothing. Nothing. And I went, and I said, well, I should get my watches just because it's money, Yeah. It is money. But I was like.
Did you get the box, by the way?
What box?
The watch box? The watch case?
No. Wait, maybe?
Hers customers report losing over 9 pounds in their first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. You can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan for as little as $165 per month. Prescribed. Lose weight your way at forhers.com.
Asensio. Now, this has to be. Oh, it's still in there.
Did you send me one?
Yeah.
Was that you that sent it?
Yeah.
Let me check with Leanne. I think it was. Yeah. I think she thought it was someone else. Hold on. That was you that sent that?
Yeah. Remember we had a conversation, and I was like, it's better when you can see them.
My wife. You know, we started couples therapy yesterday.
I did not. No. Well, you know we're on a podcast right now, right?
I don't care.
Okay. Okay.
I don't care. Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is the key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet on touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Or go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. I'm telling you right now, this is the only way to spend your Sundays. It enhances your Sundays. It is like testosterone for Sundays. New DraftKings customers can bet just $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly.
Oh, what's up, Grim?
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code BEARS. That's code BEARS for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
You say you'll learn a new language every year, but few of us actually commit to it. Babbel makes it easy for you to learn one in less time than you think. This year, speak like a whole new you with Babbel, the language learning app that gets you talking.
Yeah.
Learning a new language.
I'm listening to a bunch of stuff. What do you call it? Like, I just have like different, because since I'm not really talking, I just figure to have like, I actually have like more informative like videos on average, but it's because I actually feel it's more copyright-ish to kind of have a funny podcast as opposed to kind of just having like a podcast that's talking about informational stuff, because I feel like everyone's at least learning something. And then, whereas like, you know, it's almost like a form of stealing jokes when I just have like a funny podcast, but to, you know,
60% off subscriptions at babbel.com/bears. Get up to 60% off.
Come on.
/bears.
But yeah.
Spelled BABBEL.com/bears. Babbel.com/bears. Rules.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna play Kill Tony while I'm streaming.
Couples Therapy in a good place. We're like,
because I'm multi-streaming, so I'm also streaming on YouTube right now.
Just to make sure we get in front
so
of
I don't really know how the rules are when it comes to that.
Oh, that's
and
smart.
I totally won. I won the first one. I fucking killed it. I killed it.
And like Kill Tony is just straight up like comedy, and it's like it's kind of like you're kind of. I feel like that's really stealing. I don't know what's weird.
I fucking shook her. She was off on. She was like you know when you cross over someone and they're like and break their ankle. That was the end of therapy.
Wow. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Anyway,
you thought who'd you think it came from?
Leanne thought we bought it. Leanne said, "Oh, you know what this is? We bought this."
There's a card in there.
Oh, that's not a good challenge at all.
I gotta. I'm bringing this.
Yeah, I do watch it Mondays. Okay. Yeah.
Well, hey.
Oh yeah, Monday episode was hilarious. Yeah, I do watch it.
I'm glad
I love it. I really do love it. I can see the watches, and I really love it. And and by the way, because of that, I now will switch out watches on different days, and I never would have ever done that. I would just put a watch on and just leave all the rest in the closet.
There you go.
But so I was like, I'm gonna grab watches for my go bag, and then I was like, guns. I'll get my guns. I grab my guns, and then I was high one time at Home Depot, and I was like, you know what I'm gonna buy? I'm gonna buy these like crazy panel lamps that are like 20,000 luminums or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get a chainsaw just in case shit goes sideways. I grabbed those, my shotgun, my chainsaw, and my panel lamps, and I was like, grab my medication, and that's it. That's it.
That's a good go bag.
There's nothing in this house that I want to take with me.
And then is the bag like by the door? Like do you like leave it by the door or what?
Yeah, no, I just left it by the fireplace. Well, ironically, but I left it by the fireplace, and I was like, "All right, if we need to go, we got it. We can take it. We can bounce."
I can't believe
Bring
I'm
eyeless
here.
lamps.
I got to get the fuck out of here. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Dude, I was jealous. I was jealous that I didn't. You know, a while ago. This is why we're looking at houses in Nashville right now. Is my business manager said to me, you know, you might want to diversify, you know, your properties. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I don't know, your houses are like a couple blocks from each other. Like, if something happens to, you know, one of the houses might happen to the second house, like an earthquake. And I was like, I don't understand. And then I very quickly understood what he was saying. Is I was like, oh my God, if something happens to this house, it's happening to this house. The only thing I really wanted was my tour bus. Like, that was the one thing. I was like, I could get in that tour bus and leave tomorrow and not have to pack a go bag. Just grab my shotgun and my chainsaw. Put a watch on the other wrist and bounce.
There you go.
Give Ron a watch to make sure he drives the tour bus.
Get ready with me to save some money. How, you may ask? I'm switching to Mint Mobile. My best friend just fully convinced me when she told me that all new customers get the unlimited plan for just $15 a month for the first 3 months. I've had some pretty bad phone provider experiences, so it's really nice to hear how easy it is to switch over. I can't wait to see what all the hype's about. Switch over to Mint Mobile.
Could turn out to be a really good ball.
Spoons, they're out. Panera's new ciabatta dippers are in. Each melty sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made to dip. Go for the French dipper or spicy chicken dipper. No spoon necessary when your sandwich is built to do the dipping. Only at Panera for a limited time.
Salah. Velvet touches with the ball again.
Calm up.
Yeah, because
I'll eat like a king, 'cause you know Ron's bringing his sisters.
I haven't heard anything about violence yet, because sometimes disasters, you know, trigger people in a way. But like having protection is a good idea, like you have gun.
Oh,
but, yeah.
Dude, I got an AK-47, a shotgun.
Okay. Yeah.
And 2 pistols, and a bow and arrow, and I have a bunch of knives, and a machete, and a chainsaw.
Okay.
I will. If someone tried to loot my house, I will take them captive. I will take them captive and bring them to the basement, and they'll be my treat every time I feel bad or like I read something negative on the internet. I'll go down and fucking torture them. I think crazy things a lot.
Yeah.
Like, especially in like moments of disaster where I go, you know, hearing like, you know, my agent lost his house, and the idea that his kids have none of their shit.
Yeah, it's really sad, man. Really
they have none of their shit. Like it's just. I mean, it's one thing to move and to like kind of clean up your house and stuff, but
where were they?
So you have nothing.
They were in Pasadena.
Altadena, yeah. And Pasadena, and it's just like, it's heartbreaking. No, and then you just start looking at your stuff. You're like, so I lose all my cars, right? All my cars.
Bro.
I still got to pay the note on them. My house is gone. My other house is a block away. That's gone. My tour bus is gone. My podcast studio's gone. Wow, this is really.
Would you seriously? Would you move to Nashville? Is that what you would do?
If everything burned here?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably. Well, I know what I'd immediately do is I'd move into your fucking guest house in the back.
Cool.
I would absolutely move into your guest house. Okay. And I'd sell it to Netflix, a new comedy series called Uncle Bert. And I'd raise your boys.
The boys still are like, remember when Fat Sticks was here? And I'm like, yeah.
I bet I wouldn't even recognize them right now.
No, you wouldn't. They've grown so much since you saw them last.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you going to let them play football?
Of course. I'm not fucking straight, dude. I'm not going to. Yeah. I have zero
Hang on. I'll be right back.
hesitation about it.
Okay.
That.
I'm
wanting.
Yeah,
I'm encouraging it. I'm also being like, hey, what you like Roblox? You want more Robux? Fucking play football. Some real benefits. There's a lot of bonuses.
I wish both my girls had played more sports, and then one time Georgia goes, I only played softball to connect with you, and I went, oh God.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I
never liked it, Dad.
When my kids get to like middle school, high school age, if they're like, yeah, I'm thinking about playing, football or whatever, I'll be like, how's 10 grand sound right now?
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dreams. So your dream car and vacation home may be closer than you think. Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
Craving a weight loss solution that actually performs? Hims can help you access weight loss treatment plans that are doctor trusted, like compounded semaglutide injections made with the same active ingredient as Ozempic. Feel confident about staying on track with a reliable supply and free shipping, so you can unlock your weight loss potential. Find GLP-1 injections for as little as $165 per month.
For real. If they're like, what? I'll be like, I'll give you $10,000 if you sign up. And if you don't, I'll take something away from you.
Be like Sean Payton and create bounties on people.
Dude, my dad told me that when I was going to college. When I was like, yeah, I'm done with football, he was like, if you get a scholarship somewhere, I will give you that amount of money. I was like, really? Yeah, that's how much you want. But I understand it now. I would definitely do that.
Yeah, it gives you something to look forward to. I used to love going to softball games.
Of course.
It was awesome. And then when it stopped, I was like, I remember, man, that was the biggest fight George and I ever got into. Like, she quit softball during the pandemic. They weren't even playing, Tom. They weren't even playing. They weren't even practicing. She was on the team. I said, you're going to be a 4-year lettered athlete. You're not going to play another game of softball. She goes, I'm quitting. And I was like, you're not quitting. I'm telling you right now, we don't quit in this family. You're not quitting. She was like, I'm quitting. She was fucking 15 years old.
Because she just
like,
hated
you're
it?
not quitting. And she fucking quit and sent the coach a letter. It was like, I quit. And then the coach reached out, and I was like, I fucking lost my shit. That's the one thing you don't get is like girls at like 15, every father that has a 15-year-old daughter is dealing with it right now. They suck so bad. They suck so bad.
I gotta say, you're totally accurate. I mean, we both had 2 sisters too, and I remember that era, like when each of them got basically like late middle school, like 13, 14, like they both turned into such monsters, and it doesn't taper off for a few years. They really were monsters.
Oh, it was brutal. I mean, Georgia and I, thank God, when she went to college, I think being away from me, she realized how much I loved her. I don't know, whatever reason, the first time I went up for like a parents' weekend, we were back. It was like old school Georgia. And I was like, thank God.
But it was a few years.
Through high school?
Yeah.
Oh, it was so tough, dude. I remember I was just talking to another dad about this the other day. I forget who. But I was like, yeah, it brought back like psycho ex-boyfriend energy out of me.
Yeah.
Where I was like, when you're getting cheated on and you can feel it, and you're like, something's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start acting even crazier, and then they want nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
That was how my relationship with Georgia. I remember one time saying to Leanne, I got to pretend like I'm just not that into her. And Leanne's like, what the fuck?
I can also already picture how, as Georgia now ages, like when she's like 28, you're going to be like, remember what a you were when you were 15? You're going to bring it up all the time. And she's going to be like, huh? And you'll be like, you fucking sucked.
You know what the coolest, I think I've told you this, you know the coolest thing? It's so funny. We're driving her to school, me and Leanne, and she like looks at me and she goes, yo, you know Duncan Trussell? And I was like, yeah. She was like, how long have you known him? I was like, I've known him probably since you were a little girl, since we moved in. That's when I met Duncan. She was like, hold on. I can't believe you know my favorite podcaster. And I was like, you like Duncan? She's like, Dad, I'm obsessed with him. And I got such cool credit points because I was friends with Duncan.
Yeah.
And I was like, she was like, hold on, what's he like? And I was like, and then we listened to his podcast together. I go, what made you think this? She goes, he was doing an episode with Natasha Leggero. Do you know Natasha? And I was like, yeah, Georgia, of course I know Natasha. She goes, and your name came up, and Dad, I have never been more freaked out in my life. I had to hit pause and go, what happened? Like, I can't, she goes, I was afraid they were going to trash you, and then I couldn't like my favorite podcaster anymore.
Wow.
And I was like, I know, it was crazy, but they were talking about Natasha taking her shirt off on stage.
Oh, yeah. You were there that day.
Yeah, she was like, did that really happen? And I went, yeah. She was like, wait, hold on. And then we listened to Duncan's podcast together, and Georgia's like, Dad, he is so fucking smart. I was like, yeah, he's wildly.
He's very,
yeah.
Yeah. He, now my kids are always like, do you know Mr. Beast? No. I know people that know him. And they're like, oh, that'd be cool. You know Elon Musk? Yeah. And they're like, that'd be fucking cool. Do you know Donald Trump? I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, could you get somebody a little fucking lower on the list?
Donald Trump? I had a kid come to me and goes, one of our family friends, came up and he was like, you do comedy, right? I was like, yeah. And he's like, do you know Tony Hinchcliffe? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, you need to get on Kill Tony. I was like, thanks. I was like, I'm on it. And he's like, what? I said, I've been on it. And he's like, no. And I said, no, I have. And he goes, no, like as a comic. And I went, you want me to do 1 minute on Kill Tony? He was like, yeah, dude, it'll really help your career. And I was like, what? I was like, cool. I was like, I've been on the panel. I think that's better. And he was like, no. Those comics, they're the best comics in the world. Trust me, that would help you out. And I was like, thank you.
Yeah.
I was like, just so you know, I just comped tickets to the arena for your parents that I was at, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, it's a big show, man. A lot of stuff happening.
Same kid. This is the best. Okay, this is the best thing I've ever done on accident that made me laugh hysterically. It's that same kid. I want to give him a shout out because he's a fun fucking kid. We met up when Leanna and the girls were in Italy. His family happened to be in Italy, and we all met up, okay? And they were going to take a huge tour through the Amalfi Coast. This kid has got to be like 13 years old, okay? Maybe 14 years old. And we were looking at like the horrible touristy hats. And one of the hats was covered in pot leaves. And he was like, my parents would never let me have that hat. And I was like, fuck them, I'll buy it for you. And he was like, for real? And I was like, yeah, it is it's like a black and just green pot leaves all over the hat.
Yeah.
Oh, I buy it for him. 2 weeks later, his mom texts me and she goes, you ruined our vacation. I said, what? She goes, every picture we have of us on the Amalfi Coast, my son is wearing this horrible pot leaf.
Damn it.
I've always struggled with losing weight and keeping it off, but I felt comfortable with hers. In a month, I've lost over 7.
Man.
You made the vacation.
I could not stop laughing. And then she sent me pictures, and it's them, like on a beautiful boat, their whole family. Everyone looks great. He's got this black pot leaf. I want to make a shirt, Tom. I want to make a shirt for 2 bears that we sell, that you buy for your family's kid. That's cool as shit. It's a coveted shirt, but you buy for someone in someone's family when they go on vacations, and they wear that shirt and ruin every picture.
It should be pot leaves. That is the dumbest shit you can buy. Like just covered in pot leaves.
Just covered in pot leaves.
It should be 2 bears with reggae fucking Rasta hair, like dreads, and just pot leaves everywhere. Just absurd.
It's so fun. Every picture, they're in like, there's one where they're all on a boat. They must have like rented a boat for the day, and they're all in white linen. Even the kid, and he's got this pot leaf hat on.
I bought I bought an El Chapo hat. Like it's just a hat of El Chapo with his face. And there's people who would be like, "The fuck are you wearing that for?" And I'm like, "Well, it's dumb. I just got it." But I think we could do a whole line of El Chapo stuff. There's no way anybody has like estate rights on that. Like they don't care. We should just do all cartel guys, like a cartel line. Escobar, El Chapo, the Arellano Felix brothers.
Oh, just like a line of clothing to ruin pictures.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
For like we make a Christmas shirt.
Yeah.
And it's just a horrible Christmas shirt that people just go, "Oh, I'm wearing that to the picture," and then they. Oh,
I love it.
That makes me laugh so hard. Isla was so bad at taking pictures when she was she would make these faces, like she would go, and I don't know why, but every one of our childhood pictures, she is making the most horrific faces.
Well, I'm glad there's another kid doing that because my fucking 9-year-old does that too. So every picture, I'm like, "Can't you just fucking smile?" And he goes like, I'm like, okay, like this picture's horrible, man. So
have you guys done like a family photo?
It's been a few years, yeah. It was really fucking hard to get it. They're both just insane on something like that. Especially, you just can't get Ellis to. No, like yeah, I'm sure we could do it, but it's difficult. Yeah, we probably should do it.
Maybe that's my goal. My goal is to just buy stuff for your kids that you don't want them to have.
Cool, that is cool.
Like that's the fun part. I bought my nephew one time a drum set.
Yeah.
And they're like, what the fuck? We don't want him playing drums in the house. And you're like, yeah.
By the way, do you do Christmas presents for your sisters and their families too? Like, you know.
Not this year, but yeah.
Yeah. So like we were doing like, you know, what do you want to get, that kind of thing, and you know, my sister would be like, "What should we send your boys?" I'm like, "Well, you know, he likes Roblox, he likes cars." And then she's like, "Oh yeah, you should get you know, my daughter this." And then for my son who's 12, she's like, "Maybe like a sofa." And I'm like, "I'm sorry? Your 12-year-old wants a sofa?" That's what he was like. He was like, "Can Santa bring me a sofa?" And I'm like, "Oh, is this for your living room?" Like, she was like, "Nah, he really wants he really wants this sofa from Restoration Hardware." I'm like, "Cool." That feels weird.
Oh my God. I have an uncle who's going through some health issues, and I reached out to his daughter and I was like, "Hey, can I, you know, how can I help? Like, how can I help? Is there anything, you know, like I can do?" And she was like, "Yeah, you know what you could do is you could remodel their bathroom."
It's so crazy.
Just like a full remodel, and if you really want, their kitchen could use it too. And I was like,
"Yeah,
you want me to remodel their house?"
Yeah, dude. You asked to help, right? Don't you want to help? And my mom, I'm so used to this, everyone knows this about her, but she's like traveling with us over the holidays, and she's like, "I love."
Oh, is she getting her OnlyFans?
We're working on it. She's coming in next week. We're going to be in studio with her, and we're going to really try to encourage it. I'm trying to show her how, you know, this could really help her out. So she doesn't want to fart on it, but I think we could probably work up to it. But she's going to do hopefully morning greetings and, you know, to show you what she's doing during your day. I think she can get a nice little following going. But she's like, "I love your backpack," and I go, "Thanks." She's like, "Can I have it?" And I go, "Of course not. I just got it. It's mine." And she's like, "I love it." I go, "I don't care. You're not doing this." And she's like, "Oh, it's so nice." And I go, "You don't even use a backpack. I travel every week with this thing." And she's like, "Can I have a bag? You have so many bags." And I'm like, "What the fuck, man?" Like, and she's like, "You do?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do. I have a lot of luggage because I travel for a living." So I go, "Fine, I'll give you a bag. Do you promise?" I go, "Yeah, I promise." So I'm like, "What kind do you want?" And she's like, "The one you carry." I'm like, "A duffel bag?" I go, "You're 80. You're going to throw a fucking duffel over your shoulder?" And she's like, yes. And I'm like, okay. So I give her one, and I'm like, here you go. Here's a duffel. It's a nice duffel bag. And as I'm driving her, I'm like, you're not going to use that. And she's like, why? I go, because it's empty right now, right? Once you put shit in it, it's going to weigh like 30 pounds. You're going to lug a fucking bag around. And she's like, I think you are right. And I go, fucking thank you. And she's like, I give it back to you. I'm like, yeah, that's not, you're not giving me something. It's mine. And she's like, do you have a different bag that has wheels that I can have? And I go, fucking fine. I'll give you it. She's like, but it's nice. And I go, yeah. Of course, I'm always like, you could just buy one of these. She's like, and then every time I say that, she's like, I don't have what you have. I don't have your income. And I'm like, yeah, but you act like you're destitute. Like you're on welfare. You could go buy a bag. No, I can't. If you don't want to give it to me, I just won't have a bag. And I'm like, okay.
I'll have no bags.
Yeah. She did that with the phone. She goes, do you, what kind of phone is it? I'm like, it's an iPhone. You know what the fuck it is. And she's like, which one? I'm like, the latest one. And she's like, do you have one that maybe you don't use anymore that I could have? I'm like, absolutely not, no. And she's like, I have the iPhone 11. And I go, great, go buy the fucking 16. No, I won't do that. And I go, okay, then stick with your fucking 11. And she's like, why can't you just give me one of your old phones? Because I'm not doing that. I throw them in fires. I just let them explode. So she's like, you throw them away? I go, yeah, computers, I break them in half and I throw them in a fire. So you can't have any of them. Why can't you go to the store and buy a fucking phone? And she's just like, I'm not having this. Like, she's like, I won't spend that kind of money. I'm like, all right, then just stick to your fucking 11. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not buying you a phone. Go buy a phone.
Is she full-time in Austin now?
Yeah.
How often do you see her?
I mean, lately it's been quite a bit. I mean, a few times a week at least. She's.
Does she knock on the door or does she walk in?
Oh, fuck no. No. She'll call. She's scared to drive. Like, we fucking pick her up or something, Yeah. She's not just gonna.
And how often do you see your sister?
Usually around the same amount of time. A few times a week. Yeah, a few times a week. I mean, but also like, I'm back to touring again, so I'm gonna be gone a lot. I assume they'll be at the house a good bit on weekends that I'm gone to, just to see the boys and be around. So they'll probably be at the house a good bit, but yeah, I mean,
it's crazy that your sister lives in Austin and like she's got to like start a life in Austin.
Yeah, I know. I'm introducing her to people and she'll get her work stuff going, but I think she's gonna like it.
If you could hook your sister up with one comic, who would it be? How old is she? 35?
Something, late 30s. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's a pretty horrible thing to do to her. I always tell, like, when I meet people and they're like, oh, don't you have any friends for this single woman? I'm like, I would not do that to you. You deserve better. Like, the comedians are not who you want to be dating.
No,
just never. They're such horrible people, most of them.
That coming from a comedian marriage.
Yeah, I'm like, but like most comics, I'm like, yeah, dude, you don't want this. You really don't.
Yeah.
There's a really small group that I would actually have a hard time coming up with that list.
Yeah. I can't imagine. I can't think of one comic where I go, well, Bobby Lee would be someone I'd set someone up with.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. I love Bobby.
I love Bobby.
I don't think
I saw him the other day, and he was like, he is always on.
He's
like,
so
he's
funny.
always funny.
He's so funny. And I texted him about the other night, and I go, are you safe? And he's like, yeah, I have a bag packed and all this. I go, well, don't wait. Like, just leave. And he's like,
oh, it was right by his house.
Yeah, he goes, oh, you do care about me. He goes, okay, I think I'm going to leave now. I go, good. Like, I hate when people, the same thing when because we lived through so many hurricanes and people are like, I'm just going to see how this goes. I go, you see the fucking trajectory. It's on the news.
Yeah.
Like, just go, leave.
The first call I got was Miss Pat. I was the first person to call.
Really?
And then, yeah, Miss Pat called at like 7 o'clock when Runyon called on fire. She was like, you could tell she was, I think she was getting ready for bed. She was like, how you doing, baby? I was like, good. I was like, we're fine. And I told her, you know who's funny? You know who reached out to Leanne?
Who?
Dave Attell.
Attell did?
Attell texted Leanne this morning. He's like, I'm worried about you guys. Are you safe?
Wow.
And I was like, I was like, that's how bad my replying to texts are, that no one even texts me.
They text
like,
your wife.
he's not going to reply.
Yeah.
Adam Ray called me first thing in the morning yesterday. There was a fire, like, I mean, not even a quarter of a mile from my sister's house, but a mile from where Adam and I live. And Adam Ray called and was like, hey, do we need to evacuate? And I was like, what? Because I thought we were totally safe. And he was like, there's a fucking fire by Sepulveda in the 101, or Sepulveda in the 405. And I was like, holy shit. And I started freaking out. And I called my sister, and I was like, are you evacuating? And she's like, I just ordered Postmates. I was like, why didn't you just make a cup of coffee? And she's like, I wanted a coffee with a lid on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I checked on all my Christian friends first, and then kind of worked down through the other denominations. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that, you know what I mean, that everybody.
Do you ever think it's crazy that like Muslim people picked one outfit and then stuck with it?
And the game stops with the award of a free kick.
Oh, I hope 2025 is everything you wanted it to be. How do we know? We just started. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. I'm going to do something that I don't really ever do. Make predictions about what we should be looking for better or worse, this year. What do you say? And I'm bringing in for the help with this segment, the one and only, the inimitable, the new daddy, Mr. Greg Ott, not real name, my producer, here to help me along with predictions. He's got a ton.
Real name, and I want to share with you, hey, I have a ton of predictions. One is, I predict that it is a new year right now, and the prediction has come true. Happy New Year.
Wow, well done.
What a clairvoyant, huh?
Well done. Do you think you add to the brood this year, yes or no?
Like the cicadas?
The brood, the cicadas, the bugs?
Yeah,
talking about your family.
No, they call the cicadas like when they're underground. That's like a brood of cicadas is when they emerge from the ground after a long slumber.
The Ott brood.
The Ott brood is staying put. It's not changing.
There are no plans for expansion in 2025?
No, there are no plans for expansion, period.
Has this been run through the board of directors?
The board of directors has been consulted, and this is signed, sealed, and delivered.
I don't know about that.
I'm sorry. They're closed for business, for whether it's a child or a cicada. But I love both the child and the cicada we have living around right now.
Cicada. Remember when we were so afraid about those? Very interesting thing to remember. Now we got drones and world wars and terror back on the rise. We used to be worried about those bugs and that all of the bumblebees were gone.
You know, that actually...
What happened to that?
There's an insectarium, I think, in New Orleans that last year when the cicadas came out. They were cooking them, and you could go there and get like a cicada dish.
Protein.
Yeah, insect.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I checked on all my Christian friends first, and then kind of worked down through the other denominations. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that, you know what I mean, that everybody.
Do you ever think it's crazy that like Muslim people picked one outfit and then stuck with it?
You mean like the hijab, or what are you talking about?
Whatever the robe.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think it's just for so long.
But it's good in that climate because it's a Middle Eastern wear, right? Like that's
but isn't it crazy that like they've never
that it hasn't evolved?
It's just one thing. It's almost like they go, "This is perfect."
Yeah.
You can't.
Here's the thing. It kind of is.
Dude,
you ever worn one?
What? I have, and I fucking love them.
Oh my god! You understand why guys wear dresses too? Because letting your nuts hang and feeling that breeze come up. Oh my god! Yeah,
dude, I would love if that. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer if America just was like, because everyone wants to go towards socialism anyway. But if we just start with clothing, it's like the ultimate equalizer. Everyone looks the same.
The North Koreans are good at that. There's only like a few outfits you're allowed to wear, and there's only like 6 haircuts you can have, you know?
For real?
Yeah. You ever seen the North Korean barber list? So if you go get a haircut in Pyongyang or anywhere in North Korea, there's like 6, and you pick one. Like that's it. You have one.
No
of these
way.
That's it. Clothes is pretty much the same. You just wear like one of a few shirts or jackets. That's it. You just stick.
That's fucking brilliant. What could we do in America?
They have a lot of
like,
good
this is our uniform.
Well, I mean, our uniform. It feels like I feel like what's very American is old Western stuff. So like cowboy shit. Wouldn't that be like the American standard? That'd be a good standard.
Like cowboy boots, jeans, T-shirt
Wranglers.
or collared shirt.
Yeah, that's it.
Wranglers.
Blue or white. You know, there's not like a lot of color variation. It should be like white tee, blue button-down, collared shirt, jeans, boots.
It would be fun if they did it regionally. So like just like we have the conferences in college football. So if you're like an SEC guy, you got to wear khakis and a collared white shirt.
They fucking already do that. They adhere to that. All those Southeastern boys, all the dipshits you see going to games on Saturdays and that are pledging whatever, they always look like tools. They always have on that same fucking goofy ass. Yeah, it's like a country club outfit. It's like blazer, khakis, right? And they're there with their little fucking side piece. Who's in the dress.
There kind of already is uniforms a little bit for where you live. If you look at Brooklyn, it's like those cargo pants that are up to they're like high waters with like boots and then a sailor's cap and like they look like longshoremen, but they don't really do actual physical labor.
The hipster outfit, and hipster mustaches. But here's the thing: there's already too much variation for this. You know, you got if you're gonna do it North Korean style, you got to pick like 3 looks. I think there's like that is way too. You got to tell that hipster guy to fucking clean it up. No more of that shit.
Get rid of individual.
You know what they would
items,
like? They would like the onesie. Like a onesie should be an option. Like a janitor onesie. You know what I mean? Like the zip up in the back, and because some hipsters will wear that kind of thing. That could be one of the selections. You're allowed to wear one of those in a muted color.
I like that. Maybe Muslims. I just found out Islam is the religion, Muslim is the people. I just learned that the other day.
You just learned
the other
that?
day. I was watching a documentary on Constantinople.
Yeah.
And they kept saying interchangeably Islamic and Muslim, and I was like, wait, which is which?
Islam is the religion. Yeah.
Islamic people are people that follow Islam. Muslim people are also people that follow Islam.
Muslims are practitioners of Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was kind of blown away by like the fact that they picked one outfit and they stuck with it, and that when they go out as boys, they're all wearing the same thing. Like that's kind of wild. It's like going to a football game.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, okay, we're all wearing the same color.
We all have this jersey on. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all gonna wear the same jersey, and then if you're not wearing our jersey, we're gonna fucking kill you.
Let's get serious. If you're like most people, your health isn't where it could be, and you know it. I'm Dr. Brett Osborne, and at Synalytics, we're here to change that. Our approach is straightforward. We create a holistic plan tailored to you. This isn't a cookie-cutter program like down the block. We look at everything: your nutrition, fitness, sleep, stress, and design a strategy to optimize your health from the ground up. At Synalytics, we're all about optimal. We push past the basics to help you perform at your absolute best, physically, mentally, and emotionally. And you'll feel the difference. And here's the part most people miss: accountability. A plan is worthless without action. We're here to keep you on track, make adjustments, and ensure you see real, measurable progress and results. You see, this isn't about just adding years to your life. It's about adding life to your years. So if you're serious about your health, stop waiting. Join us at Synalytics, and let's make change happen.
Real opportunity. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Moving forward under no real pressure.
Yeah. And they do that. That's cool.
Yeah, Islam is like a fucking Dodgers game.
Yeah. They're like, if you're a Giants fan, we're gonna beat you to death. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
And so I was like, I wonder if that takes. I wonder what that does. Wonder what when you take clothing out of the spectrum of personality. I wonder what that does.
It definitely does something, because clothing is totally an individual kind of expression, right? Like, this thing is, clothing gives you the option to present yourself in the way you want to present yourself to the world. It has an impact. Like somebody.
Stop.
The video game world has gone.
When you take clothing out of the spectrum of personality, I wonder what that does.
It definitely does something, because clothing is totally an individual kind of expression, right? Like, that's the thing, is clothing gives you the option to present yourself in the way you want to present yourself to the world. It has an impact. Like somebody in a suit and tie, you perceive differently, 1,000%, than you do in fucking tracksuit, right? Like you just do. So it's nice to take away that freedom and individuality from people. And that's kind of what the North Koreans have done. And I think what you're saying is it'd be cool if we do it here in America.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot. You could do jeans and t-shirts. It could be one option.
Okay. Jeans and t-shirt, onesie, like zip up, you know, and cowboy outfit.
Yeah.
And what, should you be allowed to wear a suit? Because suits are kind of.
Suits got to be a thing. Suits got to be a thing.
You got 4 options.
But here, once you put on suits, you've established dominance in society.
True.
Like that's the cool thing about Islam is like you can't wear jewelry. Like you can't look feminine.
You can't wear gold.
Gold. But you can't wear feminine jewelry.
Yeah.
Gold's feminine.
Men
That
can't
was the
wear.
one you taught me that I was like, that blew me away.
Men can't wear gold. Muslim men can't wear gold. Muslim women can wear gold. And the reason that Muslim men can't wear gold is that it's an old thing. I think it's in the Quran. It's about something to do with like fertility. So it's not really like, you know, it's just like kind of like, I don't want to say like, here, this is probably a better explanation than mine. Men can't wear gold. It's considered an excessive adornment that could lead to vanity, imitating women, displaying arrogance, going against the Islamic principle of modesty and simplicity, based on interpretations of the Prophet's traditions rather than explicit Quranic verses. Okay, and if you hit the key points, the idea should be focused on inner strength and character. Yeah, okay, so I was taught something, or explained something different, but yeah, okay, so it's about appearing more modest. But I don't know why you want the women to appear not modest then, but yeah. But they can wear anything but gold.
Now here's the question. They've only got one race of people over there. We've got like 4.
Yeah. What we got?
Latino,
right.
Black, Asian, white,
right,
and Muslim.
Well, that's, yeah, okay.
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can pick up the tab even when you forget your wallet. I got this.
Fargo, send cash $145 with Zelle.
Smooth. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
With weight loss by Hims, customers report losing over 11 pounds in just their first month with compounded GLP-1 injections. Through Hims, you can get a personalized weight loss treatment plan 100% online, prescribed by a licensed provider and delivered to your door for as little as $165 a month. Find the plan that's right for you and start seeing real results sooner. Get started today at hims.com.
I turn up on Marty.
So Muslim people, if you're in this country, you've got to go old school Muslim. You can only wear what is it called, that thing?
What is it called? What is the traditional
what Muslim men clothing? That's one thing I got an offer to go play in Abu Dhabi. Oh, winter collection? Wait, let me see the winter collection.
Gosh.
So they can put on like a vest and shit?
Looks like it. Oh yeah, those look good.
Well, you can step up your game.
Yeah, those are nice. Still,
I would go straight white robe all the way to the fucking floor. Wear a hat every single day, and I'd put on a rose gold watch and keep it just to myself. No.
Would you do the rap?
Fuck yes, I would do the rap. I would know. You know what I do? I do the Muammar Gaddafi, just the red tablecloth, smaller version with the band around it.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that's what I would rock. I would rock that. That's it.
That's pretty.
By the way, I described that really good. Red tablecloth with a band on it. It's
What
an
about-
Italian tablecloth.
What about the PLO style? What was the guy's name? What was the
PLO? That's
what was his name?
The guy from Arafat.
Arafat. Yeah, Arafat. What was Arafat?
Yeah. Let's see Arafat. Let's see.
Yeah, dude. That shit's tight.
That's fucking badass.
He wore that forever.
That's almost like a Luis J. Gomez hat where he wears the cowboy hat, but it's curled up on the sides.
Also, him with like that on and the Ray-Bans. That's a fucking look.
That's a sick look.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a sick look.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude.
One of the outfits we should allow in our country is military greens. Military, like, you can wear military clothes.
One of my
that's one thing.
favorite jokes, because, you know, people wear camo. All the camo's like fashion now.
Yeah.
Is like BJ Porter, this very funny writer, told me whenever he's in LA and he goes to like goes to like a Hollywood party and someone's wearing like a camo jacket, he'll just lean in and go, "Thank you for your service." And they're like, "What?" And they're just like, "It's just a fucking jacket." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was from your time in the military."
I think people underestimate how funny Hollywood writers are.
It's painfully fun.
I was with a writer at a dinner party. This had to be, I don't know, fucking probably 10 years ago in Valley Village, where we used to live. And this guy came up with his boyfriend, and he said, introduced himself. He's like, "My name's Bill. This is my partner, Mark." And the guy goes, "Oh, you guys are cops?"
That's very funny. Yeah.
It made me laugh. But you look at you look at Nikki Glaser took that picture with all her writers for the Globe. And I thought that was cool that she gave them credit, because that was a monster performance.
I didn't see it. I heard about it. I heard it was amazing.
She had, type in Nikki Glaser Ben Affleck joke.
Oof. Is that a burp?
That was bad. That was bad.
Yeah.
You're gonna smell it. You're gonna smell it.
Oh.
Come on.
Joke was so good. But I thought it was cool that she gave, when you saw that list of writers, the people that were in that writer's room,
yeah,
dude, monsters. The funniest human beings in Hollywood and in New York were in that fucking room. And
that's awesome.
I mean, I'm saying, I looked at that thing and I was like, I mean, the skill set Nikki has is to know how to get whatever they're saying in that room in her voice and make it hers and really deliver it and own it on stage. And I mean, she wildly went off script towards the end of her thing because the closer didn't work. And so she had to remember one of the other jokes they had in the room. Nikki she destroyed. But I love that she gave credit to those writers, because that writer's room was the funniest fucking, every one of those people, I was like, that person's made me cry laughing. That person's made me cry laughing. And I like that she, gave them credit.
Well, one thing that's cool about this Nikki's kind of ascent is that she is a fucking grinder. Nikki is somebody who has worked so hard and has done all the work, and I've been seeing her obviously for years, just work the road, get on stage nightly, put out material, and then she just obviously became a better and better and better comedian and got opportunities and capitalized on them. So I think she's just somebody that in comedy people are genuinely happy for, because she's really just earned everything that she's got right now. She's killed it.
Her last HBO Max special, we watched with the girls, which maybe wasn't appropriate. They were young, and it was a monster special. And then, and that is the truth, is that she is someone that has gotten on stage every night. And when she gets a job like this, she does not let them down. She was like, I will be with the writers every day, 5 hours. I will be going on stage, running these jokes at night. I will bring them with me. I'm going to take she takes it so seriously.
Yeah.
She is a real fucking comic.
She is real deal. Is
top
this it?
notch.
Is this the bit?
Wicked, queer, night bitch. These are not just words Ben Affleck yells after he orgasms. These are some of the incredible movies.
Her timing on that's perfect.
Tonight.
spoons, they're out. Panera's new ciabatta dippers are in. Each melty sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made to dip. Go for the French dipper or spicy chicken dipper. No spoon necessary when your sandwich is built to do the dipping. Only at Panera for a limited time.
Gone with a short one. And the forward progress continues.
It is always fun, the cutaways. Whether people laugh or are horrified, the cutaways are always great.
It was Benny Blanco and Selena Gomez was a good one too. But you could tell, like, you could tell that, like, Benny Blanco and Selena Gomez have heard that joke about them. Is that you know, on paper she's beautiful and Benny's like a regular looking guy. And so, like, you could tell that they were like, I know where this is going. But it was still a great joke. Her joke was, we want to thank Selena Gomez for being here, and Benny Blanco would like to thank the genie that granted him that wish so that he could date Selena Gomez.
That's funny.
It was awesome, man. She's a monster. I'll be at the Super Bowl with her this year, or the big game. I'll be at the big game with her this year. Me, Tony Hinchcliffe, her, and Adam Ray as Dr. Phil, and a special surprise guest. Let me know if you want to come.
Okay.
Let me know if you want to come.
Awesome. I'll be on tour this year, the whole year.
Are you on for the whole year?
I'm on for the whole year. I'll be touring. Well, right now through May, and then I'll announce fall dates. I'll take most of the summer off. I really enjoyed doing that last year. Is like, instead of just like pushing through it, is like enjoying summer. Like the boys are out of school. It's really like a great time. So I'll take like 90% of the summer off, and then get back to it in the fall, and then go through. Oh, there you go. There's your writers.
There. That's. Look at that writers room.
Yeah, strong.
Mike Lawrence, not wearing a suit. Is Rich Voss's wife?
Yeah,
I like calling Rich Voss's wife instead of Bonnie McFarlane.
I'm sure she loves that.
That's a fucking monsters. That's a monster.
Those are some of the greatest white voices working in comedy right there.
Wait, not one black guy?
Well, you said you wanted the best of the best, right? So there is an Asian. Yeah, there's diversity.
There's one Asian.
When my writers' room was together, they were like, this is insane. People were telling me, they're like, this is insane to have so many white writers. And I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, dude, this is crazy.
Really?
Yeah, they were really like blown away by it. And I was like, this is who you fucking sent me to interview. Why don't you send more people? I mean, I didn't call these people up. You sent me people and said, meet these people. Okay.
There's an interesting, being in a writer's room is so fun.
It's the best. It's the best.
It's the funnest. It is the funniest. It is all the kids in class that were funny as fuck all in one room, and there's no rules.
Yeah. It's cool. It's really cool.
And it makes you funnier.
It does. It elevates everything. It elevates everything. There's no substitute. It's like, what's better than a one funny person is fucking 12, you know? Like, it's like you get all these minds together. It makes everything better. Couple things. I have to pee, and I have to get on a fucking plane. I got to get out of here, dude. This is fucking crazy.
No. Hey, do me a favor. Take pictures. Even that's horrible. That I would say that is
from
like,
plane?
Take pictures from the plane. That's almost like Schadenfreude of like, look how pretty all this loss is. You know?
Here's what. Take it back. Don't say it, but just know that I will.
Okay.
I can't control myself. I'll send you photos.
That is crazy that people flying in are taking pictures at like people's loss. People lost their lives.
No, I know.
People died, and people are like, oh, that looks so cool.
Well, they also just can't believe how horrific. It looks like a war zone.
It looks
like
I tell you
a war
the thing
zone.
that bothered me the most is
Current
Current owners and lessees of an eligible vehicle get this low-mileage lease on this 2025 Cadillac Lyriq Luxury One for around $519 per month.
Make 2025 count and jumpstart your education with Sophia. This January, take 20% off your first month of Sophia's online, college-level courses designed to transfer for credit. Sign up today and fast-track your degree.
There is something in the internet's taken over, okay? And I call it, for lack of better words, fucker in the pussy, okay? It's that energy of fucker in the pussy, of like, news crews are down on Hollywood Boulevard, Runyon's on fire, and they're like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? And people are, every individual is personally branding themselves or their product or they're promoting. Like one lady, everyone they interviewed was live on Instagram. They were live, right? So everyone wants to be their own news crew. Everyone's live, and then the lady would be like, hey, can you not look in your phone? And the woman just looked at her and she goes, I'm live right now. And the other lady's like, I'm on fucking TV. And she's like, yeah, but I'm live right now. One guy was like, yeah, this is crazy. It's so good. I learned about this from PRC Media. PRC Media was so good. And I've been following them, and I'm watching all this. One guy goes, this is the best. And this was the kicker in the pussy or puncher in the whatever thing.
Yeah.
The one guy, he goes, what happened? She goes, there's fires. He goes, what? He's fucking with her. He's clearly fucking with her. She goes, yeah, there's fires. And he goes, how? She goes, I don't know. And he goes,
wait. We can show this one. I just sent it to...
Oh, please show it. Please show it.
Yeah, this, for people that didn't see this, this was great. This is great. He's like, wait, why are there fires?
Why are there fires?
You're the news, right? But yeah, this is great.
The lady on NBC last night clearly has never been to the Valley. Like, she has never been to the Valley. She's a West Sider. And she was like, Fryman Canyon's on fire. And everyone in our house was like, that's really fucking close. And she's like, Alex Trebek's house is burned down. And I'm in my head, I was like, okay, hold on. Alex Trebek's house is torn down. When he died, they tore it down, and they're building houses on it. They're building multiple houses on that lot. And it's right next to Fryman Canyon. And I'm like, bitch, you got to know where the hell you're talking about. You're not talking about the right places. And then she goes, correction, it's Runyon Canyon. And we're like, Runyon Canyon? She was like, I'm sorry. She's an idiot.
Say that again?
Can you hear it? Yeah, that's it.
There are multiple fires that are taking place. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a news story. You're supposed to know.
Well, I don't know how it started. We don't know how it started. There, winds.
All the gay people in LA.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
We got the.
I like how they go, okay, all right.
Okay.
This guy's just...
I would have stayed in the pocket and been like, what do you mean all the gay people?
She's like, you know what I mean?
Explain
like
yourself.
The destruction they caused, and then God got mad, you know what I'm saying? Started all these fires. Okay.
All right.
Got to run.
Good luck.
Pee.
Good luck on the 405.
Thanks, man. It was great to see you.
It's great to see you. I'm glad you came in for this. Thank you.
Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for listening. Stay safe. We love you. We'll see you next week.
Bert and Tom, Tom and Bert. One goes topless while the other wears a shirt. Tom tells stories and Bert's the machine. There's not a chance in hell that they'll keep it clean. Here's what we call 2 Bears, 1 Cave.
I love my life.
Hello? We want this home from you.
Marvin Gable. But you can never escape your past.
Little spider monkey ninja got hops.
If we're gonna stop your brother, I'm gonna need the old you, not the realtor.
You got him. Sorry, brother. Love hurts.
Love Hurts. Rated R. Only in theaters February 7th.
The video game world has gone remake crazy, and a lot of the time, that's bad. Not every game needs a remake or a remaster. You can just port them to new consoles or make them work on PC. But a lot of games really do need remakes, and, well, quite a few aren't getting them. Hi, folks, it's Falcon, and today on GameRanks, 20 game remakes we desperately need. Starting off with number 20, it's The Evil Within 1. The first game from Tango Gameworks, it was flawed for sure, but it's a fan favorite for a reason. The horror vibes are immaculate, the mind-bending setting is unique, and its hyper-deadly version of the Resident Evil 4 shooting system strikes a solid balance between tension and thrills. Yeah, the second game was better in most ways, but that's just another reason the first game should get a second chance. I'm not even asking for a full Resident Evil remake style overhaul here, something like Metro Redux, where they go in and make a lot of small but ultimately significant tweaks that make the whole thing a tighter package. This game ran like crap on Xbox 360 and had an ugly letterbox that obscured too much of the screen. The PC version is better, obviously, but it's also not that stable. The game can feel like it's on the verge of falling apart at kind of any moment. So having a version that actually works most of the time and doesn't obscure itself with useless letterboxes, particularly due to playing it in a higher resolution, I mean, combine that with a stable frame rate, that'd be real nice. Unfortunately, the remake of Evil Within is unlikely, as Tango Gameworks was acquired by Krafton. They got the IP of Hi-Fi Rush, but not the Evil Within. That's still with Bethesda, so it's owned by Microsoft. Hard to imagine they'll do anything with the IP without Tango around, but I mean, they retained it for a reason, right? Anything's possible. The Evil Within Re-Eviled edition or whatever, that would be perfect for Game Pass, and frankly, I'd be on it day one. And number 19 is Transformers War for Cybertron. Before being condemned to the living hell that is the Call of Duty mines, developer High Moon Studios made some really cool games for Activision. Two of the best were War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron, games based on the Transformers IP that were actually very good and fun to play. After years of movie video game slop, it was nice to have a finally decent game. I mean, if you think about it, Transformers kind of is built for video games. You're a vehicle and a dude at the same time, so you can instantly switch between driving and flying to on-foot combat, and that could lead to some pretty creative and dynamic level design. For the first game, War for Cybertron, it had two separate co-op campaigns, and they were great. You played as the Decepticons or the Autobots, while the second had a more traditional campaign where you just bounced back and forth between each faction. In some ways, the second game is better. The shooting is definitely tighter, and the campaign has better set pieces, but the original feels a little more complete. It's longer, and it doesn't feel so rushed at the end. So if it were up to me, I'd bring back both games in a collection with all the modes intact. Remakes and remasters hate bringing back multiplayer modes for whatever reason, but for this game, multiplayer is a requirement. It wasn't necessarily balanced, but it was fun as hell. These games are just fun arcade shooters that deserve a second shot at life. They're not complex or even that unique, but who cares? They just do it right. And number 18 is The Simpsons Hit and Run, another entry, another game studio killed by Activision. This time talking about Radical Studios, and honestly, you could take any of their games and I would be all for a remake. The Hulk Ultimate Destruction, Scarface, the Prototype games, they're all great. They are all deserving of a modern re-release. But out of all those games, I think the one that is most likely to actually happen is Simpsons Hit and Run. This game is such a nostalgic hit for a lot of people. It's not the most amazing game. It's just GTA with a Simpsons coat of paint. But it's also one of the few games that really got The Simpsons right, mostly by referencing stuff from the classic seasons, even though it came out way after.
Let's roll! Move it or lose it, tool.
Being able to explore Springfield, even if it's split up into separate levels and wasn't really a full open world, was still a lot of fun. This is a game I would love to see get the full lavish remake treatment. Built from the ground up, turned into the Simpsons GTA we all wanted it to be. Make a true open world, expand the things you can do, put in more gags and some deep cut callbacks to the TV show. Sky is the limit. And I can't talk about a potential hit and run remake without bringing up the actual remake a fan did a few years back. They were able to finish it, but it's unfortunately not available online because of a takedown request from Disney. The one-man dev continued work on the game but never released it to the public, so a proper hit and run remake was tantalizingly close before the rake got slammed into our face. The The developer also did basically a development diary of the game as a series of videos on YouTube, and it's actually really interesting. I definitely recommend it. Look up their channel. It's called Rubes. And in all seriousness, if I were Activision/Disney, I don't really know who would be in charge of this, but I would just buy this remake from them, release it. I mean, that's a full remake of the game that looks great in the bag, and I guarantee you it'd sell like gangbusters. Maybe they could optimize it a little more, do a little more work on it, I don't know. But man, I would really like to play that specific remake.
What were you thinking?
Possessions are fleeting.
And number 17 is Far Cry 2, one of the most intriguingly flawed games ever made. Feels like it came from a completely different Ubisoft, back when the company was willing to take risks, you know? They would do interesting things with their franchises that you might not necessarily expect. I'm not saying I trust a modern Ubisoft to remake Far Cry 2 while retaining all the things that made it special, but I'd like to see this game remade in some fashion at some point. This was the first Far Cry game to go open world, and it had a lot of really interesting ideas about how to do that. For one, you don't play as a specific character. Instead, you pick from a bunch of mercenaries, and depending on who you play as, you get a buddy who will do things like save you from near death, sometimes assist you at key moments, etc. The world was bleak but extremely immersive. They put a lot of work into making realistic fire and guns that would jam after use and ammo that exploded when you shot it. The game was super reactive. At the best of times, it almost felt like an immersive sim. The game had a lot of bad or just plain weird parts, though. Controls in general were pretty awkward. The missions were repetitive. Empty checkpoints fill back up with guards the second you turn your back on them. And that gets real annoying because it can't be avoided. All the roads are kind of just corridors. Everyone talks too fast for whatever reason. Maybe it was a space requirements thing. They were like, everybody say your lines about 1.5 speed.
You know, there's a book I read a long time ago. Still think about it every day. It helps me understand life out here. The book talks about men, about what motivates them. Simple, really.
We need to save some megabytes. Either that or they're paying the voice actors like by the minute. I don't know. It was a weird choice. If it ever does get a remake, just fix all that. Leave in everything we actually like, the dark story, the bleak setting, the buddy mechanics, the immersive stuff like the in-game map, the fire effects. All that stuff can stay. Just get rid of the annoying stuff. And this needs to be some friction to sell the tone, but they can make things like getting malaria much less annoying. It can just be a story thing, or make it so the doctor will give you more than one pill at a time. Far Cry 2 is a weird and interesting game that's really close to being something great. Given the time, a remake could iron out those imperfections, and it can really be the ultimate feel-bad game. And number 16 is Jet Set Radio Future. One of the best games on the original Xbox is still trapped there. Yes, you can play it on the 360 with backwards compatibility, but you have to have the physical disc, and the performance really isn't that great. The original Jet Set Radio got a modern release, and you can play that on PC and Steam right now, but Future is nowhere to be found. It sucks because even for as old as the game is now, it still holds up. The cartoony graphics still look great for the most part. The controls are solid. The gameplay is arcadey and fun. The soundtrack is still an all-timer, an all-around great game. And we don't even need a ground-up remake here. Jet Set Radio's remake was not from the ground up. It is the original game in higher resolution with some optimizations. That's all we need. Just a nice, solid remaster with some bug-killing, higher resolutions, and really nothing else. I feel like with a new open-world Jet Set Radio game coming from Sega, now would be a really good time to bring back Jet Set Radio Future, because then you have all of the previous games out. You can get people more acquainted with it with a nice new release of Jet Set Radio Future. It functions as an advertisement for the new game, etc., etc. Bob's your uncle. Why the hell don't we have this? And number 15 is Alpha Protocol. Obsidian's cult classic spy RPG is heavily flawed but highly respected for good reason. It's the perfect sort of game for a remake. Keep the super reactive branching story, revamp the actual gameplay into something that's a little more, actually fun. And fans of the game, we're here for the interactive storytelling and the solid presentation of those segments, not the annoying sneaking segments in between. The gameplay is the stuff you have to get through to enjoy Alpha Protocol, which is not how games typically work. and it doesn't have to be that way at all. They would have to kind of completely overhaul the game to make the actual levels work. They're small, congested, and not well designed, and that's understandable coming from Obsidian, who had never made a shooter or a sneaking game before. Just because you get it doesn't mean that's fine or good. A remake could bump a lot of the tolerable to not bad segments and bring them up to a level that would make Alpha Protocol a lot more appealing as an actual game. It's one of those games that really deserved a second shot at finding an audience because the idea behind it's a really good one. A spy action game that can change drastically depending on your choices, but it's a reasonable length, so it's easy to go back and play the game a second or third time to see how different choices affect what happens, and it's a great idea. It's just the gameplay needs an overhaul. It's not that good. I don't know if I'd call it all outright bad, but it's not good. So, yeah, a remake would be nice. At number 14 is the original Devil May Cry. There's an argument to be made for remaking any of the 3 PlayStation 2 entries of the series. DMC1 is pretty archaic to go back to these days. DMC2 sucks, so a remake could fix that. And DMC3 is awesome, so getting a full-blown Resident Evil-style reimagining with Devil May Cry 5 level graphics would be sweet as hell. In a perfect world, I would like to see all 3 games remade, both expanded and improved to make them more in line with the 5th game. But if I had to pick one, I'd go with the original. The first is extremely short, and it's almost a prototype of an action game, but its story is an essential part of the overall plot of the series. It introduces most of the major characters in the spooky mansion setting. It's great. I mean, how can you complain about that? It's a weird game because it has a little more in common with Resident Evil than a full-blown action game at times. And a remake could, I mean, iron out some of the weirdness. When I say weirdness, I don't mean good weirdness, because that does exist in this game as well. But I'd like it to iron out some of the not-so-good weirdness. You could expand the scope, make the game bigger, maybe even 2 or 3 times as big, bring in a bunch of mechanics introduced in later games, but keep the intricately detailed setting and general story. I mean, Capcom's gone on a remake spree lately, and they've pretty much nailed all of them. I think there's a good chance that this game will get some form of a re-release eventually. What that's actually going to be, I don't really know. They could try to keep the narrow corridors and small rooms intact, slow Dante down, maybe try to make it some kind of action game survival horror hybrid that played nothing like the other games in the series. They could really do anything they wanted. It's a lot more simple than the other games, so they could probably start from that template and go in basically any direction. It would probably work as long as the action felt right. Personally, I prefer they took the obvious route and basically plunked it into the DMC5 template. But if they went in a different direction for some inexplicable reason, I would not automatically be against it. At number 13 is Uncharted 1. It seems like Naughty Dog is incapable of releasing a new game and are instead relying on remastered versions of their old games. So instead of putting a third Last of Us remake on this list, which I was seriously considering doing, even if only as a trolling, because I don't know that it's not a remake we absolutely need per se. But let's talk about one of their older games that could really benefit from the remake treatment, the original Uncharted. Out of all the games in the series, this one holds up the worst. The graphics are garish. The controls are not as tight as later games. Shooting feels very soft and imprecise. Doesn't have the oomph of the later games. And this is Uncharted I'm talking about here. It's not like it ever got to like Gears in terms of the satisfying shooting, but it got way better in the second game in comparison. So the thing about Uncharted is, while it is a little clunky, there's a lot of stuff that really does hold up. There are some fun set pieces. They don't really hold a candle to anything in the sequels in terms of scope, but they're quite entertaining. Some of the character moments are endearing, but if I were in charge of a remake, I'd rebuild it from the ground up. I don't mean like a graphics pass like Last of Us Part 1. I mean a full remake to make the game longer, expand the stories, put in a few more set pieces and puzzles, just redo the whole thing. There's a really solid base to work with. I particularly like the semi-horror setting of the last part of the game, but even though the game didn't come out at launch for the PS3, it really has that launch game feel. Kind of more of a technical showpiece, a proof of concept. Now, I would call it probably among the best of those, but it could have been bigger, it could have been longer, could have been better, and there's no reason it shouldn't. And number 12 is Resident Evil Code Veronica. It's probably the Resident Evil game in most need of a remake. As great as the Resident Evil 4 remake was, there is some debate as to whether it was necessary. The original is a great game as long as you can get past the tank controls. I can't. I like the remake better. No apologies. But I get why people say that. The thing is, Code Veronica is it's a more mixed experience. It's hardly a bad game. I mean, it's still a mainline Resident Evil game. There's a baseline of quality there, but up to a certain point, Code Veronica is kind of the black sheep of the series. It's the first main game to go full 3D, and it shows. Compared to the intricately detailed backgrounds of 2 and 3, Code Veronica looks pretty sparse and barren at times. The story is more goofy than frightening. It's a 1-2 punch of the goober Steve and the weeniest bad guy in the series, Alfred Ashford.
You don't fool me! I am Alfred Ashford, commander of this base.
Oh?
It's not great, but the story is also important because it's the first post-Resident Evil 1 appearance of Albert Wesker, and it's the game that gives him the Matrix powers, basically. That makes Code Veronica, Resident Evil 4, and Resident Evil 5 sort of a de facto trilogy. So if they're going to redo 5, which I anticipate they will, it makes a lot of sense to do Code Veronica as well. This one deserves the full remake treatment, though. Do to Steve what they did to Carlos for the Resident Evil 3 remake. Make Alfred threatening at all, completely rework the puzzles and progression, get rid of the stupid metal detector that doesn't need to be there. In fact, just cut out a lot of the tedious backtracking in general. It's not a Metroidvania. It kind of wants to be a Metroidvania, but not a whole lot, and because of that, it's half-assed and does not work. It doesn't ruin the game, but it's tedious as hell. I'm emphasizing the negatives kind of to make a point. The game is not bad. It's definitely not as good as 1, 2, or 3, but it's a solid entry in the series, and I'd like to see a new coat of paint on it. Like, they already have a Claire and a Wesker model. What's stopping them?
Looks cool, huh?
Oh, I need those. Give them to me.
You gotta be kidding. I found it, and I'm keeping it.
And number 11 is Command & Conquer Red Alert 2. One of the best, most faithful remakes of the last few years was the Command & Conquer Remastered Collection, which rebuilt the first 2 Command & Conquer games, so they're playable and look great on modern hardware. The amount of work the devs put into this project is absolutely staggering. They were actually able to recover the original video and make high-definition versions of the original FMVs, and they completely remodeled all of the pre-rendered assets to make them as accurate as possible to the originals. Now, Red Alert 1 and Command & Conquer 1 are great, but you know what's better? Red Alert 2. For a lot of people, it's the best of the series, and an all-time great in the RTS genre. I am among those people. It's a great game that is still possible to play. In fact, they recently released the entire catalog of old Command & Conquer games on Steam, but it's not in the best shape. Try to play it in anything over 1280 by 720, and you might as well be playing a game for ants. They would need to use AI upscaling on all the FMVs and rebuild the game from the ground up, which is significantly more difficult than the older games because there's so much more going on here. But it's also what everyone wants. What I'd really love to see is Remastered Collection 2 with Red Alert 2 and Tiberium Sun packaged together, given the full lavish remake treatment that the old games got, and I mean, that's pretty much a dream game right there. Thing is, EA holds the rights, so hard to say if that's ever going to happen.
Closing in.
For your
defeated.
And number 10 is Saints Row 2. It's not going to happen. The Saints Row series is 100% dead at this point. The developer's done. The last game in the series bombed hard. The dream is over. A Saints 2 remake is probably just not going to happen. Doesn't matter how much anybody would like to see it. Hypothetically, though, I think the game is a great candidate for being remade.
I'll be right
It's
back.
a popular, beloved entry in the series.
Okay.
Locked onto outdated consoles, and the PC version is in total shambles. It's technically playable on PC, but it's not an ideal experience at all. Consoles aren't a lot better, the resolution is rough, and the frame rate, I don't know how we even lived back then. At the most basic level, I'd like to see a remake, like Saints Row 3, where they just clean it up a little, improve the graphics a little bit, bump up the resolution, just do a little modernizing. But I don't think I'd be too upset if they went the full-blown remake way that leans into all the stuff that made the game great. But, I mean, really, all they need to do is make it so that it works correctly and looks decent on both PC and consoles. I mean, that's really all it needs. At number 9 is Fallout 1 and 2, with the Fallout TV show acting as essentially a sequel to the original 2 Fallout games and New Vegas. There is no better time to bring back the classics. Fallout 1 and 2 are some of the best RPGs of all time, but going back and playing them are pretty rough. They're pretty archaic in terms of controls and UI design. Graphics are kind of rough too. There's 2 routes you could go for the remake. Either go full Bethesda, remake them as 3D open world games. I mean, that would require everything being made from the ground up, and that would be a lot of work. Or you could go the Diablo 2 Resurrected direction, convert everything to 3D but keep the isometric view. You know, as close to the originals as possible, make it so everything looks 10 times better. Heck, do what that game did and make it so you can switch between the new graphics and old to push the button. That'd be pretty badass. Just make it possible to control with a controller, make some optimal improvements to combat and balance, throw in a few Easter eggs. That'd be great. I'd probably prefer that option versus going full 3D Bethesda. As much as I love the post-Fallout 3 games, I don't know how the first 2 would work in that setting. You'd basically have to make 2 new games, and I don't see Bethesda or really anyone else doing that. Maybe if you're a particularly motivated fan, but not the actual developer.
Hello, my brother. May I be of service this glorious day?
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
You should see Morpheus, the High Priest. I'm sure he can help you much more than I.
At number 8 is Infamous 1 and 2. I'd love to see some kind of Infamous remastered collection for PS5, but at this point I don't really expect that to materialize. Without completely redone graphics, I don't see PlayStation going out of their way to bring back games that are 2 console generations old without having some kind of hook. I personally don't think that's necessary. I just want a way to play these games that's not locked on the PlayStation 3, but right now Sony isn't giving me one. They're fantastic open world games, especially the sequel. Tons of fun, don't go on too long. Branching story of the sequel dramatically changes the ending in interesting ways. The nature of the electricity powers in these games make them feel like open world third-person shooters. Instead of bullets, you're just firing bolts of lightning.
An improved wheelchair that allows people to safely stand.
A way to get around, which is arguably faster.
Kind of funny.
But the movement abilities and great mission design make these games tons of fun to play. Another reason I'd love to get some kind of remastered collection for these games is, I mean, there's a lot of lost content, like the Festival of Blood DLC for Infamous 2 that cannot be obtained anymore now, and it's not going to change until it's on some other platform because the PS3 networking store is just down, it's gone. That's just lost media and can only be played on a console if you've got one modded or you downloaded the DLC before the store closed. It's a good DLC too, so it's really disappointing nobody can play it without having to put a lot of extra work in to mod the console, download the DLC, get the website to figure out how to make it work. All the player-made content for the second game is gone as well. That's never coming back, but at least everything else could be preserved. I really want a convenient way to play these games on modern hardware. That's really all I'm asking for here.
It was like a single battle.
And number 7 is Xenogears. It's the holy grail of remakes, the least likely game to ever get one, so obviously we need it really bad. If you know anything about the game, if you've played it, you've heard about it, you know it's got a itty-bitty problem. The game isn't done. And I'm not talking about the usual video game version of Max Payne, like the stupid rush and the final boss is a QTE and ends on a cliffhanger, crap like that. I mean, the entire Xenogears second disc is all just a summary of events over a black screen. Sometimes you get to play through a dungeon, a fight that the developers actually managed to finish, but huge chunks of plot are delivered as lines of dialogue. World-changing events happen in a single line. That's how the entire back half of the game is presented. It's a total mess that either ruins the game or adds to its mystique. In my opinion, it kind of does both. Fans have come to accept the second disc debacle, but imagine a potential remake that actually added in all the stuff that's missing. You know, like what they did with Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is, I mean, controversial, of course, but the end of that series was certainly, I mean, probably one of the closest analogs to how unfinished Xenogears is. Like, imagine a remake that just adds in all the missing stuff, where the entire part of the game that didn't happen gets added back in, transforming Xenogears in the game was meant to be. For fans of the series, or just obscure JRPGs in general, that'd be one kind of accomplishment. Do you think it's ever going to happen? I don't. Even with the popularity of the Xenoblade games, I don't think Xenogears has a lot of cultural cash. On the other hand, Square Enix still loves their remakes. They've shown a willingness to make changes or add content to the games. Saga Frontier added a new character, for example. Live Alive added an entirely new final boss and ending, although in all seriousness, it added a lot of really good aspects to that game. And it's a far cry from making a whole new second disc, but it's possible. Unlikely, but possible. And number 6 is Stranglehold. Remember this thing? This 2007 Midway published game was supposed to be the sequel to Hardboiled, one of the most insane Hong Kong action movies ever made. It's basically a video game already, so making a sequel as a real video game is a no-brainer. At first, it looked like it was going to be a gritty cinematic counter to the Max Payne series, but the end result was not anywhere nearly as good as those games. It's not bad, and it's got some fun ideas, so while I think there's no way in hell anyone would ever actually try to make this game in 2024, it's fun to imagine what could have been. For me, only the basic premise. You're expected to peel and British in Hong Kong, sliding down banisters, blow away hordes of criminals in a hyperactive, dynamic gunfight that doesn't stop, but basically make it more like Max Payne. That's the level this game should be operating at. Keep some of the more over-the-top ideas like riding carts and shooting stuff in the environment to take out bad guys, but the entire score system is need to go. It's too video gamey and not in the right way for what this is supposed to be. Hardboiled is a totally absurd, crazy action movie, but they play it mostly straight. It's not a crazy cartoon like the game is. If they can't do that, give it more of a remaster, keep everything the same, update the graphics, improve the controls a little, clean up the glitchiness, make it feel better. Like, it could feel better to play. I really could stand that. It's still an extremely fun game. It just has a lot of potential for something more. And Midway at the time was not capable of pulling it off.
It is.
And number 5 is the Mega Man Legends collection. Capcom has pretty much done every other possible Mega Man collection of some, so why not this one? It's the last remaining series that needs some kind of re-release, other than like Star Force and oddballs like Command Mission. I'm not sure how they'd package those random games together, but these games are easy. Mega Man Legends 1, The Adventures of Tron Bonne, and Mega Man Legends 2, it's easy. Maybe throw in a weird demo game for Legends 2 that never came out in the West. These games barely need much updating. The visuals hold up surprisingly well for PlayStation 1 games. The only thing that needs to be updated is controls, turning using L1 and R1. That's not going to fly. So proper free look and some other simple adjustments to controls make the games way more accessible to modern audience. I don't even want to say modern audience. I think a lot of people would just appreciate that change. And to keep people happy who don't, leave the classic controls. And that's it. You got a great re-release.
I'm Gabby Lewis, co-founder of Magic's Group. We grew up loving cereal, but as we got older,
we had to watch out for all that sugar. So we recreated our favorites to keep that same great taste in fun with 0 gram sugar and more protein. Find us at magicspin.com or a store near you.
I love my life. You can never escape your past.
Marvin Gaye.
Secret recipe. Could tell you, but then
you know, piano scene.
Your brother's here to find you.
Tell him
Little spider monkey ninja got hops.
Incoming grenade.
It's like never coming back.
All operators to your Derek.
At number 4 is Deus Ex. Is that blasphemous? Am I not allowed to say this? I don't know. Deus Ex is an all-time classic, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be improved. Let's be realistic. The game was outdated the day it came out, and it has only become more and more archaic as the years have gone on. Taking this old game and just remaking it into something modern would be fascinating to see. Not sure if it would work, and also, God help the poor bastards that try to do it. But for me personally, I'd be up for it just to see what they'd end up with. Prime candidate for that, in my opinion, Night Dive Studios. What they did with System Shock is nothing short of a miracle, in my opinion, because it has a very similar, I don't know if I call it an issue, but just like fundamental aspect of it to Deus Ex. The thing about both of those games is they were firmly rooted in the era that they were made. And pivoting specifically to Deus Ex, the visuals, the music, everything, the story, it is extremely late 90s, early 2000s, and trying to directly plant all that stuff in 2024 and beyond would be awkward at best.
JC, you escaped? Is that what lockdown's about? I forgot to give Manderley my resignation. I heard they killed Paul. Yeah.
Done poorly, it could be a disaster. I mean, imagine a game with these Chinese accents coming up now. That it just doesn't work now. The absolutely terrible aiming you have in first person is not going to work either. In many ways, the original Deus Ex was lightning in a bottle. It's a game that's much more than the sum of its parts and was good despite itself. The world building is both dumb and brilliant. The way they combine conspiracy theories could have been laughable, but they're able to craft a credible world where there is some interesting digressions into sociology and philosophy. The gameplay takes some getting used to, but it's legitimately revolutionary. It was one of the first games to really let players play how they wanted. You could go loud, you could go quiet, you could sneak in from above or come in from the sewers. You could use special powers, you could be a hacker, you could be a lockpicker. It was a true hybrid between FPS and RPG. Also, it was huge. The original is so big that none of the sequels ever managed to be as long as it was, and that alone I would like to see in a remake. I would also just like to see a modern immersive sim with the size and scale of the original Deus Ex. I mean, I'd love that.
We'll take it from here.
And number 3 is Vagrant Story. Cross Metal Gear with Final Fantasy Tactics, and you have something kind of resembling Vagrant Story. It's a one-of-a-kind game, one of the best of Square's legendary PlayStation 1 output. There's a lot of games from that era that Square really should remake, but this is the most modern feeling, probably the easiest to update for modern presentation. First thing you'll notice is that it is fantastic in terms of presentation. The dialogue is sharp, the camera moves in each shot, it's super cinematic and engrossing right from the first few minutes in a way that very few games managed to be at that time. The gameplay takes a little getting used to. It's kind of turn-based. There's this risk meter and all these other meters and resistances you have to keep track of. Very odd system that most new players kind of scratch their head about. It's not actually that complex once you spend the time to figure it out, but if I were doing a modern-day remake, I would change it. If you're remaking Vagrant Story, the focus should probably just be on immersion. The dungeon crawling is the primary focus of the game, so combat should be complicated to a certain degree, but it needs to be exciting rather than confusing. How they should actually do it, I don't exactly know. Maybe they could make it a third-person action game like God of War, or make it a little more like Final Fantasy 7 remake, or that hybrid combat system with its action but tactical decision-making. And by the way, I think that would work fantastic. I love that combat. It's probably my favorite modern Final Fantasy combat system at the moment. I don't know how exactly you do it, but if anyone was going to seriously remake Vagrant Story, I think that would be the biggest problem they'd have to tackle. I don't have a problem with the combat in Vagrant Story, but it's very of its time. That sort of thing doesn't really work in a modern game. The expectations we have in controls are just very different, and that doesn't make it bad, but it also doesn't make it the best thing to go back to. So, come on, Square. We even know it ties into other Square games. It makes perfect sense. At number 2 is Bloodborne. No PS5 version, no next-gen update, not even a 60 FPS patch. Bloodborne is a game you can technically play on next-gen hardware, but it still feels like it's really lost to a previous console generation. Horizon Zero Dawn needs a remake less than this one. I obviously have a case for it with the Potato People, but the problems with Bloodborne go well beyond Potato People, and they're not with the game itself. I don't even know if they need to remodel anything in the game. Maybe do some work with, like, the lighting engine or something. I don't know. I really don't care. Give us an upgrade in resolution and a 60 FPS patch. That's all I really care about here.
Standing by.
Command the magic, conquer the realm.
Fuck.
The CFP National Championship, Monday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN.
I don't know why Sony just refuses to not update this game. Could be some issue with From Software. They actually made the game. Maybe they're planning on putting out a full remake on the PS6. I don't know. But after the Blue Point Demon Souls remake, it seems like it's only inevitable Bloodborne comes next. I know fans don't really love the Demon Souls remake. That game is high fantasy. Bloodborne is gothic horror. So there's also differences. Bloodborne kind of was the definer of what From style is. All their games that followed had very much of their art design inspired by Bloodborne in some way. I mean, look at Dark Souls 3. It's much more horror themed than the game it's a sequel to. From could do an amazing Bloodborne remake, and I'm not talking a Blue Point style one. That's exactly the same game with updated graphics, but who knows if they ever will. It's the game everyone wants, PS5 gamers, PC gamers, we all want to see it, but it's a game they can so easily screw up with bad art design if it was given to a team who isn't capable of the uniquely grotesque visuals. And finally, at number 1, Kid Icarus Uprising. One of Nintendo's best games, many consider a masterpiece, and is trapped on 3DS with controls that seem specifically designed to give an adult searing wrist pain. No other game in Nintendo's catalog needs a Switch remake as badly as this game. Graphics, I mean, they only need to be slightly better to put it in like with other Switch games, but the controls, the controls, they cannot involve Cyrus.
The humans are taking a beating. They need our help.
Normally I'd agree with you.
What is it?
Do you remember how long the power of flight lasts?
Get rid of that. That's all we really need or want. This action game is truly epic, but unless you have a working 3DS and a physical copy, the game is unplayable. The 3DS network is down, so you can't download it, and Nintendo has ended support entirely for the 3DS, so they won't repair a broken one. It's only going to get harder to actually play this game with every passing day. Even if you do have the system, trying to play it with the default controls is absolutely painful. Seriously, unless you got little kid hands, it's going to hurt. So what we need is a normal control scheme with stick aiming instead of forcing everybody to use a touchscreen. They could keep the touchscreen functionality they want. I know the Switch barely uses it, but it does have a touchscreen on there. Just give us the opportunity to use real controls. That one tiny insignificant change will make this game not just playable, but really fantastic. I don't care about paying the Nintendo tax. I know it's going to be $60 for a slightly updated 3DS game ported to the Switch, but in the case of this game, it's necessary, not just to play the game, but to, play the game. In terms of compatibility and the controls, it is going to be a necessity at some point.
Starting camp.
That's all for today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. So click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter, Falcon the Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Oh, I hope 2025 is everything you wanted it to be. How do we know? We just started. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. I'm going to do something that I don't really ever do. Make predictions about what we should be looking for better or worse this year.
That one died
beautifully. And I'm bringing in for the help with this segment, the one and only, the inimitable, the new
He was
Greg
going back to the car.
Not real name. My producer here to help me along with predictions. He's got a ton.
Real name, and
Are you serious?
I have a ton of predictions. One is I predict that it is a new year right now, and the prediction has come true. Happy New Year!
Wow.
Well, what a clairvoyant!
Well done. Do you think you add to the brood this year? Yes or no?
Like the cicadas?
The brood, the cicadas, the bugs?
Yeah, they
talking about your family.
No, they call the cicadas like when they're underground. That's like a brood of cicadas is when they emerge from the ground after a long slumber.
The odd brood.
The odd brood is staying put. It's not changing.
There are no plans for expansion in 2025?
No, there are no plans for expansion, period.
Has this been run through the board of directors?
The board of directors has been consulted, and this is signed, sealed, and delivered.
I don't know about that.
I'm sorry.
Bro.
Closed for business.
I'm the best.
For whether it's a child or a cicada. But,
I
love both the child and the cicada we have living around right now.
Cicada. Remember when we were so afraid about those? Very interesting thing to remember. Now we got drones and world wars and terror back on the rise. We used to be worried about those bugs and that all of the bumblebees were gone.
You know, that actually...
What happened to that?
There's an insectarium, I think, in New Orleans that last year when the cicadas came out. They were cooking them, and you could go there and get like a cicada dish.
Protein.
Yeah, insect protein. So maybe that's a prediction. I'm not going to make that as a prediction, but like to kick things off, maybe people start eating more bugs in 2025.
Well, I'll tell you something. We're doing it with our dogs. My wife, Christina, runs The Purist, which is this wellness as an ethos. So it's not like just matcha tea. It's, oh, well, who made this shirt? And what kind of dye do they use? And do they hire people the right way? So dog food. What are you giving your dog? I'm not into this whole human grade food for dogs. Like, if you want to do that, that's fine. But it's really expensive and hard to store. For me, we found dry food. Oh, I don't want to feed it. Don't. Do whatever you want to do. But for us, I got 3 dogs. And we found this cricket-based dog food. They should actually advertise with us. They're called Jiminy Cricket. I'll say it for free.
Are they really?
Yeah. And I'll tell you what.
Great.
The dogs don't go to the bathroom as much. Their weight has been very easy to maintain. And it's all based off what the serving recommendations were with the food on the back. And you know, the leaner the dog is, just like with us, the longer they'll live. So very important for us. One of our guys is getting up there. Where do you want to start with predictions?
I would like you to walk us through, if you have 3 to 5 of your top predictions for what's going to come in 2025. This is going to be a big year. I mean, we have a new old president coming in. I'm looking at the Wikipedia breakdown of all the things. First of all, 2025 will be the first square year since 1936.
What does that mean?
2025 is a square of 45. So mathematically, it's already like quite interesting.
I would have never put any level of interest in that.
This is Wikipedia. Anybody can write this, but I think it's fully verified.
So let me just kind of go. I don't do this. Okay, this is the opposite of what I do, right? Which is this is going on low information, high guess. From I usually do high information, low guess. So first thing, okay, I've got a prediction.
Number 1.
The podscape is going to change. And the people who were at the top last year will not be at the top all of this year.
So this is pertinent to the podcast. This is a podcast you're presumably watching or
Here's
listening.
what has happened, okay? Now, money rushed into the pod space and tons of big and bad deals were made in the last 5 years. That money has dried up. There's an aphorism in investing. You never want to be first dollar in. First dollar in got killed. People were given a lot of money for their podcasts. People have gone broke. They've been bad deals. Kind of like what happened when Sirius thought that having Howard Stern would make them like a household thing. Hasn't happened. Just made him really rich. But it's not like Sirius is everywhere now, right? They're just mainly in like rental cars. So the Podscape,
It's true.
second dollar in with the Podscape. With this election, people now know that you can get bang for your buck and you can get reach and resonance. And I'm telling you, on the right and on the anti-institutional side, you're going to do a lot better than Joe Rogan and his merry band of, you know, cut-rate comedians. And I'm not saying that those guys will disappear, but you're going to see better, bigger talent come in. Like what? A guy like a Bill Burr is going to get enticed into that space. A guy like Louis C.K.
Bill Burr has a podcast.
But I'm saying ramping it up, that there's going to be money that puts it into a sphere where he's sitting with major people, as opposed to it just being an and. That's what I'm saying. Instead of it just being like an and to what Bill Burr does, it's going to be his thing, okay? Stephen A. Smith is going to explode on the landscape of conversation, okay? And again, no disrespect to Rogan. You must give him his props for building a platform. Good for him. But now you're going to have better talent in that space, okay? And that is my first prediction.
It's just to piggyback on that, this came out recently that more people are watching podcasts now on YouTube, and you've been doing this. This podcast dropped first on YouTube. You, from the beginning, were like, hey, let's put myself on. Like, people want to see me and hear me, so it's like, you know, one product in one. But it's the confluence is interesting to me of like, this thing you used to listen to, it's like, well, it's quite easy to get a setup, you know, in your house like this and broadcast.
Yes.
In a very DIY way. And people are now, especially a lot of the YouTube stats are, more people are watching things on their televisions, and thus, you sit down and watch a show, it's kind of replacing talk shows. We talked about this before, but like, yeah, this is
Now's the time to go back in time and shine a light on the family journey that led to you. Learn when they said, I do. When they became heroes. How they ruled the school. Curious about what you might find? With billions of records, photos, and more, you're bound to find some gems. Ancestry can help you piece together the past. Memberships are on sale now, so start your journey today.
Prediction 1A is you will see mergers in stream platforms. I went to YouTube early because I believe video kills the radio star. People want to see more than they want to listen. I'm not telling you not to listen. Look, it's not my thing. I do an audiobook every now and then. I'd rather read, but I want to see. Why? Because I'm a visual learner, and you take so much more in from people when you're actually seeing them. Obviously, reading them, text, you get the least context, the least feel. Hearing their voice, you get more, but seeing them and hearing them. So to me, it's a no-brainer. But what you will see, prediction 1A, is consolidation in platforms. Because the problem right now is there are too many different places that you have to go, and you monetize, and they are going to start buying each other up.
I just started watching The Day of the Jackal on Peacock. Have you seen that? Holy shit, that is the music, the acting, that is a show. And I didn't watch the original Jackal, but I guess Richard Gere is like the Eddie Redmayne character.
But it's kind of the thing, like back in the day, nobody was surprised by the movie you told them they should see. Right? It'd be like, you should go see Gladiator 2. It's pretty good. Everybody knew that Gladiator 2 was a thing, and you had to go to the movie. Now, there's a really good chance that I've never heard a fucking word about Peacock. I don't have it. I haven't done it. There's a chance. And because you have so many outlets, okay? And some of the big ones are going to have their own. That's what they did. That was the first step. The next step will be that Peacock will buy some second tier or 3 or 4 streaming platforms and take all of their content. That's the next step.
Well, the only reason I have Peacock is because my parents have cable television and I have their account.
You ape it.
Oh, I ape it big time.
Yeah.
My icon in there is the Boss Baby.
Oh, really?
So when I log on, I see the Boss Baby, and that means
That's you?
my
That's
time,
who you
it's
are?
time to watch television.
My son found a really ugly, like caveman meets Minotaur kind of figure that he has made my avatar on all of our streaming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which he thinks is hilarious.
And you don't have a picture of it handy?
No.
But it's a caveman Minotaur. So hairy, does a Minotaur have like a spike on the head?
It looks like kind of a cow-headed caveman.
Oh.
He thinks it's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Muscles marinara, as they call them. Next category that you want to predict.
Let's go economics. Anything big in the world of, world
yes.
business?
First thing that's going to happen is Donald Trump is going to announce that the economy is already better just because he's here. And what this is going to be is politics, but it is politics of persuasion by evasion. Okay? He was running down the economy on purpose. Now he has the opposite inclination. So suddenly it's going to not have been as bad as it was. And in fact, that's going to be true everywhere. Because the Biden administration definitely made some problems worse and made some problems better, but didn't message it well. Southern border. The numbers have been up and down, but they have been fixing infrastructure and dealing with some minute rule changes there that have actually flattened out with a couple of peaks that they had at the end of the year. There was one last big push that came in at the end of the year. People were trying to get in here before Trump. Interesting, right? Shows you how powerful narrative it is, even in outside U.S. Audio skills and listening spheres. So he's going to say the southern border is already better. Something he wouldn't have given Biden credit for, but that's where the credit deserves. Now, this is not unique to Trump. Very often, presidents get credit for what happened before them. And very often, they get blamed for what happened before them, right? It can go either way. So the economy is going to wind up being seen as much better. And I got to tell you what, I'm not going to believe it any more than I did when they were telling me it was terrible. You look at the media space, advertising, to play off my first prediction, advertising is in the shitter right now. People don't know how to make money with advertising anymore. They don't know how to measure it. They don't know who matters and where it matters and why it matters. Another prediction, 1B, okay? So prediction 1, prediction 1A, prediction 1B. Television and podcasts and radio and whatever you want is going to go back to single or double partner models. You will see Chris Cuomo at News Nation saying, look, I actually drink Essentia, and here's why. I'm very sensitive to pH, whatever bullshit. There won't be bullshit. Whatever it is.
Yeah, pH, yeah.
And be like, oh, my God, that's such a sellout. Tell it to Edward R. Murrow. He did it. Tell it to Cronkite. He did it. Tell it to Mike Wallace. He did it. Last time I checked, kind of giants of journalism, no?
The Flintstones sold cigarettes.
So this is what they used to do. Mike Wallace would be smoking a Chesterfield and tell you why he was. To me, at least it's transparent. What do you think? It's not a commercial enterprise. You know it's a commercial enterprise. So everybody else is doing that. I think the link is affinity, okay? Like for me, I drive a 2014 Ford Raptor. Why? I think that truck was the best muscle truck evolution. And I like Fords. Now, that used to not be a thing for me, right? My brother's a Pontiac guy. I think as long as you have a direct affinity to whatever it is, I don't use Traeger grills because I think they're built cheap. You want to go back and forth about that? If you're a Traeger, that's fine. But for me, I will advertise what I think works for me. That's what I do here. I take this shit. I use this stuff. And we're going to go back to major partnerships in media.
To your first point, I don't know if I'm sure you've seen this graph, but like
millions of years ago, the southwestern United States was prominently covered with volcanoes. Volcanic magma and ash cooled and hardened, creating a porous lining and an ancient aquifer. As rainwater poured through this lining, it picked up electrolytes and minerals, creating one of the most unique waters in the world. These natural electrolytes in the water raise its alkalinity and provide your body with the
about a week after the election, Consumer Sentiment Index by party affiliation, it completely flipped It went from Democrat to Republican. It was just like, Republicans are going to be in power again. Oh, now we think the economy is great. Like, it shows what a partisan game.
This has always happened. It has become more pronounced as the party system has become more of a binary battle to the bottom, where they are looking at through the prism of their own advantage almost exclusively. And to me, it's frightening. And these parties cannot be brought down in terms of their power and influence soon enough.
And to the second point.
Prediction number 2. Prediction number 2.
Technically, it's really fine.
Prediction number 2. We're not going to have a major election this year. We don't have a presidential election this year. You will see a continuation of independents outgrowing and outpacing Democrats and Republicans in national elections. This is the best news in my lifetime for our politics. This is the best news in my lifetime for our politics. The more of you decide, look, I'm going to go off critical thinking. I'm going to go off what works for me and mine. I'm going to go off what makes sense. I'm not going to compromise for some group that I don't give a shit about, and clearly they don't give a shit about me. The better it is for this country. You're not going to get rid of the party system. I don't think so. Not anytime soon. I don't even think you're going to get a real third party anytime soon. But I do think the more independence there is and the more independence there are, okay, so like independence from and then independence, you know, ENCE versus ENTS, as a number, the less influence they'll have, at least in the primary system. We've got to move towards ranked choice and open primaries. I know, but that would screw the parties. Fuck the parties. You need more moderate candidates. That's how you get them. The primaries is where we all get screwed because they play to a magnified minority that comes out to vote, and you get the most extreme people because they have the most ardent supporters. Prediction number 2. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Get Maine Lobster. Oh man, Christmas, New Year's. We're all trying to make a menu that makes people feel special, shows the love. And food feeds family, but also our idea of what is special. And you know what works best? Gotta have lobster. You got it. What better way for a cheat day around the holidays than with just an amazingly succulent lobster tail from a place that is the birthplace of lobster in America's culture? Get Maine Lobster. Oh. Get Maine Lobster's mac and cheese with a side of fresh Maine scallops, replacing the boring, like, burritos cereal. Come on. Right now, when you go to getmainelobster.com and you enter the promo code Cuomo at checkout, you get 15% off all orders. That's a good deal, especially for the holidays. Visit getmainelobster.com and use promo code Cuomo and you will get 15% off all orders today. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Radioactive Media. Business owners, CMOs, you got to plan on growing in 2025, right? There's going to be a lot of uncertainties this year, but not everything's uncertain, right? One thing for certain, things are going to be different. Why not utilize something reliable and stable for your marketing efforts and tap into the power of podcast and radio reach? In the U.S., listen to this. Audio reaches more than 271 million people every week. That's more than social media and digital media combined. My friends at Radioactive Media know the recipe to launch, optimize, and scale performance by building compelling audio campaigns which actually work. Their personal approach, knowledge of the medium, is unparalleled. They believe in the power of radio so much they even use it themselves right here, right now. Text my first name, C-H-R-I-S, to 511-511. Just text Chris to 511-511 or go on the web at radioactivemedia.com. Text rates may apply.
An improved wheelchair that allows people to safely stand.
A way to get around, which is arguably faster and arguably safer than walking, because you can coast. And it has these very special casters so that when you're going straight, it tracks beautifully. But you can go sideways if you're cooking in the kitchen or doing something. You can spin in place in an elevator and go back out.
It's for anyone struggling to walk due to age, injury, or disease.
Let's go back to politics. You talked about independents, what they might do this year. I'm wondering if you could kind of give me a prediction on like just the Democrats in general and the Republicans in general. Like with the Republicans, Trump is really spraying a lot of stuff out there. I've been reading everything from like he wants to privatize the postal service, and then you got Doge working on stuff. And then you know the Democrats are all over the place. So I'd love to see your just state of play or where you see each party going in 2025.
Trump's play is going to be obvious. Everything is better than it was before, and he's going to use what was happening under Biden, who did not message it well, to his own advantage. That's politics. His talk is not going to match his walk. And that's not a surprise in politics, so people aren't going to be offended. The Democrats have to be very careful not to overplay the significance of that. And instead, ignore Trump's shortfalls and fill in the spaces of opportunity. And my prediction is that the big opportunity, perversely, is going to be in line with who was just targeted by the assassin. Meaning, the problem with disconnect in our society is cost structure. Stock market's doing really well. Inflation is on the way down. Right. There are plenty of indices, metrics to point out, but the cost structure of living is too high. And it's because we allow the providers to make much more money than anybody else ever can. And it plays to their advantage more than everybody else. Now, part of that is capitalism, but part of that requires correction also. And my prediction is that Democrats are going to start targeting the cost structure. What does that mean? Well, who makes our food expensive and why? How much of it is about what is in it? How much are our drugs and why? And what is Big Pharma making and how? Why is insurance such a big and looming boogeyman everywhere in your life? Your health insurance, your house insurance, your car insurance, your co-op insurance, pet insurance. Everything's going up. Why? And why do they just get to keep making money hand over fist? Target the right bad guys. My prediction, not Trump, not his band of merry men, and that they're all would-be dictators. Leave it alone. Find the shortfall in his own success and pick on the right bad guys. That's my prediction. You go after the right bad guys, you get back in touch with how people feel.
And then what about with tech? Trump has been going back and forth on, he was the one who started the TikTok ban, then he wanted to walk it back, and now he's meeting with the guy, and who knows where this is going to land, by the time he's actually president. But I believe the ban is supposed to go into effect the day before he takes office. So not just TikTok, but with everything with Australia passing the social media thing that bans, teenagers from being on the platforms, on social media platforms. You got Grand Theft Auto coming out later in the year. You got Avatar coming out. Is there anything in the world of technology that you could see that make a prediction for?
The beautiful thing about technology is that it overwhelms us consistently. And our world is changing so much, so fast that anybody who predicts what's next, look, everybody's saying that we're getting closer and closer to where the technology gets integrated into the body, right? You used to have to sit down in front of it, then you could carry it, then you could hold it, then it was part of you, now you're wearing it. The next step is integration into you.
Like that chess player.
What chess player?
The one who is alleged to have cheated using those vibrating anal beads.
You see what I deal with?
Alleged. But
he would have done
some
anything
people tested it out to figure
get
out
vibrating anal beads in there.
No, I'm just saying that's a use of technology to help someone, progress.
Your habits aside.
I don't know. I actually barely know how to play chess.
The next step is going to be that it's in you. Okay, look, we've always done this with how we track our pets. It's only a matter of time before we put it inside of kids. And of course, there'll be reaction formation to what is it doing? What else is it doing? of course, there'll be tension. But the next step is obviously to integrate it into the person, right? And then you get all the scary things about becoming a machine, and machines taking, all that. So that's where technology is taking us. And to me, it's not even predictive, it's just suggestive. That's the way it's going. But I don't see anything this year that changes our lives as we know it the way this did. I do believe that you're going to see curves and guardrails, let's say, and I'm worried about it. I don't buy that TikTok is an instrument of China. I do believe that they don't use it there the way they allow us to use it here. And I think there is a lesson in that. I think that the algorithms need to be shifted. And I think it defeats the censorship argument. The censorship argument is a good one. I believe in more ideas, not less. I do. I believe in that. And I think that you have to fight the fight and that the censorship is not worth what it gives you because it empowers things that are being ignored or being censored and it makes them seem like they're more valuable than they actually are. So instead, I think you change the algorithm to reward different things. Now, I don't know how you make a high ground argument on the basis of what it's rewarding now. It's like constantly pushing you towards sex, provocative shit, and outrage. So is that the fruit of free expression? Any more than if it's pointing you towards success stories, life-changing moments, and technological advances? I mean, is one inherently more valuable as idea, as speech, than the other? I don't think so. And
to be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that.
Why is it that even my fitness videos take me to tits eventually? Oh, like the algorithms just push you towards prurience. Oh, not mine. Bullshit. Okay? I'm just saying I have no problem with changing the algorithm so that they reward different types of behavior. Why is it free speech and free marketplace to have the algorithms constantly pushing you towards what makes us work? It's not what they allow in China. That's something that I think is worth discussing as a guardrail. And I think guardrails are necessary, but I'm very worried about them because I don't want to limit people's access to things. The algorithms do that without being an expressed or understood limitation. But they are that. And we're obviously okay with it, right? Because we're all trying to figure out how to maximize those algorithms to create our own reach, right? Everybody's a brand now. I think the ban of a certain age makes sense. As a parent and as somebody who realizes that the influence is clearly beyond the control of the ability to balance the influence. And yes, my parents felt the same way about television, but it was not like this. And I just don't see the positive yield. I don't hear the positive yield. There was a moment in time where all the gaming was making kids better hand-eye coordination. You're gonna have a whole new generation of pilots.
Oh yeah.
Didn't happen. But what we are seeing is that they're less connected. There's more deviance. There's more loner syndrome, lone wolf syndrome. And there's disconnection. You know, the internet was supposed to connect the world. Instead, it's made everybody individual silos within it. So we got something wrong here, and there's a need for break.
With regard to Mr. Musk's purchase of Twitter, I believe it's called the letter X now.
What's it called?
The letter X.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he likes this letter, so he puts it in everything. I don't get it, but I mean, there's so many cool letters out there. You know, everybody's saying, or a lot of people are saying that it played a huge role in the past election, but there are charts that show the number of active users going down. It's been going down precipitously since he bought it. It's not as wide. It's never been a major platform. It's very popular among journalists and media people, but it's never been one of the biggest social media networks. It's a big one, but it's not the largest.
What's the largest?
It's probably Facebook or Instagram.
It's interesting because X gets all the hype.
Because that's where, I mean, for years it was the fertile ground of like journalists and people in media are posting here live. You can actively react to things in real time, and it was, you know, you would have like a municipal service set up to publish an alert of like, hey, the weather, you know, things like that.
Now it's all on Twitter.
Well, it's all on Twitter. It's all on Twitter, but what's happening is like, you know, NPR going, hey, we're not going to publish here anymore because we don't like the platform.
That's only a few lefty outlets, and they'll come back. Well, unless there's something better, and Blue Sky and Threads don't seem to really be getting the traction. Threads has that artificial force multiplier because everyone who's on Instagram is on Threads.
Right.
That's not really kosher.
The only reason I'm bringing this up is I'm wondering, to your point about algorithms, Threads specifically does not show people political or news content. You actually have to go into your settings to say, yes, I would like to see political stuff. But the app is so strange because it's all just like things people were talking about 2 or 3 days ago as soon as you log on. And a lot of it, if you follow politics, yeah, you get some of it, but for the most part, it's these like strange old conversations.
It's lag.
It's lag. And I'm wondering if you see anything in that scope changing, especially with like, you know, all these CEOs going over to Mr. Trump and saying, well, you know, we're sorry. Okay, we're going to give you some money for the inauguration, kind of capitulating a little early on. Like, do you see anything trending in that direction from an algorithmic perspective, as in like, yeah, we're going to keep flushing news down the toilet online because we really don't want to promote this. We know it's hot water. We know we keep having to pay out of our ass for it. We don't want to invite the bad attention. We just want to avoid this altogether. Do you think Threads is almost like a canary in the coal mine of like more of these platforms are going to say less, while Twitter, you know, stakes out its claim as the right-wing version of all this other stuff and blasts out their, you know, not outright propaganda, but certainly right-wing positive messaging on so many fronts?
I can't point to anything in American culture that has become controlled by the demand for less. Can you? Everything seems to be in the direction of more.
Some say less is more.
More media. Well, it depends on the quality of it, right? So more media, more outlets, more variety. Now, do you get this paradox of within the growth a sameness that becomes pervasive? Yes. To my point, outrage, sex, you know, everything salacious is what gets you these things. And you see it even in digital media. Call Me Daddy and all of these things, that anything that's sex-related blows up. So even though you have more, what works is less. And I think it's a problem.
I just interrupt. There's a great video essay in the New York Times from somebody a creativity expert who explored why it seems that everything looks the same and sounds the same these days, and it's because, in his opinion, the algorithms have reduced everything to this little tiny tip of the iceberg, whereas if you get down to the bottom of the internet, the bowels of this iceberg, where I like to live, there's a ton of great stuff flourishing out there, but because all these platforms are pushing out what they want you to see, and it all is kind of homogenized, well, yes, that's why we're all listening to, like, very similar sounding music and very similar looking movies. And I know there's an argument that's going on forever, but like so much control is in the algorithm.
A lot of that, the music is true. I see it in my daughter and her friends, the 14-year-old. And they're getting it all off TikTok. They're getting these playlists off of TikTok. So they're all listening to the same shit. And it's the same compendium, right? Because it's not like just Chapel Roan. It's like, you know, these song selections. And look, it takes us back to the same thing. So the prediction is algorithms are going to have to change. There's going to be pressure. Stop telling us that you're not manipulating the information. Stop telling us that you can't regulate it. This is what you do, you mofos. You figure out where to put your ads on the basis of what's getting the most wattage, so you know how to do that. We want to change what you're manipulating to get the most wattage, to have a broader aperture. And I know that won't be as good for you. But literally, fuck you. Because it has been stilted in your favor for too long. And Elon may say he's doing it differently. I don't know. Because I think he's catering to a very specific agenda that he just likes. So that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about making more pie instead of figuring out how big a slice you can get in the existing pie. More pie. The algorithm should be changed to reward behaviors that aren't all prurient and bad for you. okay? It's all junk food all the fucking time. And I think that can change, and they can still make their money. And I think at a minimum, it's a conversation. You may say, no, I agree or disagree. That's fine. Let's have the conversation, and let's make something happen.
Have you ever found yourself struggling to hear? Constantly saying, what? Do you ever feel left out of the conversation? Or sometimes, do you give up trying to hear and just tune out? Well, you're not alone. In fact, nearly 50 million Americans struggle with hearing loss. The good news? An effective, over-the-counter solution now exists. A high-quality, low-cost hearing aid that offers crystal clear sound and is nearly invisible when worn. Imagine getting the best hearing aids without ever leaving your home. That's the convenience Audient Hearing brings to you. Rated the best hearing aids of 2024, Audient's innovative technology, industry best prices, and unparalleled support have already delighted over 500,000 customers. Here's why people couldn't be happier.
I started to slowly lose my hearing and was getting really worried. It became harder and harder to have conversations. I was worried finding the right hearing aids would be a complicated process, but Audient Hearing made it so easy. Within a week, I felt like my old self again.
It was easy to order, the shipping was fast, and the customer support team was so helpful whenever I had a question. And the best part was, the hearing aids sound amazing.
When I lost my hearing, my confidence went with it. But Audient Hearing has really brought back my confidence. It's truly been life-changing. My family's noticed, and all my friends, I've really been able to reconnect with
them. The Atom 2 is so small and comfortable. I like that they came with different size earbuds, so I could get a perfect fit. Even though my ears are pretty small, they stay hidden, so I don't feel embarrassed when I'm wearing them in public.
Order right now and your 1-year warranty is free. Your shipping is free, and there's a 45-day risk-free trial. Go to AudientHearing.com and transform your life with better hearing.
The Audient Atom 2 is a true digital over-the-counter hearing aid, not to be confused with other cheap hearing amplifiers on the market. The Atom 2 series is a successor to Audient's best-selling Atom. One of its most noticeable upgrades is the reduced size, with the Atom 2 being 28% smaller than the Atom. The improved sleek design makes the device nearly invisible when worn and provides users with a discreet and comfortable experience. Equipped with 4 different hearing modes, the Atom 2 caters to a broad range of hearing needs, ensuring a personalized experience for every user. Additionally, a key highlight of the Atom 2 series is the new digital A2 sound chip, which enhances audio clarity and quality, creating a more natural and immersive hearing experience. The Atom 2 is also rechargeable, so you won't have to deal with replacing batteries. Audient's Atom 2 series features their most advanced hearing technology yet. It includes background noise cancellation that ensures you hear what you want, when you want, even in noisy environments. What really sets the Atom 2 series apart is the UV cleaning case, killing more than 99.9% of bacteria while charging. It's the first hearing aid in the world with built-in UV cleaning sanitation.
Say goodbye to 5,000.
Damn, that shit was a long-ass commercial.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Everyday Dose. Look, we all want to be better, mentally, physically, but our habits don't always match up with our goals. That's where Everyday Dose comes in. Coffee, yes, but better. Since I started drinking Everyday Dose, I've noticed I can get through my day with this consistent, smooth energy. No peaks and valleys, all right? That kind of roller coaster caffeine crash deal. No more. I'm big on gut health. This blend of collagen and mushrooms is like a 1-2 punch for keeping me regular and feeling good. Taste? Legit. Smooth, rich coffee flavor, definitely tastes like coffee because it's made with premium roast Arabica coffee extract. Head over to everydaydose.com/Chris and you will get 25% off plus 5 free gifts with your first order, including a USB rechargeable frother. Very important. Changes the drinking experience. Trust me. Every month after you get additional amazing free gifts with your order, just because you're now part of the team. Every month, you're going to get additional amazing free gifts. Go to everydaydose.com/Chris and you'll get 25% off plus 5 free gifts with your first order. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Cozy Earth. Look, your resolution's got to include getting better rest. Cozy Earth helps. There's a reason that it's got best-selling bedding. Here's what I like about it. There's technology in the textile. When it's cold, it helps keep you warm. When it's warm, it does help keep you cool. How? I don't know. And I actually researched it, and I still don't get it, but it doesn't matter because they know how to do it at Cozy Earth. I like to be responsible about my purchases, and I do like to feel that what I'm doing may help make something I care about a little bit better. They're using bamboo, not the materials that textile companies usually do, and bamboo is highly sustainable, it's not doing anything bad to anything, and it's fast and it's easy for them to use. A better year starts with better sleep. Wrap yourself in Cozy Earth. Please don't wait. Head to cozyearth.com/Chris. Use my exclusive code Chris, up to 40% off. How amazing is that? cozyearth.com/Chris. If you get a post-purchase survey, please say you heard about Cozy Earth from the Chris Cuomo Project podcast. You guys send me the comments saying thanks, you love the stuff. Tell them.
Introducing AI Reviews by Spellbook. Reviews lets you generate precise.
Okay, we did a little bit of politics, we did a little bit of economics, we did some entertainment. Any wild cards out there? Something that isn't on somebody's mind, or like something that isn't top of mind right now that might, like, not like a volcano erupting, but, you know, something that isn't headline news right now that nobody's paying attention to that you might think.
One, Bills win the Super Bowl.
Well, OJ's dead.
Yes. Two, war in Israel doesn't end.
Oh, really? You think it's... Oh. Okay.
Three, Trump can't negotiate a settlement to Russia and Ukraine, and it gets uglier before it gets better.
Those, I'm actually very surprised by those.
So am I. And I hope I'm wrong.
Oh.
Not about the Bills, but I hope I'm wrong. And I will just... So why am I saying it? What just happened in Syria, I cannot believe that, one, you don't care, but whatever. The idea that this guy Jelani and his merry band of men that just went in there are not going to become extreme Islamists strains credulity. Well, but they're not flying the flag right now. I know. But everything about them reeks of not wanting a democracy. They just want influence over the people. And I think you're going to have a new and worse actor in the region after Assad. And look, Assad was a bad guy who did bad things to his people. Not saying he isn't. I'm just saying he wasn't alone in that, and he was a stable one. These guys are going to be unstable, and they're going to be really open to influence because they're going to be broke. So that is going to add to Israel's woes. And I think Bibi Netanyahu has changed people's feelings in Israel about him. Almost unheard of. He was the wrong leader at the wrong time. Many there were arguing. Now it's starting to shift. Why? They are in straight war mode. Ukraine is getting exhausted. They're running out of people. They're running out of will. They're starting to listen to everybody trashing Zelensky as part of the problem. He will be pushed to hold elections. I guess these are more predictions. I don't believe that that's going to be true in Israel. I do believe it's going to be true in Ukraine. And I think Israel is going to hunker down and say, we need to kill these mofos once and for all, because otherwise this is like Groundhog Day for us, and it's got to end. And I think Trump is going to have a really hard time negotiating that, because his lack of sophistication, his lack of gravitas is going to loom large there with Bibi Netanyahu and the regional players. Similarly, I think that the idea that he can get Putin to do anything is so naive. And this is now Putin's legacy. And it's a situation that, to be honest, Trump couldn't give two shits about. It worked for him as a cudgel in the election. Too much money to Ukraine. Zelensky's a bad guy. Remember, there's one reason Trump thinks Zelensky is a bad guy, because of that phone call that got him in trouble.
Perfect phone call.
That's the only thing he's got going. Remember, who did Zelensky replace? A Russian puppet. They voted him in, 2 rounds of voting, for change. So is Ukraine corrupt? Yeah. Distinguishing themselves in that way, yes. But Zelensky wasn't part of the kleptocracy or the kakistocracy. He was a change agent. How well has he done? I don't know. We'll see in the next elections. But that is a false narrative that Trump used out of convenience. Now you're going to need gravitas. You're going to need intelligence. You're going to need sophistication.
You're going to need, you're dealing with really old, established cultures and players here. And I think he's going to be way out of his depth. And I hope that I'm wrong, because we need these conflicts to end.
To wrap this up, we start with some sort of personal predictions you tried to get out of me about my brood of cicadas or whatever. Do you have any personal predictions for yourself for 2025, like a mustache or an earring or?
If I could grow anything other than pathetic facial hair, I would have a full beard and mustache.
Really?
100%. I am the guy who should, you know, my other producer here, Amrish, literally looks like Captain Caveman. He should not have that beard. I should. Now, it's in part cultural for him, not just aesthetic. Come over here, Amrish. He's very handsome. And I love him. And I love how the team has come together. I mean, this is a beautiful guy. He's a smart guy. He's a talented guy.
He's more of an audio producer.
Yeah, he's not a framer.
He's an audio engineer, so I have to...
Amrish is into music, and he's into tech, and he's in all these things. He's beautiful. But I should have this. This should be on my face. I am manly. He is a Renaissance man. You know what I'm saying? He's artistic, and he's all these other things, and creative and sensitive. I am a caveman. I should have a big, thick beard. I wouldn't wear it like his, because ethnically it wouldn't match my people the way it does his. But I would want a beard and a mustache.
Wow.
Sadly, though, there is zero predictive about this, because unless Amrish decides to take part of his face and put it on mine.
Well, why don't you go to Turkey? Go to everybody's doing those like Turkey hair transplants.
Yeah, they look great.
Yeah,
too.
they do.
They look fucking terrible.
Oh, come on.
They look like doll heads.
Oh, please.
It's terrible. Don't do that. Just look online.
Unless you want to, hey, your body, your choice. Do whatever you want.
No, bad choice. Bad choice. So personally for me, I am going the wrong way on my health. My long COVID is not great because I'm not doing the things I need to be doing. So I am under the weather on a regular basis, and it sucks. My face is hot on a regular basis. People keep saying, well, but you look great. You're getting tan somewhere. No, I'm not. I'm flushed from long COVID. It's histamine response. And I'm working with Dr. Rob, but you know, God bless her, it's not her fault. I don't do the shit she wants me to do. Why? I have to work this year on caring about my happiness more. You know, not to get too complicated and, you know, how much do you really care about my shit? You got your own shit. But you can't just live through what you do for other people. Because what happens is you wind up acting out and you wind up having negative behaviors and exaggerated indulgences to kind of offset the imbalance. And that's a mistake. Or it's been a mistake for me in the past. And I have to focus more on my happy and what brings me pleasure and what makes me feel better health-wise. I got to work on it. So I'm doing it. I also am going to have some big stuff this year. We're going to have our oldest graduate from college. We're going to have our youngest probably make a decision to go away to school, which is basically like having all my kids gone.
Wow.
So, because Muscles Marinaras, you know, in school overseas, so they will all be gone. And that will be really, really big change. Also, I think my wife is going to have a couple of big moves in business also this year that I'll have to accommodate. She's actually like a real boss lady, as opposed to like me being like a cog in the media machine. She like runs a business. So those are all big things to me personally. But there's a lot of personal development that needs to be done this year. And I have to find new ways to grow in the new environment that we're in politically and socially. To grow the podcast, to grow News Nation, because it's all about reach, right? You got the 3 R's in communication.
HoneyBook completely changed how I do business. I'm a photographer and independent business. It's a fact. Running your own business is hard. But don't make it harder than it has to be. Get HoneyBook. HoneyBook brings my entire client flow under one roof. HoneyBook handles my proposals, contracts, payments, all on one platform. My clients can see my availability and book instantly. Then easily pay online through credit card or bank transfer. It's all about making business flow online. Get started for free at honeybook.com.
Panera's new ciabatta dippers, a duo built for dipping, here for a limited time.
Reach, which is going to be a function of how resonant or relevant you are, right? And that goes to like what the algorithms reward, which doesn't work in my favor. And then you get revenue, which is how you monetize what you do and what you do with that revenue, which I also think is a big part of the equation that no one ever talks about in the media. What do you do with your money? What are you doing with it? Like, you know, Joe Rogan, they just paid you $1 gazillion. What does he do with it? Oh, well, that's his business. I don't know, is it? Everybody is actually contributing to what they pay him, right? By subscribing to Spotify, right? So same thing here. That's why I tell you what I use revenue for. I'm not trying to like impress you. I'm just being transparent. That's where we're helping people get long COVID treatment. That's why I want more of you to subscribe. I'm not impressed by the $60 a year. And I know that for some of you, that's a lot of money. I get it. But I think for a lot of you, it's not a lot of money, and you spend that or more in like 8 or 9 things that you probably forgot about. So I'm just talking about it as a value proposition. And I think that that's something also that I'm going to be working on this year, is to kind of have people understand that they're part of something with me. That's why the pod is called The Project, because it's working on something together.
Well, just from my perspective, I hope that myself and Amrish and the team, that we're at least able to help bring you a little bit of happiness. And I have a good time recording this. We all usually have a good time doing this. We love working on this particular project with you. It's always very fun to come and talk about all this cicadas and sandwiches and my last name and all that. So I at the very least, I hope that as down as the news will likely get with everything you went over, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs this year, as they are every year. But I don't know. I hope that you can find a little pocket of joy in coming to your own apartment to pay to shoot your own thing that you release to these hundreds of thousands of people.
I literally pay to have friends. I pay my friends. I definitely have joy. I want to work on having more joy. And one of the things that I have going for me is that I get to do what matters most to me with people I love doing it with. And that has not always been the case, and it certainly is not usually the case, but it is here. I got these 2 guys here and the rest of the Rabbit Grin team that produces for us, and I got Dusty and the team at News Nation. I've never been better set up for success. So that is all highly predictive of good things to come.
Let's sing the New Year's song. Should all acquaintance be
I never liked
forgot and never brought to mind? Should all acquaintance be forgotten in days of Auld Lang Syne?
What does Auld Lang Syne mean again?
In the English-speaking world, it is traditionally sung to bid farewell to the old year at the stroke of midnight.
But what does it mean, Auld Lang Syne?
Long, long ago.
See?
Old, long since. Times long past. Days gone by. Old times. For the sake of old times. Sounds like a Green Day song, really.
I love Green Day.
Me too. I guess it's over now. All right, wrap it up.
Look, I'm not in the prediction business. I'm in the business of helping you make sense of what actually happens around us. But sometimes it's good to project out into the future of what we think may happen, and sometimes that can happen to motivate what actually does happen. I'll tell you what, if you think you're going to strike out, the chance you strike out goes up. If you think you're going to hit a home run every time, you're not going to hit a home run every time. But there's a better chance that you don't strike out. So maybe if we plan for success, we may find more of it as long as we do the right things. And a big part of that is us doing it together, okay? I am so grateful and thankful for what we have built together to this point, and I am all in on doing even more and better this year with you. So what do you say? Let's get after it.
Hello everyone, this is Joe Kudla, founder and CEO of Vuori, and today I'm going to walk you through some of the details of one of my favorite pants, the AIM pant, which I'm wearing right now.
The man in the hot seat is Pete Hegseth. Trump. choice to be Defense Secretary. Scott.
This is one of the things, of course, that he wants to just completely stop is women in combat positions, which, of course, you know, if you don't understand like what the military's major problems are, you're like, whoa, why are women in combat positions? It's like, all right, let's get started with everyone's favorite drunkard and alleged Pete Hegseth, a Fox News anchor who is slated to become the next Secretary of Defense. Since the change of the Department of War into the Department of Defense, there has never been a Secretary of Defense that leads the second largest governing body on the planet, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon. There has never been a person who has not been tasked with like managing more than 3 million people, that has you know, adequate managerial background, or at least like super high levels of military experience. It's about to be the first time in American history where we have someone who is truly unqualified for the position. Truly. And I'm not like a liberal institution defender whatsoever, but I simply look at this as a organization that hires as a jobs program, probably the most effective government's jobs program, even though the U.S. is not. The very fact that the second largest governing body in the United States following Walmart is going to be managed by a man who has no experience running any business whatsoever is pretty crazy. For all the talks that Republicans have about DEI hires, it seems like this is also a DEI hire. The difference, on the other hand, for the Republicans is that their DEI is if you're a bad guy who has been alleged of doing and is known as a drunkard, then that's the type of DEI we like, you know? We want to make sure we have old alcohol. Well, Pete's not old, but like we want to make sure we have white men who are alcoholics who are doing madmen style, you know? That's the DEI. From DEI hire to DUI hire, the Department of Defense is going places. Oh my Lord. This is, I don't even want to think about what's going to happen in foreign American military bases like Okinawa and in South Korea as well, when Pete Hegseth makes it legal to run over people after drinking and driving on the base. Think about the American military and the sexual assault problem that they have internally, and also the sexual assault problems that they have on foreign military bases. Great guy to have in that regard. Anyway, that's just one of the most minor aspects of this. Let's take a look at the larger story now.
First Senate confirmation hearing for the president-elect's cabinet nominees is underway this morning. The man in the hot seat is Pete Hegseth, Trump's choice to be Defense Secretary. Scott.
This is one of the things, of course, that he wants to just completely stop is women in combat positions, which, of course, you know, if you don't understand like what the military's major problems are, you're like, whoa, why are women in combat positions? It's like they don't lower the testing standards for women to be in combat positions. That just means you got a bunch of ladies who are capable of carrying 100 pounds of gear around. There's significantly less of them in comparison to the men in those combat positions, but that still means that they, you know, pass the standards. So just cutting them out of combat positions is just cooking the military for no reason at a time when the American military has a significant problem getting new recruits. Yeah, of course men fail those testing standards as well. The standards are still the same though. That's my point. It's just like I'm not making an argument for more female war criminals, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm simply stating is that even if the American military makes certain decisions as the largest governing body, the largest governing body, the largest hiring body in the federal government, they're doing that specifically because they have areas of need, okay? They're not doing that because they want to market the military so that like people go, oh, the American military is woke, when they're actually executing 14-year-old brown children overseas. They're doing that because they're like, we literally need people to go out and execute 14-year-old brown children overseas. That's the reason why they do this. And ultimately, they don't actually lower the standards. They just have the same standards. Some women are allowed to, some women are able to qualify for said standards. And that's it.
McFarlane is on Capitol. Scott, good morning. What can you tell us?
There is no doubt this will be a long day of questioning. Except will be thrilled about allegations of misconduct.
Army eases fitness test standards for women and older troops. Yeah, this was, once again, done because of a recruitment crisis. But in terms of combat positions, they still have to do the jobs. The change, however, will only affect the regular fitness test soldiers take annually, qualifying for certain Army jobs, particularly more demanding combat positions or specialties such as Ranger School, will continue to require that everyone, regardless of age and gender, must pass the fitness test. Oh, wow! Wait, hold on. Did Chatter just come in here and hit me with the headline of a news story without reading the whole news story? My bad, dog. Yeah, you got real excited to be like, Hassan, I'm here to cook you. I know, if you can read the headline, you can read 2 paragraphs down from the headline, man. And also, make no mistake, if the Army does actually lower its physical fitness standards to let in more women or let in older people or whatever, they're doing that because they have a hard time recruiting. They're not doing that because they want to be woke. The military is not a woke institution. Please, how have we arrived at such a permanently identity politics focused brain rot in this country that people look at the American military and go, that's an institution that is woke right now? What do you think the major role and responsibility of the American military is? It's called American Empire, okay? That's what they do. There is no wokeness in this process, okay? It's like saying Jeff Bezos is a socialist. You're out of your dang mind, okay? It blows my mind. But yeah, across the board, they're easing fitness test standards because they're having a hard time recruiting. But when it comes to like Ranger...
Stick around, because in 30 seconds, I'm going to explain the problem with the entire solar industry and how Project Solar is solving. Here are the solar panels you want. Here's the middleman who comes to your house to sell you the solar panels. And here are the
positions. They're not going to be like, all right, yeah, you can just be a Ranger because you're a woman now. That's not how that works. You clearly didn't pre-watch the confirmation hearing. Apparently the military is woke now. Oh, nice. Can you mute Mike too? Oh, damn. Thank you for calling that out. I didn't even realize. All right, let's watch. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Unequivocally denied. But this first of many Senate confirmation hearings for Trump nominees could be the most contentious. Pete Hegseth, a war veteran and former Fox News host, got a show of support Monday from Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville and more than 100 Navy SEALs and veterans in Washington.
I'm 110% behind Pete Hegseth.
But he's going to get a much tougher reception at his confirmation hearing today from Democrats on the Senate Armed Services Committee, who are expected to question Hegseth about allegations he abused alcohol and engaged in sexual misconduct with a woman in a hotel in California in 2017. Allegations he's denied.
The matter was fully investigated. Now it's completely cleared.
Democrats are pushing for access to the FBI's background check on Hegseth. So far, as is tradition, that information's only been shared with committee leaders.
I'm told that they may well not have interviewed his ex-spouses or the accuser. I think that is a gap in the FBI report, if true.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, an Iraq war veteran, also intends to question Hegseth's experience.
My focus really is going to be
Hegseth could be confirmed without Democratic votes. Republicans hold a slim 3-seat majority, meaning every GOP senator is critical. Republican Joni Ernst of Iowa, a combat veteran and survivor of sexual assault, will be among those asking questions today, who hasn't committed yet to vote for Hegseth. Hegseth's confirmation hearing could be a marathon. There are 27 members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, each of whom will get several minutes to question Hegseth. And there are more hearings to come this week, including for Trump's nominees for Homeland Security Secretary and U.S. Attorney General.
Scott, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California on October 20th.
It's even more funny to institute a new PT test, which is much harder to get people out, and unify the requirement. I got out right before that happened. Ultimately, the hearing is inconsequential to his appointment. Yes, this is just, I mean, there was a point in time when these sorts of hearings could make or break a person and cook an appointment. But nowadays, it's just, I mean, come on, we live in a post-Trump universe, and even before, even in a pre-Trump universe, it has these sorts of meetings have been relatively inconsequential. Clarence Thomas comes to mind. I would say it's more consequential for Democrats who will abide by norms and standards. It's just historically less consequential for Republicans who don't really care. If you remember the famous, Robert Bork, I guess, but also the famous case of Clarence Thomas is is basically the exact opposite, right? Like, Clarence Thomas had a tremendous number of misgivings and misdeeds, including sexual harassment, bestiality, like enjoying bestiality and regularly explaining that he enjoys specific types of bestiality to other people around him. And yet he became a Supreme Court justice. How do people not know this still at this point? Clarence Thomas likes chat. That's right. He also sexually assaulted and sexually harassed numerous people, very famously. Joe Biden actually kind of defended him when he was in charge of the Senate Judiciary Committee in his appointment and oversaw his appointment. So these are things to take note of, and it was many years ago. All right, veterans, including Greg Stoker, interrupt Hegseth's session post by Copink. Yeah, I saw. Anyway, let's continue with the Pete Hegseth talk.
2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct? I believe so. And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct? Senator, I was...
Communism isn't necessarily a good thing. Since World War II, we've consistently progressed as a civilization. We should be careful not to be blind to what got us here and what worked. Yeah, no, you're right. Totally. No, definitely. I'm so scared that big bad communism is going to magically happen. It's actually communism that ruined the planet, and certainly not finance capital and the fact that capitalism won the Cold War. America won the Cold War and destroyed the planet in the process, and continues to destroy the planet or supercharge that destruction. Yeah. Are you drinking a Monster Energy? I certainly am. Kaya, baby, you know what to do. Place. That's crazy. I do love looking at I do love looking at the impending doom of complete climate collapse, wars all around the world, and a complete domination of capitalism. As Fukuyama once famously said, the end of history, okay? The end of neoliberalism, permanent neoliberalism. As
data brokers are selling your private information, and in the wrong hands, that information can lead to identity theft, hacking, even having some bad guy showing up at your front door. You don't want that. Here's the solution. A company called Optree. They do a free service that actually identifies your personal information.
American capitalism is the global hegemon, and yet people still look to all of these problems and go, oh, that's the fault of, you know what? Communism. That's right. Yeah, you're right. For me, this is akin to saying it's actually wood elves that are responsible for all the failures in your life, okay? It must be the duendes that are responsible. Meanwhile, the duendes-loving person basically handed off his party in control of Mexico to his female successor, Claudia Sheinbaum, whose popularity has only grown. So maybe duendes are real, and maybe they're only doing positive things. But I digress. I've completely sidestepped from this conversation. Let's get back to everyone's favorite rapist drunk guy, Pete Hegseth. who will be running the military.
Falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely clear.
Bro, get over the Duende shit. AMLO doesn't even believe in them that much is such a funny thing to say about the former leader of Morena and former leader of Mexico. Like, he doesn't believe in them that much is such a funny take to say. He doesn't believe in them that much, bro. Chill. He just believes in them only a little bit. Listen, I'd much rather have a guy who believes in duendes that also expands the welfare state, okay, than a guy who is hiring television personalities whose parents have openly said, you're a rapist and bad to women. I'm so upset with you. Get help. To run the American military, okay?
Cleared. So you think you are completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth. And she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she's a child of God. She's a child of God. Owned. Owned. Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the brain. Yeah. Put that in your brain, Tim Kaine.
She was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false.
By the way, let's just say Pete Hegseth is a repeater of this offense. It's so funny because, like, look, as you guys know, I'm not exactly a firm and committed believer in any religion whatsoever. Okay, make no mistake. Although I was, you know, culturally raised Muslim, grew up in a Muslim country. I have some of those cultural remnants. I am Muslim, okay? I will say this. If God is real and Christianity is correct, virtually every single outspoken Christian is going to hell permanently. So at moments like this, I always think to myself, I cannot wait. I hope it's real. By my assessment, I have done very little to offend God by the rules of any of the three Abrahamic religions, with the exception of eating pork and drinking alcohol from time to time. But those are minor offenses in my opinion. I think that, you know, this sort of stuff, hurting people consistently, seems like that's a much larger issue. You know, I'm just saying, you're going to hell, dog. You don't believe in any of the things that you espouse. You just don't believe in it. You must not. It makes no sense. I'm lame. I hope hell is a school where these people learn, not where they suffer for eternity. That is lame. But I get that.
False charges. Well, no, fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I am so grateful for the marriage I have to this amazing woman behind me.
You've admitted that you...
I think attacking him for his infidelity is not going to change anyone's mind. They should focus on his incompetence. I think that this is a full-throated, multiple angle attack, and that's why they're talking about his infidelity, because it pisses him off and it puts him on the back. It puts him on the back foot. And also, for the record, for a lot of people, that kind of stuff is what matters. In this day and age, it really doesn't, I guess. It is pretty funny that you're talking to a military man about infidelity, by the way, because I feel like you can't fully be a part of the American military if either your wife at home has not cheated on you, or if you haven't cheated on her when you're overseas. So infidelity is the name of the game here. What is this? Maximum penalty for extramarital sexual conduct. A conviction. Infidelity also leads. Oh, here's the counter argument. Okay, here's a normal argument you could make under normal circumstances, even though we don't live in a normal world, and I will tell you why. So infidelity is technically a risk. Okay, infidelity is a risk, just like alcoholism is a risk. It's a matter of national security, because it opens you up to blackmail. Okay? Technically, although it's laughable to assume that anyone will actually be penalized for infidelity and adultery or whatever. Wait, what? That's a stupid take. As adultery is a charge in the US MJ law followed by all military and they're punished for it. Stupid ass take, bro. You are, oh my God, dude. I'm explaining to you what the reasons as to why they have such laws. And I'm explaining to you the reasons as to why they ask these sorts of questions. Okay? That's the same reason why Brett Kavanaugh's alcoholism was brought forth as well. And his gambling debt was also somewhat discussed, often not as discussed as it should have been, because they somehow went away, the gambling debt that Brett Kavanaugh had when he was in his Supreme Court appointment hearings. Now, you haven't even let me explain why infidelity is technically a crime that can get you dishonorably discharged. It is because if you engage in infidelity, you can be blackmailed, okay? That's the #1 problem. It is considered a security risk. Gambling is, infidelity is considered a security risk. Gambling is considered a security risk, okay? Alcoholism and other vices such as that are considered security risks for numerous different reasons. Some people just like give you alcohol, have you spill stuff, you know, state secrets or whatnot. Large amounts of debt is considered a security risk. I know this because I have immediate family members who have classified security, status. So, having said that, does the military actively prosecute adultery? The military doesn't even prosecute rape within its ranks, chatter. What the hell are you talking about? Come on. Be for freaking real. So that's #1. #2, and this is perhaps the interesting question here. Is it a blackmail opportunity if we live in the Trump world, where one can be as shameless as they want to be and suffer zero repercussions for it? Because blackmail only works if you have the capacity to feel shame. Blackmail only works on someone who wants to hide their crimes, on someone who wants to keep it a secret that he is a serial adulterer. Clearly, blackmail won't work on the likes of Pete Hegseth, because all of his issues are laid bare as he sits there and openly takes it. This is one of the interesting dynamics, in my opinion, of the Trump world. This is literally the point the chatter was making. What are we talking about then? This chatter is right. This sort of...
We knew that the shaving industry was sort of intentionally broken, it feels like.
Hammering about his infidelity, hypocrisy is a waste of time. Conservatives don't care about it and liberals won't do anything about it. No, the other chatter I'm laughing at, who said like infidelity is a major issue in the military. You don't understand. Anyway, let's continue.
Had sex at that hotel in October 2017. You said it was consensual, isn't that correct? Anything, you've admitted that it was consensual and you were still married and you just had a child by another woman.
Again,
how do you explain your judgment?
Completely false charges against me.
You
fully investigated, and I was completely clear.
You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now, if it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
It was a false claim then and a false claim now.
If it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
That was a false claim.
So you
talking about a hypothetical.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, and I'm talking about my instance only, it was a false claim.
But you acknowledge
but you acknowledge
that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You have admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves.
You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you?
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, not a perfect person. I'm not claiming to be.
But no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath, like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of your weddings to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
I have failed in things in my life, and thankfully I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh God, dude, shut up. What is this Jesus Christ nonsense? I hate, dude, I hate people who very clearly use this like aesthetics focused hyper religious attitude as a shield when virtually no one cares. Who is this for is what I think. Every time I see someone behave like this, I'm like, no, dude, it just doesn't work. Like, who is this for? Like, you're a bad dude. You've cheated on your wife. You've cheated on wives, multiple wives, over and over again. That's like kind of your thing. You've sexually assaulted women. Like, I hate this. I hate this stuff where it's like, nah, God has forgiven me for it. It's like, no, man, you are absolutely, you're going to God jail, okay? You're going to hell, dog. You are literally going to hell. It works for my Jamaican conservative aunties, unfortunately. I don't want to, look, I don't want to come across like a annoying Reddit atheist here, but it's just so frustrating when I hear stuff like this from people who have just like done awful things. Okay, just say you've atoned. Okay, just say that you've done horrible things and then show your work on why you are no longer that, like, those things don't represent who you are as a human being. But no, he's got to be like, nah, God has actually forgiven me for my sins. Oh, do you know that? Do you know that God forgives you for your sins? Do you have any, like, did he tell you? Who told you that? Did God tell you that? It's also weirdly, like, very, I don't know, it just comes across as like very self-aggrandizing. It's like, yeah, I got a direct line to God. Yeah, me and him, we're on speaking terms, dude. He's like, when I was cheating on my third wife, God was like, keep going, Pete. God was watching my stroke game. Like, anyway, that's how Christianity works. I mean, that's how a lot of people just like use and abuse religion.
In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure agreements in connection with those divorces?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence against any of your wives?
Senator, absolutely not.
But you would agree with me that if someone had committed physical violence against a spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
I don't think it's a hypothetical. Violence against spouses occurs every day. And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact for being secretary of the most powerful nation in the world, you're demonstrating an astonishing lack of judgment. The incident in Monterey led to a criminal charge, a criminal investigation.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna own Pete Hegseth. I talked to God. Okay, I talked to God. He said you're bad and you shouldn't be the Secretary of Defense. What now, Pete? What now, dog? What now, big dog? Yeah, that's right, owned. You know what I'm saying? Checkmate. Huh, checkmate, God lovers. God, I'm turning into such a Reddit atheist when I just, like, the Christian dominionist attitude is really gross to me, because it's like, it is the American version of ISIS, basically. And we don't have the same capacity to understand when it's like, when it's basically a Christian operating on that same mentality, because there is a formality, a structure, a process. It's more systematized when, like, the American government is dishing out this kind of violence. This is akin to having an ISIS person lead the
You've probably heard about it before. It's a unique 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic with 24 clinically studied strains designed for whole body benefits, including gut, skin, and heart health. If you've been following me for a while, you know that I have struggled with some digestive issues since I was young. I've talked about this in a few videos.
Most powerful military on the planet. Like, his Christianity is not Christianity in the way that you understand it, in the way that you see it in your daily lives, in the way that you know your immediate family members who are like kind individuals who just, you know, happen to be Christian. His Christianity is a violent one. It is a violent, false interpretation of Christianity, and that genuinely is frustrating to see. I mean, he literally has, he has a Crusaders tattoo. It's a militant form of Christianity. He's very open about it. It's not something that he hides at all. It's actually part of the reason why I think Donald Trump wants him to be the Department of Defense lead here. So it's very frustrating. Yeah, he's got the Jerusalem cross. He's got the Crusader tattoo. Like, he is very much so a Christian nationalist, and normally I would say it's a LARP. For many people it is, but for Pete Hegseth, like, he's going to be in charge of the largest, most powerful military force on the planet. As a religious extremist, the invocation of God in this circumstance as a deflection, as a shield, as a defense mechanism to be like, oh, I'm a godly man, and God has forgiven me for my adultery, it just rings hollow, because I know what you think God is telling you, you know?
Investigation, a private settlement, and a cash payment to the woman who filed the complaint. And there was also a non-disclosure agreement, correct?
It was a confidential settlement agreement off of a nuisance lawsuit.
Right. During an interview, you claimed that you settled the matter because you were worried that if it became public, it might hurt your career. Do you maintain that you were blackmailed?
Senator, I maintain that false claims were made against me. And ultimately,
your attorney
those
used
false
the
claims,
phrase,
I have the opportunity to attest my innocence in those false claims.
But you didn't reveal any of this to President Trump or the transition team as they were considering you to be nominated for Secretary of Defense. You didn't reveal the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement. You didn't reveal the cash payment. Why didn't you inform the commander-in-chief and the transition team of this very relevant event?
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and
confidential settlement agreement off a nuisance lawsuit. I guarantee you had to memorize that turn of phrase. Yeah, it seems very coached. I mean, that makes sense though. You got to get a little bit of coaching. You know that that's going to be brought up. I mean, yeah.
Honest with me, he's
also a TV guy. I mean, he is, make no mistake, as hoorah and as gung-ho as he is, and as silly as he is, and as stupid as he is, he's still media trained enough. He is quite literally a media guy, right? So he knows how to appear in these moments. Everything that people like this do is deliberate in that situation. Look, down to the pocket, down to the silly aesthetics of wearing like an American flag handkerchief as your pocket handkerchief, you know. And once again, remember, this man, regardless of how much he LARPs as like a doorbuster, I mean, he is Harvard educated, right?
Great conversations between the two of us, and I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump
But you chose not to reveal this, right? Because you knew it would hurt your chances. So you chose not to reveal this really important thing to the commander-in-chief and the transition team because you were worried about your chances rather than trying to be candid with the future president of the United States.
I know. Theology student, I know. You always chirp whenever we talk about Christian socialism. Everyone can be redeemed, but in our act of contrition, we pledge to amend our lives moving forward and never to sin again. He seems not to have done this. Plus, Pete is a heretic dominionist. That's what I'm saying. That's the part that, like, really is frustrating. That's why his invocation of God rings hollow, because he's a Christian dominionist. He is insane. He is literally the Al-Qaeda of Christianity. Like, and the wild part about it is you can be the Al-Qaeda of Christianity and no one bats an eye at that. You know? That's what's so crazy about it. Like, there is functionally, in the way that this man and his ilk, his kind, has bastardized Christianity, there is functionally no difference between that and ISIS, okay? There's just nothing. There's no difference. The only difference is, I guess, it's dished out by the American state, so it's not seen in the same way. It's not a non-state actor. That's the difference between a drone strike and a drone strike wiping out an entire city block versus, you know, someone blowing up an improvised explosive device. One is an act of terror. The other one is, you know, normal rules of engagement being followed in the field of war, in the field of battle, in the theater of combat.
Are there any other important facts that you chose not to reveal to the president-elect and his team as they were considering you to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I sit here before you, an open book, as everyone who's watching.
With multiple non-disclosure and confidentiality agreements tying the hands of many people who would like to comment to us. Much has been made of your workplace behavior as a leader of nonprofit veterans organizations and as a Fox News contributor. Were you fired from either of the leadership positions with the nonprofits?
I was the leader. I was the CEO of
I know which
for
ones,
America,
but those
executive
two,
director
were
of
you
Vets for
fired?
Freedom.
Were you fired from
And I was never fired from a
Do you have
veterans organization.
Do you have non-disclosure agreements with either of those organizations?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Many of your work colleagues have said that you show up for work under the influence of alcohol or drunk. I know you've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense.
Senator, those are all anonymous false claims, and the totality.
They're not anonymous.
The letters on the record here.
They're not anonymous.
On the record,
We've seen records with names
Vets
attached
for Freedom, Concerned Vets for America, and Fox News.
One of your colleagues
working
said,
hard every day on behalf.
One of your colleagues said that you got drunk at an event at a bar and chanted, "Kill all Muslims." Another colleague, not anonymous, we have this, said that you took co-workers to a strip club. You were drunk, you tried to dance with strippers, you had to be held off the stage, and one of your employees in that event...
I love that he gets like country girl drunk, you know what I mean? Like, that's so funny. He's like, he's so obviously not the right guy for this task, okay? Not the right guy for this job whatsoever. And there are so many instances in his past where he will just get like white girl wasted. I think Felix had a really funny bit about it where, you know, he's the type of dude who just gets absolutely wasted and is a problem around, you know, around his friends' daughters, like high school students, trying to get him trying to play like Insane Clown Posse at the barbecue. Just hammered at like 12:30. Is this a meeting about him getting rejected or just question? No, this is a question. This is supposed to be a job application, but he's gonna get it anyway. Like, I don't think this meeting will be impactful.
Filed a sexual harassment charge as a result of it. Now, I know you denied these things, but isn't that the kind of behavior that, if true, would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, anonymous false charges.
They're not anonymous. And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim that this was all anonymous. We have seen records with names attached to all of these, including the name of your own mother. So don't make this into some anonymous press thing. We have seen multiple names of colleagues consistently throughout your career that have talked about your abusive.
Yeah, one of those people was his mom. Like, it's not your mom, dog. Your mom was like, you're a bad person. You need to stop being a plague on women. I have failed you. I have failed this nation. Like, I mean, look, that's crazy. Like, that is like, that's the one person that you don't expect to come out against you like that. Hexit wrote that he related to an online image of an Islamic State fighter saying the soldier is fighting for something greater than himself. He is fighting for his God, and continued by saying, I recognize that fighter. Even though I've never met him, I'm drawn to him because I relate to him. I deplore what he stands for, what he does, and how he does it. He's a soldier of hate, subjugation, and sheer evil, but I understand his passions. Well, seems like there's more evidence of my argument that he is just basically, you know, Christian ISIS. It's from this Politico magazine article, by the way, that scoured through Pete Hegseth's writings. Here it is. In his 2016 memoir, In the Arena, Hegseth says he relates to an online image of a triumphant ISIS fighter, a Quran in one hand and an AK-47 in the other. With God on his side and the wind at his back, he is a conquering warrior, Hegseth writes. He is fighting for something greater than himself. He's fighting for his God. In this photo, Hegseth sees a warped version of himself. I recognize that fighter, even though I've never met him. I'm drawn to him because I relate to him, he writes. I deplore what he stands for, what he does, and how he does it. He's a soldier of hate, subjugation, and sheer evil, but I understand his passions. There is fundamentally very little difference very little daylight between Pete Hegseth and an ISIS fighter. Okay, if you were to remove yourself from, you know, your understanding of the world as an American, okay, your understanding of Christianity, your attitude towards all that stuff, you would look to the situation and see virtually no difference whatsoever between an ISIS fighter and Pete Hegseth. That is what's so crazy. Hogs are universal, yes. And there are varying degrees of hogs. There are funny hogs, and then there are dangerous hogs. Okay? Hog universality is important to understand. It's a principle that I abide by. It's a principle that Hassan, look it up. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Christ/ISIS from the guys who called the pirate a cool guy. I am, but Hassan, you're being a hippo about it. Wait, what? Like a hypocrite? Are you saying I'm a fan, but Hassan, you're being a hypocrite about it? My friend, do you think I like ISIS? Do you think I'm a fan of ISIS? If you're comparing a 19-year-old Yemeni teen who is not a part of the Ansar Allah movement, okay, to ISIS, I don't know what to tell you. A 19-year-old Yemeni teenager that is not a part of the Ansar Allah movement is not even remotely comparable to ISIS, and the Ansar Allah movement is not comparable to ISIS either, for the record. Okay, having said that, I have also been very critical of the Ansar Allah administration's domestic affairs and their personal conduct in terms of religion, or even their motto, their credo, that has anti-Semitic statements in it. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Also, speaking of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the former head of Al-Qaeda is now in charge of Syria, and we seemingly love that. So I think that Americans don't mind ISIS. The American government does not mind ISIS or Al-Qaeda or any number of different Salafists, as long as they are working in line with the American State Department and their interests and their goals in the region. Driplani, yeah, Zelensky. he got hit with the Zelensky ray. Anyway, let's continue. Warren reads multiple statements of Hegseth and women in combat.
So if you're confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you will oversee our military, including about 250,000 women who currently serve on active duty in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Forces, and the Marines. And I have serious concerns that your behavior toward women disqualifies you from serving in this role. Now, I've been trying to get answers from you for quite some time on this. You haven't wanted to meet or to answer any of my questions, so we'll just have to do it here and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senators Shaheen and Gillibrand and Guarino, and I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interview that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we've talked about it in 2024. You published a book, and you say on page 26 of your book, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. Page 48 of your book, you claim that women should not be in combat roles, because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Ryan show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
I like that he clarified it so many times. He's like, no, guys, drop everything. This is the one thing Make no mistake, I do not think women should serve in the military. Now, and we talked about this with you know, the trans ban in the military as well. There are many roles. The Defense Department is a hiring body. It's a government jobs program. It is the largest government jobs program. It's the second largest hiring body in the nation after Walmart. Okay? So when you make decisions like this across the board, when you're just like, yeah, we're just not going to have any black people in the military anymore, or we're just not going to have any women in the military anymore, or we're just not going to have any trans people in the military anymore. That's like, you have now eradicated tens of thousands of jobs, sometimes hundreds of thousands of jobs, okay? In a way that is also unconstitutional, in a way that is also not allowed. Now, am I a firm and committed believer in, you know, making more female, gay, non-binary, or trans drone operators or whatever and make them do the war crimes? No, I don't care. But I also understand the current situation that we exist under. I don't like the military's output, but I do understand that it's still the second largest hiring body in the nation. I think he said combat, not military. I could be wrong. Yes, he has mentioned combat, but also military as well, when he says women should be in the kitchen and barefoot and pregnant and not in the army. Now, what's funny about this also is that women in combat positions still have to abide by the same standards. The military has lowered restrictions, as that one chatter tried to own me with that article, because the military has a recruitment crisis. Having said that, however, despite the fact that the military has a recruitment crisis right now, and that's a good thing, by the way, it's not a bad thing. If you want to get a combat position, or if you want to, you know, become a ranger or whatever, those restrictions have not been lowered for women. That's not a thing, okay? So if a woman is capable of getting into that position, they have to undergo the same exact testing that men have to go through. That's it.
Now, I presume you recall making all these statements?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the article you're pointing to in 2013, but it underscores my argument completely. Because in that 2013 argument, I was talking about standards. Standards are what it's always been about.
It's not have the same side.
Always been about.
I've quoted you directly. We've got the video. We're happy to show it.
Anyway, yeah, I was just going crazy. I was just saying things, Senator. You don't understand. I don't know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. 12 years, you were quite open about your views. Your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from...
I think it's so funny because he just kept, like there is no defense here, because, like, it's a thing that he has repeated so much. Like, it is a thing that he has openly repeated and defended so much. So at that point, you just have to say, like, yeah, they suck. Women ain't shit, Senator. Like, there's nothing. Like, he wrote it in a book multiple times. Like, he defended it publicly multiple times. It's this thing that he believed.
10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can live or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat. Period. Or your words.
It's so awesome. He's like, no, I don't even care if they can outlive me, okay? I still don't want them. Like, make no mistake, okay? Being a woman is disqualifying. I would like to discriminate based on gender in the second largest hiring body in the United States of America. Straight up. Make no mistake. If this somehow gets brought up in a congressional hearing later down the line, in the future, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, who knows? I want the world to know, I do not think women should be in the military. They should be in the kitchen instead. Like, that's crazy. It's like a meme almost. Like, it wasn't, they're not combing through his background to find like a badly placed quote. You know what I mean? They're not doing They don't have to do the thing that my haters have to do whenever they like discuss my, crimes against women or whatever, where they'll just like clip something out of context. He just very clearly is like, this is what I believe. I hate them. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it. Like, it seems like he randomly would bring it up in times where it didn't even, it didn't even make sense.
Senator Sullivan, Senator Kane.
Watching it clear.
Anyway.
So quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kane, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job?
Wait, what? What? I mean, they shouldn't either. What's going on here? Why is this? How is that an argument, dude? Hey, who amongst us isn't hammered? I'm hammered right now. You want me to step down? I'm out of my goddamn mind right now. Who amongst us doesn't enjoy the libations every now and again? Drinking on the job makes it infinitely more pleasurable. Closer to God, I say. What is happening?
Seek fluid intake. And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No.
Well, there's a difference, right? First of all, I don't care. If we want to do adultery, like, I don't even care about Pete Heggs' adultery. I just think it's funny that he claims to be super Christian and has done endless amounts of adultery. And the argument here for the appointment hearings is that adultery or proclivity towards adultery opens you up to blackmail, which, once again, I also told you is not necessarily the case for someone like Pete Heggs, because it's very obvious. If you're shameless, it doesn't really matter. If you're not open to blackmail if you're a shameless man, okay? Stop saying adultery is illegal if you are in the military. I know the reasons for why that is the case, and most people don't actually follow through on that. Oh my God. It's so funny that people keep saying adultery is literally illegal. Yes, dude, I know you saw the statute. Go talk to any veteran or active duty service member, please. What a hilarious thing, dude. Like, oh yeah, I know adultery is illegal in the military. Yes, so is rape, okay? Hasn't stopped military members from engaging in both, okay? My friend group is military children. 4 out of 5 of us have divorced parents due to cheating. Yeah. What's next, dude? Are you gonna tell me that violating rules of engagement is a serious comes with serious misconduct? I mean, serious penalties for said misconduct? What's next? You're gonna tell me war crimes are crimes? Oh my God, I know. Yeah. Are you gonna tell me that there is a law in the books in the United States of America called the Leahy Law, which makes it illegal for the American government to actually keep giving weapons to a foreign ally that is consistently violating international human rights? You cannot be this silly. Laws don't matter anymore is also ridiculous. Laws have never really mattered, okay? Laws have never really mattered. What matters is the goals that we have. A lot of this stuff is just aesthetic.
Oh, but it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because the man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous.
When talking about the military, you have a blind spot. It's rare, but I have seen 3 people in my 10 years of service actually get prosecuted for adultery. I don't think I have a blind spot when it... I don't think this is a blind spot. I think it's laughable to say that, like, the military actively stamps out adultery when the military barely addresses rape amongst its ranks in its own bases. Give me a joke, I say.
That you guys hold yourself as this higher standard and you forget you got a big plank in your eye. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the only reason why I'm here and not in prison is because my wife loved me too.
And so did Pete Heggs' second wife, and so did his third. A pattern that is clear. They loved him so much. They loved him when he was in the marriage with the first wife. And then the second wife was in love with him when he was in the marriage with the first wife. And then the third wife was also in love with him when he was in the marriage with the second wife. Do you understand me? And hopefully a fourth one will come down the line.
I have changed, but I'm not perfect. But I found somebody that thought I was perfect. And for whatever reason, you love Pete, and I don't know why.
Senator Warren.
Thank you.
All right, we covered the Senator Warren heated exchange.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
4 cases of sexual assault within the local population of Okinawa within 6 months by American Marines. Oh yeah. One of the victims was like, a schoolgirl, a teenager, and another one was literally like, I don't know if this is correct or not, so I'm not gonna say it, but one of them was a child. Okay. Yeah. That's also rape on foreign bases of like the, native population. There's also a major issue with sexual assaults within the ranks. Okay, sexual assault where men sexually assault other men, sexual assault where men sexually assault other female colleagues. Like, this is a real issue within the military.
Hegseth, I do want to thank you for your service, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military.
All right, this is going viral.
To that, you could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of nations in that, but I know we have allies in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia and trying to work.
That's crazy that he named the only countries in that region that are not a part of the ASEAN alignment. And he just dropped AUKUS too. He dropped AUKUS because he had to say Australia because he wanted to say AUKUS. But it's so funny that, like, he basically carved out the countries that are not a part of it. He circled around. He went there. He went to the region, okay, through name recognition, and basically chose the only countries that are not a part of this specific alignment. That's amazing.
On submarines with them.
Mr. Hegseth, none of those countries are in ASEAN.
Across.
None of those 3 countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare.
No, he literally chose the only countries that are not in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. That's awesome. He's like, there's countries. Wait, Senator, you mean Asian? Okay, Australia. It's close enough. I saw people on Twitter being like, well, it's pretty obscure. I had to look it up too. Yeah, no shit. That's why you aren't being looked at for Secretary of Defense. Yeah, he doesn't have a PhD in foreign policy. He's just that good. For all of his faults and failures, I feel like Joe Biden would know the nations. You know what I mean? Is there actually any chance this guy gets confirmed? I know we're in the Twilight Zone. Yes. Yeah. ASEAN, you mean island China, anti-China Chinese, China that we bombed quite a bit next to the anti-China Chinese. It's like, China light, different kinds of Chinese. Excuse me. China that we bombed quite a bit. Bomb China. This is just a humiliation ritual to get the seat. Yeah. So are Dems just running him through the mud for performance and optics, safe, and they'll fall in line and play ball? I think there are ways in which he can forcibly pass through. So it's more so about whipping up the ranks within the Republican Party. It's going to come down to like a couple of Republicans that might hold out, but all of this is a humiliation ritual at the end of the day. Trump has already said that he would get Hegseth confirmed regardless. Okay.
Harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military. And I'm going to read you your quotes because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as Secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2 mile run, Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way. And our combat—
Told you. But it is funny that he just like either doesn't know or doesn't care. It's awesome that so many Americans will just hear him say that and be like, I agree. I agree with him.
At units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments, and I would point out I have never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member.
But I don't think that they should be in the military. I'm simply stating that they don't deserve to be in the military.
That is put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, ranger school, infantry battalions, to ensure that
Give me one example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized statements.
Quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those.
I believe women can serve in the military. Do you believe that choosing who you serve with is a compromise? Just as in healthcare, you can choose your providers based on preference and religion. Wait, what? This is not, I don't even understand what this example is. What? A massive government hiring body cannot make gender-based discrimination. It is illegal. And also very consequential. Like, what are we talking about? I'm looking at this simply as a hiring body. I'm not looking at this as like what the military's output is. Yeah, if you ask me, I think the American military should never engage in war ever again. Get all of those people that have jobs to start building immediately, okay? Build bridges and buildings and stuff like that. The American military is a massive hiring body. It's the second largest hiring body in the country after Walmart, okay? We're talking 3 million people, and they have a massive problem with recruitment. So any kind of any kind of standard lowering that has taken place is an effort to combat that, for the record. Yeah, this is actually a funny point. Is this Hexet not aware he isn't qualified? He doesn't have imposter syndrome at all? Is crazy? Yeah, he's talking about women not being qualified to be a part of the military, while he is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. Only 19% of the public approved Donald Trump's nomination of Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, but it doesn't really matter. 41% of Republicans approve of Hegseth's nomination and 54% of Democrats disapprove. Many don't know enough about the nominee to have an opinion. I don't think that more Democrats are going to approve of him after this meeting. More Republicans might, though.
Those women
Commanders do not have to
capable
be
of meeting
quotas
that
for the infantry.
standard.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist. And your statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding in Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So just, you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the...
I'm in such a weird... What are you doing, Mom? I'm in such a weird position here, because like it comes across like I'm defending the American military or you know, its military successes or whatever, and I certainly am not. Okay, I'm just simply treating the American military, Department of Defense, Pentagon as a jobs program, a government-funded jobs program. Okay,
the military, especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you've made those statements. You have. We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed. You would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women, you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission-critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. That in these public statements is politics. I don't want women, I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean, you're basically saying women, after they have children, can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say, beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ, and then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy, are you saying that 50%?
He's heard Felix Biederman's famous bit about, not bit, but famous theory about having a military coup, utilizing the revolutionary sentiment and the only organized body in the American government that is still somewhat competent to be able to bring about a socialist republic.
Of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views, or our Democrats are not welcome in the military, are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because...
Yeah, this is like a big part of his anger and resentment.
Another one for the good guys.
Because he had a Jerusalem cross tattoo and a Deus Vault tattoo. They were like, yeah, I don't think you should, you know...
Needed that boost.
You're a bit of an extremist, Pete. Also because of all the times where you were written up for saying you want to massacre Muslims. Or, I don't know, the fact that you think women are ineligible for combat positions and should not be in the military. Like, these are extremist positions. Make no mistake.
Because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
Thank you very much. Senator Gillibrand, you held up a document and referred to it during questioning. Would you like that entered into the record? Okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a clean copy.
Without objection, that would be admitted as a point of question. And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from retired Air Force Colonel Mil.
He has two tattoos. One is a Jerusalem cross. The other one is just Deus Vault.
Listen, Cunningham, Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. Hexeth and mentions his warrior ethos combat.
Watch. Hexeth says he supports Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas. I'm glad that Senator Tom Cotton and Pete Hexeth could get together and talk about the important issues, you know? Killing more Palestinian children.
We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hexeth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing. As was my custom during the Biden administration, I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland
Moon Knight's leaving
in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history.
You can, dude, like, I just don't. Like, imagine being a dude in Arkansas and hearing your senator be like, I'm a Christian Zionist. Aren't you a Christian Zionist? Jews have a holy land they belong to. They must have that holy land. It's the most important position of all time. Like, a random dude in Arkansas that already has anti-Semitic opinions. Like, oh yeah, them Jews do, you know, own a lot of stuff, huh? Isn't that weird? Like, when you hear your senator say stuff like this, like, I mean, that's just like you're supercharging anti-Semitism. Unless you're already an evangelical that is going to a mega church where you're constantly talking about how the Holy Land belongs to Jews. But it's crazy.
Consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is their great ally.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist Front group.
I thought they were a socialist USSR cutout. What? Now they're a Chinese Communist Front group.
These days, said that you support
Israel.
Israel.
Said these days. Never mind. They've changed it.
Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops are committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could with what they have.
Yes, Code Pink is a bunch of old Jewish ladies. Yes.
Enemies on approach.
It is, they're like old school OG anti-war protesters. Tom Cotton and Nancy Pelosi doing the handshake emoji on hating Code Pink. I mean, yes, you need to understand something. That's why I always say American foreign policy is bipartisan, okay? With very, very few exceptions.
We're not, the outcomes, and tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden administration put a stain on that, but it doesn't put a stain on what those men and women did in uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Do you believe the military is a systemically racist
This is my favorite type of line of questioning where they're just like, you know, we got to talk about wokeness and DEI in the military. Again, all matter of DEI style conversations is just pure marketing for the most part. Like, in terms of the military doing like any kind of initiatives, they're specifically talking about. I mean, they're doing that to you know, try to combat the hiring crisis that they have.
Organization, and if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman, in units, understand that it's fundamentally false.
By the way, there's 3 studies, to his credit, Secretary Austin put out one of them, that said exactly what you just said. Fundamentally false.
Senator, they knew it. Anyone who'd been in a unit knew it. One could argue that if not the least, one of the least racist institutions in our country is the United States.
And I'm going to work on that. I'm going to work to make that no longer the reality, okay?
United States military. Being a racist in our military has not been tolerated for a very long time.
One of the
Never in my
greatest civil
formations,
rights
never in other
organizations in
formations.
America. Would you agree the U.S. military is one of the most forward-leaning, probably one of the greatest civil rights organizations in American history?
No doubt.
Last year at a hearing before this committee, I called on the Biden Secretary of the Navy to resign because he's failing in his ability to build ships. We are being completely outbuilt in terms of ships by the Chinese, and yet this Secretary of the Navy has been focused.
This is so funny to say because, like, how many aircraft carriers do the Chinese have? Okay, versus how many we have, and what the operational capacity and what the logistics that the American military has. Not the glaze, okay, but we have far outspent every other nation for far too long. It is virtually impossible for our foreign adversaries to even come close. People don't understand the full scope of American empire. They don't understand that a major part of this process, being everywhere all at once, requires a massively complex logistical chain. Okay? You need constant retooling. You need constant resupply. You need Amazon deliveries that are getting shipped to the aircraft carriers in real time. The conversation about ships is already insane. We already don't have the manpower to man the ships that we currently have. Every sailor rolls their eyes at this because everyone is already overworked due to manpower. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. They're like, oh yeah, they're outbuilding us. It's like, dude, you don't have... There's not enough people, dude. Not only do we have more ships, but we have an incredibly complex web of logistics. We have a supply chain. We have a global supply chain that feeds these aircraft carriers and our military bases all around the planet, and we also have an incredibly complex web of constant spying, like constant surveillance that works effectively with all of our aircraft as well. These are things that no other foreign nation, adversary or not, will ever be able to achieve. I don't understand why these people are so invested in saying that the American military is woke that they're just like, once again, undermining the truth. China can't even achieve it. No, I think it's a matter of priority. I think you know, China doesn't choose to spend its money on supercharging their military, on hyper-focusing on their military might. They have defensive positions overall, and they want to have regional dominance. But having said that, they would rather build sick, you know, infrastructure projects like the new dam they want to build. It's like significantly larger than the Three Gorges Dam. It's stuff like that. China has more ships than us already. We still have more tonnage, but that's eroding too.
Save some for the rest
Okay,
of us,
but I'm
Captain
talking about
Asshole.
something more than simply ships. China has now more surface ships in the U.S. China is building at a rate of 6 destroyers a year compared to US's 2 destroyers a year. I don't, guys, and I think Elent News will agree with me on this. In terms of the Navy, he's probably referring to China now building at a capacity of 6 destroyers a year, and the US builds 2. They are now the largest Navy in terms of ship numbers. The Navy doesn't simply operate on the pure number of ships. It's infinitely more complex than that. You also have to have a steady supply chain that is refueling and refeeding munitions into your Navy, no matter where you are in the world. Like America's capabilities in terms of America's military capabilities are I think so far more advanced than the Chinese military. It's not even, and I say this as a China glazer, like America currently has the capability to be anywhere around the world and deploy anywhere around the world an insane number of troops. China does not have that. America has 800 military bases that we know of. China has 800 foreign military bases that we know of. This does not include the secret bases that we do not know of. The logistics is important, and the U.S. has a monopoly on allied ports and refueling for sure. Although China is building a large logistics fleet, but you are correct, the U.S. is far ahead right now in terms of deployment capability. Exactly. The U.S. Navy can't even defeat the Houthis, though. See, that's the other part of this problem, because, like, no matter how mighty your military is, obviously, unless you do full tilt genocide and just, like, nuke a place, it's going to be quite difficult if you have an enemy that is resilient and refuses to give up. So there's also that aspect of this conversation as well. But that goes for China, too. It's not like you think if the American military can't defeat the Ansar Allah movement's efforts in blocking the Red Sea, be able to do that? No, they can't. It's just there is a level of permissible violence that you can't go above, and you know, America, it keeps bombing these places, and so does Israel, but ultimately you can't overcome a group of resilient people that have their own manufacturing capabilities and have allegiances with a regional superpower that is, you know, giving them arms. And when I say genocide, I'm talking about like more than what Saudi Arabia and UAE did in Yemen. I'm talking like straight up nuking Yemen, you know? Like nuking Sanaa, like nuking it. Dropping a mini nuke or something. Bro, I hear that, and yet America never won a single war since World War II. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that this is not how, that's not how this works, is what I mean. Do you not understand? My point is, it doesn't really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how mighty your military or how powerful your military is either. Look at the dynamic in Gaza, okay? These dudes are using bathtub rockets against one of the most powerful militaries in the region that is backed by the most powerful country on the planet with unlimited munitions. And they've dumped multiple nukes worth of munitions in a densely populated area, killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. And yet, according to recent reports by Charles Lister and many others, Hamas's numbers are back to the same place that they were pre-October 7th. All they've done is endlessly recruit a new crop of people who have been recently orphaned. That said, I think you will be very surprised by China's capability in any war, particularly its ballistic missile, naval, and air force power projection around the Pacific. Yeah, no, I'm saying that their military activity is specifically for their military activity is specifically regional. America's military might is global. That's what I was stating. Like they have the reason why they have such a strong emphasis on their own Navy is specifically because they're gearing up to protect their own backyard. Part of the reason why they went into developing nukes was also for that same reason. If you recall, when Xi Jinping sat across from Joseph Robinette Brandon, he very clearly stated that they would dial back their nuclear arms program if America didn't continue to arm Japan with long-range missiles. And of course, we know what happened there. I mean, Japan is still full-scale militarizing once again. Hasanabi, very bad guy. Russia, best country in the whole world.
Focused on climate change, not building ships in lethality. Mr. Hegseth, if your Secretary of the Navy ends up focusing on climate change more than shipbuilding and lethality, will you commit to me to fire him?
My Secretary of the Navy, should I be confirmed, sir, will not be focused on climate change in the Navy. Just like the Secretary of the Air Force won't be focused on LG-powered fighter jets, or the Secretary of the Army will not be focused on electric-powered tanks.
Let me ask,
we're going to be focused on lethality
1 minute
and
left.
defeating our enemy.
I do find it really funny that these guys think that like the initiatives being made like this, I don't even know how much emphasis there is on this, but like the initiatives in this regard are being done not to improve operational capacity, but instead because of woke. Like, you have to be a complete moron to think that like the American government, I mean, look, I've listened to Mark Milley complain about how America's procurement strategies are actually kind of outdated in comparison to what Palmer Luckey could do, you know, and how tech should play a more formative role in defense. Okay, it's legitimately terrifying to hear guys like this talk about accelerating American R&D in the field of battle, and there are definitely a lot of pre-existing checks that I guess slow down this process. Having said that, however, any sort of initiative made is 100% to improve combat readiness, and not because they want to be woke.
And I appreciate that. The other thing President Biden did, his first executive order as president, was to focus on transgender surgeries for active duty troops. This is all I'm describing the woke military here under Biden over the last 4 years. If confirmed, and you issued an order saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our military and focus on lethality and warfighting, how do you think the troops will react?
Senator, I know the troops will rejoice. They will love it. They will love it. And we've already seen it in recruiting numbers. There's already been a surge since President Trump won the election of recruiting. The Army says
Do you think our military will follow that order?
Our military.
Yeah, that's what was stopping people from joining the military. How woke it is. Bro, they're gonna start drafting people, I swear to God. Oh my God.
The military will follow that order, Senator. Gladly, because they want to focus on lethality and warfighting and get all the woke, political prerogative, politically correct, social justice, political stuff out of the military.
Okay. All right.
I got some unfinished business.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. Family Tina at a Miami villa. Or hiding from her family Tina at a Utah spa hotel. Book whoever you want to be. Booking.com, yeah.
I'm going to tell you some of the ways They're not going to end in your lifetime. In that case, I take it back. All right, so let me give you some scenarios that are on the docket. Okay. As you may know, we are currently expanding. Yes, that's right. Growth, damn it. And as we expand, the universe gets thinner and thinner, less and less dense.
I'm in good shape now.
But consider, how do you make a star? We have a gas cloud and it collapses to make a new object. Right. But if things continue to expand, then there's an interesting sequence of events. First, there are galaxies that have already used up all their gas. Okay. They have these elliptical shapes. We call them elliptical galaxies. Oh. They don't have any gas, but they have stars that will live 1 trillion years. Wow. After 1 trillion years, those stars start dimming out one by one. After the sun, star makes, yes, in the vacuum of space. They will fuck out one by one, trillions of years, because that's their life experience. They're burning their fuel very efficiently, very slowly and very efficiently. These are the dim red stars, of which there are many in every galaxy. Right. But there's no gas in the elliptical galaxies. There's no fresh generation to be made. Right. In spiral galaxies, such as ours, the Milky Way, we have stars that will also live 1 trillion years. They'll plug out at around the same time these other stars do, but we have residual gas. We're making stars today.
Yes, stellar nursery.
Yes, yes. WST is all up in there. Yeah. So that will only continue until there's no gas left. Right. So for a spiral galaxy, it might go another 5 billion years, perhaps. Oh, okay. And when we run out of gas, that's the last generation of stars to get made. You're literally out of gas.
Right. That's when the universe makes this sound.
Oh, by the way, in the distant future, as we continue to expand, galaxies will expand beyond the horizon that we have established from our location here. So what is that horizon? That's where they're moving away from you faster than the speed of light. So their light tries to reach you, but it can't. It can't. Wow. All the energy gets sucked out of it. And so every galaxy in the night sky will go beyond that horizon.
Oh, did you see that?
With or without its stars, it'll go beyond the horizon. So if we look outside of our own galaxy, as far as we know, our entire universe is just the stars, living or dead, in the Milky Way.
Oh, that's
so our entire understanding of cosmology in a post-apocalyptic civilization in that very distant future will have no idea the universe had a beginning at all, because we know about the beginning by looking at other galaxies. So a page in the history of the universe will have been removed, and they will not even know it. But wait, there's more. There's the matter of the black hole. Okay. Interesting. All right. So the black holes, the small black holes, actually will evaporate. Okay. If they're using Hawking rings. Right. So just outside the event horizon, there are these spontaneous particle pairs that are formed out of their gravitational energy fields. And one particle escapes, the other falls in. And that effectively subtracts mass from the black hole. So we will lose those black holes in 10 to the 30th years, something like that. Okay. And around then, our best hypothesis for the survival of the proton, we think the proton might decay. If the proton decays, that's it. The proton decay, we think it also happens at around 10 to 30 years. Last I checked, it could be maybe 10 to 32 years. Right. That's around where it is. But who's counting? Factor of 10 or 100. Factor of 10 or 100 counts. But we have factors of trillions and gazillions. All right. That means the structure of all matter, which is our foundation, is on the nucleus composed of protons and neutrons. But neutrons, free neutrons decay, but protons are the stablest particle we know. They're gone. Okay, that's it. But wait, there's supermassive black holes in the centers of galaxies. All right. They take longer to evaporate. They'll still be there. They don't just go away just because the universe expanded every other galaxy out of it, just because all the stars died. How about those? They take 10 to the 100 years to evaporate. Wow. You can do the math. No, I can't. This is what we fail to realize. You know what 10 to 100 is? What number that is? 10 to the 100? Yeah, it's 1,000.
Did you see that?
10 to the third power. Yeah, 10 to the 100th power? That's a movie. I didn't. So that's a lot of years. That's beyond it. Okay, that's a lot of years. Yeah. All right. So all matter is just scattered evenly into the vacuum of space, whatever's left of matter, and the universe dies. There's no more phenomenon to happen. Okay. You don't even have black holes evaporating. Right. Everything's done. And the temperatures have been dropping the entire time. Early on, it was very hot. Right. It was glowing. Glowing hot. Right now, it's cooled to 3 degrees absolute zero. Right. That's very cold. Right. It got even cold. Even cold. Near absolute zero in the very distant future. Okay. So in that scenario, the universe will not die with a bang. But it's not. Oh, it sounds cold and lonely. That is a cold, lonely. That's one scenario. Okay? So for a while, people call that the heat death of the universe. But these are thermodynamicists saying that because then there's no such thing as cold. Right. There's only heat or the absence of heat. That's it. Right? So now all the heat is gone. So they call it heat death. But that's so misleading. So I just... Judge! we know what's driving it. What we do know about it tells us that it is unrelenting. So it's not just an expansion that'll continue forever. It's an expansion that will accelerate.
Forever.
Accelerate.
Wow.
Forever. Because it is a property in the vacuum of space. That's what we call dark energy. So the more the universe expands, the more vacuum you have. And the weaker gravity becomes because all the matter is getting thinned out. It's getting thinned out. Okay?
Like butter on hot toast.
All right, so you can do the math. So first, yes, all the galaxies will accelerate beyond your horizon. That'll happen. We got that in the first one, okay? So here's what the difference is. If that acceleration goes unchecked, then it'll start ripping apart things that would otherwise retain their integrity from their gravity. So first, they're galaxy clusters that even in an expanding universe, they'll want to stay together. With the accelerating expansion, it'll start
no matter what.
pulling them out, pulling them away.
What's up,
then,
yo?
once it's destroyed the galaxy cluster, now it's going to start working on the galaxies, which are tightly bound systems of stars. As the universe continues to expand, the strength of that expansion will become greater than the binding gravity of the systems themselves. So it'll start ripping apart galaxies. Okay.
Damn.
Then you don't have.
Apparently,
you don't
there's
have
some
galaxy
kind of
clusters, you don't
framing
have galaxy
issue I
clusters,
seen
stars,
on YouTube.
and their
I don't know
planets.
how.
It'll start
I don't
plucking
know
the
the
planets
truth of
away
it though.
from the stars.
Home wreck.
Pick your hero.
Just a home wreck.
Then
I'm not judging.
it'll
Once
start
an Avenger,
ripping
always
apart
an
the
Avenger.
stars, and the planets themselves. These forces are strong.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll start becoming stronger than the electromagnetic forces that holds matter together.
Damn.
One way to imagine this is we have a rubber band.
Okay.
Okay. You take one end, and I'll take one end.
All right.
So you feel the force
is already
tugging on
dangerous.
us, right?
Go ahead.
So this was originally the gravitational force that was holding galaxies together.
Okay.
But this dark energy broke that apart. Then there's the force of the intermolecular force. They broke that apart.
Okay.
But the universe is getting more and more stretched.
Right.
Okay. What we don't know
My
is that
years away
is there
from
a
the
limit
Avengers taught
to
me how much they
30
meant to
the
me.
physical
before you
universe
attack.
can stretch
Get
in
ready.
response to this dark energy.
Okay.
Because once you're down to a proton and it rips apart a proton, then you're left with quarks. But then what happens? Can you rip a quark apart? We don't know. We don't know. But then what could possibly happen is...
Oh no! 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 No!
So we call this the Big Rip.
Oh, look at that.
You hurt you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
this is,
Look at that.
look at that. Yeah, look at that.
You got like a
I got a nice little welt.
I'm sorry about that.
Contemplating the universe's end may feel distant because it is. But here on Earth, year after year of record temps bring us a different urgency. Is our planet inching towards uninhabitability? Well, where there should be no debate, skepticism towards science, I mean, come on, is driving a wedge into our society. Well, we are grateful for today's sponsor, Ground News, and their mission to bridge these divides. Created by a former NASA engineer, Ground News gathers worldwide related news stories in one place so readers can compare coverage. Take this article about how food prices could further increase due to climate change. You can read along at ground.news/StarTalk. Just by reading this story summary, you'll see that researchers analyzed historical price and weather data from 121 countries between 1996 and 2021. Ground News not only provides you with all the outlets covering this topic, but shows you how factual each source is, as well as who's financially invested in them. And if you scroll down, you can compare headlines from different perspectives and see how certain outlets frame the story. Are we headed for catastrophe, as new scientists suggest? Or is inflation simply being driven by climate change, as The Hill says? If you want to be better informed about the potential bias in the news that you're consuming and get quick access to reliable information, make sure you subscribe to Ground News today at ground.news/StarTalk and receive 40% off their Vintage plan for unlimited access. That's ground.news/StarTalk. All right, let's get you back to the show.
So we call it the Big Rip, and we do the calculations. That'll happen in 10 to the 22 years.
Oh, way sooner. That's much sooner than 10 to the 100.
Yes! It'll happen before the black holes evaporate.
Oh, I'm very worried at this point now. That is disturbing.
Okay.
So long before the big freeze, the Big Rip will just go ahead and pull everything
It'll
apart.
be still pretty cold by
Right,
then.
yeah.
But I lay awake at night wondering what that would be. Because it rips, and what's in the rip?
Yeah, what's
there?
I'm trying to figure out what's going to be left.
Now, third and last.
Okay.
There's no data to support this next idea.
Okay.
There's nothing to tell us that we will ever recollapse.
Okay.
Because our expansion speed is greater than anything the collective gravity of all galaxies could possibly muster.
Okay.
To try to bring it back.
Right.
All right. So, but if something gets
30
discovered
seconds before you
that will
attack.
slow down
Get
the
ready.
expansion and then have us recollapse, then everything will happen sort of in reverse. The universe will get hotter and hotter and hotter.
Right.
Instead of cooler and cooler. Things will get more and more concentrated. And ultimately, we'd all come back to the same point.
Same singularity.
And they call that the big crunch. But that implies that
The
things
battle
are like
starts in 5,
crackers.
4,
If you take a
3,
physical crackdown.
2,
But I think
1.
it's really the big squeeze.
All you need to do is capture
To
the
me, that's a
mission
more
area. Got it?
accurate
Yes.
term. The big squeeze. Now, the whole universe becomes the size of an atom again. And if you look at the quantum physics of this, once you're in the quantum realm, you can like tunnel.
All bets are off.
All bets, you can tunnel.
And tunnel out.
You can tunnel out.
Yeah.
Okay? And all that energy and all that matter in one place.
Right.
There's only one thing it can do, and that's expand. Once again, into another big bang. Big bang number. These are scenarios. All of it can happen long after you're dead.
Which is why I'm not going to worry about it.
I'm just saying, the stuff that will kill us okay, we'll be running for the hills as the sea levels rise.
Yes, I was
the
going to
climate
say,
change.
right.
The next virus where nobody wants to get vaccinated.
Exactly.
We'll kill all of them off.
We're not making it out of the next century, let alone have to worry about any of this stuff.
And you know what worries me most? Is ask anybody in the year 1900 what they fear the greatest in terms of survival of our species. They'll say inflation, they'll say consumption, right? The tuberculosis. Yeah. They'll say things that aren't the stuff that's on our list, they didn't even know about that back. Think back then, they didn't even know that it was something to think about. So in the year 2100, I don't fear what we fear today.
Yeah, people won't be worried about cancer.
I fear what we don't yet know to worry.
Right. And I fear what we do know, which is us.
And we being awful shepherds of our own fate.
There you go. Right? Yeah. Just we are terrible stewards of the future because we are terrible stewards of the present. That's what I feel. Right. On that happy note, have a nice day.
All right, these are the ways the world would end.
Maximum pulse!
With Neil and Chuck, a fireside chat. Sleep tight.
Sleep well, people. Oh, God.
All right. This is yet another Star Talk Explainer video brought to you from my office at Davy Planetarium right here at the American Museum of Naturalism. Until next time.
Needed that burst.
How many times have you had to tug at your boots throughout the day to keep them looking perfect? Annoyed by ugly ankle creases? Struggling to keep your knee-high boots from sliding all the way down your legs all day? Say goodbye to all those struggles and more with Philippa. Now introducing Philippa boots. Knee-high boots that fit like a glove. Perfect for nearly every leg shape. No need to worry about your boots sliding down your legs again. They're super stretchy, all-stretch boot shots designed for chaos.
What is the scariest thing that could happen in America? How about
with America, but abroad. There are big challenges for the incoming President Trump. How do you see them? We need a better mind, and I have one. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group, one of the most wired, best sourced, most experienced guys when it comes to national politics. And he has laid out, and you see the link right on the screen so you can look at it yourself, his group, the Eurasia Report, of what are the challenges, what to look for. My favorite is not what to look for, but what may mislead you into a false sense of understanding. Very cool stuff. Very happy to have him to look at what we could be dealing with in the year ahead and how it could go. Ian Bremmer, what a great resource. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you so much for all the help you've given me everywhere I've been over the years. I appreciate you very much.
You'll need a
Good to see you again, Chris, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, brother. What do you make of Mark Zuckerberg saying that you can't fact check, he's going to do community notes, and the reason it doesn't work is because of you and me and legacy media and the culture of inclusion?
Well, first, can I be catty for a second, Chris?
Sure.
I'm not sure I would have worn an $800,000 watch on the video when I was making that announcement. Just me. Just me. You know, want to be more of a man of the people. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, I just, you know, given that MAGA's just had this big fight between, like, globalists and, like, you know, sort of the anti-deep state type, I'm not sure who Mark wants to be. But that's okay. He looks better, generally speaking. He's more engaged. He looks like less of a robot, so it's okay. He tells good time, obviously. But no, more seriously, and I wish that weren't the thing, but it is the thing, so I just kind of feel like I've got to bring it up. Look, he is doing what everyone is doing in that space. You saw all of the CEOs, both personally as well as their companies. They're hiring up in Trump world. They're, you know, sort of donating up in Trump world.
So you think it's a Trump move, not just a play to culture, play to type, and just to get away from accountability?
Well, I mean, Mark had a very, very warm relationship with Jared Kushner and with the president back when he was there the first time around, and they were in contact on a very regular basis. I feel like, I mean, look, I don't know who true Mark Zuckerberg is other than I want my company to be the most successful on the planet. I don't know if he has a personal alignment with more free speech or more protection of, you know, sort of dangerous content. I honestly don't know where he is on that spectrum. I know that he's really good at aligning his organization and his financial interests with people in power. And that aligns closely with my experience with many of the most wealthy and powerful people I've ever met.
What do you make of this selling point that we are all the media now and organizations are all bad and they don't need to do any fact checking, we should just leave it to the market?
I am ready to
Well, I think that Elon is now the media, number one. I think when he says that he's the media, he's right. He's got 200 million followers. He controls the algorithm. He's obviously promoting his content relentlessly, and also people that are ideologically aligned with him. So I think that he is the media, right? And I think that he is telling all of his ardent supporters that you are the media. Look, I think that the media has made big mistakes. Mainstream media, you've talked about this a lot, Chris. You've been in it. You've been in the trenches. They don't know how to handle Trump. They still don't. They get their knickers in a twist over all sorts of issues that they shouldn't be paying as much attention to. And they don't focus as much on issues that matter to people, issues that matter to actual constituents. The Democrats, frankly, lost in part because they did the same damn thing, right? I mean, like, all up in identity politics and the university and urban progressives and forgetting about real Americans. So yeah, I think that there's something to that, but the idea that the average Joe in the United States is capable of doing their own research and will get you a better, more thoughtful understanding of what's really happening is, of course, on its face insane. The idea that RFK is capable of replacing actual scientists is on its face insane. I think that I think you need to focus on people with real expertise, not an agenda, right? But people that are trying to do their damnedest to help us all understand the world. And that requires some good filtering. It requires, responsible stewardship. And frankly, a lot of the mainstream media has not been doing responsible stewardship of their journalists over the course of the past couple decades.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your assessment. And I guess what bothers me about it is that he's clearly pandering. And in part, he's pandering to a part of the media that I think is not part of the solution. I think it's part of the problem. I'm fine with independent outlets, assuming that they have the capabilities to be of value other than opinion if they're going to be taken as legitimate sources. G0 and what you're doing is a tremendous asset. I like what Barry's doing with the free press. I like Taibbi, I like Schellenberger. There are people who are legit people. You can agree and disagree with where they're coming from, but that's different than some guy in a ski hat who's part of this, new right. Don't trust the legacy media, don't trust this, don't trust that. Listen to me, and they're putting out opinions masked as facts, and they're making everybody else the bad guy, and it's really working for their pockets, right? They're getting followings, but people aren't getting that. I was so not surprised when some of those guys on the right got tripped up by that Russian propaganda vehicle where they were only paying them to keep doing what they were already doing. That's how
all they want to do.
That's how fucked up what they're doing.
You're damaging the country. You're stoking conspiracy theory. Please have at it.
And I really feel like that's it. Look, there's space for everybody. I'm here for a reason. I paid for this with my own money for a reason. But the idea that you don't need the Wall Street Journal, you got me on here at my kitchen table, is like, to me, really, really threatening to people getting to a better source of information.
Look, we're losing civil society. Not only do we need more sort of trusted sources for national media, we need more local media, right? We need trusted sources that are in your community. We need people spending more time with real human beings in their communities, in their families, their extended families. All of this is breaking down. If it were just a story about national media, I wouldn't worry so much. It's more that people are feeling more disconnected from pretty much everything. And the only thing that is connecting them are the algorithms. And the algorithms aren't trying to help the people. The algorithms are productizing the people. They're profiting from their clicks. The algorithms don't care about you being a responsible citizen at all. So that's the problem. And I don't have a problem with entrepreneurship. I am an entrepreneur. So are you, Chris. I believe in building a business. But I don't think that companies that are only in it for profits are ultimately going to be what gets us a better nation. I don't, and I worry about that.
This doesn't fit into your mainline assessment of risks of things that could happen this year. But does the Zuckerberg thing kind of maybe change your equation a little bit about what potential concerns you're watching out for?
Actually, it really does fit in, and it fits in when we talk about oligarchs and pitchforks. I worry that the way that the United States is truly breaking down, and the reason for it is not Democrats versus Republicans. Trump is a symptom of the deeper problem. The deeper problem is that Americans think that they have a two-tier system. People that are connected to power and people that are capable of spending those millions of dollars to get access to Trump no matter what. or in the case of Elon, $250 million plus all the algorithmic support, and people that can't. And for those that can't, they feel like they're left out. The democracy is not for them. Power is not for them. The educational system, the healthcare system, none of it is for them. And so what happens when you get these oligarchs? What happens when your country increasingly feels like a kleptocracy? What happens is that you get people who believe that the only way that you can address it, that you can fix it, is outside the legal system, outside the ballot box. And for some people, that was January 6th. And for some people, that was cheering on Luigi Mangione, who gunned down the CEO of a company just a few blocks from where you and I live, Chris. And then we had people, like even establishment figures in the U.S., some of them that were saying in entertainment and in politics, that were saying, oh, I understand, what was behind this. What do you mean you understand? He killed somebody. So that's what happened. That I think it's absolutely on point with the risks that we're talking about this year.
Tony, you gotta give me one of those.
Support for the Chris Cuomo project comes from AG1. Look, new year, new me, right? We're all going through it. I don't believe in resolutions. I believe the rent's due every day and you got to do the right things every day. You need a routine and you have to stick with what works. And for me, AG1 is how I start my day. One and done. Put it in warm water, stir, 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 gobble, 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 and that's it. I've got the nutritional basis that I need to start the day right. And here's how I know. I don't just have fluorescent pee when I take AG1. I get my blood work done on a regular basis. And I'm telling you, the absorption of B and D are up. I've been doing this a long time. I'm in my 50s, okay? And AG1 has been a difference maker for me. So this new year, try AG1 for yourself. It's the perfect time to start a new healthy habit. That's why I've been partnering with AG1 for so long, and I'd love to do more. AG1 is offering new subscribers
Okay, where were we?
A free $76 gift when you sign up. You'll get a welcome kit, a bottle of D3K2, and 5 free travel packs in your first box. So make sure to check out drinkag1.com/CCP for the Chris Cuomo Project, and you can get this offer. That's drinkag1.com/CCP, and you can start your new year on a healthier note. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from iRestore. Holidays are over, sure. But it is never too late to give yourself what you really want. How about you treat yourself with the iRestore Elite? And then you can get that hair regrowth solution that you actually deserve. Listen, science has moved the bar. This is not a gadget. It is a powerful FDA-cleared laser cap designed to fight thinning hair and hair loss with clinically proven results. So for me, it's about technology, okay? What is vetted, what isn't? FDA approved matters. Having a wife, Christina, who owns The Purist, a wellness business where she's always researching and looking at technologies. And I know that light therapy is absolutely the cutting edge. And that's why I wanted you to know about the iRestore Elite. Now's the perfect time to treat yourself. For a limited time only, our listeners get 625 buckaroos off their iRestore Elite when you use the code CHRIS at iRestoreLaser.com. $625 off your iRestore Elite at iRestoreLaser.com, promo code Chris. Please support the show. Tell them that we sent you. Hair loss, frustrated, but you don't have to be frustrated. Fight back with iRestore.
Photon reaction chain gun, mini black hole.
So, set the table for us. I'm going to put up a link for people to take a look. My favorite section of what Ian and his team put together are actually their red herrings. You'll see if you go down a little bit, the red herrings are the things. See, to me, I can usually pick up on the obvious as your basic mouth breather, but it's what someone like Ian sees that I may fall for that is of a special value to me. So the red herrings are what I like, but set the table for
Honestly,
people.
No, that's my favorite bit too. I think they're at the bottom of the report, but they're actually really important, and they're also optimistic. They say things that aren't going to blow up on you. So I think we should start with that.
Go ahead. What are the red herrings? Now, for you guys who are watching this, red herring started as a legal term, but it is really an investigative term of when people used to be running away from authorities, they would take fish and rub it on things so that dogs would pick up the fish scent and start following that instead of them. That's what a red herring comes from. So these are potential distractions. How do you see it?
Yeah, so one distraction is all the people out there that says Trump's incompetent and he's going to fail. That all the stuff he's going to try, it's going to be chaos, and he's not going to get anything done. We actually think he's going to have a lot of wins, a lot of successes in his administration for a few reasons, Chris. One, compared to his first term, the United States is much more powerful than both its allies and its adversaries this time around. So, I mean, China economically is doing much worse. The Russians are in serious, severe decline. Iran has just lost its empire. It's in real trouble. Those are the adversaries. And then its allies, look at the South Korean political system, Germany, France, Canada. They're in disarray. So you've got a lot more countries that are looking at the U.S. saying, please, look, I got to find a way to cut a deal with this country, with this guy. Secondly, Trump has consolidated a lot more power domestically. When he won the first time, he needed the Republican coattails. He needed Mike Pence. He needed Mattis and Pompeo. This time around, they need him, and so he's got loyalists around him. If you're a foreign leader, you can't say, oh, let me find Nikki Haley to work with because I don't like what Trump just said. No, you're going to have to actually deal with him. There's also the fact that a lot of leaders around the world this time around actually like Trump. You know, Meloni from Italy was just in Mar-a-Lago. Yep. Trudeau just resigned. It's going to be a conservative leader. Pierre Poilievre, in all likelihood, in Canada, will be much more aligned with Trump. You got people like Milei in the G20 from Argentina, who was just in the summit meeting before Trump was there yet. And he was like, every speaking point was as if it was Trump. Not to mention, you know, Israel, the Gulf states, and the rest. So he's got a lot more people that are actually aligned. And then finally, Chris, this is a much more dangerous...
Here's an easy thing you can
age better, or I'm Dave Asper, the guy who created the biohacking movement, and I have dedicated my life to studying longevity. It is one of the main things I wrote about in my major New York Times best-selling book on longevity and aging. One of the most important breakthroughs in aging is something called NAD. And when I first started using this, I would get it intravenously. And then I took really expensive supplements that didn't work very well. We've had some big breakthroughs in understanding how your cells use NAD. The problem is that starting at about age 30, you start to lose your levels of energy. You keep them high, you have far more energy, and you don't age the same way as everyone else. You're the person who's the youngest in the room, all your friends.
Don't worry, Herbie.
Well, Qualia in AD Plus has solved this problem. You can't just take precursors you may have heard of, like nicotinamide riboside.
Environment than 2017. There are wars going on, the economy globally is more brittle. So a lot of countries are more scared of screwing up their relationship with the United States. So for all of those reasons, whether or not you agree with his policies or what he's trying to do, a lot of what Trump says to these countries, he's going to get deals. And I think that's underappreciated as people think that we're going to see a replay of 2017 in 2025. So that's a pretty significant herring. One other big herring that's worth talking about is that Europe is not about to fall apart despite all the pressure coming from the U.S., the fact that their economies are not doing well, the fact that they're defending themselves on the Russia front. But, you know, despite all of that, you've got a very strong new NATO Secretary General who's moving them to 3% of GDP spend for defense, and he's doing it outside the EU so that the Hungarians can't veto it. That means that by the end of the Trump administration, the Europeans will be spending about as much on defense as the Americans do, as the percentage, which nobody would have expected that 5 years ago. You've got a very strong leadership of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen and people like Roberta Metsola, Kaja Kallas, that are actually very, very strong and have a lot of support from across the European constituencies. Macron is very weak in terms of his domestic politics, but he's in charge of foreign policy, and he's not going to be challenged until 2027. Plus, the Germans just lost Scholz, and they're about to elect Friedrich Merz, who is center-right and much more aligned with all of those leaders I just mentioned. So at the top, you actually have a Europe that's going to hold together reasonably well. Not only to be able to do deals with Trump, but if those deals don't work out, also able to credibly do tit for tat, as opposed to Trump being able to pick individual leaders and countries off. So those are two things from, frankly, the most important democracies, such as they are. The EU is the largest common market. The US is the most powerful country in the world today, in a world where we're always blaring headlines about how everything's going to fall apart. I think it's useful for us to have a little bit of a reality check on how some of that stuff is going.
What do you think he should take on first?
Trump?
Avengers Tower awaits.
You know, I would like him to take on first illegal immigration.
Legislatively.
Yeah, legislatively, but also in terms of immigration. Also in terms of roundup of, return to Mexico, policy, 42, all of that sort of stuff. But also, I think that, look, this is one of the big things that the Democrats failed at. They ignored the issue until it was way too late. They refused to recognize it really angered a lot of average Americans. And, yes, it's going to cost the United States real money because, not only are these are people that work for real cheap, but they're also taxpayers, right? I mean, Medicare, Social Security, local taxes, they're also consumers. So it's going to cost us to get rid of these illegal immigrants. But when you fill those jobs at a higher rate with regular Americans, that's a big deal. And if they could also go after the corporate in agriculture and in services and in construction that are hiring all these people use E-Verify. We know how to do it. So it's not just hitting the illegals, but it's also hitting the corporates that have been taking advantage with their power position of these illegals. I think that would just be a good thing for the country. We've got to help these people.
But I don't see how the first part happens. I mean, the reason they're filling the jobs is, of course, the lower price point, but it's also because the jobs were open. And for these people, these outfits to pay what you'd have to pay Americans to do it, brings you your $11 avocado.
Yeah, prices are going to go up. I agree. But those prices are going to be paid across the board. And some corporate profits are going to get squeezed. U.S. stock market is at record levels right now. But if that means that you're actually employing Americans at higher rates, those are jobs for Americans at higher rates. At the end of the day, I'm not really comfortable hiring non-citizens at below market rates to do jobs when we have American citizens. I think that Americans voted for this. And if that means that you're gonna, is it $11 avocado, and do I really care about people having avocado toast? No, I'm not. I don't think I care. I don't think I care. Can we get, have a couple more eggs. But look, Lighthizer said this when he was U.S. trade rep. He said, I would rather have a family have one television and 2 good jobs than no good jobs and 3 televisions. And racking up, I'm deeply comfortable with that sentiment. He's from Ohio. Middle class, lower class family that didn't really have much and watched how, the community fell apart. J.D. Vance, sort of West Virginia, Ohio, Appalachia, same thing. Ian Bremmer, projects in Chelsea, Massachusetts. I grew up with a lot of the same people. I obviously managed to do very well for myself, but a lot of other people I grew up with didn't. And I'm not comfortable telling those people, sorry, you suck, and you're just gonna have to deal with all these illegals coming in. I'm not comfortable with that at all.
Do you think that the Democrats, if they're smart, run directly into the embrace of the Republicans and make this a joint effort?
They better. Look, this is what the Europeans figured out a decade ago. This was a right-wing policy, a far-right policy in Europe. Some of the people like Meloni's party and that she's linked up with in Italy. And Angela Merkel, who I think was a very strong leader in many ways, but not on this at all, said, oh, bring them in. Bring in the Syrians. First Schiffendas, we can do this. And her citizens said, absolutely not. Legal immigrants into Germany, like Turks, some of whom were in government, members of parliament, said absolutely not. And so what you saw is that not only did the Germans get on board with this policy and the EU get on board with this policy, but even like Labour in the UK is getting on board with this policy. So I think, if Trump gets this right, he could actually force a broader coalition on an issue where the people have spoken. The people have spoken that they don't like all of this identity politics stuff. They don't like the transgender stuff being forced down their throats. They don't like DEI and the corporations. They certainly don't like the bathrooms. They don't like it. They don't like, sort of men that are women, in competitive women's sports. They don't like it. And somehow Democrats got stuck with that issue. They also really don't like large numbers of illegal immigrants in their own cities. And one of the smartest things the Republicans did was the ones that were experiencing all the problems in Arizona and Texas said, you know what, we're gonna bust them up to blue cities. Because why is it that we, by dint of geography, are the only ones that have to deal with this issue? And suddenly you had people with sanctuary cities, very sanctimonious, people, very wealthy, comfortable people saying, wait a second, you mean this means we're actually gonna have, we're very happy with illegal immigrants in theory, but not in practice. Like, you gotta keep them farther away. The whole NIMBY situation, right? So I do feel like forcing the issue so that all of us Americans have to talk sense to each other.
As we age, we get
All
lines,
you need to do is
and
capture
that's
the mission
okay,
area.
but our makeup
Got
needs
it?
change. Traditional powder
Everything most decidedly
They
does
sink
not happen
into your
for a
lines
reason.
and dry down your skin. We need a foundation that is equal parts skincare and makeup. That's why
software is a very useful thing.
What do you say to the Democrats who are going to get stuck? Forget about the problem of giving the Republicans the win. They know this issue helps beat them. What do you say to the Democrats who say, well, this is way too hard. There's got to be amnesty provision. You can't round up all the people anyway. So I'm not going to sign up for that. It can't even be done logistically. But, you know, the same sticking points of what has stopped comprehensive reform since the bill in 2005 and 2011. What do you say to them?
Look, they can keep losing if they want to. But as I said, I would look at Europe. I would look at the center left in Europe. And you're not going to get everyone. You may not be able to line up AOC and Rashida Tlaib. You may lose a few Dems on the left. Okay. That's okay. I mean, you know, so for Republicans to get things done, sometimes they have to lose crazy Republicans on the right. That's okay. That's what compromise is all about. But the idea that, you know, Congress is going to refuse to work with Trump, I promise you, Fetterman's not going to refuse to work with Trump. Last I checked, he's still a Democrat. Right? There are others. So I think that the fact that if even the Europeans can figure this out, I mean, they're not exactly entrepreneurial over there politically. You telling me we can't? That only the Europeans can do it? It doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem right, but as you and I both know, this can has gotten kicked down the road so many times. Do you remember when Obama first got elected and they were talking about comprehensive reform and they were going to bring back, you know, that early deal that Manchin and all those guys worked on that was really a pretty solid deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it wound up being easier to do the ACA than it was for him to do this.
It's insane, right? Because when you think about how broken healthcare is in the
But
United
maybe
States,
identity politics has shifted away from that battleground of us and them. Maybe the benefit of this perverse idea of, you know, forcing trans, which is like the smallest slice of society that you can quantify, to be a headline, is people have gotten off the, well, who's a real American, who isn't, and you have enough brown people who want reform as well, that maybe the Democrats see an avenue of opportunity here to work with the Republicans. At least what I keep telling them is, do you want Republicans to own this win? Because they're going to get it. They're going to get immigration as their first legislation initiative, and they're going to have the numbers. They're just going to peel off a couple of you guys. That's all they need.
That's all they need. That's right.
And they're going to get it anyway. So do you want to be part of the win or watch them win it? That's what I've been saying.
Yep, I think that's exactly right.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Select Quote. So, here I am in my mid-50s, okay? I got 3 kids. I'm blessed to have a wife. I've got financial responsibilities. I've got real estate. I have a very uncertain estate tax environment. What am I talking about? I'm talking about what I need to secure for my family. Same concerns you have. And you know where it takes you? Into the world of life insurance. And man, is that a scary world. Everybody seems to be on the make. Everybody seems to be looking to take. But, even though I've been in this business a long time and it takes a lot for me to be surprised, there is something new to worry about. But I have a solution for you, so don't worry. There's so much out of our control when it comes to insurance and rates and how they get you on the back end or it gets canceled in ways you didn't expect, right? How do you get control? Because this is about your financial future. Go to Select Quote. Get your life insurance right. Get it for you, for less. Go to selectquote.com/ChrisC. Selectquote.com/ChrisC. Get there today and get your quote. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Oracle. Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is coming. All right? I mean, look, everywhere you look, you're hearing about it or you're seeing it already. Self-driving cars, molecular medicine, business efficiency, everything we're seeing online, especially when you're looking at videos, you don't even know who's real anymore. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming fast. But AI needs what? Speed, power when it comes to computing. So, how do you compete without costs going crazy? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform, all right? It just totally upgrades and boosts your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you're saving, not spending more. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI. So for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, this is a great deal, but this offer is going to end March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/CCP. Oracle.com/CCP for the Chris Cuomo Project. So what do you see as the biggest concern for the United States of America this year?
Oh, geez. This year, I would probably say getting into a fight with China. You know, China is the second most powerful country in the world. And Biden's had a lot of problems in foreign policy. China has not been one of them. He's managed to stabilize that relationship. And when I say he, I mean the administration. I mean principally Jake Sullivan and others working with him. Biden hasn't done all that much himself, but whatever, you know, that's true for Trump too. And he's done it without giving anything away. You know, it's not like he's bent the knee to the Chinese at all. In fact, we've seen tougher sanctions, tougher export controls on China. You know, even they're looking to ban TikTok, which Trump says he doesn't want to do. And they've managed to radically, by working on the relationship, opening 25 high-level channels of conversation between the U.S. and China across the entire spectrum of the government, including the defense side. They've managed to stabilize the relationship. I fear that Trump is going to break that. I fear that they're so hawkish on China. They're so focused on tariffs. They're so focused as well on China sending goods through third countries like Mexico and India and Vietnam, that they're going to hit China in the face really hard at a time when the Chinese are doing badly economically and they don't feel like they can lose face. And they're not going to have a deal that Trump will accept, and we're going to end up in a trade war, and we might even end up in a Cold War. I think that's for the United States. I mean, there are a lot of big dangers around the world, you know, like in the Middle East, around Iran and around Russia and a whole bunch of other things. Mexico has its problems and tensions. But for the United States, something will really affect us will be that. Well, it'll affect China more than it affects us. I mean, again, we're in the pole position. As I wrote in this report, we are moving back to the law of the jungle. But, you know, in the jungle is a dangerous place. But if you're the big gorilla, right, the jungle feels better for you. So, I mean, the United States is much less concerned. I talk about a G0 world, not a G7, not a G20. But G0 works hand in glove with America first. Right? And so I do think there's less at stake for the U.S. from a security perspective, economic perspective, technological perspective than other countries. China's one place where Trump could really cause a lot of damage, including for Americans, if he goes down this path.
I'm told by a couple of Trump guys that the combination of Jared's influence on him, his relationship with Bibi, and almost deference to Bibi, is going to make him more hands-off and, let's say, less urgent to make that situation end, because clearly Bibi doesn't want it to end anytime soon, and that his focus in terms of ending the war will begin with Ukraine, and that he believes he can sit Zelensky down and say, you're going to give up a chunk of land to make this end, and your people will thank you for it. Do you believe in that preference structure, and do you think he can make a deal?
So, not completely. A couple places I'm going to push back. I think you're right on Ukraine. He thinks that he can force Zelensky to sit down and get a deal done. Zelensky has already publicly made very clear that he understands that the time for negotiating is soon, in part because of Trump. And Macron's changed his tone on that in the last 24 hours. A lot of people have. And Zelensky's not in a great position. I mean, a year ago, you and I talked, and I said I thought they were going to get partitioned. I'm not happy about it, but I thought that was where it was going. That's where it's going. But getting Putin to accept that is a different story. And Trump, I think, understands that this is going to be more challenging than he originally thought. This is, not a 24-hour, sort of slam dunk. And it may take a matter of months. And it may be a harder negotiation. That he said that to friends. He has said that to Europeans, a few that he's had conversations with, a couple presidents, for example, that have given me downloads on their conversation with him. And he also made that post, I think, on Truth Social, where he said, and maybe China can help on Ukraine, which again implies that he understands that this isn't something he's going to be able to do himself. He might want the Chinese to, who also would like to see a ceasefire, to get engaged directly, which is not a stupid idea on its face, and cuts against a little bit of the challenges I mentioned of U.S.-China that we just talked about. So that's on the Russia-Ukraine side. Others, I think Russia-Ukraine is a little bit harder than you just suggested or intimated. And on the Middle East side, I think that the Lebanon war, which is already a 2-month temporary ceasefire, Israel's gotten what they want, and Assad has fallen, which means the Iranians can't get Hezbollah any more weapons through Syria. I think that could easily become, after Trump wins, they announce a permanent ceasefire and agreement. So, boom, he's just ended a war. Didn't end the Gaza war, but he ended a Lebanon war. So that's kind of cool. Will he end the Gaza war? Will he be able to get the hostages out? He has said now on several occasions there will be hell to pay for Hamas. How much more hell they can pay, given what the Israelis have done to them, fuck if I know. But there will be hell to pay if they don't let these hostages go. So maybe he's got to focus on it to a degree. I don't think he can do nothing. I don't think he can just let it slide. And then, of course, the biggest question, and the one that I've been focused on for 2025, the biggest risk this year is what happens with Iran. Because there are a lot of people in Trump world and a lot of people around Bibi in Israel that are saying, look, this is Iran's weakest period since the revolution, and we can take them out. And if we do, they're our biggest enemy in the Middle East. The Iranian people would be our friends. We want to work with the Iranian people. You want to talk about a Nobel Peace Prize in the Middle East? This is the Peace Prize. This is everybody kumbaya. So we got to see what happens there. At the very least, Trump is going to put a lot of economic pressure on this regime in the early months, the Islamic Republic. And Bibi is going to hit him with espionage and critical infrastructure attacks and all the rest. So we'll see where that goes.
Two things. I agree with you about Iran, although, I guess the strategic concern is always who fills the void, right? If it's not Iran, who's the head of the snake? I've always believed the head of the snake is Saudi Arabia when it comes to exporting the Wahhabism form of extreme Islamism. But
and I would argue much less so today than days ago.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter anyway because the guy in charge in Saudi now is so tight with Trump that he's not going to go picking a fight with Saudi Arabia anyway.
Not at all. In fact, it's much more likely you'll see that the Israelis and the Saudis eventually do that deal. Open negotiations, yeah.
So, Iran, how do you sanction them and not punish the people so that you can keep the people on your side to overturn the regime? Or do you do something to take out the regime and then just leave it to the people to find something else?
Look, it's always been the question, and you try to do things like freeze bank accounts of people connected to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. There's been North Korea questions around that too. The reality is that when the Iranians get a lot of money, somehow that money and weapons get to their proxies and supports terrorism. So I don't think that Trump is going to be very concerned about answering that question. I think rather there's a lot of oil that is being exported for discount through non-flag tankers, and Trump is going to tell them to cut it out. He's going to stop them. He's going to, interdict them. And that might annoy the Chinese and annoy others, but at the end of the day, it's going to squeeze Iran. And Iran's economy is already in free fall. They already have some of the most polluted cities in the world. because they're only able to burn really dirty fuel that they can get their hands on. The people are not happy. There are armed insurrections in places like Balochistan and Sistan, some of which are ethnic minorities. This reminds me a lot of the Soviets in the late 80s. First they lost all of the Eastern Bloc, and then they no longer had an economic story, they didn't have an ideological story, and they were falling apart internally. And there was a military in the Soviet Union willing to repress. That was the coup in August 1991. They failed. There is such a military, of course, in Iran. It's strong, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, but there's also a supreme leader that's 85 and ailing, and, no obvious direct successor for him. So, I think that, look, Assad fell a lot faster than a lot of people, including I, thought, right? I mean, they were in place for some 50 years, and suddenly, you've got a revolution, and, I mean, the whole thing just implodes. We should not assume that if the Islamic Republic takes real direct pressure from the U.S., Israel, and others, that it is necessarily there for the long term.
What do we do differently than when they killed Masa Amini and there was violence in the streets and people thought that it was a period of opportunity? What has to be done differently that wasn't done that time to help foster change?
Look, it's clearly possible that the result of all of this depredation is the supreme leader is forced out, the military takes full control and is even more repressive and brutal against its people. Absolutely possible. I mean, blood in the streets can happen and does happen frequently when you have these sorts of revolutions. I would say that the United States and its experience with getting directly involved with these sorts of incidents has tended to go very badly. So, I mean, provide diplomatic support, provide humanitarian support, say that you're enemies of this regime, sure. But, I mean, send troops on the ground and provide support as mercenaries. No, I don't see Trump doing that at all.
Yeah, me either.
And I think that's the right call.
To that point of filling the void, or what fills the void, how do you know that these guys who just kicked Assad out will be better?
Well, better, I feel comfortable, because Assad, let's keep in mind, was an ally of Iran.
Right.
He was facilitating the terrorist funding and support of Hezbollah to become the most powerful non-state military in the world. He was overseeing massive production of Captagon, which is an incredibly dangerous drug, and exporting it all over the world, right? That's gone. So I am, not to mention his incredible brutality against his own people, I am delighted that Assad is gone. It is an unvarnished win for everybody, and that matters. Everybody that we care about, it's a win. But that does not mean that I have a lot of credibility yet for this new regime. And I mean, they have terrorist links and background. They have been incredibly hostile historically to minorities in the country, to women in the country. And although they're saying all the right things now, that doesn't mean to me that we should hold them just at their word. And it also doesn't mean to me that they're going to be capable of actually consolidating authority and running a country. And if right now we have over 2,000 U.S. troops in Syria, I suspect Trump wants them out. When they leave, who's going to ensure that ISIS is in jail? Will it be the Kurds when the Americans have let the Kurds go and the Turks are actually on the ground punishing them on a daily basis militarily? Or will ISIS have a spot to try to create a new caliphate? That's plausible. It's plausible. I mean, would that be worse than what we've seen from Assad's regime? No, given the size and scale of what we'd see from ISIS, and we'll probably have to get involved again in some way, even if that's just, long distance, bombing and the rest. But this is not at all a resolved, stable situation, not close to that.
So for the entire podcast, I'm going to have the link up to the Eurasia Group, and of course, that's Ian's outfit, about how he outlines what he's looking for this year. And don't forget to look at all those red herrings. But I just want to say again, thank you very much for spending time with me, Ian. I'm always better for it. And I wish you the best for the new year.
Chris, thanks a lot. It's great to see you, man.
Ian Bremmer, told you, he is a real one. And now, we know the questions, and we'll see how they play them out. What will Trump decide to do? What will the Democrats decide to do? Who will the Republicans decide to be? And how will the rest of the world respond? Well, we're in it together, my brothers and sisters. So let's get at it. Thank you for subscribing and following. I'll see you on News Nation, 8 p.m. every weekday night. If you're an independent, wear your independence. Get the free agent gear. Show that you're not about some party. You're about policy. You're about your own preferences. You're not some lemming. That's why we sell it, and we'll use the proceeds to give to good causes once I sell enough to have a meaningful contribution. I'll see you on TV, my friends. Thank you for being with me here on the project.
What matters is Biden has all of the power to facilitate a ceasefire for 15 months. And he saw all of the baby murder. He saw all of the children being murdered. He saw the entirety. He saw the entirety of the Gaza Strip. They eviscerated, gutted with American weapons. And he said, $8 more billion, please, to the baby murder machine. That's it. You don't have to give credit to Biden or Trump. Wait, what? Yes, I will give credit where credit is due. If you want my analysis to be correct, then it's gonna, there is gonna be credit being offered to Donald Trump. That's what dog should take. He literally said he's going to allow Israel to fight Palestine. In the same breath, he took accountability for the ceasefire. Anyway, we'll continue. We'll talk about it as well. All right, where are we? Where were we? I'm already annoyed. Okay, I just got started, and I'm already annoyed with everyone. Does Demasius have a playlist or not? Because if not, I'm just gonna, I'm already blasting off, okay? I'm already blasting off. Here it is. Where is it? Where is it? Where's my blast off? Oh, here it is. No credit Israel's done with Gaza. Anyway, Israel's a wasteland. What? They have the West Bank to take over now? Okay. We'll get to the live coverage as well. We'll start off with Al Jazeera. There are already celebrations taking place on the streets.
Hours turned this whole area into a state celebration, something that we're not used to see as this early hour of this morning. And what we see is this area here at the hospital used to be a stage for funerals for bodies that are killed and brought to the hospital. Much of it with filled with agony and damage, but the past UAV established overhead. Particularly more of an expression of much of the feelings that have been for the past 15 months, and without going into the details of the terms, people came together and got into celebrating with her in the in the streets from inside across the Gaza Strip and further in the northern part of the strip.
Damn, my guy would have given Reagan credit for releasing the Iranian hostages. I think the thing that you don't understand in that process is that even if there was incompetence, you're talking about a foreign adversary, not stopping a foreign ally. Okay? Joe Biden had the opportunity to do this with one phone call. I talked about this virtually every single day for 15 months. That Joe Biden can stop this today, he can stop it tomorrow, he can stop it yesterday. He chose not to do so. Do you understand? He chose not to do so. Israel was the party that was responsible for refusing to recognize the conditions set forth by Hamas early on, the conditions that Joe Biden represented as the conditions that Israel had placed on the ceasefire negotiations on July 2nd, and the deal that is in place right now is virtually identical to those deals. There have been more than 30 different instances where Hamas tried to facilitate a ceasefire. Israel refused it every step of the way. Joe Biden made it seem as though Israel was not the actual responsible party for refusing to deal with the ceasefire, and it was actually Hamas that was ruining it. And that's what's crazy about the situation, because Joe Biden had virtually every moment, every opportunity, all the power, all the cards to stop this by forcing Israel to meet his demands. And for a lot of liberals, I think this is impossible to contend with. Okay? Giving Donald Trump the opportunity to take credit for this ceasefire is entirely in the hands of Joe Biden. Okay? That's it. It is entirely in the hands of Joe Biden. If you think, okay, if you think that Trump, additional pressure from Trump and the whole like cut it out narrative that Trump applied in this situation, or maybe even a secret side deal that he cut with Benjamin Netanyahu, which will inevitably lead to possibly infinitely more bloodshed down the line, which I do believe, okay? But if you think that Donald Trump was not the mover and shaker in this circumstance, and it was Biden, and he just like simply couldn't facilitate this for 15 whole months and was able to do so in the last second, you're out of your mind. Here it is. A diplomat briefed on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas credited progress in the talks in part to the influence of President-elect Donald Trump, saying it was the first time there has been real pressure on the Israeli side to accept a deal. Who was ruining the deal? Who was refusing to abide by the deal? Was it Hamas? Was there more pressure necessary on Hamas? Was that the case, chatters? Did you learn nothing from my coverage for the past 15 months on this? Is that, you didn't hear anything? You just went la 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 la, can't hear you? No, Biden kept lying over and over again. Anthony Blinken kept lying over and over again throughout the entire process. There are numerous instances where I continuously show you over and over again that Anthony Blinken would go on tour and openly state that it was actually Hamas that was the spoiler of the deal. It was actually not Israel that was the spoiler of the deal. It was Hamas. When we could see with our own two eyes who was actually spoiling the deal. So one must ask the question, why was Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden actively defending the Israeli side of the conversation? And why is everyone saying Trump pressured Netanyahu? Come on, man. Y'all are out of your goddamn minds if you think that the Biden administration finally packed this up. 2 weeks ago, Biden gave $8 billion of arms to Israel. 2 weeks ago. Not even, I mean, yeah. January 3rd, working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire. I guess you genuinely believe that when they were saying it. Yeah. The grossest side of this, process is that Biden had all of the power. He is the president of the United States of America. He could have done this. He could have done this day one. He could have done this early October 2023. He could have done it in November. Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden actively sabotaged the peace talks, the ceasefire talks, and defended the Israeli side by lying to the public. Here it is. Blinken apparently tanks ceasefire negotiations by fabricating a story to make Netanyahu look good. One of the many lies the Biden-Harris admin told to shield Israel from criticism. This is from the Times of Israel reporting from a couple months back. He pointed to a meeting Blinken held with Netanyahu in August, after which the secretary announced that the Israeli premier had accepted a U.S. bridging proposal for a hostage deal. The Arab official, along with a member of Israel's negotiation team, told the Times of Israel that this was empathetically not what had unfolded in the meeting, and that Blinken's comments had thrown a major wrench in that round of talks, which ultimately fell apart. How many times do I have to show you the receipts? I mean, I was there. I was covering it in real time. If Democrats knew, yeah, this was a funny tweet from Ryan. If Democrats knew that losing the election might lead to a ceasefire in Gaza, they'd have fought harder to win. Yeah. Credit where credit is due. Okay. The Teflon Don. He did it. The Mad Lad. He did it with a goddamn real estate developer he golfs with too. That is how much power America has over Israel and not vice versa. Okay. It's all a matter of who holds the cards. It's all a matter of actually pulling the levers of power if necessary, whether it is because you have a grander ambition for the region, a larger design for the region down the line, because you got $100 million from Miriam Adelson to permanently annex the West Bank, or whether it's because you want to look good
Are you trying to
for your
out-yawn me right
inauguration,
now?
or whether because you're a major Nixon head or a Reagan head and you really wanted to do exactly what they did back in the day. because you have this this tendency to relitigate to reinstate old historical wounds of the Democratic Party in the way that famous Republicans have in the past. I don't know. It doesn't matter. What matters is Biden had all of the power to facilitate a ceasefire for 15 months. And he saw all of the baby murder. He saw all of the children being murdered. He saw the entirety. He saw the entirety of the Gaza Strip eviscerated, gutted with American weapons. And he said, $8 more billion, please, to the baby murder machine. So yeah, on this day, we celebrate. You know, we celebrate what is to come, even if I am skeptical of the future. Okay, even if I worry about the future. But on this day, I will say,
may Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doing and the United States. May Allah awaken the people.
That's right, baby. That's right. Yeah. Don't we have guests? We do, but it's okay.
See the evil doing of Israel and the United States. May Allah
That's the Don right there, Teflon Don. He said, he woke up one day and said, you know, Allah is awakening the people. You look like the median voter right now. I am. I'm the median voter currently in this moment. In this moment, I've been the closest to a median voter as I ever have been. Okay. Really in your face for the ceasefire to take effect on January 19th, Biden's last full day in office. His administration will maintain its commitment to Israel's Palestine until the very end. Yeah. How about when Trump sanctions the ICC into the ground to protect Netanyahu? You're still going to sing his praises? If you think that I don't recognize that, and if you think that I think Trump is in any way, shape, or form pro-Palestine, you are out of your mind, okay? I like that everyone's position immediately in this.
Let's get serious. If you're like most people, your health isn't where it could be. You know it. I'm Dr. Brett Osborne, and at Synalytics, we're here to change that. Our approach is straightforward. We create a holistic plan tailored to you. This isn't a cookie cutter program like down the block. We look at everything: your nutrition, fitness, sleep, stress, and design a strategy to optimize your health from the ground up. At Synalytics, we're all about optimism. We push past the basics to help you perform at your absolute best, physically, mentally, and emotionally. And you'll feel the difference. And here's the part most people miss: accountability. A plan is worthless without action. We're going to keep you on track, make adjustments, and ensure you see real, measurable progress and results. You see, this isn't about just adding years to your life. It's about adding life to your years. So if you're serious about your health, stop waiting. Join us at Synalytics, and let's make change happen.
Just let me reload, damn.
Over 1,908 recalls.
In this instance, is to act like the Democrats haven't been doing that already under Democratic leadership. What are you talking about? The Democrats have, alongside the Republican Party, already started the process. So what are you talking about? You know what they didn't do, though? So shut up. There is no defense for the Democratic Party on this day. There is no defense. It's just untrue. You want something. You can be critical of Donald Trump. You want to shit on Donald Trump, and I certainly will for the rest of this day. Okay? But in this very moment, if you are reaching so far and wide that you make it seem as though Joe Biden had anything to do with this, aside from routinely allowing Israel to just do whatever it wanted over and over and over and over again, you're out of your mind. Anyway, yeah, remember the ceasefire button with the youthful TikTok fantasy. Here's Matthew Iglesias. I'm out of touch with the youth, but my sense is that there are now millions of pseudo-informed people gassed up on TikToks and Instagram Reels who believe there's some kind of permanent ceasefire button in the Oval Office that Biden is perversely refusing to press. So what happened? What happened? Did Trump find the button? Was it next to the Diet Coke button? What happened? How do we hit the button? It seems like there was a button. Everyone kept saying, Hassan, you are so childish. You are so childish for making it seem as though this is just a simple phone call away. A ceasefire is a simple phone call to Israel, okay? Not to Hamas. No applying pressure to Hamas. Like, they're literally... Israel is genociding the Gaza Strip. What more pressure can you do than genociding an entire area where 2 million people once lived? That's it. You've maxed out on the pressure. Ridiculous. By the way, make no mistake. If Donald Trump also... Just Take Photos is correct. If Trump is also able to overturn the TikTok ban too, oh my God, dude. It's an endless faucet of pro-Trump sentiment coming from... Trump is going to put it... Trump is going to give the Republican Party the Reagan advantage for generations to come. Okay? And there is no liberal counter. There is no institutional counter to any of this stuff. He's just taking advantage of the enormous failures, the patently and roundly panned awful decision-making of the Democratic Party to make himself look good. The button was Bibi's candidate's choice for winning. You're out of your mind, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu has no say in this process, okay? All they can do is try and undermine American interests in the region. But at the end of the day, if America's like, oh yeah, you're gonna continue killing people even though I want you to do this ceasefire, okay, how about no more weapons? What's gonna happen when they don't get Tamir interceptors, dude? What do you think would happen if American cruisers and aircraft carriers in the region go, okay, we're turning around then? What do you think happens to Israel then? What do you think happens to Israel without the 2,000-pound bombs that we were consistently sending to Israel as they kept literally running out of ammunition because they dropped multiple nukes worth of munitions on Gaza? What do you think would happen to Israel if America was like, all right, we're not protecting you anymore then? Are you out of your mind? What is the Iron Dome without Tamir interceptors? It's nothing. There is no world where Israel gets to do what it's doing without, and every step of the way, America saying, yeah, we love this. Keep going. We love it a lot, actually. Okay? We love it so much. Yeah, the Iron Dome without interceptors is an umbrella. It's not even an umbrella. It doesn't stop anything. The reality is the reason why nothing has happened for the whole time Biden was in power is because he's completely disabled. My friends, the intern in DC and young people that talk. No, I mean, Biden's ineptitude aside, like, they wanted this. The Democrats, as a administration, wanted this to continue. Okay, the narrative for hogs is now Trump is just better at applying pressure. I mean, is it wrong? Is that wrong? Is that the wrong narrative? No, the real narrative is there's a button that must have been pressed somewhere along the line, and Trump was like, yeah, it's done. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want later down the line, but just cut this out right now. That's what I think. Okay, in this brief moment, there is a moment of solace here, and there will most likely be a tremendous amount of pain that comes later down the line. Okay, but ultimately, is it false? Is it false that Donald Trump, even when he wasn't president, was able to literally facilitate by applying pressure to Israel? Is it wrong? It's not. You got so much information coming out of the Biden White House where they actively told Israel, yeah, go in Lebanon. It's great. We love it. You know, keep going. And even if you don't have insider information, you have outsider eyes to look at the situation. Every day, there's another report of Biden being like, oh, I'm so angry with Benjamin Netanyahu. Here's another $8 billion of weapons, sir. That's crazy. Great, though. It seems like the same media apparatus that actively defended Israel's genocidal ambitions is now trying to reframe the narrative in an effort to give Biden credit 5 days before he leaves office, when he very clearly, openly, and openly kept lying at the behest of Israel over and over and over again. And it's great. It's great. You wanna know why? Because people already don't trust mainstream media. Now they're gonna go, what the f are you talking about? We have eyes, we have ears, we have a brain. I can see what Biden did for the past 15 months. Do you think Trump gets credit? I mean, Trump is going to get credit regardless. He's gonna get credit from, obviously,
I'll add you after this
every
match.
single outlet on the right. That's number one. And this is a credit-worthy moment, okay? And last but not least, last but not least, I think that for many people that have noticed what's going on, many people that are aware of what's happening, they're going to continue trying to. People are going to despise Biden for coming out and saying like, no, we did this. We finally did this, Jack. Okay? Ridiculous. Ridiculous narrative. Shocking.
I'm confident. Thank you.
Brooks, credit for this, Mr. President. You or Trump?
Thank you.
What is this? What's going on in Los Angeles has become fairly common in years to come. As the global community comes together, change our energy systems, and take on lives. Anyway, you're talking to people that did not give a shred of a damn about the genocide. They spent this year telling anyone who's pro-Palestine on the shut up, never looked into it, so they think they can just make stuff up as an argument for Biden's legacy. Biden's legacy. His legacy is one of genocide. Okay? Does this mean the no new wars narrative is real? No, it's not. I mean, you guys understand, like, every single thing that has unfolded so far is exactly what I told you was going to happen. Right?
Come
on. This is not unexpected unless you weren't listening to what I was saying this entire time. I told you, I warned the Democratic Party when the election was happening that Donald Trump is going to cut a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu. You have the power to end this now. Use it. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. I called this. I called this for months. I said this was going to happen. This exact same thing that is happening, I said is going to happen, and it's happening to a T. Down to the wire. It is a 1-to-1 almost comparison of exactly what I said was going to happen. How is this shocking to anyone in this community? You guys just like plug your ears and close your eyes when I'm doing commentary on this? I've been saying this is going to happen for months, and now that it has, people still turn around and go, oh, I don't know about that. Now, it's not fully done anyway. Netanyahu thinks the Hamas folded on the dispute over the Philadelphia corridor, but as the several items in the framework have yet to be finalized, we hope the details will be finalized tonight. Yeah. Liberals in the chat trying to say this guy was actually the principal negotiator.
More than 15 months of conflict began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th.
I'm just gonna run that again, just so, because you didn't.
More than 15 months of conflict began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th.
Hezbollah on October the 7th did a brutal massacre? You think that guy did the ceasefire? That guy, he just remembered he had the power 5 days before he's out? What kind of ridiculous false reality are we living in where people even like entertain the notion that this is competent leadership in display? Of course, liberals are going to lose permanently and forever. You are making the most reactionary, stupid, look sane when you try to literally justify anything that you're seeing here. Anything. Like, it's QAnon. This is QAnon, okay? There is no difference functionally between trying to say Biden is a competent leader and he really tried really hard to facilitate a ceasefire, even though all evidence points to the direct contrary, okay? And he finally did it 5 days before his administration ended. The foreign policy genius, like, to me, running with that narrative is unironically no different than QAnon, being a QAnon supporter, thinking that there is like, he also said he spoke to the Emir of Kuwait to thank him for the ceasefire deal when he was, oh God, it was the Emir of Qatar. Oh my God. He doesn't have a PhD in foreign policy, chat. He's just that good. This is Twitch liberals right now. Most vindicated image in political history. Okay, smart guy, let's see you take a crack at it. I love that. Yeah, it turns out someone else did take a crack at it, dude. I mean, I covered this yesterday. Even the flex mode.
Wow. That is crazy.
Donald Trump used a random real estate developer that he golfs with to be his envoy, to be his voice in the room. The fact that his envoy, his voice in the room, told Benjamin Netanyahu, I don't give a f about Shabbat, like, and forced him to talk on a Saturday. These are aesthetic moves that it is exactly in line with the way that Donald Trump plays hardball. Okay, like straight up, he did that deliberately. That is supposed to. That right there, him not sending like a serious person within his cabinet and tasking a random real estate developer that he golfs with to be the guy is already disrespectful. That's number one. Okay, it's a way to reassert dominance. It's a way to show who
I was gonna add
in charge
you
here.
after this game.
Okay, that's number one.
That's
number
hilarious.
two, the fact that that guy was also actively being like, yeah, I don't care. You're gonna work on Saturday. I don't give a shit. Like, that is disrespectful. That is incredibly disrespectful. Okay, but that kind of disrespect is exactly the way that Donald Trump, like a shitty real estate developer, would cut side deals. You know what I mean? To play hardball. This is why he won. Yeah, he did. Matthew Miller. Miller says the ceasefire was conceived by this administration, and admin officials traveled the world to garner support for. Miller says this proposal dates to late May, and Biden went around the world getting support for it, which left Hamas isolated and alone. In fact, Hamas accepted the terms in May and again in July. They're still lying about it. That's what's crazy. Like, this is Hamas's proposal from May, and they're still actively lying to defend Israel after Benjamin Netanyahu fucked Joe Biden. Okay? Think about that. Like, even if you don't think Trump applied pressure,
The user has blocked
Benjamin
invites.
Netanyahu actively fucked over Joe Biden. Okay? Actively.
Where is
He
my
was like,
phone?
yeah, I'm not going to play ball. I'm not going to play ball. I'm not going to play ball at all. Okay? And they're still defending Israel to the last second of power. That is crazy. State Department briefing. The first since mid-December just started. Matt Miller is excitedly talking about normalizing relations with Saudi Arabia since there's now a ceasefire. So it wasn't Biden then, but mainly Netanyahu. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Of course it was Biden. Biden holds all the cards. Biden controls the levers of power. We are the American government. Okay? What are you saying? Biden's incompetence in this process doesn't change the dynamic, doesn't change the power that he has, doesn't change that, like, the people in his inner circle actively wanted this to happen, okay? Actively wanted this genocide to continue. That's it. That's it. Biden loves genocide. Make no mistake. He loved it, okay? He loved every moment of it, and luckily for him, it is going to continue until the last day that he's in office, okay? The Democrats alongside Biden also loved it, okay? They did. Seemingly they did. They didn't do enough about it. They didn't do anything about it. They applied zero pressure. There were a couple Democrats who did, and that's it. And they were cast aside. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. If you expect me to just sit here and lie to you and act like Biden actually did this last-ditch effort to finally press the Netanyahu government, that's ridiculous. It's not going to, you want me to lie to you. You know what I mean? You want me to actively lie to you to feel better. Okay? I get it. I hate Donald Trump. So I understand why in this very moment you're like, well, still, maybe it wasn't. Why are you giving credit to Trump? It's like giving credit to Reagan. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you giving credit to Trump? He cut a side deal with Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay. Whose fault is it that the genocide continued in that process? Who's doubly at fault here for allowing this to be an election-defeating issue? It's Biden. It's Biden and the rest of the Democratic Party and those in positions of power who had every opportunity to stop what was going on, even when it was electorally beneficial, even when it was the moral thing to do, even when it was the right thing to do, and they chose not to do it. Make no mistake. That's it. There's no way out of there's no way out of this situation logically. Like, think about it logically. Think about what you're saying. Okay? Think about what you're defending in this process. I tweeted this a couple days ago. Okay? I said, I guess Trump is an infinitely better statesman than the foreign policy genius Biden. Or maybe Biden wanted to continue killing Palestinian children so bad, he was willing to throw the election away. And now for $100 million, Trump will likely allow the permanent annexation of West Bank. So what is it? Is it that Trump is a better deal maker? Or what was it that Biden just wanted on the for 50 months and got himself ready to muster up the courage to finally do what's right? Is that what you think? Hassan, definitely a CIA operative. It gets more clear every day. Bro just ignores the Republicans unanimously support Israel for the last 4 years. Hassan, definitely a CIA operative. It gets more clear every day. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, I am a CIA operative. That's right. I'm a part of the deep state, working to defend Donald Trump. Actually, yeah. Why am I a CIA operative? Because I'm criticizing the guy who defended Israel for the past 15 months as Israel continued to do a genocide. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. If you are oblivious to the reality of what unfolded for the past 15 months, and if you still choose at this very moment to give some semblance of support to a dying man who is a genocidal monster, Joe Biden, okay, as though he had any say in this process whatsoever, you will forever be blinded to the truth. You will always find yourself going, I wonder why, I wonder how I got things so wrong. And it's not like this was unexpected. This is something that I told you was going to happen. Okay? This is something that I told you was going to happen. Over and over again. Trump's greater ambitions for allowing Israel to absolutely destroy the West Bank and permanently annex it will most likely unfold later down the line. So they need a moment of respite, Israel, to rearm, resupply, okay? Try to rebuild the PR disaster of 15 months of genocide. Trump will offer them all of the assurances, all of the security, endless contracts, okay? And that is something that I'm very fearful of. They've attacked Jenin already today. They haven't stopped attacking Jenin. They haven't stopped attacking the West Bank. And they're most likely going to do a much larger push. They're most likely going to do a much larger push down the line when they have
Here's what a whole home water filtration system costs, including installation. Tap below to check pricing. Affordable water filtration systems from the makers of Leaf Filter. These low-maintenance systems can reduce microplastics, harmful chemicals, scale buildup, and more.
The actual capacity to do so. They got their shit pushed in Lebanon. Okay, the Israeli economy is on fire. They have to rebuild a little bit before they can make an active effort to permanently annex the West Bank. Trump is going to give them the bandwidth. I read this from Elon Pape this morning. Historically, I'm willing to say with some caution that this is the last phase of Zionism. Historically, such developments in ideological movements, whether they are colonials or empires, it's usually the final chapter that is the ruthless one, the most ambitious one. And then it's too much, and then they fall and collapse. Yes. Netanyahu had absolutely no respect for Biden. It doesn't matter if Netanyahu has no respect for Biden. I agree with you. He didn't, okay? He treated him like a fool, like a doddering old fool, over and over and over again. But guess what? Biden has the power. Biden had the power every single day of the week.
I just sent you an invite. I was in a game. That was probably why.
Stop Israel. You understand that? None of the death and destruction would have taken place if Biden made a phone call and said, cut it out. He stopped it in 2021 with one singular phone call, as many presidents in the past have done so. If you think, like, this is the thing that is very frustrating to me, okay? Israel, as a violent apartheid regime that is a settler colonial enterprise, benefits America's interests in the region. That much is true, which is why Israel gets a lot of bandwidth in doing whatever it wants, and even sometimes actually undermining the American intelligence community, spying on Americans, spying on American diplomats, things of that nature. That's because there is a larger agenda there, okay? But a lot of people, I think, fall into this silly way of thinking where they think like, oh, well, Israel owns America. Like, no, Israel doesn't own America. America owns Israel. Israel is our weapon. Israel is our shield. Israel is our settler colony. We took it over from the British, and it's been ours in perpetuity, okay? The British started the process, and we took it over, and it's been ours. It's the 51st state for a reason. So the idea that, like, Biden was being made fun of and being bullied by Netanyahu and thinking that that has any sort of play here, aside from reasserting the idiotic nature of Joseph Robinette Brandon, is so stupid. It's false. It's false thinking. Want to remind everyone that the majority of Americans think Israel's committing a genocide. Overwhelming majorities want a permanent ceasefire, and it could have been done with a 10-minute phone call from the White House that ends with no more weapons till you listen. I said this on August 7th, 2024, a month after Biden came out and lied and said this is Israel's own deal. Israel refused to sign the deal. Scahill said today that the Trump won the ceasefire narrative is true, but it also shouldn't be overstated, as it also works to give Netanyahu domestic political coverage with it being so unpopular. What do you think about that? It doesn't matter. I'm not covering this from like the Israeli side of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is self-interested. And part of the reason why he probably did this is because he truly believes that Trump has his back. Okay, hold on. Anyway, I know Bernie gave me a shout out. I know. I'm not gonna cover that right now. We're covering something else. Did Twitter just go down? What is going on? My Twitter is busted right now. Yeah. Here, I want to show you two different things as well that make no sense in terms of like the way that Biden and Kamala Harris operated. Look at this. Number one, adults' historical rating of U.S. presidents. How do you think each of the following presidents will go down in history? As an outstanding president, above average, average, below average, or poor? 37% said poor about Joseph Robinette Brandon. The lowest, the number one at the, it has the highest level of disapproval, okay? And the second highest net positive disapproval, net negative approval rating. After, well, I guess the third, technically wrong. Or no, that's positive. What am I saying? It's the second lowest, basically trying to compete with Richard Nixon. And the only reason why Nixon actually ended up defeating Biden in that equation of historic levels of unpopularity is not because of his net disapprovals, or not net, sorry, his disapproval rating. It's because of the fact that there were very few people, there were less people that were saying he was doing a good job. Anyway, are you gonna play dumb Celestini? I already did. New poll. It's clear Harris lost a lot of votes because of Biden's admin support for Israel's genocide. Our poll out today with YouGov finds Biden 2020 voters who did not vote for Harris name ending Israel's violence in Gaza as the top issue affecting their choice to vote. Oh wow, that's shocking. Even higher than the economy. 29%. When Biden 2020 voters who do not vote for Harris in 2024 were asked which one of the following issues was most important in deciding your vote, they selected ending Israel's violence in Gaza. The second most important was the economy. Third most important was Medicare and Social Security. This issue played a key role in battleground states as well. Across 6 battleground states that flipped from Biden to Trump, 20% of these voters said ending Israel's violence in Gaza was their top issue. The second most cited reason behind only the economy. Remember that. And I showed you 30 plus polls on this matter throughout the election. And I begged people to listen, and no one did. And here we are, and people are still trying to play catch up. And you know.
Atera is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just this clean, intuitive UI where everything is where it's supposed to be and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with predictive alerts, you solve real IT issues before they become IT problems.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of how awesome I am at fixing your computer.
And with advanced reporting and analytics, management can finally understand why I'm a real MVP. Also, per technician instead of per device pricing, that saves us 50% of our IT costs and makes me the new company hero.
Minds show up. Real heroes wear headsets. And you be...
Now, maybe you're not buying this, and that's fine, because you don't have to buy anything. You can try it out right now for free. Set up as a breeze. Just hit the link and try the thing. It's glorious. Atera, it's what IT ought to be.
Accept.
Okay, accepted.
Guys, I need to show you how I'm only paying $38 a month for car insurance. You're not going to believe this. I was paying over $150 for car insurance. It sucked. I was getting ripped off. That was until I found this Agile Rate site. And now I'm paying $38 a month for the same exact coverage. Stop overpaying. It's so easy, and it only takes 2 minutes. I dropped a link for you below the video. Answer a few quick questions, enter your make and model. Then you get your brand new rate. Let's see if you can beat my $38. Thank me when you're done.
Your spring mine was disrupted.
Actively make it seem like the reality that unfolded in front of your eyes is actually not real. I don't know why it's so hard for a lot of chatters to comprehend that, like, Biden wanted to ride Israel's dick so hard that he would die on it, okay? He wanted to die on that penis. That's it. And he killed the Democratic Party's chances of thwarting the second Fourth Reich installation in the United States of America. That's it. Here we are. Here we fucking are, dude. And people are still trying to actively make it seem as though he did a fantastic job here. It's crazy. There's going to be additional battles here with allowing third-party investigators into and NGOs into Gaza. Israel's going to try to stop that. Donald Trump is probably going to play a role in not allowing that to happen. Okay, there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more violence to come. There's going to be a lot more hatred and awfulness to come out of this process. I do not for a second believe that Donald Trump is in any way, shape, or form invested in the defense of Palestinians. But make no mistake, that doesn't mean that Joe Biden was in any way, shape, or form invested in the defense of Palestinians either. None of them are. Of course, the only judge that ruled for Israel gets to be the next president of the ICJ. Oh, great. Major shift at the ICJ. Pro-Israel judge poised for presidency. Great stuff. This is why I'm so frustrated, because Palestinians have no allies in any of these institutions. None whatsoever. The only ally the Palestinians have is the truth, okay? The only ally the Palestinians have is morality. And that's what's crazy about it, because these institutions are deeply immoral. It's a terrifying predicament. Even if this was Biden's ceasefire, the idea that he will be remembered for this and not for how long he let the genocide go on is a liberal fantasy. He had the ability to get this exact deal through at least 8 months ago. Could have done something else even earlier. Also, normies are never going to see this as a Biden's deal. They'll see it as Trump's deal if they remember it at all. Yeah, good threads on some initial thoughts on the ceasefire from Yusuf Munayer. A few thoughts on the ceasefire agreement, which seems to be reached, perhaps even announced from Doha in the coming hour. Thank God. The 2 million people in Gaza who have paid the highest price over the last 15 months desperately need this evil genocide to come to an end. From mass killing to starvation to ethnic cleansing and displacement, what they have endured is not something anyone should have to endure. The world has failed them time and time again, and we must hang our heads in shame for these failures before them. The effects of this genocide over the last 15 months, and let's hope the bombs stop permanently now, will still be killing Palestinians for years to come. From unexploded ordnance to the destruction of the health system, the cancer-causing poison that has saturated Gaza's landscape from Israeli bombs. The mass killing of Palestinians is likely to continue even if it shifts form. It is also highly likely that Israel will continue to bomb Gaza after the ceasefire agreement, just as it did in Lebanon. The exchanges make this a little different, but constant monitoring from the guarantors will be needed to ensure it doesn't just continue after or during phase 1 of the exchange. From the U.S. end, the enforcement will come from the Trump admin, so we will see how that goes. These months ago, the 7th of October, the Biden administration and Netanyahu have been navigating a process of finding out how to swallow the failures of that day, and their only answer has been to attempt to wash it away with ever more Palestinian blood. This didn't work despite their best efforts, though Netanyahu, for now, is in a more secure political place than he was in late 2023. That is the main reason we are seeing a deal be agreed to by Israel, even as Palestinians have been offering an exchange and calling for a ceasefire since October 2023. Netanyahu and Trump would like to make it seem like the ceasefire is a product of Trump's magic, but it is primarily a product of Israel's failures on the ground. Their military has succeeded in destroying Gaza and civilian life, but Hamas's numbers, according to Blinken yesterday, haven't changed much, which is the least shocking thing of all time. After 15 months, this is exactly what happened with the Taliban too. After 15 months, the Israeli military was still taking losses in towns they cleaned multiple times. In the process, the Israeli military probably killed numerous Israeli hostages. Since Hamas has been long willing to make an exchange deal since October 2023, 9th of October 2023, was the first time that they were like, don't go into the Gaza Strip and we'll release all the hostages and give us support and release Palestinian prisoners. some shape or form of this ceasefire negotiation that has been implemented has been pushed by the Hamas side since October 9th. Okay, straight up, 30 plus times they put forth a deal for a ceasefire that looked almost identical to the ceasefire deal that is in front of us now. They could make a deal when they were ready to say yes, so they played it out alongside American politics and delivered this little victory while thoroughly embarrassing Biden, who has done everything possible to suck up to the Israelis anyway, even if it meant losing the White House to Trump. He will truly go down as the worst president in U.S. history. Netanyahu knows this round has run its time out, and he's hoping to catch up to Trump, whom he will have less leverage over in the short term to continue his theocratic expansionist dreams in the West Bank. Lebanon and Syria, while the pace of killing will hopefully slow in Gaza, Israel will likely escalate and extend his violence elsewhere. Do not take your eyes off Palestine. This is precisely what Netanyahu is counting on. Exactly. Haaretz is reporting that Netanyahu is already starting to sabotage the deal. Netanyahu's deal with Smotrich means abandoning 65 hostages in Gaza. Haaretz's Zvi Borel confirms the government has no intention of transitioning to phase 2. Breaking, Netanyahu promised to keep Smotrich include explicit commitment to resume the war after phase 1
Call me
until
bitch again
Hamas
so I can
defeat,
report your
change
ass.
combat
Do it.
conditions,
I
including
dare you.
heavier
I
weapons,
double
limiting
dare you.
humanitarian aid,
I'll
annexing
report your ass
territory,
so
and
fast.
encouraging immigration. So they want to settle northern Gaza. That has been their primary purpose of this, okay? That's what they want to do. That's what Bezalel Smotrich wants to do. That's what each of...
I've always struggled with losing weight and keeping it off, but I felt comfortable with hers. In a month, I've lost over 7 pounds with GLP-1 injections. I'll definitely continue with weight loss by hers.
Itamar Ben-Gvir wants to do, and he's giving them assurances. Now, having said that, if this combat conditions, including heavier weapons, limiting humanitarian aid, annexing territory, and encouraging immigration. So they want to settle northern Gaza. That has been their primary purpose of this, okay? That's what they want to do. That's what Bezalel Smotrich wants to do. That's what Itamar Ben-Gvir wants to do. And he's giving them assurances. Now, having said that, if this translates to some kind of retaliation, encouraging immigration, forced displacement. Yeah, encouraging immigration both from the settler side and forced displacement for the Palestinians. This is what I predicted would happen in my 2024 predictions. If you recall, it just took an extra year. It didn't happen in the year 2024.
I don't have headphones
but
on.
basically,
Like,
that is their grand
I don't have
ambition
headphones
in
on. You're better off like.
they ultimately want the entirety of the Gaza Strip. They want forced mass.
Because like I only have the
mass
earbuds.
ethnic displacement in the Gaza Strip.
Oh, that's it. Okay, cool.
And to basically completely repopulate it. Now that is the far right of the cabinet that is filled to the brim with far right individuals. Regardless, like the Likudnik are also obviously
like
far
40
right.
kills and,
Anyway, I am still fearful that I am still fearful that you know, they will drop they will drop this deal. But I think that makes Trump look bad, and Trump cares about the way he looks, especially if like people care about what's going on in Palestine right now. When eyes are on the prize, like Trump wants a gift for his inauguration, basically. It sounds stupid, it sounds silly, but I'm sure he's made side assurances to Benjamin Netanyahu that he will protect Benjamin Netanyahu, but ultimately, he has the power.
Lock in, bro, lock in.
Yeah. I said Bibi would give Trump an optics win at first and then go harder. Exactly. But that means there must be an optics win in the interim, in the short term. And if if Benjamin Netanyahu keeps pummeling Gaza in the interim, in the short term, that doesn't give Trump the optics win. And I told you this down to the minutia, like down to the very last detail. This is what I said is most likely going to take place. So far, that is seemingly what is likely taking place. Do I think anyone from the State Department will get legal recourse? No. Anyway.
On his Truth Social. This epic ceasefire agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November. As it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure the safety of all Americans and our allies. I am thrilled American and Israeli hostages will be released.
Didn't you say you'd praise Trump if he had a hand in this? I did. I gave him I wore the Trump hat. Everyone got mad at me. Yes, I said that. I also said that Donald...
At Grainger, we have over 1 million products, including the ones that help keep your workplace safe and sound. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Cleveland Orchestra in Miami. Join the Cleveland Orchestra in Night Concert Hall for 2 weekends of extraordinary concerts. Experience Beethoven's thrilling violin concerto, January 24th and 25th. And Dvorak's fiery 8th Symphony, January 31st and February 1st. Presented in partnership with the Adrian Arts Center. Tickets at artscenter.org.
Donald Trump is not going to end the apartheid. In a conversation with Bradley Martin, if you remember, I told him that there might be some semblance of a ceasefire negotiation, and I will give him credit where credit is due if he facilitates this, because at the end of the day, I want there to be a ceasefire. I want the Palestinians to no longer be murdered in the way that they have been for the past 15 months. Okay, and that I will give credit where credit is due. Having said that, however, I don't think Trump is going to end the apartheid, and he certainly will not. You think that he will? Well, you know, you're delusional.
Returning home to be reunited with their families and loved ones. With this deal in place, my national security team, through the efforts of Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never, all caps, again becomes a terrorist safe haven. We will continue promoting, again, all caps, peace through strength throughout the region as we build upon the momentum of this ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords. This is only the beginning of great things to come in America and indeed the world. We have achieved so much without even being in the White House. Just imagine all the wonderful things that will happen when I return to the White House and my administration is fully confirmed, so they can secure more victories to the United States. Before we go to our next guest, I want to ask to hear from potentially the incoming Secretary of State. At his very own hearing today, was asked about Gaza and the war there. Let's watch Marco Rubio.
Why is acknowledging the facts of what happened considered glazing? Because people only look at things through this black and white dynamic, no matter how equipped they think they are with a materialist lens, with a materialist analysis. They just only see it as like good bad dynamics. They see everything as a binary, and obviously Donald Trump is a monstrous piece of shit, but even monstrous piece of shit can sometimes do good things because it's beneficial to them, okay? Or sometimes do good things in the interim so they can do horrible things later down the line. People aren't paying that much attention. Donald Trump's reinforcement of the Abraham Accords, okay? Something that the Biden administration also continued, by the way, just so you understand, is in line with exactly what I'm saying. Okay? Donald Trump is going to further isolate Palestinians from every other regional actor. Donald Trump is going to continue the Biden administration's agenda of letting Israel do whatever it wants in the region to erode whatever resistance capabilities that Iran and Iranian proxies have. Okay? And then try to deliver a final blow, most likely Iran. They have a grand design. Okay? Yeah, bro, pretend you are not super happy about what happened. You have the mental faculties of a sea cucumber. If you think that I am not celebrating, I did. And I do continue to give credit to Donald Trump for applying the pressure necessary in the short term. And I will continue criticizing the Democratic Party for refusing to apply this pressure, and actually change trajectory. because I understand that the Democratic Party and the Republicans are in line when it comes to like operating like neocons do. The Democrats just did a better, the Democrats basically did a worse job overall, not better job, but did a worse job overall of just like presenting it as like pure, straightforward neocon nonsense, parading Liz Cheney around. Try to do a I see you, I hear you nonsense. Oh, I see you, I hear you. But like the genocide must continue. I see you, I hear you, but the baby killing must go on.
Bro, how do I not get the best kill? Or the best play, whatever the fuck.
Bro, an asshole with the mask on, with the long mask, with all the fucking options and shit. That asshole.
Oh, you were collecting the tags. I guess I can use the headset. Hold up. Alright, hold up. I put the earbuds in.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
On. Okay, we are not satiated. Yeah, here is a drop site, more drop site coverage on this.
Came the president
with Mohammed Shahada, Jeremy Scahill, and Professor Sami Al-Aryan from Istanbul.
What's your assessment of how significant Trump's interventions have been since he became the president-elect?
Monumental. So until recently, mediators would tell me that everything would change if Biden would only name and shame Netanyahu, call him out publicly for rejecting and refusing the ceasefire repeatedly since. So basically, everything that was changed is just Trump jumping in and doing that, nothing more. All he needed to do was just apply a little bit of pressure on Netanyahu and say, get a deal done. Netanyahu got it done immediately. Whereas for Biden, as a senior Arab diplomat put it recently to me, she said, Biden is just ideological. Trump is transactional. He's a businessman. Biden, his heart is in it. He's fully devoted to supporting Israel. And he sees any pressure on Israel as, quote, tainting his legacy. He wants his legacy to be the most pro-Israeli president there is ever. So he chose that legacy over Kamala Harris's chance.
You're gonna have to turn your mic up because I'm also listening to this video.
Dr. Sami mentioned, there's a transactional dimension that we don't know about yet. We know, of course, that Trump's pressure on Netanyahu sealed the deal. That is something that is undoubted. In the very last minutes of the negotiations, Netanyahu tried to maneuver by insisting on a couple hundred.
God damn.
Meters of the buffer zone, so now it's 700 meters. He wanted it to be 900 instead. And then Steve Witkoff had to press him and get that compromise out of him, and other issues as well, without which a deal would have never been solved or completed. But on the other hand, we are getting reports from the Swedish media that are saying that Trump gave Netanyahu a gift bag in return, and that gift bag includes a promise to allow Israel to violate the ceasefire and provide them with cover for it. So in other words, to resume the as the first phase is completed, never going into phase 2, just getting 33 hostages out and then back to war again. The gift bag also reportedly includes lifting all Israeli civilians.
I agree with everything that Mohammed is saying here, by the way. Okay? Trump is no friend of the Palestinians. Make no mistake. Okay? Trump is no friend to the Palestinian people at all. And he is as good as an ally as Israel can ever get. Okay? So we shall see what happens, but in the interim period, remember, if you consider Joe Biden to somehow be better than Donald Trump, you have to remember that he had the power to do this months ago, a year ago. At any step in the process, he had the power to do this. Okay? And he chose not to. So functionally, There is no difference when genocide is ongoing. You are a genocidaire. And it's doubly messed up that you can turn around and give Israel's greatest ally another W in the Western world and another W in the eyes of the Palestinians as well. That's it.
Extremist settler organizations is really shady tech companies like NSO that is responsible for the Pegasus spyware, lifting all sanctions on those companies and individuals. And number 3, allowing Israel.
Like, can you imagine losing this hard to a guy that uses the term Palestinian as a pejorative, as a slur, like on this issue? Trump was president 8 years ago. Why didn't he stop it back then? What are you talking about? Trump set the stage for October 7 and what Israel did in the aftermath of October 7. What are you talking about? Donald Trump's Abraham Accords, permanent recognition of the permanent annexation of Syrian territory, Golan Heights, the embassy move to Jerusalem, directly led to Palestinians feeling increasingly more isolated. Okay? He set the stage. Biden also continued it. Didn't go back on any of those decisions. And then kept steadily rearming the Israeli government as it continued its genocide. While simultaneously going, oh man, we're just really working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire. Okay? American foreign policy is uniparty. It is bipartisan. Okay? American policy on Israel only goes in one direction. And Republicans do have a tendency to make things worse, at least historically. And I suspect that Trump will make things worse for what is to come down the line. But if the Democratic Party actually wanted to stop this because they cared about Palestinians or bloodshed or anything, if they cared about winning this election, they would have applied this pressure instead of Donald. And they didn't.
A major chunk, a major land grab or land lift in the West Bank. So that might be the case. It checks out. The other thing is that this morning, until the very last minute, we're getting reports from Netanyahu saying that he's dealing with Bezalel Smotrich. No, don't worry. It's only going to be a pause. It's not the end of the war. We will resume the war again. And in return, Smotrich asking for, quote, forcing Gaza migration as one of his conditions, is that even if there is a ceasefire, even if the war ends, you need to maintain conditions in Gaza as hell on earth, make it as uninhabitable as possible, ban concrete and cement from going in like Israel did in 2014, prevent reconstruction, and then people will leave, will have no option but to leave or face death by starvation, cold, or disease.
Just on its face, the optics are insane. This dude is a real estate developer. Yeah, you do understand that that is deliberate, okay? Like, the fact that he sent this guy from Mar-a-Lago and not like a former State Department official that is going to be in his current cabinet or whatever is also by design. The fact that this person was de facto Trump, right? Like, this guy is Donald Trump. Stephen Witkoff was going to operate as though he is Trump, right? So Donald Trump sending him over is a fuck you, okay? Is a way to reassert dominance. To basically say, like, we are the ones who hold all the cards. That's number one. Number two, like, forcing Netanyahu to come and work on a Saturday. That is optically something that Democrats are terrified of doing. That Donald Trump would absolutely do. That's like a classic real estate, like shady real estate guy who's like, no, I'm the one with the dick, okay? I'm the one who holds all the cards, not you, okay? And they did that. They pushed for...
We'll take that victory lap now.
They were the ones who actively, according to people involved in the deal-making process...
Oh, shit, boy.
Finally, actually...
Oh, this is easy.
One party that was
they weren't doing shit.
Glorious day to be alive, Sergeant. My name's Staff Sergeant Hauser, and I'm here to pick up my DD-214 and become a civilian.
Okay, Staff Sergeant, I'll just need a copy of your orders.
I only have this one.
I can't give you your DD-214 without a copy of your orders.
Can I use your copier?
That copier is only for civilian use.
Well, the second you give me that DD-214, I am a civilian.
Correct.
So then I could use it.
Agreed.
So can I just use it now?
Huh?
I'm afraid until you have
You're
your
talking
DD-214,
so low, bro.
you're still a member of the armed forces and thus can.
Going through Netanyahu. And I do think that there are side deals that they likely committed to in secret. And we will see what that looks like down the line. But for the time being, okay, if you think that Trump's pressure did not actually play a role, you are wrong. Even if it's purely performative, even if it was purely for optics, even if it was purely to start the new administration with a big W, okay? You have to recognize that Donald Trump read the room, saw that there was unimaginable amount of anger and resentment towards what the Americans were doing with our tax dollars, which, make no mistake, I do not think that Donald Trump is going to stop giving weapons to Israel, okay? He is, if anything, he's going to give more weapons to Israel than Joe Biden, if that's even possible. Okay, but understand.
I hear you.
Basically,
yeah, I heard that.
He played a very significant role in, forcing Netanyahu to heel here.
No, still
at
low.
least in the short term.
Still pretty low.
So keep spamming.
Because I'm pretty sure I sound loud.
A lot, but giving Trump credit for this is insane. You can spam it all day, every day. Okay.
It's pretty
I still
low.
fear that what will come next is going to be significantly worse. But in this moment, it was Trump's pressure. Okay. It's so funny because this reminds me of a time when I spoke about Donald Trump, giving Donald Trump credit for like how he dealt with the Korean affairs, where he took where he basically was like, yeah, I will do the peace through strength stuff, right? But also simultaneously he was like, I'm gonna take a side step here. I'm going to let the South Korean administration and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea get together and hash it out themselves. And
Shit.
I will, and at the time the North Korean demands were to no longer.
But I also have like a lot of different stuff playing. Like I have the sound of the game. I have a freaking
in a show of dominance, and he actually
podcast. Not even a podcast.
I remember Rachel Maddow getting very mad at Donald Trump, saying like he wants to suck and fuck Vladimir Putin, and also he wants to have gay sex with Kim Jong-un or whatever. And liberals kept going crazy over Russiagate, consistently claiming that Donald Trump actually was doing the wrong thing and that we need to escalate military pressure on North Korea. And it was actually the right thing to do. Trump did the right thing there. It was one of the only instances where Donald Trump was correct on his foreign policy in a sea of
damn, if I had the bigger mag, they would have been ripped up.
There is no partisanship in this regard. Anyway, why were you trying to stop cussing? I mean, I was, but it's hard for me not to cuss here because, you got a lot of people going crazy. Here's Washington Post own reporting on this from Evan Hill. A diplomat briefed on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas credited progress in the talks in part to the influence of President-elect Donald Trump, saying it was the first time there has been real pressure on the Israeli side to accept the deal. This is from Susanna Georgia, WAPO.
No, I'm listening
briefed on the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas credited progress in the talks.
I'm listening to Hassan Piker, and he's like saying he's trying to stop cursing.
Watchdog helo incoming on your location.
Oh. Let me pause that for a second.
Enemy watchdog helo. Target appears outside. Enemy CUAV inbound.
Back there. Yo, he was a double agent. It's crazy.
TACOM, get a UAV
Huh?
here.
UAV can't even use it. Ah!
Honestly, I'm ripping these motherfuckers up, but we're still down by a lot. But yeah. Yeah, that's usually the case. Like when I'm doing really good, we end up losing because like I'm on a team full of motherfuckers that are just like ew. Yeah. Oh no, run.
Jump by 3 guys, bro.
Yeah, I saw. I was trying to reload and spray down your area in time, but
Yellow house upstairs.
TACOM, get a UAV in the air.
UAV in the turn. We have eyes on.
If you're planning on giving up, do it now. If not, get to work.
UAV fuel check 50%.
Tango neutralized.
Scout pulse in your AO.
Not this time.
UAV overflight terminated.
Semtex on.
All operators to your nearest CCP. We just got our
Not how
ass
the plan was supposed to go.
Fuck, what a shitty ass team.
yeah, I agree.
Look at the eyes and flames.
Jay's Nizzle was absolute shit.
Enemy target eliminated. Save that just for you.
Punk bear.
Semtex incoming.
Man, you need to turn your mic up. Is your mic as loud as it can go? And you're also talking soft, nigga. Stop whispering to me like I'm your bitch, nigga. Talk to me like a man, nigga.
Bro,
You see,
to?
my homie Xenomorph. Don't you hear him? Don't he? Ain't he talking soft, or is it just me?
No, I can hear him just fine.
No, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the other dude. The other dude I heard loud and clear.
Just told you, bro. It's my fucking mic, bro.
Oh, no, that's way better. Whatever you just did right there, keep doing that.
I guess. As I said, I think I got a malfunction in my mic. Probably like the sensor and like the... Because I have to like pull it close to my face and shit to talk, so... Oh, now I can hear myself on your channel. I can hear myself on your channel now. Before I couldn't.
Right.
But,
At
tracking.
one point, it's 10 games with 3 equipment destructions. Or you could kill, like, kill streaks or whatnot.
Alright.
You gotta put that shit on.
Honestly,
So
good to know. Alright.
it makes it so much better.
See.
It's like taking off the condom for the first time. Like, whoa, shit. All right.
I remember when I was 10.
Can't put that shit back on.
Whoa. I believe I can soar. R.
Dude,
Kelly
Nick crazy. Like
in the house.
Fucking a chick. Like if you're with a chick for whatever, use it. Don't use a condom for years. Try to put it back on. It's like nah. Let's just.
In part to the influence of
Sounds
President-elect
bad, but-
Donald Trump.
Cheers
Saying
to
it was
that.
the
I
first
can't do
time
it.
there's been real pressure on the Israeli side to
Alright,
accept
yeah.
the deal.
Can.
Indirect talks between Israel and
Absolutely.
Hamas were deadlocked for months. The contours of the current deal suggest that the Israeli negotiators offered concessions on issues that had previously impeded a breakthrough, according to the diplomat.
They're
who
already
spoke
here.
in an interview Wednesday on the condition of anonymity
hit
to
Mark
discuss
with
the
that.
closed-door discussion. Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve
Got two of them,
Witkoff,
let's
has attended the
go.
talks in Doha, the Qatari capital. The negotiations also have been aided by Hamas's diminished
Yeah.
position, diplomat said. Hamas doesn't have the capacity to say no to anything. Since the October death of Hamas leader Yahya
Some of them
Sinwar,
ain't playing.
The militant groups, officials, and Doha
Like literally.
have held
Maybe I should.
meetings and rarely use its official
I'm trying to
office
win
with
or
capital.
get camo. Can't decide.
What did Hamas get in the end of the deal? A chance of living? I'm so confused. Yes,
Can't you do both? Can't you like win and get camo?
Honestly, I'm trying to pepper in a bit of both.
And also getting Palestinian prisoners
try to do both.
that have been permanently detained by Israel to be released from prison.
Oh.
And also, literally the same demands that they've had
Fuck it, we're sending
since the beginning. Yeah, they get the
need to change.
You know, they also don't
More fast mag.
assassinated across the board. Because remember, Benjamin Netanyahu kept stating his goal was the complete dismantling of Hamas over and over again.
Ryan Gosling,
The complete dismantling of Hamas.
We're letting Ryan Gosling
Hamas
tear
will
our
never
assholes up.
exist in the Gaza Strip. And instead of actually doing this, which was already something that openly stated was an impossible goal.
Like they're coming from either side.
Maybe makes me cry.
Like you had war criminals like Yoav Golan.
Yeah, and everywhere I go, there's fire.
No longer a part of the war cabinet, no longer the defense minister.
We're just prepping for hell.
Who said the Palestinians are beasts, like we have to starve them.
Oh yeah, I agree.
To have electricity or whatever. Like that guy was saying, there is no way that we can militarily end Hamas. It's like a ridiculous goal. It's not real. It's just a silly thing that Benjamin Netanyahu is repeating. Okay. That war criminal was
oh wow! Everywhere we turn, somebody's popping out and blasting. That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that guy with the twin dogs.
Blast. Oh, that went through you, bro.
Everywhere we turn, I just respawn and somebody's already on me. Like, okay, what the?
They got us.
Jerry Seinfeld, bro. Jerry Seinfeld, Jerry Seinfeld.
Israel has to lick it.
What if I told you that hers customers report losing
Oh
over
my
9
goodness.
pounds in their first
Thank
month,
you.
while on
There it
compounded
is.
GLP-1
I hate games like
injections
this.
through weight loss by
I hate
hers.
games like
It's got
this.
the same
Love
active
it.
ingredient as
Love it.
Ozempic and Wegovy.
Love it.
And it's just
like
one
that.
weekly
Gotta have to
injection.
let it
Take a look at these results from real hers customers. Compounded
You need to go with
GLP-1
Molotov.
injections arrive in 6 days or less. And it includes 24/7 provider messaging access through the hers app.
Bro, you can't
So
even move
you can
anywhere
get
because
answers to all of your
they essentially are
injection
throwing, what do you call it,
questions.
thermals everywhere?
Ongoing check-ins are
Or freaking,
included
yeah,
at no
mazel
extra
tovs.
cost too. Don't wait. Start your weight loss journey today.
Oh lord. Yeah, they
Don't
they
talk
like
Kanye
those,
West.
those fiery boys.
I stopped caring about Kanye West when he said freaking black people chose slavery.
To improve your digital security, just turn on
You stupid bipolar,
NordVPN.
not you
Guard
dumb.
yourself from data snoopers, encrypt your online traffic, and
George
block
Bush
malicious
does not
sites.
care about
Get the deal now.
That was fair game. That he had me on board with that. But then it turns out George Bush is not that
I mean,
bad.
I can. Yeah, that.
Dude,
that
George
was,
Bush is
that's
a
very-
chill ass fucking dude. Nobody knew it, but now he's like,
Oh yeah.
He's like low-key loved.
In this war on terror. I watched this drive. I'll smack this sucker about 250, 300.
Agree that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza absolutely must include the release of those hostages.
it must include it because
if it doesn't, there won't be a ceasefire for long. It is the linchpin of what's happened. Hamas has been severely degraded, but these people, that include a number of American citizens, need to be home as soon as possible, and that will remain a priority in any engagement we're involved in with regards to not just the ceasefire, but some permanent peace.
Mark my words, Trump may have forced Netanyahu's hand on the ceasefire deal with the incoming president will reward Israel with recognition of its future annexations in the West Bank and through a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia. No, that's my assessment as well. That's what I also believe.
Process moving forward.
Nice.
Now we have been reporting
What
that it is not
I don't know how the fuck he got beat.
that Marco Rubio will become the next Secretary of
Bothers me,
State.
bro.
He's having a smooth day so far. We've been picking up some sound and clips for you and playing those when we can. But he is one of 6 people today who are in confirmation.
shit, where the hell?
Pulling
19
Trump's
and
vision
26 is ugly.
potentially.
Bro, I wanna
And you
rematch.
see the imminence. with
Yeah, I
which
wish they gave you the opportunity to
particularly
rematch
those
that one
people will
time.
handle our diplomacy
Yeah, I was
and
not prepared
our
for this.
fighting forces. Those
But, I mean,
people
I-
are
They should at
very
least offer
important all the time, but
no,
particularly
yeah.
now, if part of
Hey,
this
fuck
deal
it.
is
You
going to
guys wanna
release
grab with
hundreds
me afterwards?
of killers
We're
that we
getting a
know
squad
of as
together.
terrorists in the Middle East back back onto the open market for themselves. I want to bring in a man who knows this very well.
Just add me,
He is the former U.S. ambassador to Israel, David
I'll just
Friedman.
look at the end. I'll invite
And
y'all.
Ambassador, you and I were together the day that Donald Trump and his first term moved the embassy, importantly, from a
So we got
political location from some in the world to its home city, Jerusalem.
Yeah, bro, we can win
If you
that.
watch this now,
Dude, we
tie it all
could.
together
I was going
for
in
me,
here trying to do like
the
fucking
journey that
rocket.
we've taken in the last 466 days since this war began.
We're going to see.
Well, Harris, thanks for having me. And what I would say is that when, God willing, that first picture emerges of a hostage being reunited with his or her family, I will be in tears. 10 million Israelis will be in tears. And probably hundreds of millions of other people around the world will be in tears. It's been that traumatic and difficult. And my enduring thanks to my old friend, who I knew could do this, President Trump, for getting this done. It's so important to so many people.
I want to quote a guest that we had on a few moments ago.
We got it. Didn't we?
Shahbarazani. He said something that made such an impression on me. As long as Hamas is in power, war will never end. So he said whether this ceasefire potentially would last 42 days or whatever it would last, Hamas is going to do what it does until Hamas is no longer.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important point, because some people, I think, are misinterpreting this.
Are you
as
on
some
PC
kind
or
of
console?
capitulation to Hamas or an agreement
I'm on
PC. The Gaza Strip. First of all, I was hearing his comment just in real time.
There we go. We got that. Let's keep it.
Put the words never again in capital letters. That never again will Hamas rule the Gaza Strip, and I think that's important. And, you know, when you think about this team that President Trump has assembled, of course,
Dude, I was going to play, but I'm like, no,
you heard Mike Waltz earlier today say that
look him in the
Hamas has to be decapitated.
Wow,
You heard your colleague Pete Hegseth testifying yesterday that he supported
Yeah, they're gearing up for.
Trying to.
Okay. In 42
Yeah, we're winning.
days.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. The phase one of the ceasefire
Good fucking
agreement is
game.
going to be over. And what they're doing here is manufacturing consent for the aftermath of that process.
Oh, there's a bitch in the bathroom.
Go back and be like, well,
Man,
Hamas
check
is
the
still
bathroom.
there. This is another thing that I also
Nice.
want people
Nice.
Game.
Okay.
Bro,
Not
I'm
necessarily, you know, act like this is a bad thing overall.
Xenomorph.
It's
Yeah,
a good
GG's.
thing that there is a ceasefire.
I got Xenomorph, Chevy, Mystery.
That is a good
Alright.
thing. That is
I wish you could just add like straight up 07 friend request. Boom. Done.
Bro,
Okay, but
ripping
what's the
through-
alternative that we just
ripping
keep
through shit.
letting Gaza
That's
get
me
bombed?
again.
Jesus Christ.
I died twice in
Like, even if there is a 42-day respite from that,
Yes.
it's not a bad
I
thing.
started off with a negative KD, but I ended with a positive. So.
This is another thing that I pointed out to yesterday.
Cool, Ryan Gosling.
Charles Lister, per
Yeah,
usual,
trust
intel,
me.
Hamas has recruited at least as many new fighters as Israel has killed since October
And
2023.
then do
That's
something
long been inevitable, and
70?
they're likely more committed to an even less forgiving cause than before. To which I quote tweeted, I said, while this is an incredibly common thing that happens in every instance of Western intervention, I can't help but feel like it's partially being reported on to create the groundwork for permanent military action in Gaza out of security concerns post-ceasefire. So I think that all the conversations that you're having about people, all the conversations that you're having, that you're seeing on mainstream news, whether it be from the left or
Alright, I add. Ooh. There we go.
Dude, I don't know if you try the searing, but it's pretty crispy. It can be. It's weak as shit, but once you level up a little bit, oh, dude.
I just wait. How many people are allowed in a party? Oh no, a whole bunch of people are allowed. I'm trying to add Xenomorph.
Well, 6. Oh, Ryan wants a.
All right, I just sent the invite to him.
Let's go. LFG.
Xenomorph.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Yeah, my shit was tripping out.
Riot. Well, he just added me.
True.
Watch it be the real Ryan Gosling. Hey guys, what's up?
Impossible. That dude's either fast asleep or knee deep in pussy right now.
He should be.
Oh yeah.
Dude, you know that fucking Elon Musk is number 19th in the world in Diablo?
Yeah, and he's also full of shit. He pays people
No,
to do that
I
shit
looked
for
it
him.
up. No, absolutely not, dude. He's a
Really?
fucking
Yeah, that
genius.
dude's
He
on
already has
another
that
level,
game
man.
figured out, dude. That game's just all about just being smart.
I never played
And
Diablo.
he's like,
Yeah.
no, yeah, it's just to him, it's just basic.
Yeah, well, fuck
Figured
him.
it out, dude.
I don't like him anyway. He needs to go back to his country.
He kind of fucked a lot of people with Dogecoin. I don't know. He's done some interesting things.
He better not bring apartheid over
He's
here.
a genius.
I'll be real pissed.
Without a doubt, he's a genius.
I mean, yeah, but he's autistic. I know so many autistic people that are geniuses. That doesn't mean I want them to run my country.
Right? That's a fair point. Hey. Put it on the quote board.
Actually, you know who I would want to run the country or help run the country? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
I like him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Throw Bill Nye in there. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Bill Nye
Nye
too.
is
Fuck
the-
Maybe
yeah.
maybe run like NASA.
Or Bill as
Hell yeah.
president and Neil as SVP. I don't know, either way, that's
You know. Yeah, let's see what these next 4
Yo,
years
we're going
do.
back to stakeout.
Well, bro, we've
Yeah,
had
going back
George
to
W.
stakeout, bro.
Bush, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump in the last 20 years. We're not getting.
Obama.
Dude, I'm fine with whatever, as
140
long
at a
as they
key range
keep like
anytime
making it interesting. Like, I'm in, whatever.
Right?
I guess.
Fuck is
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's entertaining.
At least
High gas prices. Yeah. Motherfucker says interesting. High gas prices. Fucking food is fucking.
I don't.
Nobody's fucking regulating the fucking housing
But what are you gonna
industry.
do at this point other than just
Nothing. Just sit back
Get
and let
rid
it
of the
run.
fucking
and talk
FDA.
shit?
That's for starters.
Yeah.
Get rid of the fucking FDA.
At least it's interesting.
First.
Change the school system and shit.
Yeah.
Tax all these fucking asshole companies, make them bring to the fucking U.S.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Fix the infrastructure, put money into the fucking
bro.
infrastructure. Come on, bro. It's a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Damn, that was crazy. That explosion
Alright,
was
here we
wild.
go.
Shit.
Is that their fire or our fire?
Nah, that was theirs. That was mine. Good.
Yo, take that B, I got this.
Oh, Lord.
Yo, somebody turn
Oh,
over.
boys, we got this. We got this.
Slaughtered, bro.
Oh.
Slaughtered. Yo, they're playing dirty, bro.
How? I don't even see him yet.
Yeah.
Oh, behind.
Dude, I'm lagging like fucking.
Oh, we
bullshit.
almost had it.
We'll cut it out. Oh, please hit that corner. Thank you.
Who's going for it? Fuck him.
Thank you. Oh,
I don't know
oh
what that
yes.
saga is. What I wanted to do.
Yo, where the fuck did that shotty?
I'm trying to get them to peek, but they're smart. They're not peeking.
Alright, it's LR time.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I might be down with that.
Somebody's
Fuck
over
it,
there.
you know? Give me a fucking squad line. Oh, shit.
Oh, turn around, Zeno.
It's already too late. They were coming.
Alright, I gotta start playing like I know how to play.
Oh yeah.
Or at least pretend.
Oh yeah.
Bro, how the fuck this motherfucker?
Oh lord, there's a lot of them down that hallway. Holy Christ.
Yo, box right here. And also,
Shit.
Damn, they're playing it.
Go on.
Yep, don't
That's
come
down
outside.
hallway.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
I know what I gotta do. I know what I gotta do.
I'm like 2 feet behind where he sees me.
Kill him, kill that motherfucker.
Taking Bravo underway.
Yo, that's crazy work, bro. Oh, I got killed twice by the same person.
Damn it. Oh, I almost got a fucking execution on that fucker.
Oh Christ.
Yo, that fucking Asian chick is slaughtering.
Dude, she's been ripping. I got her.
Yo,
oh,
nice.
Securing zone A.
Dude, she tore me up like 3 times in a row.
Yep, same thing. Again, bro? She's coming. That
oh, fuck.
Somehow killed me again.
Damn, they're just behind us.
Nasty work, bro.
A lot.
Oh.
Finally got her, bro.
Got her, yeah, I saw that.
Losing A.
I flashbanged her. A little bit.
Yo, that's my fire.
Hey, ever you gotta bang.
Yo, they're coming. Yo, that Asian.
They're taking C. Securing B.
Oh, she's coming in the side door. Outside.
She's coming.
She's coming.
Damn.
Oh my god,
That was my first thought.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Nice.
Alright.
Yo, bro, she still kills me, bro. Even though I have to jump on her, that's wild.
Alright, 16 and 16 right now.
Losing Charlie.
Yeah, I'm taking B.
Oh,
Pushing on B.
Christ.
Losing Alpha. All locations secured. Hold your position. Losing A.
I am.
God damn it, bro. Out of the last person I wanted to fuck.
We're losing Alpha.
Fuck.
Losing A.
Ooh.
Somebody's in the vent.
Yeah.
Little rats.
Securing C.
Dude, I'm actual trash right now.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, shit.
But it's okay. Because, you know.
Somebody's in the vent.
We're winning. But,
Yeah.
Shotty in the vent.
Oh, yeah.
oh,
Got him. They're down.
Oh.
Taking A. Taking A. Y'all push on C, that's not fire.
Losing B.
Shit.
Securing Charlie.
Damn, that's an explosion.
come on. And I'm pulling the trigger first, too. Like, what the fuck?
We're losing Alpha.
Alright. Fuck my kitty. Just wanna win.
Yeah.
Alright, time to AK up.
FA, bro. This lag has been fucking my arse all night.
Are you're hardwired or Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi.
Sure.
I should get an Ethernet, but
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
shotgun in the shotgun.
Go to Home Depot, get like a
shotgun
100-foot
with the-
Ethernet cable, run that shit through the entire house.
That's what I did.
That's what I do too. Fuck that.
I'm gonna hang myself with it, bro.
Don't do that. Don't do
There you
that.
go. It's not you
A
shouldn't,
choke.
but the cool thing is like it's dual purpose. You
Someone's
could.
got choked, daddy. Oh, get popped.
Losing Bravo.
Oh,
Oh,
bro,
Hold on,
no,
you messed with these fuckers, too.
God.
getting
Oh,
straight
geez,
wrecked right now.
I'm getting slaughtered.
27 and 32 is ugly. Bitch. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm ugly,
bro.
No, I'm gonna use a smaller gun. I've been using a LMG the whole time.
You need a sub here.
Yeah. I'm trying to level up my
Should make an
LMG,
class,
but yeah. Now what? Now what? Oh, you're so lucky I ran out of bullets.
Oh, goddamn.
Taking A.
Somebody's laying down in the Kishin.
Wow, what is? Why would you spawn me there?
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
What are we doing?
Fuck you too, alright.
Using A.
Wait, you know what? Can I get a bigger mag?
See, I knew I hated Dragon Fire.
Shotgun is nasty. A shotgun is nasty work, bro.
I get dumped on, huh?
Oh, I'm about to go negative.
That's alright.
Oh.
You tasty clan accepts all.
Securing Alpha.
Oh, they're like freaking...
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
There we go. Get turned on, bitch. There we go.
Securing B. Find another way.
They took the lead.
Locked down.
Not for long.
Oof. Damn it, bro.
Damn, bro. Stepped up.
Alright. In all fairness, I've been streaming for like 9 hours, so you guys gotta catch me on the front end. I'm tired.
Bro, that shotgun is bullshit, bro.
Fuck. GG's.
I want a rematch.
Bro.
I'm gonna call it there.
Fucking bullshit.
I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go make myself a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Play something more chill.
Oh,
not the right
shit.
move, man. Not the right move, man.
It is the right
Can't leave it
move.
last like that, man. We got,
Yeah, I can't.
we gotta do this
Wait,
right.
crunchy
I
or
can't.
creamy?
Creamy, bro. Creamy all day.
Whatever's
bro,
tasty.
crunchy,
Creamy?
bro, crunchies for fucking serial killers, bro.
Bro, honestly, I get. I don't even use Jif. I use
tits, man.
No, Crunchy's probably pretty fire.
Dude, crunchy is fantastic. You get a nice crunch in there.
Dude,
You get that extra
Crunchy's
protein.
like it's like a snack and an activity, you know?
Yeah, dude, like, oh, I love it. I'm nuts about it.
Alright guys, we're about to win this next stakeout, and then people can get up, whatever they want to do, make the PB&Js, it's all good, but...
Hey, you don't go out on a loss, Chad.
I don't give a
go out
fuck,
on
bro.
fucking
You're not
loss,
gonna peer pressure me. I give no fucks. I'll be online tomorrow night, though. Later, y'all.
Alright,
Later,
fair
doggy.
enough, hit me up.
PB&J.
To the right, whether it be from Fox News or other liberal outlets, about Hamas's resurgence is specifically to run defense for what is to come.
The killing of every single member of Hamas. You heard future Secretary Marco Rubio saying that there'll never be a ceasefire if Hamas stays in power. Brian Mast, who's...
Let's get serious. If you're like most people, your health isn't where it could be, and you know it. I'm Dr. Brett Osborne, and it's
the incoming leader of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. When he was asked, where do you stand on Hamas, he said, I stand on their throats. So there is no ambiguity here that there's no future for Hamas. And frankly, I think it's the recognition by Hamas that their days are numbered, you know, that there is no future for them, that caused them to make a deal today that frankly, people had thought they agreed to 7 months ago, but apparently weren't willing to do. So I think this is all because of their recognition that with the incoming administration, they have no future.
Well, they cut it close. We're 5 days away. Can you just stay with me for a moment? There are two things that are playing out simultaneously that are a little unbelievable. So on the left of your screen in Tel Aviv, there is the celebration of hope and anticipation that hostages will soon be freed. On the right side, they are celebrating in Gaza. Let's listen to Gaza for a moment. I was told we would have the sound of that. Let me know to the team when we do. Ambassador Friedman, what are they celebrating?
I wonder.
I mean,
what could they be celebrating? Maybe like a semblance, a crumb of hope that the genocide is over, even though it most likely is not. You know, maybe that they can have more humanitarian aid come in. Maybe they can go back to their homes or what remains of their homes. Maybe the fact that they don't have to like constantly fear when they hear buzzing in the air that they're about to be eviscerated.
Probably being sold to them as some sort of a victory. And look, it's hard.
Be so for real? Not this crazy? What do you mean? Bros Delulu? Wait, you think that's not what they're celebrating? What do you think they're celebrating? Oh, I cannot wait to do more anti-Semitism. Oh, not you, Hassan. Like, I can't wait, brother. We are going to do so much anti-Semitism now. Oh, no. The fact that they... the fact that they have stopped the genocide for 1 second, the most moral military, means we can do more anti-Semitism.
It's hard for Israelis to watch the people, the Hamas supporters celebrating, but that celebration is going to be short-lived. I mean, it's, you know, right now this is about getting the hostages back, and Israel's paying a high price to get them back. But, you know, Israel's not agreeing to end the war. Hamas has no future, and I'm hoping, I'm skeptical, but I'm hoping that maybe some of them are celebrating the possibility that Hamas is coming to an end.
What an animal this guy is. David Friedman, former U.S. ambassador to Israel. He's like, I'm hoping they're celebrating for the right reasons. It's like, dude, you are such a ginormous piece of shit. Just a purely evil psychopath, dude. I hate these people so much. They're barely people. Animals, all of them. They better be celebrating the right things.
This, you know, Hamas loses its leverage, and maybe someone can come in and rule the Gaza Strip, which is less malign. But I'm not a very good psychologist into the minds of these people.
Yeah. I was hoping to get some audio, but now we have a little bit more light on the situation. They are on each other's shoulders and looking jubilant. And as you say, wait, we can hear some of it now.
Israel fears human rights organizations actually going into the Gaza Strip to show the full scale of the damage and the atrocities. So I think that they will probably do everything in their power to stop that from happening. I suspect that they will try to do everything in their power to ensure that this does not happen. The sad part is the bombing might not even stop. Yeah, I mean, the way that these things goes, the next 4 days are going to be bleak. Israel has a tendency to escalate the violence. Israel has a tendency to escalate the violence all the way until the very last moment. Okay? Oh, damn. My interview with Bernard Sanders actually made it to Daily Mail. That's cool. Bernie Sanders delivers scathing verdict on longtime ally Joe Biden as president prepares to leave office. Bernie Sanders said that Joe Biden's biggest failure as president was not being strong enough or able to communicate his economic policies to ordinary working-class Americans. While he claimed Biden's record on domestic policy was strong, Sanders told streamer Hassan Piker that the president fell short on his goals. He has not been the kind of leader and communicator that made the record understandable to the American people. Despite listing several things he felt Biden had done in his 4 years, including being unashamedly pro-labor, Sanders said that Biden had ultimately been a disappointment. The truth is, given where the American worker is today, it is simply not enough, he said. Sanders claimed Biden should have gone further on his progressive agenda, raising the minimum wage and expanding Medicare. The Vermont socialist even went as far as naming something Biden did poorly compared to Donald Trump. Biden has accomplished a lot, but he does not do what Trump does and identify enemies, he said. He said that while Trump tends to place the blame on migrants or transgender people, Biden refuses to use equally strong messaging on corporate greed. Uncle B. Trump considers executive order hoping to save TikTok from banning U.S. law. This just in, statement from the mediators. Oh, from 2 minutes ago. Okay, I'm going to have Jeremy Scale on in a second to talk about this stuff. Hold on. I love when the Dems muzzled Tim Walz when he tried to be the fighter we needed. Yeah. I also told you, like, I'm not like a believer that TikTok will definitely get banned. I don't think that is the case, but hold on. Journalists seeing the aftermath is inevitable. When it finally happens, do you think any consequences will unfold for Israel? I'll just say this. I'm talking to some journalists who have operated inside of Gaza, who are from Gaza, and I'm working already to potentially go in as well if there is ever an opportunity to do so. I'm just letting you guys know. In terms of going into Gaza, it is very dangerous, obviously, with how Israel operates in that area. But let's see if there's a way to safely do such a thing. Like I said, the key term here, the key phrase here is if it's safely. If it can be done safely, I will try to do it. All right, I'm going to call Jeremy now.
Now, every so often on Game Ranks, we like to make a random list of some good, affordable games. So today we're talking about 20 of the best games under $20 right now. We are using Steam for a lot of these prices, but keep in mind these prices tend to stay pretty similar among all the platforms. They are subject to change. You never know when these companies are going to change the price, but we got good games here today. New games, old games, just some random games that we think you should definitely try. And they're 20 bucks or less. So let's get started off with number 20. Balatro. This is a new one. Gambling and roguelikes. You know, it's two great tastes that taste great together. Balatro is the breakthrough indie game of 2024. It's addictive as hell. It's got an iconic style, and it's cheap. It's just 15 bucks on all major platforms. This is one of those perfect games to play on the go, like whether you're on your phone or Switch or Steam Deck. It's just a good, quick game that doesn't require constant attention. The concept is very simple. It just takes poker and turns it into a roguelike. So getting started in a game is extremely intuitive, which is improved by the really good UI design. This is a simple one. It's just a card game. There is no story here, but it still manages to have a little personality. Either way, you just play it and it just works. It's fun. Now over at number 19, Batman Arkham Knight for 20 bucks. You can't have a list like this without a Batman game. I know Arkham Knight had a rough launch, especially on PC, and is probably the most contentious sequel in the Arkham series, but for it coming in at around just 20 bucks, it's an easy game to recommend still because it's excellently made and still beautiful for a game that's nearly 10 years old now. This is the first Before You Buy game. Yes, if you don't remember that, I started Before You Buy and I did the first one on Arkham Knight. It's not a very good video, but it was the start of all this. Anyway, the real steal is that all the Batman games are under 20 bucks individually and go on sale all the time. It's not hard to get all those games pretty cheap. They're all good. They're all worth playing. They're all my children. They run pretty good on modern PCs in our experience for the most part, and just gameplay-wise, they all really hold up. Rocksteady was firing on all cylinders with these games, and they are absolutely worth experiencing. Now, next over at number 18, we have Black Mesa. This complete remake of Half-Life doesn't replace the original. You know, the old game is just too iconic for us to fully accept replacing it entirely. But if you're not old as hell, but you still want to know why Half-Life is considered an all-time classic, play Black Mesa. For a remake primarily made by fans of the original, not professional developers, this remake is surprisingly accomplished. Yeah, it took them a very long time for this to come out, but that doesn't matter anymore. Now that we have it, and the whole product is just impressive from top to bottom. It's a good way to play Half-Life. Next over at number 17, the game that managed to bring the Yakuza series to the mainstream also happens to be one of the series' best. Yakuza 0 is absolutely worth playing. If you're interested in the series, but you don't know where to start, this is a great jumping on point. If there's one game that perfectly captures what makes all these games so interesting, it's definitely this one. It's got great combat, a crazy convoluted plot, and all kinds of ridiculous side stories. It's got all the usual staples of the series, but with the added benefit of being in an 80s bubble era Japan. The setting is a standout, but the gameplay systems, the story, the side content, they're all just made a little bit better than you normally see in some of these titles. Even after many sequels, Zero is still probably one of our favorites in the series. And at just about 20 bucks or under, it's a steal for just how much game you're getting here. Now next over at number 16, Mouthwashing. This sci-fi descent into madness isn't very big. You know, you can finish it in under 3 hours and there's hardly any actual gameplay other than a few basic puzzles, but it's still a game that we would highly recommend for anyone who likes a good psychological horror story that just makes you feel real bad after it's over. It's the feel-bad game of 2024 and the price is right at just about $13. The premise is simple. You're a member of the crew of a stranded deep space transport ship. The story is presented in a non-linear way, bouncing between before and after the accident in a way that could be confusing, but the game somehow manages to keep the two threads relatively clear. The characters are pretty memorable, the writing is sharp but not flashy, and I say that as a compliment. The visuals are appropriately trippy, especially by the end of the game where things start really going crazy. Again, it's a very simple quote-unquote game. It's more of an interactive story, but at that price, it's something that is worth experiencing. Next, over at number 15, Fallout New Vegas. Yes, you're welcome. It's $10. If you've never played it, this 2010 RPG is absolutely definitive for a reason. You can also get the Ultimate Package with all the DLC for $20, so that's what we'd recommend if you want to get into everything. It's in a league of its own in terms of role-playing. Really, there are just so many ways to express yourself as a character and the world, like, and how it actually reacts to your choices and what you're doing. This is the most complex world building in any of the modern Fallout games too, with all these different factions of competing loyalties that are more realistic, at least in terms of their goals and motivations, compared to the other main Fallout games. New Vegas feels like a world. The other games felt kind of like amusement parks. That doesn't mean they're bad. They're just trying something different than New Vegas, which is more about questing and talking to people and faction warfare, compared to the other games where the focus is on exploring the ruined world and finding interesting loot. Just be ready to mod it, because even after all these years, New Vegas isn't always the most stable game. At the very least, just save often. Now, next over at number 14, Tactical Breach Wizards. Imagine Into the Breach, but with some XCOM flair, but like with a linear campaign. You're getting close to what this is. It's a strategy game in which these cool tactical operators are breaching and clearing various terrorist safe houses, evil agent compounds, and government buildings of every type. Only they're also wizards, so you get all these crazy powers to play with. You can always know what enemies are going to do, but your guys are all soft targets that go down in just like a shot or two, so careful planning is essential. Mostly though, it's just fun to push people through windows and blow stuff up. What pushes this game past just being a good tactics game is really the quality of the presentation and the writing. The Rainbow Six-like music, the serious fantasy global politics plot mixed with a whole lot of dry wit somehow all comes together to create a legitimately compelling narrative that keeps you playing just as much as the ever-evolving combat. At $19.99, this is one of the best strategy games of 2024, as well as one of the cheapest, so consider trying it. Now over at number 13, pulled from Steam years ago, but restored in 2024. This is a reminder. The Saboteur was Pandemic Studios' final game. It's pretty old. The game originally came out in 2009, and it feels like that in some aspects, but it's still a lot of fun and has some innovative systems for an open world game that we still don't think any other game really pulled off in quite the same way. It's never not satisfying blowing stuff up, taking down Nazis and stuff, but what makes this game really interesting is the Hitman-style stealth system that allows you to explore enemy bases in plain sight. The Saboteur is just one of those games to include a really cool social stealth system like that. It's far from perfect, and you're just gonna have to get used to the terrible accents and cheesy stuff because they're everywhere, but for $10, this game is very much worth a revisit and a fun open world to mess around in. Next over at number 12.
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tight inside. Get auto insurance.
12 Mini Shoot Adventures. The madman behind this.
What kind of shot?
Yep. We missed you, sir.
Miss Shaw too.
What?
Oh, look who's back. Look who came crawling back.
I didn't crawl back shit. I walked back and sat down after 3. Well, actually, no, 1.5 peanut butter jelly sandwiches.
Fuck yeah. Motherfucker walked his ass back at his own goddamn pace. You know? How it be. Hey. You guys all want to join Tasty just for the night so we can roll in and be fucking intimidating?
You mean join Tasty so we can get in some crazy ass fucked up unemployment lobby?
Wait, does that actually affect it though?
Yeah. Depending on how good you play or how good your stats are, yeah, you get kind of everybody.
The clan tag?
No. Nah, like his prestige level and shit, depending on how good he is.
Right, but that's me. I'm just saying if we just have all the same.
Oh, Tasty.
The same clan tag, we can roll into a lobby and everyone's gonna be scared of us.
Until they find out that only one of us is probably good and the rest of us are like subpar.
Yeah, but until then.
Until then. I'm down. I'm down. I'm skeptical.
I just forgot what the sound looks like.
my hair,
For sure.
babe. It smells really good. Really good.
Heirloom. I don't think I've done this map.
Yeah, it's dope. Watch out for snipers.
Yeah.
Copy.
It's a snipey guy.
He said he was
Confirmed. Use of deadly force has been approved. We've taken the lead. Stay on top.
Yeah. Got some snipies.
Ooh. Alright, well let me pull out my DM10 then. Fuck that shit. Ooh, flashbang.
Our side. What's that? Spawn. Crap. I'll worry for a second. But
no, I'm like eating shit right now. Hang on. Oh, and 3.
Right side. Okay, there's spawn on us a lot. So I want if they can fucking have it.
Fine, 1 kill. Thank you.
Ooh, that lag is vicious, bro.
Uh-oh.
Damn it. 2 and 5.
Yeah, flipping it a lot.
They are really hiding really well. I hate games like that where you could never really see the enemy. It's like, what the fuck?
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? It's like, okay, you know.
Sniper.
Oh, and it's them popping smoke too. I should put my thermal on this shit.
Yeah. It can get smoky. I just hate that fucking thermal.
Why? How come? I'm not a fan of it either.
Give me one more. Mid.
Got one. I'm lethal with this bitch, Jake.
I'm like that, nigga. I'm like that.
Watch that flip. Left side.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
Ooh.
Yeah, that flashbang was fun. Get him. 3 guns on me.
They are really not pop. Ooh. Damn. With the freaking smoke, you know what?
Finally got that sniper.
This dumbass ran right past me. Where is he? Holy shit, where'd he go?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that's crazy, man. Hopefully one of y'all got him.
Sniper still somehow got me.
Behind. Got one. Oop.
Yep, spawn flip. Oh shit, maybe not. There's still 2 back there. 3 back there.
Bro, this dude is impervious to fucking bullets, bro. I'm throwing a bag of marshmallows at him. Fuck. Oh, come on, bro. He caught us from the side.
Right side. Right side.
Okay.
Time short. Put your head down and secure the target.
Right side snipe. Snipe. Okay, we're winning by a few points.
I got one, but they got me back.
Yo, spawn flop, spawn flop.
Yeah.
Get those tags. Yeah, we good. We good. We good. Just good. We good. Don't die.
Sniper.
As I die.
Wicked.
GG.
Yeah, GG's.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that was me pumping all the smoke. I wasn't gonna say shit, but yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, I had to make it interesting, bro.
Oh, what?
No, y'all gotta play fucking mosh pit, that mine, the mine area.
Damn, I
just keep popping smoke and throw fire, bro. Just diabolical.
Dropped it in the water again.
Hey, what's your, is your man on?
Yeah, he's right here.
Is he?
He's coaching.
Yes.
Oh, wait, is he joining our squad, or are we just gonna keep rocking?
He's gonna play on my account.
Alright.
He's gonna add you though.
Sex change.
Do it.
Sex. I promise I'm not a catfish.
Yo, go to pit. Yo, let's go to pit.
Dude, don't ruin the fucking fantasy.
Yo, let's go to pit.
It depends on what
choose
side
pit.
of the fence you on.
Choose pit. Yo, choose pit. Choose pit.
Yeah.
Yo, y'all gonna see this shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to make this shit terrible.
Hey, y'all going to that cookout?
It sounds like some dirty sex joke. No,
Yeah, the one where
not.
I set my meat on your grill.
Exactly.
Yeah, I said no.
It.
That's why I said no. I said no, I'm not going to it.
Fucking knew it. What
Hey, you dropped it again.
What cookout?
Y'all know Candace?
Nope. Never heard of that bitch.
Candace dick fit in your mouth?
Yeah, we playing a
Pit? What the hell is this?
I really do feel bad for playing against right now, bro.
Another day in paradise, Black Ops.
Yo, this dude was running like right at me. Couldn't see shit.
Hey, start shooting, bro.
NRs.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Can I go up these steps? Yes, I can.
Alright. Let's get real fun.
You thought. Alright, I'll watch these steps. If you could stay up there and not die, I'll watch these steps.
Damn, I don't like this. Two spawn shit.
Oh, they're getting fucking scared.
Damn it, I got him now. And one, they're down one player.
Oh, come on.
Ouch.
Foot patrol.
Shit.
Got him.
Ouch.
Bro, what is this dude made out of, bro? Fucking adamantium?
Hey, I like that reference.
Oh, what?
Oh, damn it. 4 and 5 is ugly.
Left side.
Oh, nice. I'm about to take off this thermal and just shoot through the smoke. I don't like this thermal.
Well, I'm out of smoke at the moment, so can't resupply yet. So there's a resupply behind me. Nah, can't use it. So, need some more resupply.
Oh.
Bro, that's just some guns suck. Oh, bro, they rushed us. Oh, come on.
Left side spawn. Oh, all of them.
Yeah, they rushed.
Enemy resupply disrupted. No sweat, I got you.
Ah, that's bullshit, bro. Fuck. My ass. But they're in our spawn. That's whip, bro. Getting cooked right now.
Throw flag.
Bro, that's bullshit, bro.
Oh, behind.
Got him?
Nice.
Yeah. Other one up top. Fuck.
Damn.
Time's not on our side. Finish him.
Roasting his ass. I got killed.
Oh my goodness.
Where is he?
I hope nobody saw that.
Yeah, I did. I just didn't see where he was.
Yeah, I saw it, bro. I wasn't gonna say anything, but wow, that was.
Shut the
I'm just gonna have it.
Oh my god. Oh, what the?
Got him. Got the guy at the top.
Payback.
Yep. Top bottom is still out. He came back and killed me. He's coming back to the top. Somebody get up there.
I think we got this. Another one of them just quit.
Bro, that's bullshit, bro.
As they should.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Domo.
CIA's a bunch of proud
Yeah, I
men.
went negative. That's
Domo, join us. Oh.
Good shit.
I think that's fucking bullshitting too much.
Oh, is that Domo? Oh, Domo? Yeah. You know, it'd be cool if all y'all played Gran Turismo. We could have like the best races.
6 and 14 is crazy.
Dude, I gotta hop back on that KSP. I forgot how good it is.
What game?
the KSD the gun he's using. Cause I got it diamond. You know how like you get a gun diamond and then you just fucking forget about it forever. Cause you're. But guy says get some.
Unfortunately, I can't run forever. I got a flight to catch in a few hours.
You just make another PB&J, bro.
No, that's not
No,
me.
no, no,
That's
no,
not.
I mean,
No,
like,
that's.
No, I'm going out. I'm leaving the country. Yeah, I'm leaving the country in like a make a fucking PPJ. I'm like, hey, bro, I got a flight to catch. Make a PPJ, bro.
Make a PBJ, Joe.
Dude, make a PB&J. Forget about it. It's all
For
good.
real.
Don't worry about
Fucking
it.
crazy.
Nah, for
Fuck
sure.
that trip
Joe.
to the Bahamas. All right, Joe.
Well, shit, man.
I'm
You gonna leave on a
heading
Windstream?
to the DR. Heading to the DR, bro.
Dude, Dominican. Dude, hell, what are you doing there? Actually, I've been there.
Party.
Oh,
Fucking
nice.
underpriced prostitutes.
4-day party weekend.
Damn it, bro. How'd you get hooked up with that?
Some people from Portugal, they're hosting like some Caribbean event, some shit called Soca Weekender. They're like people from Portugal, Martinique, Guadeloupe, a bunch of fucking crazy ass islands. So they're all coming together.
Essentially,
to
I
host
want
it.
your life. That's cool though, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, about to go out there and fucking crush. Literally.
Damn, I was there
Yo, I hate
literally
this place. I hate
helping
this
like
place, bro.
broken down orphanages and shit. Like your shit sounds a lot cooler.
Nah, I feel like a.
Yeah, that didn't you?
If I knew about that shit there, fucking tell it. Build your own fucking orphanage, dude. I got some fucking.
These stupid ass kids.
Yeah,
He started cursing at the
Stop being fucking lazy.
Jesus Christ, dude. Like, call me. I come over here to do this shit. You've been here the whole time. Come on.
You know, you're gonna be like, get the fuck away from me, Jonathan.
Christ, dude. Looking for bitches, dude. And you got one arm, kid.
Oh.
Oh, HVT.
Oh wow, he fucking stuck me.
Oh yeah, you start stuck in the butt, bro? That's crazy. Let a grown man stick you in the butt, bro?
You got a problem with that, bro?
Nasty.
You got a problem with my sexual
Nasty
orientation,
work. Yeah, I do.
Bro, in
Yes,
the
the fuck
DR,
I do.
man, like,
Nasty fucking work,
what
bro.
happens in the DR stays in the DR, bro.
Except the black crap.
That's true. That one came back. That did,
For life.
Oh fuck, I'm the
Shredding.
HVT, I did not even know.
Shredding these dudes. I forgot we was playing HVT, yeah. Yo, you see enough HVTs that just be running straight ahead into fucking battle? Like, they're not fucking HVT and shit. And then just instantly get slaughtered?
Dude, hardcore ever?
Oh, nah. I heard it's fun, though.
Dude,
It's
I love
alright.
hardcore. That's
Yeah.
kind of my main shit. It's just totally different. Like, I grew up playing paintball and shit, so it's like, just kind of like that, you know. Basically, you hit, you're out. But HVT on hardcore, it's when you're the HVT, you're a fucking god.
Hostile HVT located.
Hardcore's cool. It's real one-shot kill if you have a marksman.
Yeah, especially when you're running a fucking VSAT, when you literally got, as long as you're paying attention to your fucking mini-map, you can't really get caught off guard. And, you know, your team's not dog shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I run just straight up dispatch, bankroll, UAV all the time. Just, I need to know.
HVT is taking
I want to
fire.
know.
Keep the package
Curious
safe.
kind of guy. Oh, through the curtain. Let's go.
Damn. I was just about to say that's bullshit. But, hey, whatever.
Kind of was
I don't even
bullshit.
think I...
Shite.
I don't even think I need to.
What time zone are you guys in? Are you guys all like Eastern time zone?
HVT under fire.
I am central.
Central? True. Damn it.
Okay, I'm not going back over there. That's why I just fucking died.
Alright, we up at 2 points.
Wow.
HVT is taking fire. Keep the
Up
package
top.
safe.
Fuck.
They've taken the lead.
Got him.
Setting rally point.
One over there by the rally point.
Got you.
Seemed like half my team just get fucking slaughtered.
HVT under fire. Repeat.
Another
HVT
one.
under fire.
How the?
Yo, anyone got an assault pack? Can you drop it if you do?
No.
Yeah, right here. Right here. Well,
Thank
Oh,
you,
I
thank
do
you.
not. Oh wow.
Yeah, assault's up.
Watch that left side.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. It's wild sticky over there.
You're falling behind, Crimson. HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe.
Oh, they came right up on us. They're right up in our spawn.
I got him.
Damn.
I got him.
Nice. God damn it.
One's up top in the middle. Upstairs, right here. Just mark it.
HVT under fire. Repeat. HVT
Yo,
under
right side,
fire.
right side, right side. Right side.
Fucker.
In the middle. They're in the middle.
Oh,
I got
fucking
you. I got
bitch.
you.
Oh, you got
Trying to
me.
get you out.
I got him.
Friendly HVT
up
on
top.
site. Keep them safe.
Ooh.
HVT is taking fire. Keep the package safe.
That's that
I got him. I got him up top. He
Nice.
died. The second one. Second one up top. We needed some stickies. That's what we need.
Damn it, bro. They're literally shooting through the wall. Fucking annoying.
Yes,
Yeah, this map is very. It's kind of like the whole gist of it. Is like
HVT under fire.
if you can mark people, or if you got all blue perks, you're golden, man. That's what. Fuck. That's what I should be doing. All blue perks on this map.
Mm.
Yo, we got another pack down. We got 2 packs back. So. Yeah, they got me. They got the high ground, bro. We got a big ass problem. There's like 3 of them up there.
Pushing all blue. Fuck.
Yeah, bro, we need to get
Well,
up there.
too late.
One of our teammates quit.
They got our HVT.
Sucks.
I'm up here at the top, bro. Fuck it.
Protect our HVT. HVT is taking fire.
Yeah, I
Keep
mean
the
we
package
lost.
safe.
Fuck it.
Our HVT has been eliminated. Rest and recuperate. Tomorrow
Shit.
you
Go
will
negative.
until you drop.
You win some, you lose some. You know.
Yeah.
I gotta call my fucking woman. She said, if you're still up at 5, will you wake me up?
Yeah, boy. I actually might crash at
Yeah.
9 or some shit. Get dressed for it. So.
For sure. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna go play some Gran Turismo.
Sorry, man.
I'll be on tomorrow night though. So if y'all, I'll see if y'all on, I'll jump in.
Yeah, bro. For sure. Just hit me up.
Alright, Tasty.
For sure.
We'll get you. Later, buddy. Yo.
Later. Alright, let's do some racing before I call it a night. That was cool though.
Quirky little Metroidvania were somehow able to combine a vertical scrolling shooter with a Legend of Zelda game and make it work. It sounds like an absurd idea. I mean, like, you play as this little ship exploring this large territory in an almost entirely wordless plot, just blasting enemies and collecting upgrades and stuff. It's Legend of Zelda, but it's a bit more non-linear and open compared to how those games usually work. It's a game that starts off easy enough, but goes full bullet hell by the final battle. Yet it never feels unfair. The art style isn't always the most appealing, it's all a little bland, but the gameplay is top-notch, dude, and the design of the world is excellent. With some indie games like this often pushing $25 or more for shorter experiences, it's nice to see a game like this sell for just $15. It's well worth the price. Just a great, well-made little game. Next, over at number 11, Doom 2016. This game it came out, we weren't really sure what to expect, and it turned out to be awesome. Compared to Doom Eternal, which is maximalist in every possible way, the first Doom reboot from 2016 is almost quaint in its simplicity, but that's really what works in the game's favor. It's not too flashy and confusing, there's not too much going on, it's not confusing or overly complicated, it's just Doom. Get a big gun and run around as fast as you can and shoot demons. And for just 20 bucks, it's exactly what you want for a game like this. While we're on a Bethesda published game, there's actually a lot of stuff from them that's less than 20 bucks, and most of them are pretty great. Dishonored, The Evil Within, they're all under 20 bucks and worth a look. As much as we rag on Bethesda as a publisher sometimes, they have put out good stuff that also, again, happen to be cheap these days. Next over at number 10, Faith, the Unholy Trilogy. Now, look, 15 bucks here might sound steep for a trilogy of games that look like they were programmed on like a ZX Spectrum, but believe me, these games go places. The first game is the most conventional. There are a few surprises, like the first time the game switches perspectives entirely, but for the most part, it seems like it's like Newgrounds fodder. It's small. Stick with it for the second and third parts because, man, what a trip. I don't want to spoil anything about these games. They're not exactly scary, but they're a ride, regardless. If you're into bizarre, lo-fi horror games or just whacked out crazy stuff in general, then Faith needs to be seen. Next over at number 9, The Case of the Golden Idol. This brilliant puzzle game is like if you took some of the mechanics of Obra Dinn, but expanded them into something a little different, a little more puzzly, and a little less environmental. The game uses a pretty familiar keyword system where you need to fill in the blanks in order to piece together what happened for each individual case in the game, and it's all just extremely well done. Just a damn good puzzler. Yeah, the art style might take some getting used to, but for just around 17, 18 bucks, you're getting a lot of good mystery puzzle solving game here, and all of it is brilliantly, lovingly made. Next down at number 8, Metro Last Light Redux. We want some of that Stalker 2 flair without the big game length and game-breaking bugs and full price tag, then you should probably give the Metro games a whirl. The latest game, Metro Exodus, is still selling normally for over 20 bucks, but the second game in the trilogy is only 20. And in some ways, it's still our favorite. This one is the most Call of Duty of the Metro games, and you spend a lot of time getting into gunfights with bad guys while experiencing a pretty linear story, but it's so well-paced and fun. It's just a great thrill ride of a game that's a good length, and it has a lot of variety to the set pieces and tells a compelling, if bleak, story about mankind's capacity to destroy themselves, even after the world has fallen. Of course, you can also go back to the original Metro, which also got the Redux treatment that made it a better game overall. Either game, we would totally recommend. The first for a slower-paced, more atmospheric adventure, the second for more action, set pieces, and slicker overall presentation. Either way, for under 20 bucks, you should play some of these games. Now over at number 7, Inscription. This indie hit is a lot more than it seems. You probably already know that, it's kind of what makes this game so special, but if you don't, then I'm not going to totally ruin the surprise here. Inscription is just one of those games that seems extremely simple at first, but just keeps expanding in surprising and unexpected ways. It's a real journey going from where you start to where you end with this one. The only warning I would give is that if you're going to enjoy this game, you need to be okay with card games. If you just hate playing card games, then you will not like Inscription. The card mechanics remain essential all the way through to the end. It's hardly the only game with a meta-narrative that runs through it, but it's still one of the best, with new mysteries and gameplay options opening up constantly. And it just keeps things really consistent and fresh. It's just a good playthrough at 20 bucks. Number 6, Okami HD. Now, of course, all hail Okami 2, the sequel nobody ever thought was going to happen, is happening. So, we figured what better time to play the all-time classic in original glorious HD. Does the game still hold up? Yes, absolutely. You just have to kind of get on its wavelength. We're not going to dance around it. The opening of the game can be a little slow. The Legend of Zelda inspirations got a little too on the nose here, but once you're in the meat of this thing, it's a brilliant game, a great adventure with fun combat, and and a brilliant magic system, which involves drawing directly onto the screen using the celestial brush. Everything about Okami is a little idiosyncratic. It's a game that's sort of like a whole lot of other games, especially Zelda, but it's also its own unique, very special thing. It doesn't quite play like anything else, and some of its innovative features have yet to be, replicated or anything like that. Plus, you get to play as a dog. So for 20 bucks, this one is a classic. It's an easy recommendation. Now over at number 5, Resident Evil 7, the weird one, the game that single-handedly revitalized the Resident Evil franchise, at least sales-wise, and all it took was a change in perspective. Switching from the usual urban horror of the series to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like kind of crossed up with Evil Dead, was really a risky choice, definitely one that could have alienated fans and newcomers alike, especially me, but somehow the game worked. It kept what we love about Resident Evil, the puzzle solving, the tense inventory management, the exploration, the atmosphere, but changed just about everything else. It worked. And while the series seems to mostly be going back to its roots now, and I'm pretty excited, Resident Evil 7 isn't just some footnote in the franchise. It's actually one of the best horror games. It's legitimately scary, it's incredibly inspired, the VR version is also terrifying, and again, the game's 20 bucks. Most of the older original Resident Evil games on Steam are the same price. You can get Resident Evil 6, 5, Revelations games, and the original version of 4 for 20 bucks. But if you've never played any of them, maybe try 7. It's just kind of like its own thing. It's a strange departure for the series, but it's still awesome. You can just jump right in. Next over at number 4, Lunacid. This is a game with modern controls that manages to capture the spirit of the original King's Field games from Software. It's not a looker by design, but the sense of exploration is here. The way the world is slowly fleshed out and the way the dungeons get crazier as you explore it, it's satisfying as hell. It's a classic dungeon crawler with some modern quality of life improvements. Now, we're not saying, those old games suck or anything, or even that this game is any better, just that it's a modern version of some of those classic adventures, but with some interesting twists of its own. And for just $14, this is an easy recommend. It's just totally worth it for that price if you're into a kind of retro PS1 inspired game. Now down at number 3, Lethal Company. This cooperative horror game is cheap and still going strong. It's just 10 bucks to buy in, and if you like getting scared while your friends are nearby, probably getting scared too, then this one's a no-brainer. Combines elements of an extraction shooter and a horror game, and your mission is just to explore these randomly generated industrial wastelands looking for resources to sell for cold hard cash. But while you're doing that, you never know what kind of spooky monsters you're gonna run to in the dark. Seriously, when you first start playing this game, you're probably gonna have no idea what's going on. Like, the variety of different enemies that appear to make your life miserable is pretty big, and their behavior can be pretty unpredictable. The game's practically an SCP simulator with the bizarre enemies you find, each that do their own thing. Some stay away and try and pick off stragglers, some attack only when you're not looking at them, some attack when you do look at them, and those are some of the more basic ones. It can get a lot more complicated. Getting much done in this game requires solid communication and careful exploration, or you can all just split up and die. That's fun too. But we figured this one was worth a mention. Now Now down at number 2, Stardew Valley. We're coming up on 9 years of this game, and it's still going strong with constant updates from the developer, who just could not move on from this game. And while it's still only $15 for all this, just a complete package, what is even left to say about Stardew Valley at this point? It's one of the biggest indie hits of all time. Some people I just think didn't realize how cheap they could get it, but as of December 2024, it sold over 41 million copies, which is nuts for just what is essentially a cute little farming adventure game. But there's a lot to it. It just managed to strike a good chord with people. It's Harvest Moon Story of Seasons with a lot of smart quality of life improvements and better gameplay additions, and it's just a good chill-out kind of game. Now down at number 1, Vampire Survivors. This game is like the ultimate dopamine hit. Just non-stop flashing lights and sounds perfectly designed to just make you happy playing. It's a secret sauce that just works in a way that many other Vampire Survivor clones don't. And at just $5 for the full game, you'd be a fool not to at least try this one out. Actually, maybe you shouldn't, because this game can be destructive for your personal productivity. Like, you'll get so addicted and you'll waste a ton of time. You'll lose hours instantly. Also, if you throw in the Ode to Castlevania DLC for just $4 more, you're basically getting the sequel to Vampire Survivors in a single game. The DLC is fantastic. It gives you tons of new characters, a new map, things to do, Castlevania stuff, of course. It's amazing. Like, it's all just $9 for all this game, and that's the base price without discounts. It just really doesn't get better than that. We started off number 20 with Balatro, a highly addictive, cheap kind of indie game, and now we're ending at number 1 with pretty much the same thing. Well, those are 20 of the best games under $20 right now. Like I said, we just wanted to mention some random games today, so if you like what we were doing here, you know, you like these recommendations, clicking the like button's all you gotta do to help us out. We really appreciate it. And if you're new, consider subscribing, maybe hitting that notification bell, because we put out videos every single day. But as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
As we age, we get lines, and that's okay, but our makeup needs change. Traditional powdery foundations can make you look worse. They seep into your lines and dry down your skin. We need a foundation that is equal parts skincare and makeup. That's why I created One Foundation. This is a great product for people with lines in their face. An uplifting foundation actually softens their lines and just makes everything look beautiful and fresh on your face. It has such beautiful oils in it. You often don't need a moisturizer. The right amount of pigment. It's enough that gives you that even coverage without looking dry. It actually gives you a lift.
Older now, I start taking on foundation, it just makes you look older and more wrinkly. And the last thing I want is a cakey foundation. It's just going to accentuate wrinkles.
The older I get, the more that foundation actually works against me and makes me look older. This is beautiful. It makes my routine in the morning so fast. It makes me look like I have natural, beautiful skin. Look at my skin. Do you see any powdery, cakey, old-looking foundation? It's been life-changing for me. I can't believe it's taken so long to find this foundation.
It's youthful, it's glowing, it's moisturizing. You can go check it out, do a quiz, and get your shade match right away. And you're going to get up every day with a big smile on your face like me, because you're going to be so happy that you're wearing this.
Chubby, you don't know this yet. You will someday. The market share capture, the brain share capture of toddlers by Sesame Street is like 95%. It's insane.
It's still that high?
Oh yes,
That's
oh my
amazing.
God.
It's a classic. No, but I'm happy about it. I thought like it was over for Sesame Street, and now it was all like Cocomelon and no. Oh, that's really
They have got to strangle. They have your kid in there.
Yeah, it's Sesame Street. Oh, it's a healthy hit.
Peppa Pig and Cocomelon.
Oh, Peppa Pig
Cocomelon is like crack.
Cocomelon, I outlaw Cocomelon.
Cocomelon is dangerous.
Yeah,
I don't know what's
dangerous.
happening.
I call them the Coco Felons, the kids that watch that stuff.
I don't know what's
it's
happening.
Weird.
With
If I have to listen to any more Cocomelon, I'm bringing back stock and frisk. That's how much it will radicalize me.
This is What Now with Trevor Noah.
We were telling people, when we talked about it, I was like, do you know black people don't like know Malcolm's black, but white people don't know.
Yeah.
They were talking about, white people don't know.
I'm stealth. I would have, back in the day, we've been very. I was born in the wrong century, 19th century. Fantastic.
You would have taken the system down from the inside out.
Like historians would have uncovered documents. Like, wait a second, he was black. What was he doing in Congress?
Talk about Malcolm being passing to white people. Black people see the hair, they're like, no.
Yeah.
They're like,
it's a tell. It is a tell. It's completely a tell. But now I didn't know that. When did this Nigerian thing happen?
I did my 23andMe, and I'm 23% Igbo. Oh my God. Which is so fantastic. And I put it on Twitter, and this is like every Nigerian on Twitter was like, oh my God, fantastic. But every single one was positive. Like, it was the most, inclusive experience I've ever had in my life. I was very happy. But it was obvious because Jamaicans are all Igbo, right?
Yeah.
Jamaica's just Nigeria.
Right.
It's my advanced theory of Jamaica.
So you had no clue that you had any Nigerian in you.
Well, I guessed.
Okay, but now you know definitively.
Now I know.
Wait, what is it? So 23% Igbo?
Amount.
It's not enough for a tipping point, as we've learned from this book. It's not enough, Malcolm. You're like 7% short.
We can change the rules. You know, Nigerians.
Hey,
like to switch the rules.
Nigerians will 1%.
Each one of us.
So Nigerians will be technically 1% or is the more than.
On the Jamaican front, I was at the World Championships, track championships, and I see Shelly Ann Fraser-Price. Right? One of my heroes. So she's like this big. I go up and say, hello, my name is Malcolm. I don't know if you know this. I'm half Jamaican. She says, there's no such thing as half Jamaican.
There's only Jamaican.
That's the right attitude.
That is the right attitude.
That's the right attitude. There's no such thing as 23% Nigerian.
Yeah. I sometimes think it would. That's what, like, if instead of the British, if like Africans colonized the world, no one would have been left out. Do you know what I mean? Because because all other colonization was like, you're not like us.
Yeah.
And then whereas Africans are very much anyone black anywhere, they just go like, no, you're with us. Let's go. It doesn't matter. Have you even seen those videos online of people who just speak the language or can do the accent well? They're like, all right, you're one of us.
I'm saying Malcolm should go to Abbey State. They'll make him a chief. Chief black.
Oh man, Malcolm, I saw you releasing a new book, and you know I'm a huge fan of yours. We've talked over the years. I'm always trying to see what Malcolm Gladwell is thinking of, to give me a sense of like what I'm missing in the world. I think a lot of people think like that. As my friend David says, you've met David, always used to say, you make people think they're smart because they read your book and then they talk to other people about it. But like this book is an interesting take on Malcolm Gladwell, like Revenge of the Tipping Point. At first I was like, wait, is it a continuation? Is it a... But no, it feels like you are going up against you.
You thinking it's an exercise in self-hatred? Is that what you're saying?
No. Because here's the thing. Oftentimes people will write a book that, and very, very seldom will it change the world. Let's start with that, right? The Tipping Point, I would argue, changed the way people fundamentally think about many things. And then very few people would then go back and go, well, actually, let's change some of the thinking that this book basically laid the foundations for. Why do that?
Well, no one likes changing his mind. First of all, I just enjoy it. My dad really enjoyed it. And as a kid, some of my greatest memories of my father, who was a marvelous character, was him just shamelessly changing his mind on a subject, like without any explanation or apology. He just would agree. He'd talk to somebody, and he would always make this calculation. He would talk to someone, and if he thought they knew even 1% more on a subject than he did, he'd just like, all right, you're right. And now I think this. And he was done. I thought this was fantastic as a child. And secretly that's what I wanted. I want to be the guy who wakes up and decides. And Kate, my partner, is always making fun of me on this because I will not like someone and then just wake up. They're great. Like, why don't we have them over? She's like, wait, I thought you didn't like them. It's like, no, that was the past. Now I'm all over them. So I didn't read The Tipping Point after I wrote it. And then it was its anniversary, And I thought, oh, I should read it again because we were thinking of doing a revised edition. So I read it again. I'm like, wait a second, I wrote that? Like, I just felt I was like arguing with the book the whole time. So that's I want to do a new one. That was basically what happened.
Are you the opposite or the same?
I'm the opposite, and that's why I find it so interesting that you were raised by a man who like changes his mind easily. Like my parents are like deep Christians, and they're not changing their mind about anything.
My parents.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Wow. They're not changing.
All of us here.
Okay.
Super deep Christians. Here we are. Three of us are gathered in His name. Let's go.
No, but no, not changing my mind about that.
Yeah. So I'm saying that I'm used to real rigidity and rules, and I won't call it dogma, orthodoxy. Right? So it's surprising that I think it takes great humility, but it also must be quite painful to go back and read this book that, as Trevor said, changed the way we think about ideas and how they spread, and be like, not right.
I don't think it's painful. First of all, just to go back on parents for a second. So my father's, can I talk about dad?
Yeah, of course. Talk about your dad.
He passed 6 or 7 years ago, and I wrote his obituary, and I said he had strong opinions about the Bible, gardening, and mathematics, and on everything else he was open to suggestion. And I sort of think that's the right model. You got to have your core set of things that you hold dearly, and I think you should. I always use the phrase that ideas should be held loosely, and they're not values, but ideas. Values you hold tightly, but ideas you hold loosely because stuff changes and you grow up. In the original Tipping Point, there's a chapter on crime, which is just about why New York City crime fell in the 90s. It's an appalling chapter. I mean, it's just appalling.
Is this like the broken windows?
Yes. Jesus. Okay. I mean, I didn't know any better, I guess. But it's not difficult. To me, it's very freeing to say I was wrong.
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. Family Tina at a Miami villa, or hiding from her family Tina at a Utah spa hotel. Book whoever you want to be. Booking.com, yeah.
I'm curious, is it that do you think the world has changed that radically in the 25 years? Or were the ideas wrong then?
Well, the world, yes, of course the world has changed, although probably changed less than we think. I think sometimes we fetishize, certain kinds of technological innovation and think we've reinvented ourselves as human beings, and it's just, to my mind, a little bit more of the same. But mostly it's that I've moved, like the crime example is a good one. That I wrote that broken windows was a fetish in New York City in the 90s. The mayor, Giuliani at the time, was like running around and saying, the only way to stop murder was to stop people from peeing on the sidewalk. Now, I think he was right to say that people shouldn't be peeing on the sidewalk and we should clean up. That was totally right. But he made two subsequent connections. His first thing was that the way to stop people from engaging in that kind of behavior was to arrest them by the thousands. And then secondly, he said, and that's also, by the way, how you stop violent crime. Both of those second claims were, in retrospect, preposterous, right? In the moment in the late 90s when we had just witnessed New York go from being one of the least safe big cities in North America to one of the safest, we were sort of willing to pay any price for that improvement in safety and accept any explanation. And that was the fever that I was caught up in. I was like, okay, we're arresting hundreds of thousands of young black men in the Bronx and Brooklyn, but better that than being killed. That's what we were all thinking, right? And then, I subsequently learned this. It's actually an incredibly interesting history. What happens is a judge stops stop and frisk in New York. We go from stopping 700,000 people in 1 year to stopping 20,000. And everyone says, including the judge who stopped it, crime's going to go back up. And what happens? Crime falls another 50%. And everyone's like, oh my God. Not only was stop and frisk irrelevant to the crime drop, maybe it was preventing us from using police resources in a way that actually helped solve. So we learned this happened in 2012. And my point is, if you lived through that learning moment in 2012, when we took away stop and frisk and crime fell another 50%, if you lived through those next 5 years and you didn't change your mind, then you are morally bankrupt, right? You have to have changed your mind at that point. So you have to acknowledge it's not wrong to be wrong in 1996, it's wrong to not change your mind after we learn something crucial in those post-stop and frisk years. It's like you have to respond. The price of playing the game of ideas in the world is you have to stay on your toes and respond to new evidence as it arises. You want to play this game, that's the rule.
Okay, here's the thing. I think there are two things that you don't do that probably help you. One, you don't make it your identity. So you wrote about broken windows, but then there were some people who shaped their lives around broken windows. And then secondly, you didn't implement any policies. And I think that's probably one of the scariest things. Like politicians in America are perfect examples. Very few of them are able to say, yeah, that was wrong. We used data that at the time was misread or misunderstood, or we used what we had and we made an incorrect decision. They don't say that. They go like, no, if you look at what we were trying to do and we still, because everyone's afraid to say, I mean, just in life, everyone is afraid to say, I was wrong. Like listening to you right now, I don't know how many times I've heard human beings say that. Just go like, I look back and go like, damn, what was I thinking?
Oh, so, I mean, yeah, I find it so weird. And also it's so long ago, like this was the late 90s. I'm older than you guys, but it's like, have you looked at your high school yearbook, or like, it's just everything about it is cringeworthy. I mean, it should be fine to look back on your 25 years in the past self and have an issue. I would hope you would have an issue.
I think it's because so much of the world that we live in currently is built, say, as a foreigner coming to America. So many times the Constitution is referenced and the amendments are referenced. Our world is built on ideas that sometimes emerged thousands of years ago, and we refuse to revisit them in the same way we're revisiting Tipping Point.
But the funny thing about the amendments for me is the name itself. Like whenever people get angry, you know, like you talk about the amendments, you go like, oh, you change the amendment. Then like, you don't change the amendment. Then I'm like, amendment means change. It literally means change.
But they don't want any more change.
Yes, but what I'm saying is like, that's what I find ironic in the whole situation is like, I agree with you. Constitution, old document, but it's a living document. You know, it was one of the first documents that was created where they said, hey, the whole purpose of this thing is that you're supposed to change it because, look, we think what we think right now. It's almost like the forefathers looked at each other and was like, I don't know about these wigs, I don't know about these shoes, so I don't know about these ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's let people change them. And I've seen, I mean, I don't know if you like read reviews about your work. Some people almost seem angry at you. They like seem angry that Malcolm Gladwell would change, because here's my theory. So I love changing my mind. Maybe that's why I like you so much. But I think some people base their ideas on other people's ideas. And so then if you change your idea, they get so angry at you. Because they're like, no, you... Because
you're making them do work.
Yeah.
You have to revise your opinion on them, and that seems like that seems like an imposition. I think that's what, as opposed to kind of, you know, it's the same way when a musician makes a kind of change in their style.
Yeah.
There's always a set of fans who are appalled by this, like they don't like, they want the musician to be kind of frozen in amber, to be the same person they encountered for the first time at 16. How dare you use an electric guitar or whatever the argument is. Yeah, it is a funny. I think the question is, who is your obligation to as a writer? Is it to your audience or is it to yourself? And I think it has to be, first and foremost, it has to be to yourself.
We're going to continue this conversation right after this short break. So now let's play. I want to play a Malcolm Gladwell game in this moment here. So someone might go, but Malcolm, how can I trust this? Because now like you just wrote a book that says I shouldn't trust what you wrote in the other book, and then how do you do you know what I mean?
It's not that you shouldn't trust what I said in the other book.
Right.
It's that I moved on. it's just not where I am at this moment.
So you're saying like it's not that the ideas are wrong, it's that we should be able to change we should be able to evolve our ideas based on new information.
I haven't repudiated them. They're not who I am now, right?
Yeah.
It's, in the same way, it wasn't, to go back to my dad, for example, when my dad changed his mind, sometimes it would be, he would go from, A to Z. But sometimes it was there was an earlier version of himself that believed this, and then that self was gone. And he was now someone who believed this new thing. It was just it's just about accepting the evolution. The thinking involves evolution.
You're somebody, you're a journalist, and you used digging and burrowing and, finding old tapes and newspaper articles. And, like, for the average person, like, where do they get the new ideas? Where do they even get the opportunity to change their minds,
This is interesting. I have a friend of mine, I was playing the game of, I love playing the Magic Wand game, where you can wave a Magic Wand and change something. And her answer was to make everyone in the world for 1 year trade places with someone else in the world. So just imagine a big everyone in the world puts a
random swap,
and then you take, you put your address, in a hat, and then you pull out a different address, and you got to live there for a year. And her argument would be...
This only works for people with addresses, by the way. I'm just going to point this out.
If you're unhoused.
Yeah, some people are just on the street. You just have to put where you were on the street, and then someone matches with you.
And her argument would be that this would be the single greatest way to solve, the single greatest short-term solution to mankind's problems. But I think she's 100% right. This is such a genius idea. But my point is, if you want to participate in the world in a kind of ethical way, you have to do a version of this in your life. Mm-hmm. So I have a simple thing I do, which is I try and change the people I follow a very small number of people on Twitter, and I constantly change them. And so I cycle through, I'm always, once a week or something, I drop 2 or 3 people and add 2 or 3 people, just trying to, because you get exposed to new.
Yeah.
And I try to get I also want, so I follow the Ukrainian war, I don't know why, really closely, but entirely through these ex-military guys who are obsessed with logistics. Of these guys. And it's stuff I would never in a million years have heard of before. It's none of what they say is in the news. It's all so weird. It's super interesting. My favorite guy is this guy, Trent Cholenko. I want to meet him one day. Who's by the way, he's been saying that Russians are going to lose. He's been saying this since the beginning of the war. And he had this great tweet early in the war where he found a photograph of a Russian transport carrier, like a truck, that was stuck in the mud.
Yeah.
And zeroes in on the tires.
Oh, I remember this.
Do you remember this?
Yes, I remember this.
Made in the USSR. And he was like, they've lost. They can't win. Their tires are from before the wall fell.
Yeah.
And he goes this whole rant about tires, but how you gotta be rotating the tires. If the truck's in storage, the tire's gonna break apart. It's and if there's tires of that says that this doesn't work and you don't have this, and it's so that's you have to keep exposing yourself. That's how you learn about what you need to update.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now when I read something conventional about the war, I have a slightly different perspective because I have trends in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm asking a different set of questions about it than I would have otherwise. It's not that I'm a skeptic. It's just that I have a different, I'm looking at it from a different perspective.
What you've described, I think you have this basic level of intellectual curiosity. And Trevor said earlier that the reason you can hold your ideas loosely is because your ideas aren't your identity.
Yeah.
Now, I would say it feels in this specific moment for a lot of people that their ideas are actually a huge part of their identity. They make up their identity. So if they're not going to come apart from that idea because it's who am I? There's a vacuum to that. So what do we do when we're engaging with people in our lives who ideas have become their identity, and you're trying to get them to see another point of view or point them towards something else, and they're like, oh, you're just a crazy liberal, or you're just a crazy conservative.
Yeah. I thought about this recently because I go to this little coffee shop near my hometown upstate, and there's always these 2 old guys who are in the corner. They're there every time I go there, and they're always having an argument about, not an argument, a long discussion about movies. They're movie junkies. and they have encyclopedic knowledge, and they eavesdrop all the time. And I realized that there's something really lovely there, which is that they have clearly a huge part of their identity is about the enjoyment and appreciation of that particular art form. And I would imagine that if one of those guys was a Trumper, MAGA type, and the other was a diehard liberal, it wouldn't matter because they had found this area that was more important to them, and where they could find common ground, where they could find each other, find joy in each other's company. And it's those kinds of spaces that I feel have been eroded. I used the movie example for a reason, which was, for the longest time in many cultures around the world, the movies occupied this huge position in the way people related to the world.
Yeah.
They saw, you talk to people who grew up in New York in the 30s and 40s, they would see a movie every day. And that's what they would talk about on the playground.
Yeah.
And that's what they would, sports function in that way. And I sometimes think that what we need actually weirdly is more sports, not less sports, because sports are one of the few things that can occupy a big space and bring people together. And you can have a long conversation with someone about sports and politics will never come up. Even my parents would be a good example. My, white father, black mother, a lot of people looked at them and said, you guys are so different. That's not how they organized their life. They said they thought they were exactly the same. They thought we're two committed Christians who, their fathers read the same books. I think that's the issue. It's just not good to spend all your time wallowing in political arguments.
But I also think it's this. I think I remember a friend of mine describing to me, he worked as a computer programmer. And I remember one day he was explaining the concept of the second system effect. The second system effect is what they teach programmers and coders about when working on a program and then moving it to the next version. And they go, you always have to consider the things that might happen that you don't know might happen because you've now changed the program over. Because you always think of what you're updating, you always think of what you're improving, but you seldom think of what that could cause as a knock-on effect to what you didn't want, an unintended consequence. And oftentimes that's what happens, right? You'll see it on your phone all the time. They'll go new software, and then very quickly afterwards they'll be like, new software on top of the new software, because we just realized that what the new software did was it made the keyboard unusable when you were sending a text to certain people in a group chat. That's a second system effect, right? And that gave me a whole new way to think about life, because now I would go, oh, sometimes we make a change that is oftentimes an improvement, by the way, but we don't think of what the possible second system effect could be. Like streaming and the proliferation of TV shows and like on demand. You can watch Breaking Bad when you want to watch Breaking Bad. And have you watched Game of Thrones? I'll watch it when you know what I mean? It's given you so much choice. But what a lot of people don't realize is it's robbed us of communal consumption. But then what have we all seen? The debate. Oh, I saw the debate. Oh, I saw the debate. Did you see the debate?
Yeah.
And so unfortunately now, I don't think it's politics so much as it's live. Live is the only thing that still exists in society that forces us to all to experience it at the same time. And so it's not sports and it's not politics. It's just these are the final vestiges of live television. The debates are live. The election is live.
Olympics.
The Trump assassination is live. The Olympics are live. The Super Bowl is live. But I think what it's done is it's robbed us of shared realities, is what I think. I used to watch the same TV shows as my parents, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. And inversely, they had to watch the same shows I watched. So sometimes my mom would be watching the cartoons or the sitcoms that I was watching before we got to the news or like a murder movie documentary or whatever thing. But we had ATV and it played in linear time. So we just had to do it together. And I actually think that's one of the things that we're experiencing in society is less live.
I realize now when I'm outside of live, like many people, I'm lost.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched Perfect Couple.
Yeah.
Why did I watch Perfect Couple on Netflix? It's like, I'm never getting. I got like got 5 episodes in. I'm like, I cannot believe that I have just devoted this.
now it's time for F1 Love, the segment where I get to talk all things F1 and why you should be excited for the F1 Las Vegas GP. So if you know anything about me, you know I love a few things in my life. I love video games, I love tech, I love traveling, I love copious amounts of ice cream, and there are few things I love more than Formula One. I've been watching Formula One my entire life. I started watching it with my dad. I think I've told you this, but yeah, it is one of the most exciting, crazy, anything can happen sports in the world. And as I've grown to appreciate it more because, you know, F1 athletes apparently are the fittest athletes in the world. They've got some of the strongest necks, which I know is a weird thing to think is cool, but I do. Because apparently their necks can sustain like 3, 4, or 5G, which is pretty insane if you know what a neck can usually handle. But anyway, I'm really excited because Formula One used to only be in Europe, and now one of the most exciting races of the season is in Las Vegas. Formula One has two kinds of races. You've got the races that are on tracks, and so those ones are really fun and fantastic. But then, every now and again, you'll have a race that's on the streets of the city that it's in. And the F1 race in Las Vegas is one of those. The cars are out on the strip, racing around. I'm talking of hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour. The stuff you wish you could do, they do it for real. And Vegas is the best place for it. You get to go out, you get to see the drivers over the weekend, you get to hear the cars. And if you've never heard an F1 car, like, you haven't lived. It literally sounds like the end and the beginning of the world at the same time. If you get a chance, try and go through the pit lanes if you have that opportunity. It's amazing. You get to see the cars up close, you get to see the technology, you get to see, like, even the tires. The tires are so impressive. But if you don't get the backstage experience, just go to the race. Wear a hat, cheer for a team, see people drive cars the way they're supposed to be driven, and then think to yourself, I could do that at home, but do not do it at home. That was F1 Love, brought to you by Las Vegas, hosting the upcoming F1 race, November 21 to 23. Tickets are available now by visiting f1lasvegasgp.com/tickets.
As a mama to 2 toddlers, one thing I love to be is classy and comfortable no matter where I go. That is why I love my Mary Jane. She's from Avaya. Love these so much because they're between a sneaker and a slipper. Look at the soles on these. Not only are they so classy looking and comfortable, but y'all, these are so perfect for having to chase your toddler around. And not only that, but they are classy for mom's personal time alone. I also have these beautiful Avaya Mary Janes in red, so let's...
There's got to be one chapter in this book that you enjoyed writing the most. Like you have like a guilty joy when it comes to certain topics. This is something I know about you. You have like you'll have like a giggle in you. You have like a mischievous feeling in you, where you're like, ooh, I love that I'm getting into this. So what's like the most Gladwell chapter in this book?
It's the Harvard chapter.
The Harvard chapter, the admissions.
Why
Okay,
does
let's talk through that.
It's all about this strange fact that there is no university in the United States that has more Division I varsity sports than Harvard. So everyone thinks that the sports-obsessed schools are like in the South. No. The most sports-obsessed school is Harvard. Not only that, they're so obsessed with that if you're an athlete, they have the front doors for smart kids who compete, and it's really hard to get in the front door. They have a back door for athletes and rich people.
Yes, definitely, of course.
And the back door is way easier to get. The simplest way to get into Harvard is to be a good athlete, not to be a good student. So the question is, why would they care so much about sports that they would like create a special back door for them and also play so many? And I think the answer is in the kind of sports they're playing. So what sports are, if they have all these rowing, middleweight or heavyweight and lightweight rowing, and each team is like, what is it, 25? I forgot, some incredible number. Fencing,
fencing,
sailing.
Oh,
how do you feel about sailing? Tennis. Just tennis. Now rugby. So you guys are Africans, particularly you guys are serious rugby thing.
Yeah.
Understand that in the American context.
Oh no.
Yes. Rugby's a very different.
Thank you for the follow.
They're not playing rugby and such.
Right.
Field hockey, squash. You can see what I'm going.
Yeah.
So they reserve. Now, you add up all those numbers, men and women, right?
Ew.
Coaches, kids sitting on the bench. You add all those numbers up and you see that they have reserved an entire huge pool of admission slots for white people with enough money to be good at white people sports.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing is like so hilariously obvious. And like they're pretending, for years they've been pretending, oh no, we believe the athlete brings something special to the camp. No bullshit. Like I do this thing with tennis. In order to play Division I tennis in this country, you must have played junior tennis.
Okay.
In order to play junior tennis, your parents have to, I did the math, have to spend at a minimum $50,000 a year on your game, and probably north of $100,000 when you add up all the things. So basically what Harvard is saying is we've got whatever it is, 12 spots on our tennis team, which we are reserving for people who have parents capable of spending $100,000 a year on their games. Like, it's like, I mean, if you don't do this, if you have an elite school that just takes the smartest kids, what that means is your culture is gonna turn over with each new wave of smart immigrants that come.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be all Jewish in the 50s, then you're gonna be all Korean now,
damn.
and you're gonna be all Nigerian in like 10 years.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
I think it's an amazing thing.
Why
But
would
like,
you?
But you can't. But you can see how if your conception of what your school is a place where you have lots of preppy kids in blazers, you can't play that game.
Yeah.
Because you're going to wake up one day and you're going to have a lot of Igbo shouting at loud voices running around your campus, like, and that's unthinkable. If
You know, it's funny that you say that because I've noticed that in traveling the world, there are some cities in the world that have made it so that the area, like certain areas, are sort of dictated by who can just afford to buy there, right? So like there'll be parts of London, for instance, where I went like 20 years ago, and then it was like a certain group of people, and then all of a sudden and then it would like be Russian, and then it would be this, and then it would be that, and I was just like, oh wow, this whole area switched up, because the money is something that can shift to people and to cultures.
Yeah.
But now rowing and sailing and that doesn't change.
That does not change.
Do you know what I mean? Let me ask you a question, Malcolm. Like, in the book, there are many moments where you talk about like, it's not necessarily the tipping point, but it's like some of the larger things that made something happen. Like for instance, you talk about Will and Grace, you know, and you go, this is like the show that changes people's perspectives on gay people in America, etc. You know, and then some people go like, but what about Ellen? Ellen was on before that. And in the opioid section, you know, when you're talking about the Sackler family, you're like, this is, you know, the story they told in the passive voice when they're defending themselves, and you tell the story where some people might read it and go like, oh, but I actually think the issue is the doctors. Like, how do you choose to hone in, or where do you think you actually found the real lever that has moved society or shifted in a certain direction versus others?
So the Will and Grace, this is the Will and Grace one, that was really interesting. So there's a really brilliant woman whose work I read and love, by the name of Bonnie Dow, who does this kind of meta-analysis of television shows and their importance. She looked at the way, including in Ellen, the way that television had described and discussed gay relationships. And she said that up until Will and Grace, every time gay people were talked about, even if they were talked about on television in a positive way, a series of rules were in place. The emphasis on the show was always about how straight people reacted to.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art form. Create the grid you want, shaping every section intuitively. And get down to detail with the total control and pixel-perfect precision your vision requires. Repeat your designs at scale to get the momentum your project needs. With all the flexibility to adapt your layout across screen sizes instantly. Deliver faster and set your creativity free.
That client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
I'm already so pruny.
This is fixable. Just use Grammarly. We'll crush it.
I'm already crushed. I cannot be crushed any further. Spoke too soon.
Okay, first use Grammarly's AI to sound confident so the team doesn't think you're drowning. Now let's get to that proposal. Grammarly can look through the proposal to find what's missing. Wow. Like in the intro, you need to show the clients what's at stake.
That took me 2 days to write. I had to ignore like 18 things from Pat just to focus on.
Well, now it takes one click. And look, Grammarly knows the audience is non-technical, so it can take out the jargon and make the benefits easier to understand.
Wow. I think our clients are gonna love this.
I'm gonna resubmit it. And with Grammarly working across 500,000 apps and websites, we'll never be underwater again!
It's approved, tell the team. But hey, I think 8 exclamation marks might be overdoing it. Grammarly says 1 is enough.
Well, I appreciate that, Grammarly, but this is an 8 exclamation situation.
Def, totes. Download Grammarly for free.
The gay person, not on the gay person themselves. The second thing was that the gay person's gayness was always a problem that had to be solved. And the third thing was that the gay person was always in isolation. So she looks at Ellen, she says, Ellen, yes, had a gay character, first openly gay character on network television. But those 3 rules were still in effect. The whole, when Ellen comes out in that pivotal sitcom show from whenever it was, all the rules are in effect. Her gayness is a problem her friends have to solve. The whole show is about her straight friends dealing with the fact that Ellen is like complicated their lives. And she has no gay community on her show. It's just her. Will and Grace comes along and breaks all 3 rules for the first time on television. Will's got a community. He's got Jack, right? And that whole like, his gayness is not a problem to be solved. It's never even a problem. It's just a fact, right? And the show is not about straight people reacting to Will. It's about Will and Grace together reacting normally to, and that makes that show revolutionary. That argument to me is so, and if all you do is watch Will and Grace without the benefit of that kind of analysis, you miss it. There's an incredible book that was written about the way Hollywood treated homosexuality, pointing out that look at all the movies in which gay people appear from the 60s through the end of the 90s. And this guy just counts up what happens to the character, the gay character, and like in 60% of the cases the gay character dies, in 10% they commit suicide, in 10% they die of a drug overdose. Like, Hollywood just killed them off.
Right.
Like, that's what they did. And you were allowed to feel sympathy for, but they were always it was always this dreadful burden, right? And Will and Grace, it's not a burden. It's just like, he's just happens to
be part of their life.
It's just part of their life. And that is so, like, I feel like it is no coincidence that's right around the time when the country wakes up one day, after flipping out about gay marriage, wakes up one day and just doesn't even say, I love gay marriage, just shrugs and says, are we really going to fight about this? And it just goes away.
So it's actually funny, you know, when I was reading through that chapter, and when I was reading through some of the chapters about like over stories that you talk about, you know, the story that is over every other story that we're telling ourselves. I don't know if you've watched it. There's an animated movie. I think it's Mitchell's versus the Machines. I think it's called. And it's a story of this family that goes up against like machines taking over the world. And one day I was having a conversation with a group of friends. And someone said to me like, oh, I hated that movie. And I was like, really? It was a great movie. They're like, yeah, it was great, but I didn't like that at the end we learned that the main protagonist was a gay character. And I was like, why not? You know, like, why didn't we know from the beginning? I feel like you should try to sneak it in. And I was like, well, are you pro? And she's like, no, I'm pro gay rights. And that's why I feel like it should have been. And then I said, I think that's been the problem with a lot of programming actually, is that because Hollywood as a whole, and obviously I'm using a big umbrella here, but because Hollywood as a whole, people forget is a business, they make these like fake stories and fake moves that are artificially trying to jump on trends that are not trends. Do you get what I'm saying? So they'll be like, oh wow, gay people are becoming very popular in society. we need to make a gay show. And you're like, what is a gay show? And they're like, a show where a person uses their gayness to make sure that the community center doesn't get shut down. And it's like, guys, that's not a show. That's not a thing. Gay people are not using their gayness to do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I actually think that becomes part of the problem is like now we are not witnessing people as human beings. The story is about you are black, and so now because of your blackness, you must make the black blackity black. I was like, no, man, just make a story. And to your point, Will and Grace, it's like, yeah, Will and Jack they were gay, but the story wasn't like what gay thing gays them today. It was like, no, it's just a story. And you got to know them as human beings.
And the show is interesting because it puts a finger on the issue. Fundamentally, was not that by the early 21st century, most Americans thought that there was something pathological about being gay, or they had some revulsion at. No, it was quite specific. It was, they did not believe that gay people were capable of the same kind of relationships as straight people. It was that specific. It was about relationships, and that's why marriage was being denied. And that show is just about a successful relationship involving and in the previous sort of, to get your point, Trevor, the preachiness assumed the problem was specific to something about the gay person and the way they practiced life. No. It was a separate thing about could they participate in something that straight people have been participating in for thousands and thousands of years, and just getting people to say, oh yeah, they can participate. That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't need to win the bigger battle.
Right. I've seen a few times how, so like for me this is purely anecdotal, but in New York I play football, I play soccer with a bunch of guys from all over the world, literally all over the world, all different walks of life. You know, like we have all of Africa on the team, and then we have Europe, and then we have Eastern Europe, and then we have like sometimes we'll have like Australia and Asia, and then America, obviously. But it'll be a collection, 22 guys from everywhere coming together. And one of the fascinating things I've noticed is we have built our relationships and our friendships and our perceptions of each other and each other's peoples without ever speaking about them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
When we come to the game, we play the game. I judge the other people by how they play the game, and they judge me by how I play the game. Badly, well on a day, terribly. But that's how we know each other. So you're like, Latif, why don't you do this? You always do this. Joe, why are you doing this? Oh, no, zero technique. You have zero technique. Why are you doing this? And it's like, shut up, Joe. And then like, what I realized the one day was almost magical is like everyone on that team has a human example of somebody from another country. So if you say to them, what are you Ugandans? They go like, oh man, I know this guy Joe, he's from Uganda. And it's like, oh, what are Ugandans? Then it's just like, you know him as a human being. Does that make sense? And I think sometimes like in these stories, we forget that we don't get to know people as human beings because we don't see them doing human being things. And then we give ourselves like we give like I mean, when I say ourselves, I mean like, let's say the dominant group, you get to exist in your fullness.
Yeah.
And then everyone who's on the margins has to exist only in one area. It's like, all right, gay people, you get a day of pride, and then the rest of it is for straight people. And even then we're going to be like, why do you get a day? And you're like, well, every day is a straight pride day. You know, every day is like chinos and terrible shirts. It's like,
it's also, the soccer thing is great because the key to getting people to making that magic happen is to have give everyone a job to do. You're all busy. Yeah. That's why it works.
Yeah.
Right? That's the kind of, I always put the busyness thing. If you're all focused on the game, you're exhausted, you're running up and down, who has time for all the nonsense?
Don't go anywhere, because we got more What Now after this.
Malcolm, I'm curious. You say you went back, read Tipping Point, and you're like, this is appalling, right? I'm interested about why it wasn't just an amendment, because most people would do like, there's a revised edition and you write a chapter and you say like, it's a summary. Why is it revisiting and it's a whole book?
Because I'm crazy.
Okay.
Because I don't have enough to do. Because because having 2 kids apparently is just really easy, and I can do, I got time.
I'm loving watching the difference in a man's perspective on having kids and a woman's. Malcolm's like, yeah, it feels like you have more time, and Cristiano's like, there's no time left.
My life is over. I'm like, I wrote another book.
No, I've worked it out that I have 45 minutes to myself a day.
Okay.
Between 10 and 10:45. That's my time.
Okay. And you write your book.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
And you write your book.
No. No, I don't know. I also thought it would be fun. I actually I've been enjoying myself tremendously over the last, I've had a kind of, ever since I started the podcasting stuff, it's loosened me up about, I'm a lot less precious about the stuff I do, and I'm doing different kinds of stories, and my position now is why not?
Yeah.
And why not do something? It sounds like it'll be interesting. Who knows what'll happen? The turning point for me was when I started the podcast and I started doing weird shows on cranky kind of, going after golfers or whatever. And I was like, that was really fun. Like, I didn't realize that kind of thing. And then I did that audiobook with Paul Simon, with my friend Bruce, which, I don't really know that much about music. I know I like Paul Simon. And we just sat down with him, and it was just we did hours and hours of interviews with him, and it literally changed my life. I just realized, wow, I thought I was in this for the writing. I'm not. I'm in this because I like talking to people. I like interviewing them. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Right.
And when I realized that, it's like, oh, this clarifies everything. I shouldn't be obsessing about how I'm going to make a story out of this. I should be obsessing about the interview, the conversation. And so I did it again this summer with this incredible woman. And I met with her like 8 times. And she's someone who deals with trauma. I'm going to get emotional. She was involved with a guy on death row and she fails to keep him alive, to save him, and he gets killed by the state.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know what was going through her head when he died. That's what I wanted to know. And I decided I was going to take the long path. We took 16 hours, whatever it was, to get there.
Wow.
And then we kind of got there, and I was completely overwhelmed. I couldn't stop crying. It was so, and then I went back and I interviewed it was so unprofessional. I interviewed the lawyer, the guy's lawyer, and I had him tell the same story. And I couldn't stop crying. I had to end the interview. I was like, sorry, I'm sorry, sir, I can't. It's just, but it was because I just made that investment, and I had just sat and listened, right? I realized at the grand old age of 61, I realized that's what I want to do. Like and there's a lot of that in this book. There's a lot of this just sitting and listening to people, and kind of trying to make sense of them.
What I'm hearing you say is something that I feel like we could all work on a little bit more, and that is being a little less serious about how we see ourselves in the world, because I think of the different paths, the different universes that Malcolm Gladwell could have been in. You could have been someone that got more serious and more prescriptive, and you could have written a book about, and now let me tell you, it's 20,000 hours, and here's what else you got to do. It's not just the windows, it's the doors and the floors and the sidewalks and you could have, no, you really. And I think there are people who do that because it becomes, again, going back to, it becomes their identity. So they're like, I've achieved success in this, I must hold on to it, and I need to do more of it. And then the second part of it is we forget to have fun. We forget the fun side of life. We forget the enjoyment. We forget people are very serious about things. I even noticed I was falling into it. If you asked me a question, I would give you the serious answer first, but I'm not that person actually, and I've noticed it starting in America, to be honest, and South Africa is very far behind, thank God. But when I'm in South Africa, I realize I'm taking this far too seriously. I'm taking all of it too seriously. Do you know what I'm saying?
Can I tell you my South Africa story on this very fun?
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, I forget. The president of South Africa, his name is
Ramaphosa.
Ramaphosa.
Yeah. Cyril Ramaphosa.
So I'm at this conference in South Africa. Actually, that's when I texted you because I was walking around Cape Town, and I was like, white people know their real estate. And then and Trevor's like, yes, they do. So I go to this conference, and Ramaphosa is speaking. He gets up in front of the stage. He's like, and the lights go out, right? Because the power is always going off in Cape Town. And then there's silence. And then you hear Ramaphosa saying, "It's all my fault." And the whole room just starts laughing. I was like,
With so many choices on Booking.com, there are so many Tina Feys I could be. Music buff Tina at a Nashville vacation home? Or just buff Tina at a hotel gym? Book whoever you want to be. Booking.com, yeah.
how many leaders of major countries in the world would make a self-deprecating joke at that moment? Because it's been a huge political issue for him.
Huge issue.
And so what does he do? He makes, and it's like, it was hilarious. It's just hilarious. I was like, this is off topic, but I was chatting with all these people at this conference, and I'm talking about, I was like, you know, haven't a lot of people been leaving South Africa? Aren't you worried? This guy says, no, it's the best thing. He's like, the only people left in South Africa now are the people who want to be here.
Yeah.
I thought that was fantastic. It like totally changed my perception of, it's like, that's right. They're the ones who are tough enough and are interested and committed. And like, and his point was like, let them go. You know, we're here. It's beautiful.
Malcolm, if you want to revisit another book, I'll put Blink aside because Blink is one of my favorites. Outliers. This 10,000 hours rule. As a parent, I know a lot of people who've been parents for more than 10,000 hours.
Doesn't get any better.
They are terrible.
Terrible.
And they raise rotten kids. Look at the world we live in. So many broken people who need therapy. I think we need to go back and look at the 10,000 hour rule.
No, you're absolutely right. You know, do you do this? I've started to do this now, and it's so terrible. I now, with no standing whatsoever, other than 3 years as a parent, I'm just openly critiquing people's parenting.
I'm very judgmental. Judging is fun. It's so fun.
I have to stop myself. You do it like, you see later. You got to stop it. I'm a Virgo. It makes it worse.
Oh, yeah.
Have you found that your children have changed how you even look at data or storytelling or stories?
There's zero connection between any intellectual idea I've ever held and my parenting. This is another thing that's totally surprising.
No, I'm not saying your parenting. I mean more them being in your life. And then, like, for instance, I'm watching your face while you speak about them. Every mention of them, even the idea of them, your face lights up in a different way.
Yeah.
You laugh, you giggle, there's a different side of you that comes out. So I'm asking, how have they affected the way you see data or stories or the world or even your impact on it?
How you approach your work.
Yeah.
Because they always ask women this question. So I like that Trevor's asking a man this question.
Well, I always look at their free content. I find them just endlessly hilarious, and it makes it very difficult for me to take other things as serious.
Oh, there you go.
So it is part of like, they just become the center of your universe, and like everything else sort of fades away in importance. Any disappointment I have is irrelevant to them. It's just so liberating. Like, you know, they just, you know, my 3-year-old this morning just wanted to like draw. She's making a picture she has a crush on the girlfriend of the nanny. It's the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. And she was making a picture for them.
Aww.
And that's what she's, you know, and like everything else kind of, but it has, but I do understand, you do understand how powerless you are. It's just like, it's hilarious.
It's this surrender.
You just surrender.
But our kids are so different. My 4-year-old threw the most explosive tantrum in the Grove the other day, and the old man sitting next to us switched off his hearing aid.
Wow.
Wow.
He switched it off, and I was like, that's judging my parenting.
That's epic.
But he's great. He's great. But he has these moments of like, he becomes really
He's got
serene.
high spirits, and you should have
energetic.
High spirits. That's a good sign.
Yeah. But then it was also, I have to surrender. That's all. You know, that gentle parenting bullshit. Just ride the wave, and it will end.
Yeah, you know what? In a few years, maybe in a decade, we'll get to relook at our parenting today. And we'll be like, maybe we could have been a little harsher. Maybe we could have.
Yeah, but
I have a theory.
Trevor wants to bring back beating kids.
No.
Let
me be on the record. Before we wrap this up, let me be on the record and say, I do not believe that I don't believe that parents should ever hit their kids. Ever. However, I do think other people should be allowed to hit your kids. Because then we've created, it's a community thing. and it's like parents can signal to other people that they need their kid disciplined, then there's no conflict in your child's mind between love and discipline. Let's think, we don't have to solve it now. You go do the research. You think about it as a parent.
No, you're
I'm going to go formulate the idea and then we'll come back.
I'm totally down with
Let's go back
this.
to the village.
I wish someone else from another table would come
that's
over
what I'm
and
saying.
say, no,
we
you
could be helping each other.
Yeah, 100%. If I see you across the room at some restaurant,
Anytime. Signal me from afar. I will come over and I will do that for you. Malcolm, I know you've got to go now. I want to say thank you, man. Thank you for spending the time with us.
This is really fun.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Great.
That was lovely, guys.
I want to see pictures now.
Oh, I'll show you a picture. I'll get my phone.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
This is the moment I realised something had gone very wrong. It feels like I'm in turbulence. Let me explain. GT7's daily race scene this week is a crazy one, but not in the way you might think. Le Mans, no chicanes, and in Group C cars. Interesting, yes, but not completely crazy. So let me show you what happened once I got into the race. Has everyone else got this? Has everyone else got this? I'm going to have to do this down the straight. But that wasn't even the main issue. If you've driven Le Mans, you will know that bump drafting is a major factor. Pushing a driver in front so you can gain 10 to 20 miles an hour of extra speed on that super long straight. And this is where GT7 has its biggest issue. It was registering these small, friendly bumps as contact with other cars. And in the background was costing us serious safety rating. And I didn't know just how much until the end of the race. With our DR reset, all we could do was fight back, trying to get some solid results to claw ourselves back up to where we once were at A+. Oh my goodness. It's happening already. Oh, the speed, the speed! Steady on wheel. Hold on. Ah! We shouldn't be doing this, guys, at 222 miles an hour. It's gone wide. So in this fight back, I'm going to show you 3 races in the attempt to do something I've never done before. Let's try and stay here. What's going on up there? Is someone in the pits? Someone in the lane of shame? Thank you. The slightest of touches there. But it was going to be absolutely crucial to avoid too much contact so we don't get reset again. So the mission was win, but without any contact. With that move made, the gauntlet was thrown down. Myself versus DJ Olive, who also has had his DR reset. Therefore, he was not going to take this one lying down. We need to start thinking about this. Come on, go on, go on. That was Glow 210 in Australia, crikey. So in this lap we had to experiment to see what our move was going to have to be if we were going to be in front when we needed to be on the final lap. So I'm going to be behind him here. Will we pass him before Indianapolis? Let's have a look. Yeah, we need to be ahead of him there. We need to be right behind him going into Indianapolis. No, sorry, coming out of... No, I don't know what word it is. Oh, is he going to get a penalty? He might have just gifted us this. If he gets a penalty. Yeah, he's got one. We win. That penalty meant we didn't need to make the move. But we did need to hold on to the position through the final sector here, where we knew the Mazda was much better than the cumbersome Nissan. With a win under our belts, time to see what our DR was doing. Starting from pole is normally an advantage, the best place to be. In this race though, it really wasn't. Crikey! Let's just survive. Come on, we're okay. Everyone's okay. He's inside me, but we're okay. No! Oh, this guy, I remember this guy. Don't remember that guy though. And as you can see there, surviving was absolutely everything in this race.
Discovered I got a flat tire and no one can help. It pays to be prepared. Keep this in your glove box. A brilliant engineer has developed an incredible compact air compressor. It gives Americans a fast and easy solution to inflate car tires or other air-holding objects within seconds. Due to its compact size and exceptional power, it's quickly replacing manual air pumps and bulky air compressors. Experts predict that by 2024, over 90% of American car owners will own this portable air pump. George is an aviation engineer with over 15 years of experience. One night, while driving home after a long day of work, he got himself in a very dangerous situation. A warning popped up on his car's dashboard mentioning extremely low tire pressure, but before he could reach the nearest gas station air pump,
Boys, I can't go anywhere. Boys. This guy scares me. Hello? Let's go the right way, shall we? Now, we did have to dodge that, but there were a lot of penalties up ahead. We were staying alive as we wanted to in this one. Steady. You're welcome. He was losing that then. So we gained back on the leader and actually set a purple lap in the process. We could be on for back-to-back wins if we played our cards right here. So that all got a little bit clumsy. I wanted to try a move here to test it for the final lap, but after that bit of contact I felt it was only right to hand the position back. But what happened here, I've got no idea. But after that kerfuffle, we just had to nail this lap to rein in P1. Oh! Didn't see you there, sir. After one of my best moves in a while, this was opening up for us. The leader up in front had a penalty. With increasingly few opportunities left in this race, this was close. He's going to get a penalty, isn't he? So we grabbed that one at the death, 2 in a row, and that put us on for a hat-trick of wins, something, as you'll know, I do not do very often. Now before we see if we can get that hat-trick, can I ask a favour? We're knocking on the door of 200,000 subscribers, so if you could hit that subscribe button to help me get there if you haven't already, I'd very much appreciate it. Now, let's go get that 3rd win. Right, let's go. Now, we got off to a great start, but coming into Indy, things got a little chaotic. It wasn't very lekker of him at all, was it? Well, it's very strange, like, the odds of having the numbers that we do. Now, whilst chatting away, I picked up a penalty which was far from optimal. But my only option was to work with P1 to build a gap and then serve it without losing any places. And that plan worked. Like, I love this game. I don't care how much it annoys me. I love this. I love this franchise. I love Gran Turismo. I just absolutely love it. I cannot tell you. During even more chatting from me there, that was a really important move because I began to pull away. Slowly but bit by bit I managed to pull a gap, making this a pretty easy win. For the first hat-trick in a long time, we take the win. Let's go! What's that about? And with that, we hadn't gained back our A+ rating just yet, but we had got ourselves 3 wins in a row. You should watch this video here where I took on the most frustrating challenges on this game. I suffered hours to make that one, and I promise it's worth your time.
Ready? Mazda.
Alright, so the whole internet is talking about Jaguar this month, and not in a good way. Like, a lot of reactions to this new thing that they're doing, this new thing they're trying, and I have a bit of a hot take on it. Now, this is not me standing up here and saying, oh, Jaguar did everything right. They've done a whole bunch of cool things and their new car looks fantastic and you should love it. But it is a little bit of a different angle, maybe a little bit of different food for thought, just on the lens I'm looking at Jaguar's new thing through that maybe you haven't heard yet. So basically, this is the angle. Electrification, this whole movement we've been going through with so many car companies, has given a lot of these companies a unique opportunity to also rebrand themselves. And the ones that need it the most have been doing the best job of it. And Jaguar needs this more than ever. They need it bad. So like, look at Hyundai, for example, right? What did you think of Hyundai a couple of years ago when you'd see a Hyundai car on the road, or you'd consider buying a car and you'd see that there's a Hyundai dealership? You'd think, oh yeah, those are the pretty reliable, budget-friendly cars. I've seen them. Seems like there's a lot of them. Pretty good. Nothing too special. But now, when you see Hyundai, you see a lot of Ioniq 5s, Ioniq 5N, a crazy sporty, like, cult favorite a little bit. You see Ioniq 6s all over the place. And they've transformed the Hyundai image actually into a little bit more of like a tech-forward, a little bit more design-forward brand. The Ioniq 5, oh, speaking of, I didn't plan that at all. That was actually perfect timing. But the Ioniq 5 looks nothing like, you know, the sort of classic cars. They've got this sick light design. I could not have planned that better, but now I see that and I think a little bit differently about Hyundai in general. So that was a successful rebrand. And there was a moment during that where they had these conversations about whether they should keep their original logo or not. They ended up keeping it. It's the same logo, but it's just a very different image now. And I feel like I also see a lot of this with their sort of sister brand, Kia. What is this? What is going on? I'm gonna try not to get distracted here. But Kia, same thing, right? So before this new logo, this new Kia, before any of the electrification, again, nothing wrong with being the sort of steady, reliable, ho-hum, oh my dear Kia. The Kia Soul. What did you think of Kias when the Kia Soul was super popular? But now there's the EV6. I see a lot of those EV6 GTs occasionally. The EV9 is also a totally new thing. It's had the success for them in this big 3-row electrification. And now I think of Kia, again, as pretty tech forward, as being kind of ahead of the curve a little bit on making a lot of these things. So Kia has enjoyed a successful rebrand, plus a new logo on top of it. And I think that's, well, it's what Jaguar really wants. Now, historians can tell a much more detailed version of Jaguar's history than I can, but the fact is the typical Jaguar customer is a 60-plus-year-old man, has been for a really long time, and they sell like 100,000 cars per year or less. They're sort of competing against the Porsches and Mercedes and other luxury brands of the world, and not really turning over and converting any of those people. And the funny thing about Jaguar is they actually kind of were ahead of the curve on electrification. I remember when there was just a whole bunch of Teslas coming out and we were looking to see who else is going to step up from the legacy manufacturers and make an EV. And Jaguar did. They made the I-Pace. You might not remember the I-Pace because it wasn't that great and you don't really see too many of them on the road. In fact, most I-Paces on the road now are Waymos, and that's why they have so much market share. But Jaguar kind of did jump in early trying to be tech forward first, but it didn't really hook. It didn't work. So if you work for Jaguar, and I'm not saying they did this perfectly, but if you work for Jaguar, especially in their PR department or their sales department, and you've been spinning your wheels and trying to figure out how do we convert these Bentley buyers? How do we convert these Mercedes buyers? They're not taking the bait. They're not